Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 81. Lynn did not participate in the visit to the castle. Nick Fury and Phil Coulson definitely won't be going either. So, after the 10 Titans roared away, only the 3 of them remained at the scene of the opening ceremony, which was still bustling just now. Mr. Lynn. Nick Fury was silent for a while, and suddenly said loudly, "Since the opening ceremony is over, can I trouble you to send us away?" Lynn looked at him in surprise. "A visitor from afar, Director Nick Fury won't wait for Principal Charles." With a slightly puzzled voice, a water ladder appeared again, extending to the shore. "No." Nick Fury has no hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D. still has a lot of things to deal with. I need to go back immediately. Lynn smiled. It's early morning, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. still has to work overtime 24 hours a day? He smiled and didn't stop him. He raised his hand to open the teleportation circle again. "If that's the case, then we won't be able to entertain you well." In the center of the lake, the rippling water turned into a vortex. Nick Fury walked over quickly, and took a deep look at 487 Lynn. "Mr. Lynn, I hope that the next time we meet, we can still be as happy as today." Director Nick Fury was joking. Lynn looked at him calmly. "Xavier's school has no intention of being an enemy of anyone, we just want to do what we should do, that's all." "Hope so." After Nick Fury finished speaking, he jumped into the vortex without any hesitation. Phil Coulson looked bewildered, but he followed up step by step. The light and shadow changed, and the two reappeared on the edge of the giant pit. At the moment, the night is deep and all is still. The dozens of mutants dismissed by Lynn have disappeared, only the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are still waiting for their boss to return. "Boss, are we leaving like this?" Phil Coulson was puzzled. With a hamburger in his hand, "We finally got into the new Xavier's school, just to talk to Charles." "It's not necessary, Phil Coulson." Nick Fury's footsteps stopped, and his voice trembled slightly in the darkness. Phil Coulson was keenly aware of the strangeness of his boss. "Boss, do you know what these mutants are trying to do?" Nick Fury was silent for a moment. Suddenly it exploded. "Phil Coulson, do you know why the government has always been afraid of mutant and secretly researching mutants' ability, but until now, even a small Mutant Registration Act has not been officially implemented?" He yelled, and without waiting for Phil Coulson to respond, he continued, "Because in the eyes of the higher UPS, mutant can't be a climate at all. Because the FG Magneto and the FG Professor X are not the same. Because the FG mutant group is a plate of loose sand. But now, look at Xavier's school. No, look at what that Lynn did. Also integrates X-Men and Mutant Brotherhood, so that rivals Magneto and Professor X can work together. What does that mean? It means that he wants to integrate all the mutants step by step through the way Xavier's school recruits students. He also found a bunch of allies for mutant, and Wani Stark is FG with him. And the Princess of Wakanda, do you know how hard it is for us to buy a little vibranium from Wakanda? He even asked the Princess of Wakanda to come to the academy as a professor. Professor shit. Look at his school motto again. Mutant has always been a mess, because the only thing this group has in common is the possession of super abilities, and there is no other connection other than that. But if all the mutants have the same goal, then this group will no longer be scattered and isolated, and they will have a unified thought. Besides, he even found a lot of scientists to teach mutant knowledge other than super ability. What is this? There are super abilities, talents in various fields, unified ideological support, and have been trying to control public opinion. This is transforming the mutant community in the same way as building a political party. What is he going to do? What the hell is he thinking about? Need us to ask Charles? Nick Fury was obviously stimulated by huge amounts of, and a series of FK came out of his mouth, which made Phil Coulson dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, he took a breath. Boss, you mean? Phil Coulson's face changed several times within a few seconds. No matter how he thought about it, he felt incredible. If so, why did he take the initiative to let us participate in this opening ceremony? This is deterrence. Nick Fury took a deep breath and forcibly calmed himself down. He is not afraid of us knowing this at all. He just uses this opening ceremony to let us know, the mutant now is different from before. They don't need to hide anymore, they don't need to look at the faces of the officials, the military or even S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. He's showing off his muscles openly, warning us not to have any bad thoughts. Phil Coulson fell into a long silence. He already understood why Nick Fury didn't want to stay at Xavier's school for one more second, and why he just gave up on meeting Charles. Indeed, it is no longer necessary. Mutant wants to turn the sky upside down. The night wind was cold, Phil Coulson shivered, and the group woke up from the horror. Then, what should we do? Do nothing. Nick Fury didn't speak. The two looked at each other silently. For a moment, there was a feeling of being at a loss with nowhere to start. To say something that strengthens the ambitions of others and destroys one's prestige, with Xavier's school's current strength and Lynn's powerful strength shown tonight, it really has the qualifications in S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes. That's not the point. The point is, Lynn made it clear that Xavier's school has no intention of being an enemy of anyone. The implication is obviously that as long as S.H.I.E.L.D does not come to provoke, Xavier's school will not bother to answer. In this case, should we take the initiative to provoke? In case they are angered, Professor X and Magneto will join forces. Whether S.H.I.E.L.D can stop it is really a question. Do you want to ask Captain Marvel for help? But if they are left alone, if this group of people is allowed to develop like this, it will not take long for the mutant group to be baptized, and it will definitely become a big phenomenon. I don't know how long it has been. The two opened their mouths at the same time, but at the same time they hesitated to speak. Then, both sighed. We don't even know where they are. I went to Xavier's school once, but I didn't seem to go. With this feeling, Nick Fury, who has always been resourceful and frequently resorted to tricks, couldn't help feeling a little depressed. But he deserved to be the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D, and he was not really hit. After frowning and thinking for a long time, he ordered in an orderly manner, Phil Coulson, contact me with Stark tomorrow, I want to know what's going on with him. Do you still want the Stark Group's business? Send Barton, Hawkeye, to Wakanda, I want to know what deal they made with Mutant to send all the princesses out. Send Natasha Romanoff to Matt Murdock, who spends his days fighting crime in Hell's Kitchen, and still has time to be a teacher. Also, increase the monitoring. The teachers and students in Xavier's school will always be on vacation. As long as they find the target and contact them immediately, I don't believe it, there is no clue about the location of the school. After issuing a series of orders, he paused, and then added in a low voice, in addition, inform Base 0 that the research on Tesseract must be accelerated. 5.5 At this time, S.H.I.E.L.D should not know the name of Tesseract. In order to facilitate everyone's memory, I used it in advance. Clear. Phil Coulson, write it down, and asked curiously, Boss, then you? I'm off to find a new Avengers member. Nick Fury didn't know what he was thinking, and muttered to himself, no matter when it comes, power is the root of everything. Phil Coulson was silent. He turned his head and glanced at the huge pit behind him. Do you want to block this place? Not for now, just keep monitoring. Nick Fury shook his head. If this place is blocked, it will undoubtedly be a provocation to Xavier's school. The current situation is clearly not the time. Phil Coulson nodded. The two resumed their steps and walked towards Quinjet. The night wind continued to blow. Faintly, it seemed that there was a whisper. Boss, I always feel that Lynn took the initiative to invite us to watch the ceremony, it's not just as simple as shocking. Chapter 82. Xavier's school ushered in unprecedented excitement. Although the appearance of Magneto greatly exceeded the expectations of Professor X and others, the whole thing was undoubtedly developing in a direction beneficial to Mutant, so they did not explode on the spot. Next, it depends on the later running in. For these, Lynn does not intend to intervene. It was his original idea to form 3 schools headed by Professor X, Magneto, and Dr. Banner in the college. Professor X cultivates ability, Magneto tempers will, Dr. Banner imparts knowledge. 3-pronged approach, students can get all-round improvement. Therefore, the new Xavier's school will be a typical example of easy admission and difficult graduation. Every student must excel in at least one field in order to graduate smoothly. This is what Lynn is going to implement, the new mutant hierarchy. The college does not divide grades by age, but by ability and knowledge. After 3 days, the start of term assessment will be held. All students, including the original ones, must participate. Based on the assessment results, the grade they are in will be determined. The elementary school conducts basic knowledge education, so that students can initially master their own super abilities. From the middle school, majors are divided, professional courses are compulsory, and non-professional courses are optional. Students with non-combat abilities can choose law, physics, medicine, and other majors according to their own interests. When you arrive at the university department, you will start regular assessment. Those who pass 1 round of assessment are level 1 mutants, those who pass the 2nd round are level 2 mutants, and those who pass 3 rounds are level 3 mutants. If they can be assessed as level 4 mutants, they can graduate smoothly. 21. The principal's office of Professor X has been enlarged more than 10 times by Lynn using the traceless stretching spell. The college's core professors gathered around a giant conference table, listening to Lynn speak. This kind of teaching change is obviously nothing to Magneto, Dr. Banner, Tony, and others, but to Professor X and others, it is completely different from before. Phoenix and Storm looked at each other, and the former said, "How to conduct this kind of assessment? How to balance the control of super abilities and the control of professional knowledge? According to different majors, the emphasis is different." Lynn snapped her fingers, and stacks of materials appeared on the table in front of everyone. 70% of the assessment for students in the super energy department is about mastering their own abilities, and 3% is about mastering a certain professional knowledge. 10. Students of other majors are just the opposite. In short, what the academy wants to cultivate is elite talents with both muscles and brains. This is only one aspect of the assessment. He paused, leaving time for everyone to browse through the materials, and then continued, "On the other hand, it is a paper, whether it is the research, excavation, or conjecture of his own super ability, or the summary and research of this professional knowledge, all students can submit articles to the school journal, and every time a paper is published, there will be corresponding bonus points. If you can combine super ability and professionalism to produce some kind of exquisite chemical reaction, the score will be doubled. If everyone realizes something." This undoubtedly echoed Lynn's speech at the opening ceremony. Treat super ability as a profession, and encourage students to conduct research and development. I seem to have returned to my college days. Dr. Banner smiled, he was very familiar with these, and felt very kind. Beast frowned slightly and said, "Lynn, the combination of super ability and professionalism. What exactly do you mean?" He agreed to come back to serve as a professor entirely because of Professor X's invitation, so he doesn't know much about Lynn, an outstanding graduate of this college. Originally, he just wanted to do it first, and if he had other plans in the future, he would talk about it. But after the extraordinary opening ceremony just now, he suddenly looked forward to the future of the new Xavier's school. The whole person has also become full of enthusiasm. For example, Principal Charles's brainwave strengthening device can amplify one's own super ability, and Principal Magneto's anti-psychic helmet can resist other people's psychic attacks. Lynn explained patiently, snapped her fingers again and said, "Another example is this." A long broom appeared out of nowhere on the conference table. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Lynn flicked her fingers, and a page of paper on the table suddenly folded itself, first turning into a paper figure, and then rapidly growing in size. With a flash of light around him, Xavier turned into a person exactly like Wolverine. WTF? Lynn, this joke isn't funny at all. Logan immediately protested, but to no avail. He could only watch myself jump up and sit on the broom. At that moment, he felt a kind of ballsy sadness for no reason. But then, his eyes straightened. I saw a person sitting on the broom, and it flew out with a swoosh. Great gift crab special. Not just Wolverine, the faces of many people present changed slightly. This broom can carry people on flight? Can it do without flight's super ability? Because of the untraceable stretching curse, the meeting room is quite large and high, so Wolverine controls the broomstick up and down, fast and slow, and it even suddenly lowered its height, sticking to Logan's hair whizzes by. This time, everyone understood. This is the combination of super ability and professionalism. Although this broomstick obviously has Lynn's magic, and there are very few mutants with such a comprehensive ability, but those with a single ability can definitely work hard in this direction. They don't have magic, learn technology. Isn't Charles's brainwave strengthening device made in this way? It's no wonder Lynn puts so much emphasis on teaching technology. Professor X and Magneto glanced at each other quietly, and they both saw the strangeness in each other's eyes. Even in their city, they couldn't help but feel sincere admiration for Lynn's foresight. On the other side, Tony was equally amazed. No wonder Lynn said that mutant will change the world. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Lynn's theory of genetic evolution. The emergence of mutant is indeed the direction of human evolution, but in the past, the development of mutant was disorderly and chaotic, until now, under the guidance of Lynn, it is developing in the right direction. If things go on like this, human civilization will progress by leaps and bounds. Myself, come on. Lynn, is this for sale? Wakanda can buy it. Princess Surui spoke suddenly, showing great interest in this broomstick, paused, and added, use vibranium. The word vibranium spread, and everyone present trembled when they heard it. All eyes gathered together. It's just complicated. Definitely, let your big brother talk to Teacher Orlo. Lynn nodded. He would not tell Princess Surui that this broomstick was just made by him to satisfy his own bad taste when he was extremely bored. If you really want to make magic props like flight, how can you choose to sweep the rich? Don't you sit down? Lynn. Professor X smiled happily, and suddenly said, students can only graduate after level 4, isn't the requirement too high? He raised the information in his hand, his face was a little shocked. According to the series of assessment criteria you listed, I'm afraid our professor can only be regarded as an upgrade city. Apparently, he thought Lynn's standards were too strict. According to this information, he and Magneto can be rated as level 6, while X-Men is basically level 5. Under this rating system, students need to reach level 4 to graduate. How stressed are the students? Principal, this is not just a common assessment mechanism in the academy. Lynn raised her eyebrows slightly, and looked around at everyone seriously. I hope that all mutants in the world will come to participate in the assessment. As long as they pass, the academy will issue corresponding certification badges, from level 1 to level 4. Even level 5. Only a mutant with a badge will have the opportunity to work in a mutant company and will be recognized by the academy. No matter what happens in the future, you can go to the Mutant 043 Affairs Bureau for help. As soon as these words came out, all the mutants including X trembled. The non-mutant professor also reacted instantly, identity authentication. There are smart people here. Lee doesn't understand the purpose of this move? Lynn, this is the official institution to make the Academy into a mutant group. College open enrollment. Established Mutant Affairs Bureau. Introducing a new hierarchy within the mutant colony. This step by step. It is clearly interlocking, and it has been premeditated. In the name of the Academy, doing official things. Professor X and Magneto looked at each other again, this time they really felt old. Compared with Lynn's planning, their previous affairs can only be said to be trivial. Forget it, stop fussing. Be a principal, vice principal, with peace of mind. So, what method should we use to get all the mutants to participate in the assessment? Phoenix broke away from the shock, and said, and the Academy's registration point has been exposed, if there are really too many mutants appearing, S.H.I.E.L.D will not sit idly by. Obviously, she didn't understand that Lynn invited Nick Fury to watch the ceremony. Lynn doesn't explain either. He just looked at her teasingly, and said with a smile, Mr. Gile, have you forgotten my core identity? Phoenix was slightly taken aback. Isn't Lynn's identity the honorary principal of the college? Wait. He seems to be the chairman of the Second World. I don't know why, obviously it hasn't been long, but the memories of the Second World in Phoenix's mind seem to be a little far away. It is really that too many things have happened during this period, and she has an inexplicable sense of unreality until now. Looking back at this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in my mind. The Oasis project is about to officially set sail. Chapter 83. A few days later, White Queen Emma Frost officially took office as Director of Mutant Affairs Bureau. X Daily made a special report on this matter on the Mutant Channel. Although this department is a complete empty shell, with important people, no one asking for money, no money, and not even a decent office location, it is definitely the most friendly cooperation between Mutant and the official in so many years. Many people took this as a signal of Mutant's official recognition. The resulting impact is that more and more people have changed their attitudes towards Mutant. After all, Mutant even has a special law enforcement agency. If you encounter mutant crimes in the future, you can directly report the case and let the X-Men handle it. To be honest, Mutant is integrated into the rule, and it seems to become less scary. This change in thinking is subtle, and as time goes by, it will affect more and more people. Some people even read the report, and a question naturally appeared in their minds: if this continues, the number of X-Men will definitely increase. Will it become another independent police system one day? The answer to this question, now definitely no one knows. But not many people really care. Because, they quickly attracted attention to another video. Today, the popularity of X Daily has been completely unstoppable, and more people have participated in it, posting videos to share their lives, and countless new accounts are opened every day. This video comes from a channel called Second World. A green Titan Hulk appeared on the screen. Hulk. I saw the big green guy roaring wildly, chasing an ordinary young man, as if there was a deep hatred between the two. He pulled up a big tree by the roadside and threw it over. The young man dodged in embarrassment, and as soon as he hid next to a car, he heard the sound of bang and bang, and the cars were blown away by the Hulk and fell like raindrops. Big guy, it's almost done, don't bully people too much. The young man ran away in a panic, and the people watching were extremely excited. He rushed all the way, and when he saw a person who had just stopped and opened the door, he pulled him out and sat in the cab instead. Step on the accelerator directly to the bottom, and the sports car shoots out like an arrow from the string. To the surprise of all the audience, Hulk turned a blind eye to the man whose car was robbed, and still ran after the young man. Even other people on the road, he didn't seem to see. After chasing and fleeing, countless exclamations and panic were set off. A few seconds later, the sports car rushed onto the world-renowned Golden Gate Bridge. Hulk leaped high and swayed between the bridge frames one after another. On the hood, the sports car was instantly overturned. The young man was thrown out of the car window directly. Countless vehicles on the bridge collided one after another. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help feeling anxious. That day, the big battle between Hulk and the Abomination also caused huge amounts of disaster like this. But at the moment, they saw the young man's face without the slightest fear. Instead, there was a touch of anger. Enough! With a shout, the young man was in the air, his clothes suddenly changed, and he turned into a Gotham Knight Batman, and a claw gun appeared out of thin air in his hand. With a sound of bang, the claws were launched and nailed to the steel structure at the height of the bridge. With the pulling force of the claws, the young man passed over Hulk's head unharmed, and stood on the tall steel structure a few seconds later, looking down at Hulk. Naturally, Hulk would not let him go, and jumped up high again with a violent roar. "You forced me!" The young man snarled, and changed his clothes again, and turned into the well-known Superman again. Those familiar battle suits and bright red capes will never be forgotten by anyone who has read the news. How is this going? The audience's minds were full of questions, and before they could react, the Superman in the screen flew out with a swoosh and had a head-on collision with Hulk's fist. In the sound of bang, bang, and bang, Hulk was directly smashed to the ground, and the concrete bridge was almost smashed through. But then he jumped out again, and his strength seemed to be stronger than before. "It's not over, is it?" Superman snorted coldly, and changed his clothes again. This time, even his hair turned white. With a black windbreaker, he looked a bit like Storm from X-Men. He raised his right hand, and lightning bolts cracked down from the sky, striking Hulk. Hulk roared, scorched black appeared on his green skin. The mad rush has not diminished in the slightest. The young man was furious, and in a blink of an eye he changed into a Cyclops outfit again, and red laser rays burst out from his eyes, hitting Hulk's body. But even so, Hulk still braved the damage of the laser light and rushed in front of him. "Ugh!" The young man sighed helplessly, his hair and clothes turned red. Like a phoenix, he rubbed his hands and gently grabbed Hulk. "Why bother?" Hulk's body suddenly stopped in mid-air. Countless viewers have seen this scene before. Phoenix's psychokinesis is extremely strong. Under the control of this super ability, any object will lose its ability to move. However, in the picture, Hulk was clearly under control, but he still didn't give up. His broad right hand was moving little by little. But it's not about hitting young people in the face. Instead, towards his wrist. It wasn't until at the moment that everyone suddenly realized that Hulk's target was not this young man, but a black bracelet on his hand. "Give me Oasis." A slow but firm voice slowly came out of Hulk's mouth. "No." The young man, who had never been really angry all this time, changed his expression instantly when he heard this sentence, and suddenly changed into Wolverine's costume again, with sharp adamantium claws protruding from the bones of his hand, and stabbed into Hulk's body with a stab. "Oasis, mine." At this point, the picture has been plunged into darkness, and the video has been merged. At the beginning, people who saw this video were stunned. But then, they reacted. "That black wristband, a bit familiar. It really looks like I've seen it somewhere. Great gift crab special. Isn't that the bracelet on Iron Man's hand in the news some time ago? I remember that it seemed like a game. At that time, I was still thinking about what game to play without a computer, but with a wristband. So, Hulk is fighting that guy to the death just to grab a gaming bracelet. I'm so..." Saw an ad. After reacting, countless people started cursing and swearing. They thought it was an extremely dangerous battle, but after a long time it turned out to be an advertisement for the game. After Green Titan left the contract, he went to shoot commercials for someone. It's just outrageous. One thing to say, the public has a good impression of Hulk. Although he fought against the Abomination and almost destroyed half of Broadway, with the rapid spread of the scene, everyone knew that he was stopping the Abomination. In addition to Shadowcat's live broadcast, Mr. Lan explained the reason for the accidental birth of Hulk. Many people even developed sympathy and love for this big green guy. Because of this, when seeing the figure of Hulk, most people subconsciously clicked into the video, who would have thought that the result would be like this. For a moment, an unparalleled sense of absurdity filled the hearts of every audience member. Many people even have the urge to smash their phones. But at the same time, they unconsciously became curious about the black bracelet. So, the game that Iron Man played back then was called Oasis. What kind of game is this? Is that young man in the video a player? Why can he switch between Batman, Superman, Storm, Cyclops, Wolverine at will? Is this a kind of imitative super ability? Or is the selling point of the game displayed through the screen? FK. This is definitely the most hateful game company in the world. For such a long time, except for 2 advertisements, no valuable content has been exposed. But it has successfully aroused my interest. What should I do? Brother, you are not the only one, I am also extremely curious now. What is this game like? Who isn't? As the video spread, more and more people commented, and some even wanted to use the account name of Second World to hack into the tax bureau's system to find information about this company. But they didn't really act. Because there is a sticky link under the Second World channel. Click to enter. It is a very simple page. Oasis World Pioneer Experience Program. 13,810 cities around the world. 100 players will be drawn from each city to participate. Below is a series of information that needs to be filled in, such as name, address, country, and contact information. This game has not announced anything, and a trial version has been released first. Everyone who clicked in was dumbfounded. What is this operation? Can all cities in the world participate? Are you so confident? What kind of game company can release it simultaneously in all countries and cities around the world? Simply inexplicable. Cursing voices swept the entire network in a very short period of time, but at the same time, registration information one after another also appeared on the counter of the Second World Company database. Stark Building, Office of the President. Tony witnessed the whole process of this internet drama, and finally gave Lynn a thumbs up. The marketing thing, you really understand it. It's not shameful to rub traffic. Lynn smiled, and sent it back. Lee does, who made you and Hulk so famous now? It's not just us. In just a few minutes of video, you use everyone in the X-Men, as well as Batman and Superman. Tony didn't mean to joke with him, but said with interest, aren't you afraid that Batman and Superman will come to your door? For this question, Lynn answered very seriously, if they find them, I will ask them to be the Star Experience Officer of the world of Oasis. Tony stared at him blankly for a while. Only then did he sigh deeply. You really deserve the money. He sighed with emotion, and slumped directly on the luxurious sofa. After the trial version is launched, when are you going to officially hold the press conference? I can't wait to count the money. Presentation R. There was a strange look in Lynn's eyes, and then he shook his head, it's not the time yet. As soon as Tony saw his expression, he knew he had a plan. Can't help but ask curiously, Oasis has not released any content, and it has already gained such a big reputation. Do you still think it's not the right time? No way, the internet has national boundaries. Lynn sighed softly, although the 2 warm UPS were very successful thanks to your and Hulk's fame, we have to admit that in many countries with firewalls, Oasis may be well known, but not too much. So, we also need a big news that breaks the barriers of the global network. Big news? There was a thoughtful look in Tony's eyes. Chapter 84. The essence of human beings is really fragrant. In the following period of time, there were so many comments, posts, and videos criticizing Oasis on the internet that it was too numerous to count. However, the number of people who sign up to participate in the Pioneer Experience program is increasing by a terrifying number every day. More and more people are looking forward to what this mysterious game that can make Iron Man addicted and Hulk crazy will look like, and what kind of magic power it has. So, when the list of experiencers was announced half a month later, more than 1 million people who were drawn were ecstatic. More people were disappointed, and then set off a second round of online scolding. At the same time, I frantically searched for the winners around me, hoping to know more about Oasis. In this regard, the more than 1 million experiencers have no time to pay attention to it. As soon as they received the game bracelet, they were immersed in the magnificence and dream of the second world. Inextricable twist about the home of Police Chief George Stacy. When Gwen Stacy came home from school, she habitually checked her mailbox. When she saw a package with her name written on it, she was shocked and her eyes widened. Recently, she didn't buy anything online. So, this is... Could it be? Suppressing her excitement, she quickly opened the package, and then, the black bracelet that had been watched countless times in the video appeared in her sight. Oh, God! She almost jumped up in surprise. She never thought that she would be one of the 100 lucky secrets in Twisting City. 127. What kind of luck is this? Some time ago, she hesitated for a long time, but she still didn't go to the new Xavier's school to report. On the one hand, her ability was obtained after being bitten by a spider, so it can't be regarded as a pure mutant. On the other hand, it is because of reluctant parents. Therefore, she has been in a low mood recently, always feeling that she has lost a chance to enter the world of super abilities. Because of this, she paid more attention to Mutants news. When she saw that Hulk was doing an endorsement advertisement for Oasis, she immediately became interested and signed up decisively. Who would have thought it would be picked? Is this the favor of the goddess of fate? For a moment, Gwen thought it was his own hallucination, because the population of Twisting City was too large. How small was the probability of picking 100 out of more than 8 million people? Without the slightest hesitation, she grabbed the bracelet and rushed to the bedroom on the second floor. Then, I can't wait to put on the bracelet. Ding! The black bracelet can automatically adapt to the file size of the wrist, and it will open automatically when it touches the skin. In an instant, a red light shot out, like a scanner, quickly passing over Gwen's body. Before she could react, the scene in front of her suddenly changed drastically. It's like there's a vortex. Devoured her into another world. My spider telepathy is not responding. As soon as this idea came to Gwen's mind, she realized that she was already outside the Earth, and the azure blue planet seemed to exude a layer of ancient existence, Seb. Mysterious and magnificent. She couldn't help taking a deep breath. Please name the character. The sound of machinery rang in my ears. God, it turns out that this game really doesn't need a computer, but a holographic simulation. No, how could the holographic simulation be so real? It's just a bracelet. How did you do it? Am I transmigrating with my real body now? Or has my consciousness entered the other world? Gwen was also an out-and-out student master in college, but she couldn't figure out the reason behind it, so she could only create characters step by step under the guidance of the game system. For the image, please refer to the Gwen Spider in Spider-Man, Parallel Universe. After the character is created, the system's prompt sound appears again. Is it allowed to scan the player's body data to obtain matching attributes? In this game, the starting attributes of the players are actually different. Gwen was startled. Although she doesn't play games very much, she also knows that whether a game can last for a long time, the most important thing is balance, but this does not seem to exist in Oasis. Out of vigilance, she hesitated for a while. After all, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and agreed to scan his body attributes. Player, Ghost Spider. Identity, Student. Ability, Gene becomes God, to be activated. Strength, Level 4, Intelligence, Level 4, Speed, Level 3, endurance, level 3. Skill, to be activated. Equipment, none. Props, none. Fortune, none. Copy gold coin, none. Genes become gods? Ability to be activated? What do you mean? Level 4 strength, what kind of strength? Gwen looked bewildered. This kind of doubt, as she fell from space and appeared in Twist City, quickly turned into shock and disbelief. She found a remote alley, and punched the wall casually, and there was a boom. The concrete and steel walls were blown away by the punch. Great Crab Special. It turns out that this is the power of level 4. Just like me in real life. The characters in the game have perfectly copied my physical fitness. She couldn't help but swear, and at the same time, a guess came to her mind: this game doesn't seem to be for ordinary people, but for people with super abilities. No wonder Hulk endorses the game. This is literally a game developed for Mutant. By this time, even if she hasn't contacted other players, and hasn't compared the data with each other, she probably understands that she with super abilities is different from ordinary players. Obviously, the game bracelet can scan out your own body data, but cannot scan out your real ability. That's why there is such a simple and straightforward guide. It seems that only players who are recognized as mutant by the bracelet will have the ability to be activated. And this, in fact, allows mutant players to expose their abilities. How could anyone want to do that? Even if someone is willing, how can you be sure it's true? Questions came to mind one after another, and Gwen was suddenly full of curiosity about the developer of the Oasis game. She activated her abilities very seriously. The Properties panel changes. Ability, Spider Gene. Skills, Spider Telepathy, Spider Physical Ability, Self-Healing Factor. At this point, she began to formally explore the world of Oasis. Then you know the charm of this game. Players can not only re-experience a brand new life in this virtual world, but also enjoy the dream of extraordinary in each instance. The copy is the fun of this game. Gwen is a person who likes to watch movies very much, so, in the list of copies, she first chose a copy of movie Experience, Fast and Furious. With her ability, no matter whether the dungeon is decent or villain, they are not her opponents at all. But she was having so much fun. Because she found that in this dungeon, she can unscrupulously fight against gangsters, international smuggling organizations, criminal organizations, FBI, and other crimes. In this aspect, she has exercised her control and development of her ability. On the other hand, it also allowed her, a newly promoted Spider-Man, to accumulate various experiences in fighting against criminal organizations. Where is this just a game? This is simply a portable training space. There is no super ability user who can resist such a temptation, right? For a moment, Plaid completely forgot the passage of time, wandering wantonly in the dungeon. Her driving skills are average, but she can shoot cobweb tied behind the high-speed vehicles, flight like a kite. That feeling fascinated her. But after all, this is something she can experience in reality, so when the progress of the dungeon reaches 60%, she quits and chooses another dungeon of Pokemon. No girl can refuse Pokemon. So, she wasn't in the least bit addicted to it by accident. Oh my god, the completion of the dungeon is more than 50%, and you can get a Pokemon reward. Wow, Pikachu is so cute. Whoa, I want this too. How do game developers grow their brains? How can they design so many wonderful dungeons? Underworld? Vampire vs werewolf? I'll try too. The night was getting darker. George Stacy, who was still working overtime at the police station, suddenly received a call from his wife. What? Gwen hasn't come home yet? No one answered the phone. Be right back. Director George, who was a serious daughter slave, hung up the phone with a bang and rushed out of the office in a hurry. A group of police detectives were left looking at each other. How about? We also get off work. Chapter 85. Unbeknownst to Gwen, the Oasis bracelet is not a purely technological product. Among them, the detection magic of branding has been improved according to the brainwave recognition of Professor X, which can identify whether the player is a mutant, but cannot clarify the specific ability. B. Once the bracelet is activated, it is connected to the player's soul. This kind of connection is quite weak, and it will not cause damage to the player's soul, and those with high soul strength will not be able to detect it. That is, as long as players don't master the method of deceiving their souls, there is nowhere to hide what their super abilities are. If Lynn wants, she can even peek into their memories. So in essence, the world of Oasis is like a realized brainwave strengthening device, which connects the player's consciousness together, and then through many magical manifestations, forms Shi Kong. The so-called activation ability. It's just an illusion. After all, no one likes to run naked. If you scan the wristband and list all the abilities of mutant players, it will definitely cause unnecessary panic, so that you are afraid of Oasis like a tiger. That's not what Lynn wants to see. In this case, if a super ability player arranges his abilities at will, it is definitely fine, but the game system will treat him as an ordinary player, and if he wants to modify it back in the future, he will have to pay huge amounts of price. The world of Oasis is basically two games for ordinary people and superpowers. The game process and copy difficulty are different. Even, the system will limit the ability that is too powerful. After all, the super abilities in this world are all kinds of strange things, and some of them are really incomprehensible. No matter how hard ordinary players try, they will not be able to catch up, which will undoubtedly greatly disrupt the balance. Superman belongs to the restricted one. Yes, as a reporter, Superman definitely downloaded the X daily and looked for materials from it on weekdays, so he also saw Hulk's endorsement advertisement, and then signed up. When Lynn saw his registration information, she gave him a spot without any hesitation. This thing surpasses the current technological level of the Earth. After experiencing the world of Oasis, Superman Clark Kent quit the game, with a somewhat satisfied and regretful expression on his face. It's a pity that because of his ability, he can only play a part in the game. But the satisfaction is because he experienced the hardy battle in the dungeon. He chose a copy of Godzilla. Since the last battle with General Zod, he has become more and more accustomed to his super ability. However, on Earth, the enemies he faced were too weak to even interest him. He is not a belligerent person, but occasionally, there will be a feeling of being overwhelmed by the heights. Until just now, a big battle with Godzilla. He directly chose head-to-head confrontation, super strength versus super strength, super defense versus super defense, heat vision versus atom breathing. The ultimate collision made him feel the long-lost excitement and exhilaration. Clark is very clear that everything just now is illusory. But it felt so real. It was so real that he was a little obsessed unconsciously. No wonder the name of this company, it's called Second World. This is completely a real extraordinary world. Clark expressed the same emotion as Iron Man back then. For a superhero like him, the extraordinary world like Oasis is even more attractive than the real world. At the same time, he also discovered the special features of superpowers in the game. Obviously, this is called the Second World Game Company, and it is inextricably linked to Mutant. The boss of their company must also be a mutant. As a super ability user, Clark didn't discriminate against Mutant, and he couldn't help but think, should I go to him and ask him to help me lift this restriction? Although in this way, my identity as Clark Kent will be revealed. If you don't go, the combat experience is really not enough. After living on the Earth for so many years, Clark never thought that he would fall into an unprecedented entanglement because of a game. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't make up his mind. Then continue to choose a copy. Soon, his eyes were attracted by the names of the two copies. Saint Seiya. Dragon Ball. They all seem interesting, which one should I go to first? He took a slow breath and muttered to himself. This time in the Oasis Pioneer Experience program, there are quite a lot of qualified super ability people. Foot Basin Country, Kyoto. Psylocke, who was dressed in a purple leather jacket and showed his bursting figure vividly, also experienced it immediately after receiving the bracelet. Like Gwen, she saw the admissions information of the new Xavier's school, but she didn't go to report to Mutant, but the reason she didn't go was not because she didn't trust Xavier's school or worried about her family, but pure disdain. Since becoming a mutant, she has wandered between life and death countless times. She has long developed a withdrawn and cold personality, and the development of her own abilities has reached the extreme she believes. So she didn't think she could learn anything by going to Xavier's school. But at the moment, she suddenly felt that she was wrong. Shit! With a roar, her eyes were completely dark, and she returned to her room in the world of Oasis. Then, a settlement panel appeared in sight. Dungeon, Ninja Gaiden. Progress, first level. Fail. With my skill and super ability, I can't pass the first level? Is the difficulty of this dungeon outrageous? Maybe it's because she has lived in the Foot Basin country for too long. After she entered Oasis, she chose Ninja Dragon in the first instance. She thought she could pass through it easily, but she didn't expect it to be a dismal start. This made the proud and arrogant her completely unacceptable, but at the same time, she suddenly discovered. It seems that my fighting skills and experience are not as perfect as I imagined. I need more training. So, without even drinking her saliva, she re-entered the dungeon without any hesitation. I must break through this dungeon, and I must get that ninja knife. In the firm and unruly voice, the war started again. If Lynn was present, he would probably recall playing Souls games in his previous life, those unbearable days. Repeated defeats, repeated defeats, repeated defeats. That's the only way to become stronger. S.H.I.E.L.D. Air Base. Nick Fury has been very busy recently, and now he finally returned to the mothership, only to feel a burst of intense exhaustion. But instead of resting, he found Hill immediately. Hill, get ready, follow me to Base 0. Nick Fury said a word, but he was taken aback when he didn't get an immediate response. When he turned his gaze, he saw Hill leaning on his chair, seemingly in a daze. With a drink in hand? Hill. Nick Fury's anger welled up all of a sudden. As the chief, he was busy every day without touching the ground. Hill, the commander of the mothership, was actually being lazy? With a low shout, the necks of the surrounding agents were startled. What? Only then did Hill react. The Hawaiian beach that only she could see quietly disappeared. Asking for flowers. Only then did she see the boss with a face as heavy as water, and she got up quickly, with her right hand still tucked in the clothes on her left wrist, and covered the black bracelet inside. Boss, are you back? Hill. Nick Fury was about to get angry, but saw the dark circles under the eyes that could not be concealed on Hill's face. He was stunned for a moment, and could only slow down his tone. I know everyone has been working hard recently, but our world is facing threats. As S.H.I.E.L.D. we must always be vigilant as a member of the. Understood, boss. Hill didn't apologize for any hesitation. I promise, it won't happen next time. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. Let's go to Base 0. Eric Shavig has recently accelerated his research on Tesseract, and it seems that there is some progress. Let's go and see. Yes. Hill followed suit. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that he was lucky enough to get the Oasis bracelet, and he must not let Nick Fury know. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Speaking of, I filled out a registration form on a whim, and it was still the home address of the judge. How did you win the draw? How lucky have you been lately? It's a pity that in the mothership, many dungeons are inconvenient to enter. Only to experience some leisure dungeon scenes, it is regarded as a vacation trip. Speaking of which, the beaches of Hawaii are no longer attractive. Going to the moon next time? Or Mars? Just as he was thinking, Nick Fury's voice came into his ears again, "Go and pick up Steven on the way, things haven't been going well recently, with him here, at least we'll be safer. By the way, what has Steven been doing lately?" Hill was taken aback. After hesitation for a long time, he said cautiously, "The last time he talked on the phone, he seemed to have said, 'Want to find a game to play? Experience the experience of being frozen for 70 years. Unexperienced fun. Game.'" Nick Fury's footsteps suddenly stopped, his one eye was as sharp as a knife, and he stared straight at Hill. "Don't tell me, that game just happens to be called Oasis." Hill really doesn't know about this question. So she shook her head honestly, "Maybe, I can't deprive people of the right to play games in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. What?" Nick Fury gave a strange laugh, his face full of sarcasm. "You want to tell me that among the more than 8 million people in Twisted City, 100 people were randomly selected to participate in the Oasis Pioneer Experience program, and we happen to be their captain of the Avengers, Stephen Rogers. The president of the Second World Company is Lynn. What does he want? Let my number 1 officer become a patient with severe internet quotient syndrome." The sound of cursing spread throughout the command room. Hill's face remained unchanged. "In my heart, I sighed slightly. During this period of time, the more than 1.8 million people who participated in the Pioneer Experience program all over the world have probably become severe internet addicts. Among them, may also include myself. I really don't want to play games. It's really Oasis developed by those mutants, it's really fascinating. Everyone is afraid of super ability, and everyone wants to have super ability. Who can refuse a completely real second world where they can become Superman step by step and experience all kinds of exciting life? When it is actually released, the whole world will not go crazy." Chapter 86. Compared to Nick Fury, Lynn has had a much more carefree time during this time. He is enjoying a romantic date in Manhattan, in a French restaurant on Fifth Avenue. The female judge Kate Mara, who has been in the limelight recently in the federal court, is wearing an elegant fuchsia dress, which perfectly outlines her graceful figure. She lightly cut a small piece of steak and chatted with Lynn while eating. "Sir, the male lead in the Oasis advertisement is very handsome. Recently, many people in the office are discussing him. He is a new A student at Xavier's school." "That's right." Lynn smiled. "In fact, among the male students of Xavier's school, many of them are quite good-looking, but after the votes of all the female students, Warren Worthington, Angel, finally won the first prize and won the opportunity to appear in the photo. That video had a huge impact." The watery eyes always linger on Lynn's body, Kate Mara said with a smile. "Using Hulk and Mutant to shoot commercials is really your style, sir, and I have no intention to hide the relationship between the Second World and Mutant at all." "Why hide?" Lynn took a sip of caviar, and frowned slightly. He didn't like this kind of food at all. There are no secrets in this world. Could it be hidden? The relationship between the Second World and Mutant, wouldn't be have you been found? He never underestimated the 737 power of official intelligence. What's more, he has already made public appearances in front of SHIELD. Hiding it again is pure self-deception. Kate Mara obviously understands this truth, but in this way, the authorities will definitely not sit idly by. They dare not deal with Mutant blatantly now, and they can't find the location of Xavier's school, but they will definitely not let the Second World go on smoothly. So what? Lynn didn't care, and her expression was even a little surprised. Even if the government wants to deal with Mutant, what does it have to do with me as a game company? We are a conscientious enterprise that operates legally and pays taxes according to regulations. Kate Mara covered her mouth and chuckled. the officials want to make trouble, but they still care about whether you operate legally and pay taxes according to the regulations. This is half true. FBI, CIA, Taxation Bureau, Department of Homeland Security. Just find a reason for any department, obviously it can affect the normal operation of the Second World Company. These are even obvious means. The Stark Group is a shareholder of Second World. Lynn's expression didn't change a bit. But I heard that the Stark Group seems to be preparing for a transformation, gradually reducing arms sales, and turning to clean energy business. Recently, the relationship with the military has been very tense, and it has offended many people. Kate Mara still smiled. In this case, will the officials still be afraid of Stark Group's connections and influence? This matter is definitely not as simple as the Stark Group wanting to transform. Tony became the honorary principal of the new Xavier's school. It is also a key factor. Are you trying to say that the Stark Group will go downhill soon without its arms business? Lynn wiped her mouth, still calm. There was a doubt in Kate's eyes, isn't it? Definitely not. Lynn curled her lips. In a society of capital, profit is everything. Even if the Stark Group does not have the arms business, how many technology patents do they have ahead of the times? How much market potential does the clean energy created by Tony have? Can it be applied? In how many fields? And most importantly, Tony Stark is Iron Man. Kate, this man is the core value of the Stark Group. He looked at Kate's face, and said word by word, as long as Tony is here, the contacts and influence of the Stark Group will never be weakened, but will be constantly strengthened because he can bring benefits to too many people. Kate realized something. Sir, you mean? On the delicate and fair face, there was a look of thought. After the Stark Group gives up the arms business, it will gain more contacts and influence in other fields, and the military doesn't even dare to offend him. That's right. Lynn nodded. Tony is a man with a mortal body comparable to a god, although managing contacts has never been his strong point. But he has small chili peppers. It can not only develop the group business, but also maintain personal connections. With the perfect combination of the two, the future of Stark Group is limitless. But even so, Kate still has some doubts. I'm afraid the official will not give up targeting the Second World because of Stark Group's holding, right? After all, if Mutant is allowed to earn a huge amount of wealth through Oasis, it will be even more difficult to deal with in the future. You still don't understand. Lynn sighed softly. This is a country where capital is paramount. As long as you are willing to spend money, let alone break a contract, the top law firms in the entire Eagle Sauce country will work around the clock to help us find countless legal provisions and sue us. Officials maliciously suppress private companies. This is a typical Eagle Sauce feature. As long as the money is enough, there are countless lawyers in this country who dare to fight against the authorities, forming an impenetrable legal firewall around the Second World. And Lynn has never been stingy with money for this kind of thing. Kate's complexion suddenly became weird. Use the rule to defeat the rule. This is what Lynn once said to her. She didn't really understand the meaning until now. Sir, I heard that the salary of employees in the Second World is much higher than that of similar positions, which has resulted in countless top talents wanting to join. Kate hesitated for a while, and said, if your funds are not sufficient, I can find a way. Thank you for your kindness, Kate. Lynn picked up the red wine glass, touched this full woman lightly, and then sighed softly, but now. I really don't need money. In fact, he has been spending a lot of money recently. Most of the 2 billion funds raised in the stock market were invested in the operation of the Second World Company. With Stark Group's factories all over the world, game equipment is produced day and night. It is conservatively estimated that at least 1.5 billion has been spent on this aspect. Then there is Zhao Halen's Cradle of Life project. The investment in the first phase is as high as 500 million. Mr. Land's laboratory has an initial investment of 100 million. Dr. Banner's laboratory purchased various equipment, and it also cost 3 or 4 billion. Although, Lynn went to Wakanda and made a business that did not lose money but made a lot of money, but the profit was not too much. A transaction once every 3 months can only bring tens of millions of profits. All these things add up to make ends meet. But Lynn isn't worried at all. Because not long ago, he accepted the capital injection from the third shareholder, White Queen. These girls are really rich. After in-depth communication, Lynn found out that the background of White Queen Emma Frost is not worse than that of Professor X originally. She had a huge family property. Later, she co-founded Hellfire Club with Black King Sebastian Shaw. It's an astonishing amount of money. You know, the core group of Hellfire Club is mutant, but the peripheral members are all rich and powerful plutocrats or elites. Tony's father, Howard Stark, is a typical example. Such a group of people gather together and exchange what they need, and originally can create countless opportunities to make money. The White Queen participated in it, and the wealth skyrocketed. Although after being arrested, all her assets on the surface were dealt with by the authorities, but how could it be possible for a person like her to only have that little wealth on the surface? After knowing Lynn's plan, perhaps because of her support for Guanbeiji, or because she is optimistic about the future of the Second World, she spent $3 billion without any hesitation. Like Professor X and Stark Group, each holds 10% of the shares. So today, Lynn no longer needs to worry about money. As the time for Oasis to be officially launched is getting closer, he will even soon become a person who has no concept of money. 2. Kate Mara was a little disappointed when she heard the words, but she immediately laughed and said, "For sir, how can there be any problems with a mere amount of money?" When she said this, there was obvious reverence and admiration in her eyes. Intense and almost indestructible. At the moment, if Professor X is present, you will definitely notice that her gaze is almost exactly the same as that of Moram Maktag. Apparently, she's also one of Lynn's magic apprentices. Kate, don't talk about these annoying things. For this magic apprentice, Lynn valued it far more than Mora, not only because she was younger, but also because her magic talent was quite good. Therefore, Lynn intends to focus on training. He put away his joking look, and said seriously, "The protagonist today is you. Since what happened last time, your life in the federal court has been difficult, right? This is a very normal thing. Although the current wind direction is not so malicious to mutant. But Kate is in the official system, and it can be said that she is on the side of mutant openly, so she will naturally be excluded, and there will definitely be people who want to expel her. There are definitely troubles, but I'm not a small character who can be manipulated by others." Kate heard Lynn's concern, her face flushed, and she smiled slyly. "Since what happened last time, my current reputation is getting better every day." Lynn nodded. For a judge, social fame is obviously a very useful 0.6 weapon. Don't worry, the days of fighting alone are over. He shook his head, and his eyes flashed brightly. During this period of time, you should know all the potential stocks in the political circle that need help, right? Oasis will be released soon, and by then, Lynn will gain unimaginable wealth. The infiltration plan is on the agenda too. Yes, sir. Kate smiled sweetly, flicked her slender fingers on her forehead, and her thoughts immediately connected with Lynn. Mr. James, whose son was rescued by Wolverine at the Hammer Fair, has had a change in attitude towards mutants since then. Reed Strack, the district attorney, is in charge of mutant cases and is quite repulsive to mutant, but he doesn't know that his son and daughter are mutant. One name after another appeared in Lynn's mind, accompanied by detailed information. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. It had to be said that the performance of the two magic apprentices, Mora and Kate, made him quite satisfied. Therefore, he was looking forward to the official release of Oasis. Yes. His research and development of Oasis has never been just to make money, nor is it to collect and train the mutants of Chuanchikung. More importantly, find more people with magical abilities. Chapter 87. Needless to say, it was a pretty enjoyable date. Lynn had a rare relaxation, put everything aside temporarily, and concentrated on tasting the wine and food. If he wanted, after the date, he could even have an intimate mentor-apprentice session with Kate Mara, the famous beauty of the federal court. But unfortunately, this atmosphere did not last until the end. The sudden appearance of the restaurant manager interrupted their dinner. "Mr. Lynn, if you excuse me." The polite elderly gentleman, with an impeccable smile on his face, put an invitation on the table of the two Lynns and said, "The owner of our restaurant would like to invite you to participate in the entrepreneurship conference held tonight. Please enjoy the exchange meeting." After finishing speaking, he glanced at Kate, and added, "If Ms. Mara needs anything else, I'll ask the kitchen to make it right away." "Definitely, our boss will pay for this dinner." Kate was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head, "No, thank you." "Then I wish you two a pleasant meal, and I won't bother you." The manager stepped back politely. "Gentlemen." Kate looked at Lynn and asked doubtfully, "I haven't heard of any large-scale entrepreneur exchange meeting recently. Could it be a small scale? But why are you detailing the invitation letter here? Most importantly, why did you give it to Lynn?" 24. Oasis has not been officially launched, and the Second World Company has not yet started to make a profit. The reputation of Lynn as the president has spread. This is obviously not a formal exchange meeting. Lynn picked up the invitation and opened it. A strange smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. Contract twisting entrepreneur exchange meeting. He really didn't expect that he would get in touch with a famous villain just by going out for a casual meal. That's right, the signature on this invitation letter is Wilson Faith Gold, the famous overlord of the underworld. It is said that 40% of the criminal activities in Twisted City come from Jinbing, and almost all underground businesses such as drugs and smuggling have to obtain his consent if they want to enter Tsinjiahu City. Such a supervillain actually calls himself a family? Also, on behalf of the Association of Entrepreneurs Who Twist the Contract, send an invitation letter to yourself? Well, he seems to be an entrepreneur. Lynn is going to start a company after the contract, and he definitely knows Jinbing, so he knows that Jinbing seems to have been washed very white in recent years. Wilson Faith seems to be a successful businessman in the eyes of the public. This restaurant, apparently, is one of his tiny businesses. And from Kate's mouth, Lynn even knew an amazing news: Wilson Faith is secretly planning recently, and wants to participate in the mayor's campaign. And this thing? Lynn's interest was immediately raised. This is undeniable talent. In the world's gangsters, how many gangsters can be selected from black to white? And according to the memory of his previous life, he seems to have succeeded in the end. It's just that this famous mayoral candidate doesn't seem to respect the guests he invites very much. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. The so-called exchange meeting was obviously held temporarily, and Lynn was not even given any time to prepare. The visitor is not kind. Lynn wiped her mouth, stood up slowly, and glanced at the purple dress on Kate Mara. "I hope the specifications of this exchange meeting will not insult this expensive dress." "My clothes, this is not for this inexplicable exchange meeting." Kate's eyes were like silk. She got up naturally, and reached out to take Lynn's arm. "The venue of the exchange meeting is not far away, it is nearby." Obviously chosen for Lynn's sake. The two of them were not in a hurry, and walked towards their destination while strolling. By the time they arrived at their destination, it was already 10 o'clock. So, when Lynn and Kate walked into this high-end social place called Terrace Club under the guidance of the waiter, they saw unfriendly faces. 3 hours. Jinbin, who is extremely strong and looks like a huge piece of meat, leans on a luxurious sofa, and locks Lynn's eyes like a wolf. "Mr. Lynn, you have spent 3 hours for a 10-minute journey. Any questions?" Lynn was slightly puzzled. Jin Bing obviously knows that he is the president of the second world, so he can naturally guess that he has something to do with mutant. In this case, his attitude, does he not take mutant seriously at all? Who gave him confidence? Or is it that he, as the overlord of the underworld with a twisted contract, has long been accustomed to this aggressive posture? When Mr. Faith sent me the invitation letter, he never asked me if I was free tonight. Lynn didn't even look at Jin, and took Kate to the opposite sofa to sit down. Then he looked at the other people in the room. Yes. There are only a few people in this so-called contract-breaking entrepreneur exchange meeting. Norman Osborn, chairman of the Osborn Group. Compared to Jin Bin, the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa on the left was obviously more polite. I never thought Mr. Lin would be so young. On the other side of this sofa is a slightly younger man, Victor Von Doom, the president of the Doom Group. On the right side of Lin, on the wide sofa was only a skinny old woman, holding a cane, as if she would run out of fuel at any moment. You can call me Mrs. Gao. Lin was a little surprised, but also a little speechless. What kind of entrepreneurial exchange meeting is this? A twisted contract? In the small room, Jin Bin, Green Goblin, Dr. Doom, Hand and one of the Five Fingers gathered, 4 heavyweight villain bosses. Other than them, there is no music, no dance floor, no hot and beautiful women, not even a FG buffet. Ugh! Lin let out a long sigh, glanced at Kate apologetically, then glanced at the 4 people present and said, Chong Yemanman, don't waste each other's time, if you have something to do directly. Jin Bing and the 4 of them looked at each other indiscriminately. We know that Mr. Lin is the president of Second World Technology Corporation. Jin Bing spoke slowly, not talking nonsense. Recently, the Oasis game has launched a pioneer experience plan, and the response around the world has exceeded expectations. If there are no accidents, after the official launch, there will definitely be hot all over the world. So, as well-known entrepreneurs who have broken the contract, we want to cooperate with the second world. At the moment, if another person hears this, there is a high probability that they will laugh out loud. How can there be such cooperation in this world? How can there be such a business? But Lin didn't smile. For this, he had already guessed. He leaned on the sofa, and said with a half-smile, what is the cooperation? The Second World is a game company. Among the group businesses, is there any game-related one? Not before, doesn't mean there won't be in the future. Jin Bing at the moment was not angry anymore, and looked full of sincerity, as long as Mr. Lin is willing to share the agency rights of Oasis with us. As soon as the words came out, Kate couldn't help but glanced at Lin's side face. Sure enough, in a society where capital is paramount, interests are everything. This is the wolf smelling meat. Hurry up! Chapter 88. Lin smiled. There is no shortage of smart people in this world. The world of Oasis has only just released the demo version, and its immeasurable market potential has already been seen by countless interested people. The 4 people in front of them obviously wanted to step in. They are very clear that this kind of product beyond the times means countless banknotes. What's more, this pioneering experience plan has clearly revealed the ambition of the second world. This newly established company is not satisfied with opening up the market step by step, and ready to be released worldwide simultaneously. This kind of behavior, placed on any company, is undoubtedly an extremely stupid strategy. However, Oasis has unparalleled quality and potential, and among the shareholders of Second World, there are the world's top consortiums like Stark, and under the combination of powerful forces, they have the ability and confidence to swallow the global market. But even so, things in the business field have never been so simple. So many countries around the world. There are so many consortiums, forces, gangsters, and criminal organizations in every country. Which one will not be jealous? Therefore, for second world companies, the best strategy is to let go of agency rights and choose some powerful partners with great energy in various countries and regions. In other words, everyone earns money together. And Jinbing's reason is also very sincere. The technological content of Oasis is far ahead of the times. Looking at the world, except for the Stark Group, there are probably few who can provide technical assistance, but can give Oasis. The release of Oasis has caused trouble, but there are not a few. We also know that Mutant is behind Second World Corporation, but now, although Mutant's situation has improved, there is only one new Xavier's school after all. Mutants are also a minority group after all. How much can we do about this problem? It's impossible to have a team of X-Men stationed in every city, right? And these? We can all help out. It has to be said that he deserves to be the overlord of the underworld who can control the underground world. His way of doing business, though simple, is not brutal. Benefits and threats are on the table respectively. As long as Lynn is willing to make concessions and let them obtain agency rights in certain countries and regions, the Second World can get a lot of money, and at the same time, it can save a lot of trouble. Definitely, how much of this so-called trouble comes from themselves? I don't know. Lynn thought about it and found it made sense. After all, Second World is just a newly established company. Although it is developing regardless of cost, it lacks foundation after all. If it encounters problems in the sale in certain countries, it really lacks the ability to deal with it. The simplest thing is that Oasis is selling well in a certain city, but the sales point is harassed and destroyed by gangsters all day long. The disease of scabies can also make people feel anxious. Understood. Lynn nodded, looked at the eyes of Jinbing and the others, but did not hide her sarcasm. You guys are worthy of doing big business, and they are clearly seeking cooperation from the Second World. How can we? It seems that there is no room for rejection at all. Kim remained silent. Norman Osborn said with a smile, Mr. Lynn was joking, we definitely came here with a certain amount of sincerity. Mrs. Gao said directly in Huxia, for business, Mr. Lin must be able to understand the principle that cooperation will benefit both and division will harm both. Victor Doom held a glass of red wine and looked at Lin with a half-smile. Divide two evils. Lin's smile grew brighter. The implication is that if he refuses to agree, he may have to face some bad consequences. He sighed softly, I'm really curious, since you guys know about the relationship between the Second World and Mutant, and you dare to talk about cooperation in this way, aren't you afraid that I'll gather a group of mutants and kill you all? He didn't just talk casually, but really didn't understand. It seems that in this world, there are always many people, not just the four in front of me, have an inexplicable self-confidence, thinking that they can compete with super ability people. One is not too many, and a group is not afraid. Where did he get the confidence to feel that those with super abilities are weak and deceitful? Let's just talk about the four in front of me. Madame Gao was born in Kunlun and has the energy of Qi. Lin didn't sense any power fluctuations either. In other words, he has not yet become heroine of destruction. These four people, at best, control a huge wealth empire. Facing ordinary people, they definitely don't have to be scruples about tricks, but facing the Second World who obviously has a mutant background, how dare they be so intimidating? What do you think? The atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. The four of Jinbing exchanged glances silently, and a look of fear flashed in their eyes. But to Lin's surprise, they didn't have the slightest fear. Not so, not so. Norman Osborn coughed lightly, and said with a polite smile, we are all businessmen, and for businessmen, making money is the first priority. Even if the business cannot be negotiated, there is no grudge between us and Mutant. How can it be impossible to make trouble to that extent? He paused, and then added, besides, the Mutant Affairs Bureau has been established, and any crime committed by Mutant will be wanted by the X-Men. He didn't finish his sentence. But Lin had already figured it out, and was involuntarily stunned for a moment. After a long time of trouble, is this different from the past? Since Mutant chose to integrate into the rules, he must be bound by the rules in his actions, so he can't be as unscrupulous as before? You are already a good man, so you can't use the knife at will. Hee. For a moment, Lynn felt a sense of irony. Kate beside her also looked weird. In the spiritual link between the two, she heard her teasing laughter. Sir, is this another way to use rules to defeat rules? Lynn was speechless. It's not that I feel like I'm in a cocoon. These 4 people in front of them are indeed smart people. From the recent chaotic series of events, they can see that Mutant is actively integrating into human society, so they believe that Mutant will not use super abilities to kill people unscrupulously. B. You are not good people. Do you have a misconception about who you are? Mutant really wants to deal with you, is it a crime? Do not. Just fight crime. Understood. Lynn suddenly found it quite interesting. He leaned on the sofa, folded his arms and looked at Jinbin. Mr. Faith K is indeed right. Mutants are a minority group after all, and it is indeed difficult to deal with the endless small troubles around the world, but, you guys, is it possible? If I remember correctly, Mr. Faith K is known as the overlord of the underworld, but he is only limited to Twist City, right? There are a few others. He glanced at Osborne and others. Your group business has already opened up to various countries in the world. Negotiations have reached this level, and these words obviously mean that they are loose. Jinbing and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although my sites are all contracted, the smuggling channels are all over the world. Jinbin was the first to speak. If Mr. Lin is willing to open up the agency, then I think the entire American state should have no problems. Madame Gao is also full of confidence. I can handle everything in Asia. I have some business in Australia. Victor Doom said with a smile, as long as I sign, the business focus of the Doom Group will be transferred there. Osborne's expression was extremely humble. The Osborne family actually has the blood of the British nobles. Good guy. This is even the land is divided. Poor Africa, where Wakanda is located, there is no candidate. Do you think that people in that place can't afford the game equipment of Oasis? Okay. Under Kate's surprised gaze, Lynn didn't even agree with the slightest hesitation. The next moment, under the eyes of Jinbing and the other 4 who couldn't restrain their excitement, he slowly raised a hand. Of what kind? And pointed. Agency fee. As soon as these words came out, the youngest Victor Dum immediately couldn't hold his breath and said, 100 million. Lynn shook her head slowly. 1 billion. Jinbing spoke in a deep voice, and the expressions of the other 3 also sank slightly. But what they didn't expect was that Lynn is still shaking her head. 10 billion. Per year. Saying these words word by word, Lynn smiled slightly, took Kate's hand and stood up slowly. There is no room for negotiation on this price. You can discuss it with me. If you are still interested, please feel free to contact me. He just walked away without the slightest hesitation. With a click, the door closed. The faces of the 4 people in the room became extremely gloomy in an instant, and the eyes of mafia heroes like Jinbing and Mrs. Gao even showed a cold chill in their eyes. However, what they didn't know was that the same light appeared in the eyes of Lynn, who opened the door to leave. Even after the plan started, there hasn't been any bloodshed, which has given some people the illusion. What cats and dogs dare to bully you? They don't really think my methods are less aggressive than Magneto's. Don't you dare to kill people. Chapter 89. I don't know how long it has been. He's playing us. In the suffocating silence, a roar suddenly sounded. Jinbing slapped the coffee table with both palms, stood up abruptly, and the heavy coffee table shattered with a bang. This matter will definitely not be left alone. Mrs. Gao returned to her ancient and calm posture. Her withered face showed no expression. But under her crutches, the marble floor cracked at some point. It seems that we underestimated Mutants' ambition. A look of thought appeared on Norman Osborn's face. Perhaps, they established Second World Company not just to make money. Anyway, the business is a failure. Victor Dumb's eyes were a little strange, but he didn't look angry at all. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Seeing him leaving as soon as he said it, Osborn had a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. It's not over yet. Come on, Mr. Hansburn. Victor Doom shrugged. The business of our Doom group is not as deeply involved with the military as your Osborn group. Since the business of Oasis is not involved, we can concentrate on operating the original business of the group. That's it. Why continue to offend those mutants? Listening to what he said, it seems that this exchange meeting is not that simple. Osborn's face darkened again. He was about to speak again when Victor Dumb turned and left. He didn't even say hello to Jinbing and Mrs. Gao. It's late 360. Osborn's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what to think of, so he got up and said, Faith K, Mrs. Gao, I'm going back first. What happened tonight? Let's just pretend it didn't happen. Wait for him to open the door and leave. Jinbing and Mrs. Gao looked at each other. The latter suddenly sneered, they won't really spend 10 billion to buy a one-year agency, right? 10 billion a year, even if they can afford the money, how much can a continent's agency make in a year? Is it enough? Jin said with a blank face. Madame Gao fell silent. The Osborn Group's research and development of human body strengthening drugs is not going well. The military is very dissatisfied with this. If this continues, they will even lose other contracts with the military. However, this time they did not succeed. Jin is indeed a gangster who is keen on politics, and he seems to know a lot of secret things. It seems that the Osborn Group will be excluded from the military's recently increased investment list. What? Mrs. Gao snorted coldly. Super Soldier Project. Born in Kunlun, she seems to disdain things like becoming stronger through potions. Victor Doom wasn't as relaxed as he made it out to be. Jin didn't care about her attitude, and said to himself, the dumb group can develop to the scale it is today. I don't know how many political officials have been involved. He messed up the matter. Don't you need to go back and explain? A look of surprise appeared in Mrs. Gao's eyes. So, for what happened tonight, the two businessmen had another purpose. Instead, it was us two gangsters who really wanted to make money. I'm a businessman too. Jin Bin glanced at her coldly. I might as well tell you, if tonight's matter is decided to draw an appointment for the mayor's seat, it will be one of my things. So you also have another purpose. Madame Gao looked at him without showing any sign of weakness. Unfortunately, that Lynn has no intention of cooperating at all. Your mayor dream, shattered. Being ridiculed like this, Jin Bin was not even angry. Everyone is the same, isn't it? He said indifferently. Hand and the association have been operating in the Foot Basin country for so many years, and they have long been indistinguishable from the officials, right? Didn't you get involved in this matter after receiving orders from headquarters? Mrs. Gao raised her eyebrows, and a cold breath came out from her body. But soon dispersed. It's meaningless to say this now. She laughed again abruptly, like a poisonous snake that has been dormant for hundreds of years. The next thing needs our sincere cooperation. If we don't cause trouble for the Second World, that Lin may really think, we were just scaring him. Definitely. Jin Bing also smiled. Many times, some small tricks that are not on the table can often achieve unexpected results. Madame Gao nodded, stood up and prepared to leave the pile. She looked like she was dying, but her actions were not affected in the slightest. The moment he opened the door, Jin Bin's reminder came from his ear, if mutant takes revenge, remember to leave evidence. Mrs. Gao responded without stopping. But unfortunately, she didn't take this step. So, there is someone behind you. On the sofa where Lin sat just now, a familiar figure seemed to appear out of thin air, and he applauded softly, that is to say, cooperation is only one of them. If you can't do it, then stimulate mutant to take revenge, and then leave evidence to destroy mutant's image. Bang! The door opened by Mrs. Gao is closed again. A strong wind hit her, causing her wrinkled face to tremble violently. At the same time, Jin Bing's pupils shrank suddenly, his body turned around suddenly, and he assumed a guard, Xia, posture. You, unexpectedly. Madame Gao immediately turned her head, looked at Lynn on the sofa, her face was gloomy. When will you? When did you sneak in? Lynn's spiritual power enveloped the audience, seeing all the changes in her expression, and said with a smile, I have never left, so I heard all of your conversation just now. Seeing the change in Jin Bing's expression, he couldn't help sighing softly. You guys clearly know that you are facing a mutant, but why do you think it's better to ambush the gunman in the dark, install infrared equipment in the room, and add some traps? Can you guarantee your own safety? He made no secret of his banter. But Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao were speechless. Ka! Jin Bing clenched his fists tightly, making the sound of joints rubbing against each other. Obviously knowing that it is useless to talk too much, we are ready to fight. On the other side, Mrs. Gao's eyes flashed, and she was also about to activate her own ability. Lynn has no desire to fight them at all. To be honest, Kate told me during the meal before that under the current situation, human officials dare not blatantly attack mutant, but they will definitely not let the second world develop unscrupulously. He acted as if no one was there, and said with a trace of surprise in his eyes, I am very aware of this, but I didn't expect that their method would be through you. The people behind you really want to make money. If the cooperation fails, the group wants to turn against each other. This question was naturally asked of Jin Bing. When Jin Bing heard the words, he seemed to feel that his attitude was a bit strange. After thinking about it, he replied, definitely for making money, Mr. Lin, with your wisdom, it should be easy to understand. Not monolithic. Understood. Lin understood, and continued to ask, then, can you please Mr. Faith to tell me the names of those who want to cooperate with the second world to make money? Since you want money, why do you have to be so sneaky? You can come to me directly. Kim does definitely not utter a single name. He wants to run for mayor, and he can't do without the help of any one of them. For those people, participating in the Oasis project to make money through a white glove, and accepting bribes from mutant above board are two completely different things. Therefore, as long as one of these names is leaked from Jin Bing's mouth, his end will be miserable. Jin Bing is a person who is extremely passionate about money and power, and has great enthusiasm for politics, so until the last moment, he will never give up his political dreams, and naturally he will not give up the background contacts that have been in business for many years. Lin saw it. I couldn't help but pouted. Profit touches people's hearts, power charms their eyes. It seems that those super abilities you met before were so gentle that they gave you the illusion of you're good at it. He sighed with emotion, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly turned blood red. Boom! Jin Bin only heard a loud roar, and the ground under his feet collapsed instantly, and the marble, masonry, and soil all disappeared without a trace in an instant, leaving only a dark abyss. The unsupported body fell on the spot. The same goes for Mrs. Gao on the other side. Whether it is the original super ability or the chi learned from Kunlun, there is no room for development at all. The abyss seems endless, and it will never fall to the bottom. Time seemed to lose its meaning at this moment, and an unprecedented panic surged in my heart. At this moment, Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao finally realized that Lin was different from all other mutants. At the end, they are not qualified to fight back at all. You guys, have you ever heard of sweeping black and evil? A voice like a devil's crooning sounded directly from the depths of the soul. To eradicate evil and evil, it is natural to cut grass and roots. 6-Ring Magic Soul Domination. Chapter 90. The night is getting darker, and the moon is in the sky. Most of the people in Twisting City have fallen asleep. However, for those gangsters, now is obviously a lively time: smuggling, drug trafficking, robbery, murder. Countless lively things are happening in every corner. As the overlord of the underground world, Lao Dan is different from all gang leaders. This is a 30-story high-end office building. Obviously, Jin Bin, who is passionate about politics, hopes to separate himself from the evils of the underground world. He is still the underworld overlord who does all kinds of evil, but in the daytime, he is a successful businessman. Under the cover of the night, a figure swayed between the buildings and successfully landed on the top floor of the building. Tonight is the time to put the experience accumulated in dealing with criminal forces in the world of Oasis into action. A slightly excited voice came from under Gwen Spider's hood. As a newly promoted superhero, she has quite strong strength, but she is only a college student after all, and her experience in dealing with criminals is seriously lacking, so that for a long time before, she always stopped some criminal acts belatedly. I even suffered a lot of losses in the middle. But it's different now. Through brushing copies of Oasis again and again, she gradually realized 10 truths in the process of dealing with gangsters countless times. It is meaningless to always entangle with some small people. To fight crime, take the initiative. Only by solving the leader of the criminal group and obtaining decisive evidence can the entire group be dismantled in one fell swoop. So she is here today. In the building under your feet is the headquarters of Jin Bing Group. It seems that they are all legitimate businesses on the surface, but in fact, there must be hidden secrets that no one knows. Call. Gwen took a breath slowly, and cheered herself softly, "Be careful, don't disturb anyone, I can." As she spoke, she was about to take action when she suddenly had a shock. In danger. Reminded by spider telepathy, she quickly looked in the direction of the source of the crisis, and saw not far from the front right, a ray of light suddenly appeared, walking out of it like a door. Gwen and the other party were stunned at the same time. Obviously they didn't expect to meet other people here. Looking at each other, 2 exclamations sounded at the same time. Phoenix. Spider-Man. For the recently famous X-Men, Gwen naturally knew it, so she recognized it immediately, and it was Phoenix Jean Grey who made the voice. And Spider-Man has also been on TV, so Phoenix also recognized it. There was a strange look in his eyes. "You are also here to deal with Jin Bing. And also..." Gwen keenly caught the point. Phoenix pondered for a while, exchanged eyes with several other people, then looked at Gwen again, and said tentatively, "How about, together?" "What?" Gwen looked bewildered and nodded subconsciously. Phoenix didn't talk nonsense, first raised his hand and threw out 4 metal discs emitting a faint light. Adsorbent was at the 4 corners of the building, and then his left hand protruded. The locked door on the roof opened with a bang. Gwen was taken aback. "We want to collect evidence of Jin Bin's crime, so don't make too much noise. Don't worry, from now on, nothing that happened in this building will be spread." A strange look appeared on Phoenix's face. He shook his head and laughed. "Besides, we are not here to collect evidence. As X-Men, we are definitely here to arrest people." After the voice fell, she had already passed through the door first. Several others followed. Arrests. Under the spider hood, Gwen's expression was full of shock and astonishment, but she still followed. Soon, she knew that she was shocked too early. These 5 people. It's really here to attack Jin and headquarters. They actually sat in the elevator in their spare time and went down day by day. First of all, the top floor, here is Jin Bing's office, which is obviously the most likely place to hide confidential information, but Phoenix and the others didn't stop at all. Because there is no one here. When they got to the next floor, they met a group of elites from Jinhee Group and asked, "Who?" "I come." Before Phoenix could move, an excited voice sounded behind her. Gwen felt a gust of wind blowing by her side, and the burly men who appeared in sight all lay on the ground and moaned. Then, doors opened one after another, and exclamations sounded from inside. Cursing, you and how? These sounds were like war horns, and soon rang through the entire building. Call. Another gust of wind blew by. Gwen narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw the figure that disappeared just now reappeared behind Phoenix. The other party was dressed in a black leather jacket, tall and slender, with stern eyes. Seemingly aware of Gwen's gaze, the other party smiled coldly. Callisto, you can also call me Nightmare. Moving at supersonic speed. Gwen's heart skipped a beat, and she vaguely sensed the other party's super ability. Callisto, you are moving too fast, and you are causing me trouble. Polaris Lorna Dane with short green hair said something displeased. She took out a pair of glasses from her arms and put them on. Alice, scan the bidders. Clear. A female voice came out of the glasses. Gwen was amazed that Luna had already stepped out of the crowd. Her eyes flicked over the thugs lying on the ground and howling, and every time she paused for a while, the ubiquitous metal products in the room suddenly twisted and turned into handcuffs one by one, restraining the target. Then, he flicked his hands at will, and dozens of locked targets were destroyed. Blinking Clarice stood up, and with a flick of her hands, small portals appeared below the target. The sound of bang and bang was endless, and dozens of targets disappeared. Gwen could see clearly that behind each of the transmissions was clearly the rooftop that everyone had just met. These people are... She opened her mouth involuntarily. All the people above the middle level in the Jinhee group are murderers, arsonists, drug dealers, and smugglers with bloody hands. Behind Phoenix, Shadowcat, who took pictures of this scene with his mobile phone, explained to her casually, these scumbags can only spend the rest of their lives in prison. Gwen trembled. Not shocked by the means of these female mutants. But looking at this posture, they seem to know Jinjing's criminal group very well, and they seem to have countless evidences, and they seem to want to wipe out Jinjing group. This guess was soon confirmed. Next level. Next level. The next level. Phoenix sits in the center, Polaris and Nightmare take action, Blink is responsible for sending the arrested people to the rooftop, and Shadowcat is responsible for filming the material of the arrest operation. Ask for flowers. In just half an hour, they actually killed the entire building from top to bottom. During this process, none of the thugs could stand still, either their legs were broken by the quick impact kick of the Night Walker, or the bullets controlled by Polaris shot through their knees. As if they were in their own home, they easily found the hidden elevator on the next floor and came to the hidden underground base. Obviously, this is Jinbin's real lair. And that's their real goal. Da-da-da-da-da. As soon as the elevator door opened, countless bullets poured in. With Gwen's perception, he heard strange tearing air sounds amidst the whistling bullets. Finally, it's not just some miscellaneous fish. The night girl rushed out happily. At the same time, Phoenix's gaze had already passed over a kind of thug who was shooting, and locked onto the figures behind them. Bullseye, Prowler, Cyborg, Mutant. Lynn is really right. Kim hired a lot of mutants to work for him. Who is Lynn? This idea just popped up in Gwen's mind. Phoenix and Polaris have been shot at the same time. On the other side, Hand and Will New York base outside. The night wind was blowing, and it was full of chills. Daredevil Matt Murdock held his guide stick and said with a confused look, "You really don't want to help? Let me be a blind man and go to Longton Tigerwood alone? Madame Gao isn't here, it's just a bunch of scumbags inside." Wolverine held a cigar in her mouth, and lit the fire by herself. "You have been fighting with them for so long, and you know each other so well, and it's a surprise attack again, can't you handle it?" Daredevil was speechless. "I don't have the self-healing ability like you, and you haven't dealt with those ninjas from the Hand and meeting." He talked for a long time, but didn't get any response from Wolverine, so he couldn't help but sigh deeply. "I don't have any preparations. Actually, I'm not ready either." Wolverine puffed out the smoke ring, stopped joking, and said seriously, "Matt, you are just an adjunct professor at the new Xavier's school, this action has nothing to do with you, Lynn is just out of respect, let me tell you, actually, you don't have to participate at all. Daredevil fell silent. He definitely can't wait outside. After so many years in Hell's Kitchen, he was determined to fight crime. His biggest opponents were hands and clubs, and the hatred between them had already penetrated deep into his bones. The matter of destroying hands and meetings. How could he not participate? During the recent period, he has a very clear understanding of the strength of Xavier's school, so he is very clear that if he does not come tonight, he will have no chance to deal with opponents and meetings in the future. So what I just said was just a joke, to ease my nervousness. The sworn enemy who has fought for many years will disappear forever after today. He was inevitably in a trance, and thought he was dreaming. Give me half an hour. Matt Murdock took a deep breath, and although his eyes were dull, a blazing radiance burst out, we will never delay your hand and meeting headquarters. Okay. Wolverine patted him on the shoulder, nodding solemnly. Behind him, Poppy Iceman, Colossus, and Sunspot stood solemnly. In the eyes, the color of excitement flickers wildly. I have been dormant for many days, but I never thought that the first battle would kill Shang Shao and the headquarters in the Foot Basin country. They can't wait to be with. Chapter 91. It's still the same room, and the same three people. Lynn leans back on the sofa. Jin Bing and Mrs. Gao seem to have just been fished out of the water, lying on the ground sweating profusely, and the look of horror on their faces has not faded until now. You devil! Jin Bing's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear. He can become the overlord of the underworld with a twisted contract. He has experienced many dangers and killings, but there has never been a moment when he was more terrified like just now. In fact, his body was not harmed in any way. But his soul dominated. Like a person locked in a small dark room, looking at an identical self outside, standing in front of Lynn like a puppet, no matter what the other party asks, he will always ask. Who are the people under his command, how many dens are there in total, what sites and channels are in his hands? Who is responsible for drug trafficking and who is responsible for killing? Where is the wealth accumulated over the years hidden, how is it dispersed, and how is it laundered? This time coercion and temptation to get involved in the business of Oasis, who is behind the 887 intention? Everything. All his secrets were spoken out by himself. That feeling was 100 times, 1,000 times more uncomfortable than stripping him naked and putting him on the street, being pointed at by everyone. At that moment, he even felt that as long as Lynn said something, he would raise his hands and slap his head to pieces. Jin Bing finally understands, the superheroes you met in the past are all too gentle. What does it mean? The man in front of me. Worse than the demons in hell. Because he didn't take his own life, but waved his hand, and several light curtains appeared on the wall, replaying the process of the phoenix and the others sweeping his lair. He actually let himself watch his underworld empire collapse overnight. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for giving Mutant a chance to gain reputation. Lynn looked calm, and didn't care about Jin Bing's cursing, the biggest gang in the contract. Have you tortured many people these years? When they see the news, will they worship Jean? Teams of X-Men appeared in the light curtains on the wall. The team headed by Storm is composed of 6 students who are about to graduate, including Pyroman John and Bishop. The members of the Cyclops team are Nightcrawler and 5 adult freshmen. One is Thunderbird, which has super strength, speed and defense, and strong perception, which is equivalent to the collection of acute eyes and acute ears. One is that beautiful dreams can manipulate people's memories. In addition, there are 3 Cuckoo sisters, all of whom have rare telepathy ability, and they can be used in combination, which has great potential. With the cooperation of several people's respective abilities, Jin Bing's second largest base in New York was breached without any suspense, and soon suffered a devastating blow. On the other side, Siren also brought a team, the members were Multiple Man, Arclight, and Juggernaut. Both are powerful mutants that have appeared in the movie. Gambit also became the captain of a team of X-Men, with 6 members including Angel, Eclipse, manipulating light, Impulse, releasing pulse waves, and Reva, emitting high-frequency ultrasonic waves from the mouth. Of all the X-Men teams, Mystique's team was the easiest. Relying on her completely flawless transformation ability, she broke into the base easily by herself, and then broke out again in just 10 minutes. "Teacher, we can't get exercise like you." Several of her team members looked at each other in blank dismay, helpless. Looking at these scenes, Jin didn't understand that Lynn actually regarded the underworld empire that destroyed him as the training ground for new members of the X-Men. This made him extremely desperate, but at the same time extremely angry. He didn't know where the strength came from, so he suddenly sat up straight and stared at Lynn. "The X-Men's law enforcement power is only for mutant, you are so unscrupulous, and you kill people openly, you are not afraid of violence. What are you afraid of?" Lynn glanced at him lightly. "X-Men is law enforcement, some criminals resisted arrest and were killed on the way, what's the problem?" The expression on Jin Bing's face suddenly froze. "You still don't understand." Lynn sighed softly. "After the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau, X-Men has the power to enforce the law for any criminal activities involving mutant. Your Bullseye and Prowlers. None of them are mutants." Jin Bin turned pale, but subconsciously shouted, "The mutants you found in the building have nothing to do with me." "You said it wasn't it." There was a sneer at the corner of Lynn's mouth. "Okay, even if they are not, even if your subordinates really don't have a single mutant. What about you?" Jin was stunned. "I have even the slightest relationship with mutant? You are a man with more than 90% of the muscles in your body. You can punch through a wall with a single punch." Lynn stood up and looked at him condescendingly, facing the ironclad facts. "You told me that you are just an ordinary person? If you tell me that, who will believe it? I was training." Jin didn't speak half, and the whole person couldn't restrain his trembling. He finally understood what Lynn meant. It is true that the Mutant Affairs Bureau only has law enforcement powers against mutants, but because of this, as long as the X-Men recognizes you as a mutant, you are a mutant. Not two. It turns out that this is the real reason why you seek to establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau. For a while, Jin Bing only felt that he had discovered a terrible truth, but when he thought about it carefully, there was nothing unusual. Politicians and conspirators among human beings have long used this method to death. Perhaps because of this, those people didn't even realize that, in theory, the Mutant Affairs Bureau can intervene in any official affairs unscrupulously through this method. Wrong. Jin Bing said tremblingly, "Is it a mutant? It depends on whether there is an X gene in the body. So, you people have never really understood mutant." Lynn looked at him with pity. 90% of the people in the world have the X gene in their bodies, and mutant just activates this gene. Jin Bing collapsed on the ground again, completely speechless. An extremely intense regret welled up in my heart. Number 2. Why do you want to provoke this person? It was obviously just a simple temptation, but it brought disaster upon myself. The underworld empire established after decades of struggle has become a stepping stone for mutant to improve his prestige. To tell you the truth, tomorrow morning, you will show up at the gate of the NYPD. Together with your subordinates, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Lynn has always been above board in doing things, and she actually confessed her plan frankly. At the same time, the evidence of your crimes over the years, the names of those who instructed you to get involved in Oasis, and the ulterior motives between you and the transaction, will be handed over to them together. Jin looked at him in disbelief. Those people behind me, you shouldn't. I'm supposed to find them, send them money, and make them mutants' official internal allies, right? Lynn smiled and shook her head. As if talking to himself, he murmured softly, if Mutant wants to give it, they can definitely take it, but if I don't give it to them, they can't take it, this is the rule. Jin Bing looked at Lin blankly as if struck by lightning. In a daze, 4.8 he actually felt that the young mutant in front of him was more like a gangster overlord than himself, a gangster overlord whose strength was 100 times stronger than himself, and his methods were 100 times more ruthless than himself. Ha ha ha, you didn't kill us. Mrs. Gao, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly burst into laughter at this moment. It seems that we are not wrong. If Mutant wants to integrate into the rules, he must also be bound by the rules. You actually want to hand us over to NYPD? Ha 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 ha. The way she looked at Lin was filled with viciousness and hatred as thick as substance. Obviously already crazy. Don't worry, you're all going to die, this is a deterrent to those with ulterior motives. Lin looked at this old woman who had lived for hundreds of years, with a look of disgust in her eyes. It's just that before you die, you need to bring out the last bit of value. In addition, he knelt down slowly, and said to Mrs. Gao word by word, I am very glad that the headquarters of your hand and society are in the Foot Basin country, because of this. I don't have any psychological burden for this meteorite storm. Chapter 92. Big Event. The Mutant Affairs Bureau launched a thunderous anti-crime operation, and the X-Men wiped out about 112 gang dens overnight. The underworld empire collapsed overnight. A generation of hero Jin Bin. A businessman who focuses on charity? A politician running for the mayor? Or the leader of a criminal group who hides deep? Crazy crazy. X-Men caught too many criminals. NYPD says prisons are not enough. A breath of safety. The only day since the founding of New York City without gunfire and crime. The latest report from the front, X-Men handed over all the evidence in this case to Catherine Berget of the 17th Bureau. Before that, she became famous for cracking the assassination of the president. The reporter boldly predicted that after this case, she will become a strong contender for the director of the NYPD. The FBI commissioner rushed to the scene and reprimanded the X-Men for violating the law. Great gifts and special crabs. It wasn't just the Jinhee criminal group that was destroyed last night, a drug trafficking group called Shaohui was also uprooted, and the leader was sent directly to the NYPD. It is said that this organization does not do human trafficking business. There are rumors that the place where a meteorite fell from the sky in the Foot Basin country last night and caused a large number of casualties is the headquarters of the Hand and Society. It is rumored that this is an angry mutant who took revenge on this organization, but so far, no mutant has indicated that it is related to this matter. On the contrary, there are more than one terrorist organization, declaring responsibility for this. The next morning, the people in Twisted City had just woken up from their sleep when they were stunned by the ubiquitous news on the internet and on TV. What's the situation? No gunshots and crimes in the twisting party. Almost everyone's first reaction was to sneer. Living in such a city, who hasn't figured it out yet? How much glitz, mania, crime, and madness are hidden in the bustling surface of feasting and debauchery? Isn't this the normal state of 28 in New York City every day? Someday there is no crime news, but it will make people not get used to it. So, in just one night, the dating gang was wiped out in one go? Dreaming is not so outrageous, okay? This kind of thinking is almost a consensus among the people, but this time, after all, Mutant was involved, so most of them paid attention to it, and then came to X Daily under the guidance of a series of news. I don't know when, the Mutant channel has updated another video. It turned out to be the scene of destroying 112 dens of the Jinhee group. Under Alice's editing, there are no bloody scenes of murder in the video, and the audience can only see that the X-Men are divided into 6 teams, shuttling between cities, and attacking criminal dens tirelessly. In almost every den, at least a dozen or as many as dozens of middle and high-level members of the gang were arrested. Then, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, they gathered at the gate of NYPD. Great Crab Special. 6 X-Men squads destroyed 112 criminal dens in one night. On average, a team can handle 18 or 9 of them. How long is it all in one night? What kind of efficiency is this? If people from NYPD and FBI have this kind of efficiency, how can there be so many criminals doing all kinds of crimes? It's no wonder that the air around today's appointment is so sweet and sweet. The other criminals must have been shocked and didn't dare to come out at all, right? The official establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau is simply the wisest decision ever. X-Men, cool. A new round of internet frenzy was set off, and the citizens of the Twisted Date celebrated with each other, while people in other places expressed unparalleled envy and jealousy. Who lives in a city without gangsters and crime these days? If the city I live in can also fight against gangsters so efficiently, this thing definitely cannot disappear forever. But come to think of it, life in the future will be much safer than before? After this kind of speech appeared on the internet, it quickly won the support of countless people. As a result, more and more people collectively petitioned, hoping that the local government would cooperate with the X-Men to launch a thunderous campaign against gangsters and evil in their own city. From this moment on, the reputation of X-Men really spread throughout the entire continent. And the newly established Mutant Affairs Bureau has become known to everyone. This time, no one mentioned the mutant threat theory. The direction of the wind has completely reversed before you know it. You are exceeding your authority. In the conference room of the 17th Bureau of the NYPD, a large number of high-ranking officials gathered together, including the director of the General Bureau, the head of the FBI's contracting branch, and the commissioner of the mayor's office. Everyone's face was full of anger. Among them, even a state congressman. The authority of the Mutant Affairs Bureau is only for mutants, ordinary people's cases are not up to you. The head of the general administration was extremely upset. Last time, the X-Men wanted to solve the assassination case of the president, so they solemnly went to the general administration to ask him to send a detective to assist, which was regarded as a greeting. This time, it was fine to just arrest people, but they were sent to the 17th game. Obviously to give credit to Catherine Bergert. She's just a little superintendent. When is it her turn to call the shots at the NYPD? Thoughts flickered in his mind. The director stared at White Queen with burning eyes, knocked on the table and said, "Ms. Frost, there are some things that everyone knows well. To put it bluntly, even if Twist City is captured by gangsters, it will not be their turn. Come to your Mutant Affairs Bureau to intervene. What are you doing now?" The White Queen leaned back on the chair leisurely. If in the past, someone dared to speak to her like this, she would have transformed into a diamond form and kicked the opponent away. But since being with Lynn, she has also learned to reason. And she discovered that the matter of being reasonable. It's kind of fun. Director Sellas, you also said that we have the right to deal with all crimes related to mutant, didn't we? With a smile on her lips, she turned on the computer and projected images one by one. Aren't these people mutant? What's the problem if we take action? There are a lot of pictures, and some of them are indeed mutants. When the Phoenix team took action, they carried out a less violent resistance. In addition, there is also a bullseye training video. I saw him pick up the pens, cups, stones, and even a needle around him, throwing them out again and again, and every time he hit the target of the high-speed movement. In addition, there is a video of Jinbin and his men punching. The terrifying tonnage and terrifying power made the ordinary people present shudder with fear. Gold is not a mutant. The special commissioner from the mayor's office was just about to speak. White Queen interrupted, "Mr. Sanders knows him well. Or is there anyone among the ordinary people you know who has the same power as him?" Commissioner Sanders immediately shut up. Even if Jin is not a mutant, you can only target him alone. The person in charge of the FBI's contract division said coldly, "If I'm not mistaken, apart from the headquarters of the Jinhee group, the other 111 criminal dens you destroyed were all ordinary thugs and gangsters molecular. They are all ordinary people, but you have used super abilities on them, and even killed dozens of people. Among the hundreds of people captured, all of them were seriously injured. It's a crime. Regarding his accusation, White Queen just replied lightly. Mr. Smith, do you have any misunderstanding about the power of law enforcement? There was a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. If I remember correctly, when NYPD agents are operating, if they encounter guns and resist arrest, they have the right to kill them on the spot? You can only watch if you resist arrest. You. Smith's face was as gloomy as water. As the person in charge of the FBI's contract-twisting branch, he would definitely not be an idiot, so at this moment, like Jin Bin, he thought of the real purpose of the establishment of the Mutant Bureau. And he definitely knew that the reason why the White House agreed to establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau was just a means to ease public opinion. The purpose is to buy more time to prepare for dealing with mutant. But regardless of the truth, the Mutant Bureau has finally been established. Law enforcement powers are officially recognized. FK. In his heart, he secretly cursed the idiots above who were eating vegetarian food, and on the surface he could only try his best to maintain calm. Even so, you have arrested all the middle and high-level members of the Jinbing group, and even found the criminal evidence of each of them. Why, Song has such a little money. Don't tell me that Jinbing group controls more than half of the drug trafficking and smuggling transactions. After more than 10 years of accumulation, there is only such a small profit. He picked up a piece of material in front of him and slammed it heavily on the table. Since the Mutant Affairs Bureau is an official and legal institution, will the first action be full of private pockets? When the word spread, all the high-ranking officials in the conference room became serious. To put it bluntly, X-Men's action has been settled, and Jinhee Group has become history, which is an unchangeable fact. That being the case, reprimanding the Mutant Affairs Bureau for exceeding its authority and enforcing the law is nothing more than a means. What the officials must never give up is Jinbing's financial empire. Mr. Smith, what are you talking about? The White Queen looked at him in surprise. In this operation, all the stolen money found in the 112 dens was handed over to the NYPD. How dare you say that the X-Men have enriched themselves of? What? The other party laughed back angrily. More than 300 million in cash is really a lot of money, and it can probably be used for normal transactions, right? What about Jinbing's offshore account? And other funds he hides? How would I know this? White Queen looked foolish. You just said that our action was only aimed at the mutants, and we just destroyed the Jinbing group's hideout. Now that Jinbing and those mutants have been arrested, our operation is over. If you want to know how much money he hid, go and try it yourself. What does this have to do with us? God is sorry, she didn't mean to ridicule or show off at all. But when Smith and others heard this, they were all furious, and they only felt the humiliation they had never experienced before. Kim En said he forgot. We even used Verita serum on him to make sure he wasn't lying but simply forgot. God knows what kind of expression he had on his face when he said these words. Anyway, his voice was like thunder, shaking the entire office, and that Mrs. Gao, she even confessed all the crimes committed by Hand and Hui in New York, but she also forgot all about money. This can't be a coincidence. P.S. The FBI is. There is Verita serum, used in Ant-Man 2. Maybe they were hit so hard that they developed psychological problems. The White Queen completely ignored his snarl, without even moving an eyebrow. You should get them a psychiatrist instead of asking me, shouldn't you? As she spoke, she clapped her hands and stood up. Well, the Mutant Affairs Bureau has not left any of the people and evidence that should be handed over to NYPD, so the next thing has nothing to do with us. Ignoring the pair of fire-breathing eyes, she walked out with her bag in her hand. I still have to go to the White House to submit a report on combining with the police in various cities to launch an anti-crime operation. Proposal, oh God, That's such a long name. The faces of everyone in the conference room changed drastically. You have no power. Before finishing speaking, White Queen suddenly turned her head. Senhan's gaze seemed to whip up a gust of cold wind, blowing on everyone's faces. Everyone's breathing was slightly condensed. The Mutant Affairs Bureau is not just an official agency for breaking contracts. White Queen's patience was exhausted, and her words were not so polite. The FBI can set up branches in every state and city. We are just launching an anti-crime operation. Why not? The cold voice went straight to the bottom of my heart. Everyone was sweating coldly. They definitely know that the Mutant Bureau is directly under the White House and is at the same level as the FBI and CIA, but before that, no one took this department seriously. It wasn't until this moment that they finally understood. The Mutant Bureau is not a decoration. Its strength has been undisguised from the beginning. Chapter 93. The sudden end of the Jinhee Group and the Hand Peace Conference seems to have opened the prelude to a new era. The Mutant Affairs Bureau complied with public opinion and launched a joint anti-crime and anti-evil operation with the police in various states and cities, and took vigorous action. The White House actually adopted a tacit attitude towards this. Countless people dropped their jaws in shock. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for the X-Men to gain fame. If this continues, it may not be long before Mutant can completely change his image, from a freak that everyone fears, to a human being. A hero that people admire. What do the officials think? Are you really ready to live in peace with Mutant? Or, are you waiting for an opportunity? The answer to this question, the vast majority of ordinary people don't care about it at all, but for some people, it is like a sword of Damocles hanging above their heads, making them sleep restlessly. Norman Osborn and Victor Doom are two of them. What's the matter? Jinbing and Mrs. Gao, in the first half of the night, they threatened and lured us to get involved in the business of the Second World, and they were sent to NYPD in the second half of the night. Even Jinbing's underworld empire also collapsed, and the headquarters of the Hand and Society also perished. I'm not dreaming, am I? When the two received the news, they subconsciously thought that they hadn't woken up yet and were in a terrible nightmare. But soon, they accepted the reality. 4 people jointly seek the agency rights of Oasis. The next day it was just the 2 of them. If this has nothing to do with Lynn, they wouldn't believe it even if they were killed. Therefore, the 2 of them spent the whole day in panic and fear, feeling that they would soon follow in the footsteps of Jinbing and Mrs. Gao. However, to their great surprise, nothing happened. Lynn seemed to have forgotten their existence, and had no intention of attacking them at all, or, didn't take them seriously at all. For a moment, in addition to being terrified, the 2 also had a kind of anger after being ignored. This kind of anger, after spending money to dredge up and meet with Mrs. Jinbing and Mrs. Gao, turned into despair again. Jinbing and Mrs. Gao don't know them at all. This matter is not over yet. That Lynn will never let me go. The 2 shivered and understood this almost at the same time. Never sit still. Norman Osborn is worthy of being a big self-made capitalist. A look of madness soon appeared in his eyes. The human body's strengthening potion is far from mature, but I have no time. At the same time, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in Victor Doom's mind. Hope your machine is built, read. What Norman Osborn and Victor Doom didn't know was that Lynn, whom they were thinking of, also thought of the 2 of them in a flash. If Green Goblin and Dr. Doom are alive, will this world be more exciting? With a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he quietly looked at the Asian man opposite him. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry I didn't hear what you said just now, can I trouble you to say it again? Mr. Lin, someone saw you near the site where the meteorite fell from the sky in the Foot Basin country. The FBI suspects that you are related to this incident. FBI high-level agent James Wu looked serious, with a business-like attitude. Does Mr. Lin need to explain this matter? Slander. Lin said without any hesitation, this is blatant slander. I was with Judge Kate Mara of the federal court that night. How could I appear in the footbath country thousands of miles away? I know very well, Mr. Lynn, you are a mutant. James Wu said coldly, mutants' super abilities are all kinds of strange things. 6 teams of X-Men can destroy 112 dens of the Jinhe group overnight. It seems that there is no need to rush. Mr. Lin must have a way. Arriving in another country in a short period of time. The FBI doesn't need any evidence to handle the case now, it's all based on guesswork. Lin looked at him with interest. Or do you think that mutants' super ability is so powerful that it can control meteorites to fall from the sky? Other mutants may not be able to do it, but Mr. Lin you, not necessarily. James Wu's tone became heavier, and he suddenly leaned forward, covering Lin with oppressive eyes. Mr. Lin, as the president of Second World Company, is not only a mutant, but also possesses an epoch-making technology like Oasis. Some politicians in the government wanted to use Jinbing to participate in the business of Oasis. That night, Jinbing's underworld empire completely collapsed. The Mutant Bureau even dispatched new X-Men for this, a whole 6 teams. Only these, I have reason to doubt, Mr. Lin, your position in the mutant group is not simple. So, I contacted S.H.I.E.L.D through some relationships, and I found out that Mr. Lin's information was marked as confidential within S.H.I.E.L.D, and the confidentiality level was not higher than that of Professor X and Magneto. Lin was a little surprised. As the FBI, you are actually connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. In my impression, the Asian agent in front of me was able to be responsible for detaining Ant-Man later, and also participated in the Scarlet Witch blockade of the town. He is obviously an elite agent in the FBI. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Lin understood, S.H.I.E.L.D also needs talents, and they want to invite you, an elite agent of the FBI. James Wu did not answer his question. Instead, he said to himself, from this, I also thought that recently, mutants' behavior style has changed drastically. It no longer fights independently like before. Instead, it seems that there is a unified leader. Be purposeful, and get huge amounts of benefits every time. The new Xavier's school opens enrollment, the Mutant Affairs Bureau was established, and this vigorous anti-crime operation. In a short period of time, the image of mutant has changed greatly. So I'm going to make a wild guess. He stared at Lin closely, and said word by word, Professor X and Magneto no longer lead the mutant group, Mr. Lin, you, are their leader now. Clap clap. Lin applauded without hesitation. A wonderful reasoning must have cost a lot of brain cells. He teased and said with a smile, then, is the FBI going to arrest me based on this reasoning? You don't even deny it. James Wu was a little surprised, it seemed that Lin's attitude was beyond his expectation. Why deny it? Lin smiled, he never hid in front of Nick Fury, let alone an FBI agent, as the leader of Mutant, is it something shameful? James Wu was silent for a while, then suddenly sighed heavily, these are just my own guesses. Not only do I not have any evidence, I didn't even tell my boss. Oh. Lin seemed a little surprised, why? Should this be considered dereliction of duty? Or do you not reject mutant? As an agent, I have experienced some supernatural events, and I know that there are too many unexplainable secrets in this world, which are completely different from ordinary people's imagination. James Wu shook his head, so, for mutants with super abilities, on the one hand, I am a little afraid, but on the other hand, I am very envious. The sharpness in his gaze disappeared, replaced by a look of sincerity. If mutants' super ability is not used to provoke wars, but to protect the people, and even benefit the world, for ordinary people like me say, isn't it a good thing? Lin didn't speak. I can clearly feel that times have changed. As James Wu said, he took out an Oasis bracelet from his pocket. He is a member of this Pioneer Experience program. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Hulk, Abomination, X-Men, Thor, Batman, Superman, and General Zod. People with super strength appear one after another, and alien civilizations gradually appear on the Earth. The world is undergoing earth-shaking changes. Variety. Rubbing the bracelet, his eyes became complicated, and when I was in the world of Oasis, I personally experienced the feeling of having a super ability, that kind of reality, that kind of carefreeness. It made me believe in this even more. Super technology and super ability will gradually become the mainstream of the human world. Crimes in the future will become more and more terrifying. And for ordinary people like me, it is undoubtedly extremely difficult to survive in such a terrible world and to survive better. Hear. Lynn already understood what he meant, so, you came to me today. I want to work with Mutant. James Wu took a deep breath, and his words were sonorous. Inspector Catherine of NYPD can become Mutant's partner. She has repeatedly solved major cases in a short period of time, and has even become a popular candidate for the next director. Judge Kate of the federal court can follow Mutant cooperates. The prestige is getting higher day by day, the future is limitless. Me. FBI high-level agent James Wu. Why not? Although I am Asian, it is more and more difficult to get promoted step by step in the FBI, but why can't I dream that one day I can sit in the director's seat? At this moment, his face was full of undisguised ambition. Apparently, this high-level agent of the FBI, after experiencing many things, vaguely saw a little bit of the truth of the world, and understood the rise of Mutant even more. Already unstoppable. He wants to get on this bus. Same with Catherine and Kate. The difference is that Catherine and Kate are Lynn's people from the beginning, so strictly speaking, this is the first time since Lynn started a series of projects, ordinary people who are attracted by the future of Mutant. And he dared to propose cooperation, definitely because of his identity. Catherine is in the police force, Kate is in the courthouse, and Maura is in the CIA. These three people who have clearly stood for Mutant are in three extremely important official institutions. This is obviously not a coincidence. That being the case, why can't I, James Wu, be Mutant's spokesperson in the FBI? Mr. Lynn. James Wu's voice trembled slightly, and there was a trace of tension in the depths of his eyes. Lynn looked at him calmly. His deep gaze seemed to penetrate the heart. After a long time, he spoke softly, James, what is your super ability in Oasis? James Wu was taken aback for a moment, and said subconsciously, it's the law. Yeah, magic. The corners of Lynn's mouth showed a faint curve. Have you ever thought about the things you just said? All the clues are on the table, and everyone in the FBI should be able to know, but why only you stringed them together, and then through these appearances, you saw the truth of the world little by little. What? James Wu looked blank, apparently never thinking about this question. Because you are not an ordinary person originally. Lynn got up slowly, walked to him, and patted him on the shoulder. Your magic ability has been activated, so you will become smarter than before, and because of this, you are the only one who can stand in front of me in this ever-flowing sea of people. Haha, get it? James Wu's heart trembled violently. Before he could react, he felt a tremor in the surrounding space, accompanied by a faint ray of light spreading out like a tide. Everything in his sight changed. It turned out that he and Lynn were not communicating in the office at all, but in the bustling street. Surrounded by pedestrians and traffic, it is a bustling scene of hustle and bustle. This. James Wu was stunned. Just about to speak, Lynn's cell phone rang suddenly, and Alice's voice reached her ears. Master, Mr. Stark is calling. Lynn knew what Tony was going to say without answering the phone. Because from his perspective, he could see the roof of the Stark building a few kilometers ahead, and suddenly there was a glaring beam of light that shot straight into the sky, like a sharp sword, piercing straight into the sky. James, you're right about one thing. Lynn patted James Wu's shoulder again, and said with a smile, the times have changed, we will usher in an unparalleled and extraordinary world, and this era belongs to Mutant. Before the words fell, Lynn's figure had disappeared. Only James Wu was left staring at the beam of light in the distance, shocked and confused in his heart like a tidal wave. What does Mr. Lin mean? Did I find him, or did he find me? My magic ability is activated. Number. Magic ability. I have magic ability. Suddenly, his heartbeat accelerated slightly, and his breathing became more and more rapid. He looked down at his palms. I don't know when a mark appeared on it. That is a light. A light that illuminates his soul world. Chapter 94. There was a flash of light. Lynn appears in the Stark building, outside the glass office on the top floor. In sight, the soaring beam of light emitted by the Tesseract, in addition to opening a larger and larger space wormhole in the sky, unexpectedly spread a translucent light curtain downwards, wrapping the entire Stark building. Tony, who was wearing the latest battle suit, was locked inside by this light curtain. The president's office, which Lynn had visited many times, was already dilapidated, and everywhere was scorched black from the pulse cannon bombardment. Obviously, before this, Tony had already fought several rounds with his opponent. But meaningless. His opponent was unharmed. Lynn, your prophecy has come true. As soon as Tony saw Lynn's figure, the steel mask fell down, revealing an anxious and helpless face. Aliens really invaded the Earth. They used the energy from the Stark building to activate the Tesseract, and wanted to open the space wormhole, send an alien star army put in. I've seen it all, Tony. Lynn opened her mouth lightly, her face as usual. Out of confidence in Lynn, Tony breathed a sigh of relief after he arrived. He looked at the light curtain outside the glass, and said with hope in his eyes, "So, you must be able to break this mask, right?" Lynn didn't answer, but looked at his opponent. With a thin figure, a confident smile, and a dress that is completely different from the Earth, he holds a staff inlaid with mind gem in his hand. This is definitely Loki. It seems that you are Mr. Stark's backstage? The strongest magician on Earth. The old god Loki was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of wine in his left hand, and locked his playful eyes on Lynn. As the number one magician in the 9 realms, I am also curious, can you break this? The energy seal formed. Apparently, with both Tony and 800 Hulk being recruited by the new Xavier's school instead of joining the Avengers. Things were very different from the scenario Lynn remembered. He had expected this. Therefore, at this moment, he was not in a hurry, snapped his fingers casually, and a sofa appeared behind him out of thin air, suspended in the subject. Then, under Tony's bewildered gaze, he also sat down with an old god, and communicated with Loki through the mask. I don't dare to be called the strongest magician on Earth. He smiled and shook his head. As for Mr. Loki's title of the number one magician in the 9 realms, it seems that it is not worthy of the name. Otherwise, it is just a blockade of a building. Why use the calendar area of Tesseract? Loki's face froze slightly. Lynn's calmness exceeded his expectations. Thanks to Mr. Lin Yu. As the god of intrigue, Loki likes to watch others being played around with impotent and furious expressions on their faces, which makes him feel a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. So he doesn't like Lynn's calmness very much. If I didn't accidentally hear that mutant made a lot of noise when I came to Earth, I might have failed due to carelessness. Oh. Lynn raised her left hand falsely. I would like to hear more about it. First, I snatched the Tesseract from Shield. Loki seems to enjoy this feeling of victory in sight, and wants to use psychological tactics to attack opponents, so he explained with a smile, humans are really ridiculous creatures. They are obviously weak and pitiful, but they want to master the powerful power of the Tesseract. As a result, but it exposed the location of the Rubik's Cube, allowing me to hit it. The child holds gold to go through the busy market, that's how it is. Lynn nodded. Luo, Che, obviously didn't understand the essence of Dragon Kingdom culture. He was taken aback for a moment before continuing. At that time, I controlled Eric Savig, who was researching Tesseract, and the agent Barton of SHIELD. Originally, I thought this would be enough. These two people, one is used to build the machine and activate the power of Tesseract, and the other is used to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. But what I didn't expect was that when they were chatting with me, they all said that the biggest threat on Earth is not S.H.I.E.L.D, but the mutant from the new Xavier's school. This makes me very curious. So, I investigated about Mutant. New Xavier's school, Mutant Bureau, Second World, X-Men with increasingly large teams. I have to say, Mr. Lynn is very good at it. Loki, who controlled Hawkeye, obviously knew a lot of secrets. When he said this, there was an expression of appreciation on his face. In a short period of time, Mutants' situation has been drastically reversed, and everyone is about to shout. The monster I beat has become a superhero that everyone admires. Lynn said nothing about it. Not even the slightest change in Chengdu. Loki choked, and a trace of anger could not help but appear on his face. In my eyes, the Earth has always been a backward, primitive and remote planet, but I didn't expect you to integrate the power of the mutant, and there seem to be a few people in X-Men, a person whom I fear, so I can't help but be careless, so. Lynn finally had a look of curiosity in his eyes. In his impression, the so-called number one magician in the Nine Realms, the god of tricks, never seemed to have a convincing record. It was not so much trickery as it was a solid background. No matter how many casualties there would be no price to pay, that's all. But that's just a movie after all. The Loki in front of him is the real Loki. Although he is arrogant, conceited, and defiant. But obviously very smart. After discovering that the situation on the Earth was different from what he expected, he decisively changed the established strategy. So, what exactly did he do? At this moment, a solemn look appeared on Tony's face, and his intuition told him that this alien who suddenly descended on the Earth, before using the Tesseract to block the Stark building, absolutely did something terrible. I voluntarily surrender. Loki seemed to notice the change in Lynn's expression, and nodded in satisfaction. S.H.I.E.L.D sent someone to arrest me. I don't have the slightest hesitation, surrender. And then I was locked up in their aircraft carrier. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D is that dark-skinned one-eyed dragon. He formed a so-called Avengers to protect the world. I wanted to see who he found, but I didn't expect. The so-called superhero is just a bunch of rabble. Tony's brow furrowed tightly. This guy seems to be particularly enjoying the current process. He talked for a long time without focusing on it. Lynn didn't care, but asked curiously, who are the Avengers of S.H.I.E.L.D? An old guy who is said to have been frozen for 70 years, a pretty female agent without any super abilities, a steel armor soldier dressed similarly to this guy. Loki glanced at Tony. There's another guy, wearing a weird battle suit, who can suddenly become as small as an ant. Oh, he's so verbose, I can't wait to put him up. There is also a big green guy who is locked in a cage. I see tyranny, madness, and endless desire for destruction in his heart. People from S.H.I.E.L.D seem to want to release him at certain special moments, as a surprise soldier. Definitely, and my cute but annoying big brother. He visibly grits his teeth at the mention of Thor. Tony's expression changed again and again, and he subconsciously looked at Lynn. The big green guy, is it Abomination? Lynn nodded. Captain America, Black Widow, Thor, War Machine, Ant-Man, Abomination, plus Hawkeye controlled by Loki, are obviously the first-generation members of Avengers. Is Nick Fury crazy? Tony roared angrily. Abomination has lost its mind, a monster who only knows destruction. He actually thinks it can be used as a surprise soldier. Normal people definitely would not do such a thing. But Nick Fury? He always seems to feel that he can control everything, and he will never let go of any power that can be used. This is completely in line with his style of doing things. That's right, I thought exactly like you at the time. Looking at Tony's eyes, Loki actually had a sympathetic expression. It would be fine if S.H.I.E.L.D had the power to control that big guy, but according to my observation, if it wasn't for my big brother who also came to Earth, Avengers all of them together may not have enough strength to deal with that big guy. In the case of Nick Fury, he's definitely left behind. It's just that Loki didn't know it. He took a sip of wine and talked softly, human beings are weak but arrogant, it really opened my eyes. Enough. Tony snorted coldly, his eyes flashed coldly, humans are not only S.H.I.E.L.D. Definitely, and you Iron Man. Loki shrugged, the new type of reactor you developed actually has energy far beyond the Earth's technology, so I give you 100% respect. In order to prevent you from getting in the way, I slightly modified the tesseract. The device sealed the entire building. Tony almost couldn't help shouting. Such respect, don't let it go. Pity him for staying at home and transforming the steel battlesuit. Just when the inspiration exploded, he suddenly found out that the crystal has been taken by someone. Hurry up and drive away the foreign enemies. All the weapons can't hurt the opponent. At the time, seeing the pulse cannon go right through Loki's body, he knew it. This guy is a magician too. He hates magicians. Don't get excited, Tony. Lynn's voice came from outside the mask. Mr. Loki hasn't said how he escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D's prison and appeared here again. Tony was about to speak. Loki already smiled wickedly. It's very simple. He raised the psychic scepter in his right hand, and said word by word, I control everyone in SHIELD except for the one-eyed dragon who ran away, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. including their aircraft carrier. And now it's all for me. Tony's face froze on the spot. WTF. Chapter 95. Seeing the change in Tony's face, the smug look in Loki's eyes could hardly be concealed. But when he looked at Lynn again, this feeling of complacency was instantly suppressed. Where's Thor? Lynn looked at him calmly. Thor in Asgard is also controlled by your scepter. It has to be said that compared to the Loki in memory, the Loki in front of him looks more like a god of trickery. He actually discovered the magical effect of the psychic scepter. Apparently, during the period when he came to Earth, he learned a lot through the matter of mutant. At least he didn't control a Hawkeye and an Eric Savage like in the original plot, so he felt that he could single-handedly swipe the Earth dungeon. Baronet. How can you blindly believe the words of the god of trickery? Thor. The pupils in Loki's eyes shrank slightly, and things were not going as smoothly as he imagined. He stared at Lynn closely, and said, You seem to know something about Asgard? I didn't say my big brother's name just now. Hee. Lynn smiled, as a magician, the knowledge you have is always a little richer than ordinary people. He's not a threat anymore. Loki's tone suddenly fluctuated, thanks to that big green guy, I just stimulated his violent heart a little bit, in his eyes, only my poor big brother is left, and there is only one person in his mind. Thoughts are destruction. Nobody knows my stupid big brother better than I do. He's got nothing but muscle and brute force in his head, and he's the ultimate ego who can easily slip into mania. So, until that big green guy is dealt with, he won't show up here. Understood. Thor is pinned down. Nick Fury escapes. Beyond that, almost all of S.H.I.E.L.D. fell. Lynn nodded, indeed she looked at Loki differently. This slight change in expression has already been caught by Loki, and he became excited again. Now, the gate of space has been opened, my army is approaching the city, and all the Asgardians on your earth have become mine. After today, I will step on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and be crowned king. Mr. Lynn, I appreciate your means. If you are willing to work for me, I can give you and your mutant the treatment you deserve. In the future, you will follow me back to Asgard and help me regain my revenge. I can even hand over the earth to your rule. The god of trickery seems to be trying to play tricks all the time, and his voice is full of temptation. You mutants have been oppressed for so many years, don't you want to become the master of this planet? Surrender to me, I can give you everything. Up to this point in the conversation, Tony has already discovered that no matter how deep the scheming and terrible methods of this alien visitor, he is a person who is arrogant and eager for quick success in his bones. He actually wanted Lynn to submit? Are you afraid you are dreaming? Based on what he knew about Lynn during this period, Tony sneered directly. This Loki, obviously knows nothing about Lynn's unfathomable. This invasion was predicted long ago. How could Lynn have no whole cards? How? Loki was not angry, but looked at Lynn with interest. Under the current situation, those X-Men under your command, don't want to fight with me. Without waiting for Lynn to respond, he said to himself, the most powerful mutant on Earth is that Professor X and Magneto. Unfortunately, Chitauri's body and weapon are integrated, not a pure metal creation. Magneto's ability to manipulate metal may not have much room for use. As for Professor X's mind ability, you let him come and try to manipulate Chitauri's mind. The implication is that the two strongest mutants on Earth are also helpless in the face of this situation. This is definitely Loki's psychological tactic. To some extent, it may not be a lie. Although he didn't say it, Lynn knew that Chitauri would lose consciousness after the mothership was destroyed, which shows that the individuals of this alien race do not have a complete soul, and to a large extent, they will not be destroyed. Affected by Professor X's mental ability. P.S. I don't know why, but the aliens in many movies have this virtue. When the brute is destroyed, they will die collectively. Foreigners really lack imagination. You are really, very confident. Lynn couldn't help but said. After talking for a long time, Loki explained all his plans of action seemingly stupidly. But in fact, except that Thor is pinned down by the abomination. Where did the controlled Avengers members go? Where will S.H.I.E.L.'s mothership appear, and how will the Chitauri army deal with the X-Men? *Yen. He didn't say a word. This trick god has been delaying time. And what he was procrastinating for, Lynn and Tony soon found out. Boom! The beam of light emitted by the Tesseract suddenly trembled violently, and the next moment, the space wormhole in the sky suddenly stopped after expanding to a certain extent. As a result, the huge energy rushing out from the Tesseract spread out around the wormhole. Among countless panicked eyes, 4 beams of light spread from 4 directions like 4 endless bridges. The people in the Twisted Contract definitely don't know the endpoints of these 4 bridges, but there are very few people who guessed it at once. There will be another space wormhole 100% at the endpoint of the bridges. 5 portals. Chitauri's army will attack the Earth from 5 places. Great Gift Crab Special. Tony was the one who reacted the fastest. His face turned pale in an instant. Through the sealing mask, he could already see the densely packed Chitauri army flying out of the wormhole like a day of locusts. Behind the army, there is also a huge Leviathan beast. Without fighting at all, Tony knows that the technology of this alien army is far superior to that of the Earth. Even if the military sends all the troops, it may not be able to stop it. Only superhero group can. And such a large army would appear in 5 different places at the same time. This is a nightmare for Earth. Lynn. A strong panic surged in his heart. Tony couldn't keep calm anymore. He looked at Lynn for the first time. Lynn finally stood up from the sofa. Seeing this scene, Loki laughed loudly. Isn't it too late to realize it now? There are 5 space transmission channels and countless Chitauri armies. Even if you call all the X-Men, how many people can there be? How long can it last? Surrender is your only choice now. He laughed unscrupulously, full of pride after the trick succeeded. At the same time, it seems that he wants to vent all the grievances he has received on Thor. Lynn's expression suddenly became strange. Battle of New York. Has it spread globally? He looked at Loki and sighed softly, have you ever thought about something small? Chapter 96. At the moment, Tony's heart was extremely anxious. But for some reason, Lynn's voice seemed to have a strange magic power, instantly erasing all his restless emotions. Sanity returns again. He looked at Lynn, and waited. You control everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D, but why did you let Nick Fury, an agent who doesn't have any super abilities and has been out of the front line for a long time? Loki's laughter stops abruptly. There was a look of doubt in his eyes. Obviously he didn't expect that Lynn would care about such trivial issues under such circumstances. Don't say you're careless. Lynn's gaze seemed to be able to see through everything, right into Loki's heart. Perhaps you, the number one magician in the 9 realms, is not worthy of your name. There are many people who can escape from your hands, but among them, definitely not including Nick Fury. At least, you can have the Avengers go get him back, can't you? But you didn't do that. Why 577? If it's the Loki she remembers, Lynn won't have any questions about it. But this one in front of him is obviously not that stupid. Since he realized the use of the psychic scepter and controlled everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D in one fell swoop, how could he just miss Nick Fury? That's the director of SHIELD. He only has one Avengers and one mothership? What if the opponent still has a stronger power? After all, there are not only those superheroes on the Earth. Loki was immediately dumbfounded by the question. It's just an ant. He spoke subconsciously, expressing his disdain for Nick Fury. Maybe, you look down on Earthlings from the bottom of your heart, so it doesn't matter if Nick Fury escapes. Lynn interrupted him lightly, her eyes flashed, and a strange color appeared, but in my opinion, there is another possibility, that is, you let him go on purpose. As soon as these words came out, Tony's heart trembled. The pupils in Loki's eyes shrank suddenly. In your subconscious mind, you don't really want this invasion of Earth to succeed, do you? Lynn said her guess lightly, the Earth is just a wild planet in a remote star field. How attractive is it to you, who aspires to become the king of Asgard and the master of the 9 realms? Obviously I don't like this planet from the bottom of my heart, but I have spent a lot of time to launch this war. Because you have no other choice. Because the leader of this invasion is not you. You are at best a leading party. Lynn pointed to the more and more Chitauri army in the sky, looked at Tony, look, he didn't even command this army, but sealed himself in this hood too. Enough. Loki suddenly drank heavily, and the wine glass in his left hand exploded with a bang. Tony suddenly realized, this really does not meet the identity of a commander. That's right. Lynn's eyes turned to the psychic scepter in Loki's hand, holding a weapon that doesn't belong to you, commanding an army that doesn't belong to you, hiding in an impenetrable defensive cover. Does this mean you, the leading party, are not willing? The reason why you work so hard is just because you can't bear the consequences of failure. It seems that your boss is terrible. Loki stood up abruptly. His face was so gloomy that water dripped out. Then, an interesting question arises. Lynn said to herself, since your boss is so powerful and interested in the Earth, why doesn't he take action himself? Is there anything else in this primitive, backward, wild planet under our feet that makes this powerful the alien overlord feel afraid? Needless to say, these words were actually addressed to Tony. It is also a guess made by Lynn combining the plot and memory and what happened in reality. You magician, you seem to know a lot of things beyond the Earth. Loki's eyes were full of surprise, and he gritted his teeth almost word by word. As I said, as a magician, you always know more than anyone else. Lynn smiled slightly, and began to control the rhythm from this moment. He knew very well that behind Loki was Thanos, and the ones who could make Thanos feel afraid were naturally the king of God Odin and Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Definitely, in this world, there may be some other powerful existences. After all, the existence of Superman has never been a secret. God knows if there are any big bosses hidden on the earth. But even without these, as long as Odin and Ancient One are still there, it is impossible for Thanos to attack the Earth without collecting 6 infinite gems. That is to say, this invasion seems to be mighty. In fact, it was just a trial. This can be seen from the fact that the main force of this invasion is Chitauri. Thanos commanded Ronan. Ronan didn't send out his elite Kree army. Instead found Chitauri. Rocket Raccoon from Guardians of Galaxy said that the Chitauri army is the most garbage army in the universe. I guess, with the wisdom of the god of tricks, he should have seen this point. Lynn clearly saw the change in Loki's face, and smiled brighter. Maybe your boss has offered you some kind of unrefusable condition, or maybe he is threatening your life, but no matter what, you can tell. This invasion is just a trial, it is impossible to succeed. You and this so-called Chitauri army. It's all just cannon fodder. And the conditions your boss promised you are simply impossible to fulfill. This sentence was like a sharp knife, piercing directly into Loki's heart. His whole body trembled violently, the expression on his face was not only shocked, but also angry that his mind had been exposed. The majestic god of trickery. To be seen through by a mortal on earth. This is a great shame for him. It is precisely because you know where you are that you don't want this invasion to succeed. Lynn ignored the change in his expression, and continued, you let Nick Fury go on purpose, just in the slightest hope that this boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. might be able to find some way to stop you. In this way, although you will become a prisoner, you can be brought back to Asgard by your big brother. Losing freedom, regaining safety. It's a good deal, isn't it? I have to say that Lynn's guess is extremely unbelievable. But it can explain all of Loki's behavioral motives. It is also more in line with his title of the God of Tricks. Tony was already shocked from ear to ear, and turned his head to look at Loki in disbelief. The disaster in his eyes turned out to be just a game from an alien civilization? Yes. At this moment, these two words appeared in Tony's mind unconsciously. In a trance, he suddenly realized the huge gap of 5.0 between the Earth and the alien civilization. Before that, despite Lynn's prophecy, he was only skeptical, and he was not too disturbed. But at the moment, I really felt the fear. So, this is the truth of the world. It turns out that the Earth is really in danger. Earth Magician. Loki's complexion changed again and again, and his chest heaved violently. He looked at Lynn's still calm eyes and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. What do you want to say, Z? He didn't admit it. But his behavior at the moment has made Lynn understand everything. Lynn stopped smiling. It's very simple. Gujing Wubo's gaze became sharp at this moment. If the universe is a chessboard, Mr. Loki, you are just one of the chess pieces, so there is no need for you to be so excited. In this game of chess, the person behind has already made a move. Now, it's the mutants' turn. Chapter 97. Because of the butterfly effect, Loki's invasion has undergone huge amounts of changes. But Lynn isn't worried about that at all. The Battle of New York was the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. The big event of alien invasion would undoubtedly shake the world, and this news would surely break through the internet barriers and spread to all countries in the world. What Oasis wants to catch is this wave of traffic. But now, Loki changed the Tesseract device, causing space wormholes to appear in 5 places around the world, and the Chitauri army entered the Earth in 5 ways. Even helped Lynn in a way. The X-Men have already made full preparations and have been dispatched at the first time. On the square of the new Xavier's school. More than 1,000 students gathered here, all looking nervous and excited. Light curtains appeared in midair. And it was Lynn's mirror image duplication that raised his hand to transform these light curtains. The real mirror image technique of the fifth ring can separate a mirror image duplication whose strength is exactly the same as the deity, and when it comes to the sixth ring, the number of duplications becomes 2. The duration has also increased from half an hour to an hour. The most important thing is that the deity and the duplication can share thoughts. Therefore, what happened on the Stark building side, the mirror image duplication here is very clear. A set of 5 space wormholes, respectively located in the sky above the 5 cities of Twilight, Wudu, Australia, Neon, and Paul. Lynn roughly explained the situation, and then turned to the 6 teams of X-Men on the square. What should I do? Don't I need to say more? Don't worry, Lynn, because of your prophecy magic, we have prepared so long in advance, killing these alien monsters is easy. With a cigar in her mouth forever, Wolverine Logan spoke calmly. Lynn nodded, raising her hand again. Portals appeared out of thin air one by one. 6 teams of X-Men crossed separately. 30 Lynn's face was a little strange, looking at Professor X in the teacher's seat. Professor. Don't worry, I'm going to brainwave strengthening now. I don't know when it started, but Professor X got used to Lynn giving orders. He smiled slightly and left the square with his wheelchair. Some students want to follow him to see. Magneto's cold eyes immediately struck. We are all here to observe and study, and after the end everyone will hand in 10 assignments on combat skills and the use of super abilities. What? The sound of wailing instantly spread throughout the audience. Fog. When the dense Chitauri army flew out of the space wormhole, the entire city was instantly enveloped in fear, panic, and despair. Living in this world, people have gradually become accustomed to superheroes and various super ability crimes. But being attacked by an alien army suddenly was beyond their acceptance. What's the matter? No mental preparation at all. Chitauri's army obviously didn't intend to let the people prepare their minds before attacking. As soon as they appeared, they drove a special flight device and opened fire crazily among the tall buildings, killing everyone they saw. Explosions, howling, panicked screams, moans of despair instantly filled the whole city. The official response speed is not unreasonable. The nearby garrison rushed to the scene as soon as possible. However, facing the Chitauri army whose weapons are far beyond the technological level of the Earth, whether it is tanks or missiles, they all seem so weak. When the gigantic Leviathan beast that almost covered the sky passed through the wormhole and appeared above the city, it crashed countless buildings as it passed. The morale of the army collapsed to the bottom in an instant. FK. How to fight this? All the on-site commanders were stunned, and the soldiers under their command defected without the slightest suspense. This is not a war on the same level at all. Ordinary human beings are completely helpless in the face of this alien army. God, are human beings going to perish completely today? For a time, such thoughts popped up in the hearts of countless people. And as if in response to them, God suddenly appeared at this moment. It's X-Men. Boom. Suddenly there were bursts of thunder in the sky, and the next moment, accompanied by countless thunderbolts and lightning, a figure with white hair and black clothes shot into the sky like a god, and wherever it passed, Chitauri flight weapons boom boom blasted. Countless lightning fell, and the densely packed Zeta Swiss soldiers on the ground street disappeared in an instant. It's Storm. Cheers of surprise followed one after another. The people who were still shrouded in despair just now saw hope suddenly, and all of them jumped up happily. Now that Storm appeared, her team of X-Men naturally also came, including 6 X-Men including Fireman John, Lucas Bishop, Carl Wen the Mimic, and Petra the Earth Manipulator. Men divided into 4 teams and headed towards the 4 directions of east, west, north, and south respectively. Last time on the playground of Xavier's school, these people's control over their own abilities was just mediocre. However, after experiencing the devil training in the world of Oasis, their strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Lynn is demanding a lot from the X-Men. Those who are not strong enough are not eligible to join at all. Under such circumstances, they dared to split up and act, obviously with absolute confidence. Ha ha ha, Lynn's tailor-made magic equipment for X-Men is so cool. Burning John's face was full of excitement. Every time he took a step, a faint ray of light flashed across his combat boots, making him extremely fast, no less than an ordinary speed-type mutant. This is an enchanted item. It is imprinted with the three-ring magic foot. At the same time, flames burst out of his black gloves all the time. This allowed him to use his fire ability at will without relying on lighters and the like. He actually used his fingers as guns, shooting out very thin flames with enchanting three rings endless flames. The thin flames are like six-veined swords. The moment it hit the Zeta Swiss soldier, it pierced the opponent, but it didn't pass through the body, but exploded in the opponent's body. A humanoid fireball appeared on the street. And those laser weapons of Chitauri were blocked by the fleeting magic shield the moment they hit the battlesuit on his body. Occasionally, those laser weapons that passed through the magic shield only caused a layer of ripples on the battlesuit. Enchanting three rings air shield. Vibranium battlesuit. Yes, the first generation of X-Men battlesuits were mixed with a little vibranium. Although the number is very small, it is enough to greatly enhance the defense of the battlesuit. This is because Xavier's school has not learned nanotechnology from Princess Surui. If there is nanotechnology blessing, add a little more vibranium, and the defense of the battlesuit will match Tony's nano armor. Woohoo! Burning John's cheerful voice resounded through the long street, and he leaped from time to time, and a wind wing quietly appeared behind the battlesuit, allowing him to take a short flight. Enchanting three rings wind wings. This complete set of tailor-made uniforms is the confidence of the new X-Men. The magic level contained in it is not high, but it can comprehensively improve their super ability, speed, action history, and defense history. In fact, the moment he put on this battle suit, the resentment towards Lynn in Burning Man John's heart has completely dissipated. Instead, it was awe from the bottom of my heart. In his eyes, Lynn is omnipotent. Because of this, he did not forget what Lynn had told him, and at intervals, he took out a cylindrical object of the file size of a pen from the pocket that had cast the no trace stretch curse, and threw it on the ground. This is a mass-crafted enchanted item. There is a ring of sound amplification imprinted on it. People in the other three orientations did the same. So, as they traveled farther and farther, dropping more and more loudspeakers, Storm's voice suddenly came out of them. Like thunder, resounding throughout the city. Mutants, it's time to stand up. For a long time, we have been rejected, hostile, and even regarded as monsters, but we are clear in our hearts that mutant genes have never been defects, but human evolution. Now, human beings are facing the invasion of aliens, and life and death are only a moment away. Mutant at the moment is not coming out, when will it be? Let aliens see our power, let the whole world see our evolutionary achievements, and let our voice resound in today's foggy city. We are human beings with super ability, the Asgardians of Earth. Mutant, never be a slave. Earthlings, never be slaves. The very simple and rude slogan, accompanied by the voice of Storm, swept the entire city like waves. Everyone who heard this voice was stunned. No one thought that under such circumstances, the X-Men would summon other mutants hidden in the foggy city. What they didn't expect was that when the sound wave spread farther and farther, it became louder and louder. By my side, one person stood up. Charlie. In a corner of the ruins, a middle-aged man turned his head in disbelief, looking at his friend of 30 years. You are mutant? Yes, Hank. Charlie, who looked like a professional elite in suits and leather shoes, stood up from the bunker bit by bit, as if responding to his friends, and also seemed to respond to the ubiquitous voice, I, Charlie Ed Ryan, am a mutant. As if he had exhausted all his strength, his voice was exceptionally loud. Everyone hiding nearby heard it. Amid shock, fear, envy, contempt, admiration, and other complex gazes, this mutant, who had been hiding for more than 30 years, walked out of the bunker firmly. Ahead is a team of Zeta Swiss soldiers who just landed. Mutants are never slaves. With a loud shout, Charlie rushed out. 093. In a cafe. Mother. A woman who was over 40 years old stared blankly at her grey-haired old mother, and stood up under the call of that voice. Yes, you are right, my child. The old mother's face is full of kindness, but her eyes are a little bit firm. I am a mutant who has been hiding for a lifetime. I go to school, get married, have children, and provide for the elderly. My life is almost over, but I have never talked to anyone. Said, I am a mutant. Although my ability is very weak, I can only control a little plants, so I have been a gardener all my life. But, I am indeed a mutant. Today, if I don't say anything, I'm afraid I won't have a chance. The old voice spread throughout the coffee shop. The next moment, dozens of people hiding here stared blankly at this. With an old figure, he pushed open the door of the coffee shop little by little. Several Zeta Swiss soldiers who were nearby turned their guns and aimed at her in an instant. But at the moment, the flowers and plants on the side of the road suddenly soared, and the branches, stems, leaves, and flowers were intertwined like sharp arrows, piercing their heads with a few chi and chi. No matter how weak a mutant is, it's still a mutant. Alien monsters like you can't underestimate it. After a slight murmur, there was a heavy roar. Mutant, never be a slave. The same scene not only happened in every corner of Fog City, but also happened in Neon, Australia, and several other cities at the same time. People living in these cities seem to have had a weird dream. After waking up, they suddenly found that there are so many mutants around them. At the beginning, not many mutants stood out. But as time passed, more and more people responded to the call and came out of hiding places. When they rushed to the street and merged with X-Men one by one, like a trickle, little by little evolved into a majestic wave, all the Zeta Swiss soldiers heard 10 noises. Mutants are never slaves. Mutant, stand up. Looking at the whole world, this sound is not too loud, and it is only limited to a few cities. However, with the continuation of this war, and with the ferment of public opinion that will inevitably occur after the end of the war, more and more mutants are willing to stand up, spreading from city to city, to country by country, and eventually, to sweep the world. And this time, it's far from over. Chapter 98. Stark Building. 5 light curtains appeared at unknown times, floating side by side outside the energy shield. Impressively, it is the picture of the 5 major battlefields. Mutants, armies. Loki's face was gloomy. When the hidden mutants stood up one by one in the 5 cities in the picture and joined the X-Men team, his brows became more and more tightly frowned, as if he could kill a fly. He beheld the terrifying power of the thunder and lightning cast by storm. I also saw that the Cyclops team was invincible on the Australian battlefield. This mutant, who is extremely important in the X-Men series but has an inconspicuous record, played an amazing role in a green battlesuit and a pair of silver glasses. The power of the silver glasses seem to have several modes. Sometimes the laser light becomes extremely thin, gaining terrifying penetration like a laser, and sometimes becomes thick as a pillar, and its power is multiplied exponentially. Even the indestructible skin of the giant Leviathan can't stop it. The most terrifying short-frequency mode, the laser light seems to be cut into countless lines, like bullets shooting out, almost every time can harvest all the Zeta Swiss soldiers in sight. Loki can see that this mode reduces the power of laser light, but greatly reduces the energy consumption of Cyclops. His staying power is greatly increased. With the battlesuit on the body, it provides a huge blessing of mobility and defense. This red and green mutant is undoubtedly a battlefield harvester. And his teammate, Thunderbird's green battlesuit, is doped with more vibranium than other X-Men, which maximizes his copper-skinned and iron-framed ability. With him as the vanguard, Miming and the three Cuckoo sisters who do not have the ability to fight head-on, with the blessing of the battle suit, hold a retro-shaped magic gun with complicated inscriptions engraved on it, just shoot, shoot, shoot. Gun. Obviously it is a newly formed X-Men team, but it also has a unique ability. At the same time, the two teams of Kraken and Mystique are fighting together, wearing blue uniforms, and they are red-eyed in the neon battlefield. And on Paul's battlefield, the strength of the members of the Gambit squad, all in purple uniforms, has also increased by at least several times. This increase is even more obvious in the Wolverine and Phoenix teams on the battlefield. I have seen the X-Men's battle screen, their strength is not so strong. Loki took a breath, moved his gaze away from the light curtain with difficulty, and landed on Lynn again. If I'm not mistaken, the battle suits on them are all made by you, right? You magician of this earth. Really surprised me. His tone is full of intense and extreme disbelief. In the picture of the neon battlefield, he even saw the steel helmet on Juggernaut's head, and after a layer of golden light shrouded his whole body, his body grew dozens of times unbelievably. Then, like a crazy giant bull, it collided with the giant Leviathan head-on. Goodness see you! The head of the giant Leviathan was crushed. Simply outrageous. There is also the Gambit on Paul's battlefield, holding a metal stick in his hand, which is also imprinted with dense inscriptions. After being thrown out like a javelin, the metal stick seemed to have infinite kinetic energy, and it exploded dozens of times along the way. Heads of 100 Zeta Swiss soldiers. This thing even comes with a self-seeking function. Even after the kinetic energy disappears, it will automatically return to the card-thick minister. Are you sure this is a mutant? Instead of Asgard's god of war. Excellent. Lynn nodded slightly, and smiled contemptuously. The new Xavier's school has been committed to the combination of super ability and technology, and luckily there are some research results. Headed by Wolverine, Phoenix, and other original members, the 7 X-Men teams were rebuilt. Each member's battle suit was tailored by him according to the other party's super ability. Although the magic attached to the battle suit basically only has 3 rings. But combined with the super ability of the team members, it undoubtedly produced an extremely explosive chemical reaction. The combat effectiveness of the new X-Men is many times stronger than before. This is also the example Lynn sets for her students. Encourage them to work hard in this direction in their future studies. I believe that after this incident, every student in the college will realize the power of super ability equipment, and will devote himself to this brand new field in the future. If things go on like this, a brand new branch of Earth science and technology will emerge. Super technology. You are really good. Loki emphasized again. Although he tried his best to maintain calm, his voice trembled slightly. I actually thought of using the threat of the Chitauri army to force those mutants who hide their identities out. Lynn shrugged. There are mutants on the Earth, and mutants have never been bullied. So what? Loki suddenly yelled, and took a few steps forward. I admit that this was beyond my expectation, but even so, how many mutants are there in 5 cities? Hundreds? Thousands. My army is tens of thousands. The temporary army of mutants is nothing more than a group of rabble. How long can it resist? The situation will not change in the slightest. As if in response to his words, the space wormhole in the sky trembled again, and more Chitauri army and Leviathan monsters appeared on the battlefield, overwhelming and powerful. Loki's face once again showed a high-spirited look. Don't forget, S.H.I.E.L.D is still under my control. Although those people in Avengers are weak and pitiful, but to cause you X-Men some trouble, you have to be easy. Advantage, always with me. Tony gasped. But this time, he didn't feel nervous or flustered at all. The old god said, Lynn, tell me, is the advantage always on his side? Definitely not. Lynn accepted his flattery with a smile. Charles's spiritual ability, maybe it really doesn't work for Chidori, but does it also work for people in S.H.I.E.L.D? He glanced again at the psychic scepter in Loki's hand. It's a half smile. Mr. Loki, you really don't know much about our mutants. After a soft sigh, Lynn said calmly, you do have an army, but how do you know? I don't. As soon as the word came out, Loki broke the defense again. His expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously looked at the 5 light curtains. Chapter 99. Twist, the main battlefield. The 2 X-Men teams headed by Wolverine and Phoenix had a much higher kill efficiency than the other teams. This is normal. Iceman Bobby, Colossus, Sunspot Robert, Polaris, Twinkle, Nightwalker. Each of them is an elite mutant who can act alone. With the blessing of the battle suit, the national calendar is doubled. And the copy of the training they experienced in the world of Oasis is higher and longer. Whether it is combat skills, awareness, or teamwork, it has already penetrated into the bone marrow. Plus Wolverine, Phoenix, 2 super mutants. Such a lineup is undoubtedly built by Lynn as the master. At the moment, the 8 people were fighting in 8 different directions, and they pushed all the way horizontally, like chopping melons and vegetables. Not just 8 people. Phoenix's team has added a temporary non-staff member, Gwen Spider. Swinging down from the tall buildings and kicking a Zeta Swiss soldier away, Gwen's face was full of doubts. Lorna, why are your battle suits all red, but Wolverine and the others are grey? It's uniform, and each squad has a different uniform color. Polaris Lorna, who was not far away from her, controlled the ubiquitous metal in the city, and replied while fighting, I don't know the specific reason. If you want to know, you can ask Senior Lynn. I've heard you say that name countless times, but I haven't seen him yet. Gwen sighed, and the cobweb boom shot out in his hand, locking the 2 Chidori in front, and then swept with both arms, and the 2 Chidori hit comrades one after another like meteor hammers. So, as a temporary member, why don't I have a uniform? She curled her lips in dissatisfaction, and vented all her disappointment on Chidori, and shouldn't we find a way to close the space wormhole? Why return it? While speaking, there was a deafening howl above his head. A figure of Wolverine appeared on a giant leviathan passing by here, and saw his hands upside down, and the invisible adamantium claws pierced into the body of the giant beast like cutting tofu. The next moment, he stood on the giant beast and ran wildly. The boots under the feet are shining brightly, providing a strong driving force. A line of blood shot out from the giant beast's back, revealing long scars. For a giant beast of this size, such damage is obviously not enough to be fatal, but Phoenix, who came out of nowhere, started its power at this moment. Hiss! The wound on the back of the giant leviathan was suddenly stretched open by an invisible force. The wound became bigger and bigger, and soon became as deep as the bone. 4-2. Chin, your ability is stronger again. Wolverine 200's exclamation voice came from the communication device, mixed with a hint of doubt. They are also trained in Oasis. I can only train fighting skills, why can you still strengthen ability? If you want to know, ask Lynn. Phoenix's faint voice came, and for some reason, it was a little different from before. Wolverine jumped up and landed on a Chidori flight machine, and chopped off the pilot's head with one claw. There must be a secret between you. Lynn again. Gwen, who heard the conversation between the two, couldn't help but speak. Since the last time she met Phoenix and others in the Jinhee group, she has become a temporary member of this team with huge amounts of curiosity. She thought that she could meet Lynn, whom several people in Phoenix would mention in their mouths, but has not been able to do so. Speaking of which, I'm also working for him. Why can't I even meet the boss? After letting out a sigh of relief, Gwen still chose to carry out the task. She went up and down, and appeared in a blind corner of the ruins of a building, looking at dozens of people hiding inside. Hey, do any of you know me? Spider, Man. A little boy answered her tremblingly. Yes, I am Spider-Man. Seeing the fear in the little boy's eyes, Gwen couldn't help smiling and said, Don't worry, we will drive away these alien invaders soon, but before that, you need to find a safer place, such as a subway station. She wore a face mask, and the smile on her face was definitely not visible. But the voice of the big sister next door made the little boy relax a little. But also because it is a child, the brain circuit is relatively simple. But that. He pointed to the space wormhole in the sky, there are aliens coming out of it all the time, just like ants. With such a small number of you X-Men, can you really win? That's what Gwen wanted from him. Just relying on us definitely can't do it, we need you, need all of you's help. As she said that, she took out a few Oasis bracelets from the string bag hanging around her waist, and distributed them to the little boy and several others. Do you know Ultraman? Don't know? It's okay, wear this bracelet, read it, lift it up when needed, and recite silently. Let there be light. There is no Ultraman in this world, so those who have not entered a copy of Oasis will definitely not know. The little boys took the bracelets in a daze, and just about to ask what is when needed, Gwen had already left the place with a cobweb. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. With the idea of repelling the aliens and allowing himself to survive, he directly put on the bracelet and raised it up. Let there be light. Let there be light. Let there be light. At the same time, Iceman Poppy, Colossus, Blink, and other X-Men, and all other summoned mutants are doing the same thing. Twist is the world's top city with a large population, and there are quite a lot of hidden mutants. More than 500 mutants chose to stand up. Although more than half of them were Delta class and their super abilities were weak, they still stood up firmly and wanted to fight Chitauri desperately. Unexpectedly, the X-Men didn't need them to intervene in the battle at all. But just let them help the crowd to evacuate, and select some people from them by the way to distribute the Oasis bracelets. What are they doing? In a shadowy corner, Black Widow, who had been secretly following Gwen, tapped the communicator in his ears with both fingers. Do not know. Hawkeye was on another street, also puzzled. At this critical moment in the war, they distribute game bracelets to people? Promote games. No one would do such a boring thing. Captain America's voice came, there must be something unusual about these bracelets. Could it be that they contain some kind of energy that can be used as a weapon against Chitauri? This is impossible. Black Widow and Hawkeye shook their heads at the same time. A login device for a game is going to be released globally, how could it be a weapon? How much would it cost? Besides, Mutant is crazy to provide weapons to ordinary people. Now what? It was Ant-Man Scott who said, shall we grab some wristbands and study it to see what's wrong? Don't forget our mission. The Colonel of War Machine, as a soldier, has the idea of unconditionally performing the mission in his bones. Waiting for the opportunity to kill the X-Men in Twisted City is what we want to do. There was a brief silence on the communication channel. Obviously, after these first-generation members of the Avengers were controlled by the Psychic Scepter, the task Loki gave them was not to participate in the invasion, but to hide in the dark, ready to strike the X-Men at any time. So far, they've done a great job. Neither Wolverine nor Phoenix's team members seem to be aware of their existence. Seeing that it's time to start. Even Black Widow and Hawkeye, who are as firm as iron and have received countless iron-blooded training, hesitated. Are you sure, we can really kill them? Captain America's voice came first. In his sight, Poppy Iceman seemed to be the god of ice, rushing into a street at an extremely fast speed, where everything around him was frozen. A total of 57 Zeta Swiss soldiers directly became ice sculptures, and the 3 flight machines that flew past in midair were no exception. Bang 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 bang! The ice sculptures of the 3 flight devices fell to the ground and smashed into countless scum. Another 57 ice sculptures also shattered. I don't think it can be done. Hawkeye's target is the Night Walker. His dynamic vision is extremely powerful, and he can even hit the high-speed flight's Chitauri flight gun, but the Nightwalker's speed exceeded his expectations. With the blessing of the weird red battle suit, he is like the wind raged everywhere. Wherever they passed, there were only one after another of Zeta's Swiss soldiers who were either thrown or fell to the ground. Even so, she couldn't keep up this pace all the time. Therefore, the eagle had faith, dabbed, to sneak attack and cast cold arrows, but not long ago, he clearly saw 7 or 8 Zeta Swiss soldiers firing laser weapons hitting the night girl. The battle suit on the body. Except for the excitation of a light shield, it did not cause any damage. Hawkeye doesn't think his technological arrows can be more powerful than those laser weapons. So, how is this sneak attack? Perhaps we can wait a little longer. In the sight of Ant-Man, Colossus's whole body is steel, hard like an iron lump that cannot be bitten. Of course, he can get smaller and ride an ant to approach the target, but how can he break through the defense? You can't directly enter the opponent's mouth and break through from the inside, right? What if the inside of the opponent's body is also tempered? Scott's advice is great. War Machine also sighed heavily. His goal is to blink Clarice, but the blink inside is not the same person as the blink in the S.H.I.E.L.D file. She was once arrested and imprisoned. Surprisingly, there are 3 solidified space doors around this woman, which surround her like a disk. All the lasers and shells fired at her were sucked in by the 3 light circles, and then, appeared in front of the opponent. In front of. She walked all the way, and she didn't even take the initiative to make a move, but no one could stop her pace. FK. What the hell is going on? How did these mutants become so powerful overnight? War Machine cursed fiercely, and then had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps, Natasha Romanoff's target is the easiest one to break through. Spider-Man? Black Widow's eyes moved slightly, but he was discouraged immediately. She is not far away, always following that green-haired mutant. S.H.I.E.L.Ds information. Curry has no information about this person. But she can manipulate metal, or maybe magnetic fields. Magneto. This news caused everyone in the communication channel to fall into silence again. Indistinctly, the voices of the people in different places suddenly came from their ears. Let there be light. Let there be light. An ominous premonition suddenly overwhelmed all. Human heart. We can't delay like this. Captain America yelled loudly, and finally made up his mind. Everyone converges on Natasha Romanoff's position. We may not win 1-on-1, 5-on-2, we always have hope. Clear. Receive. Others jumped into action immediately. After Black Widow's continuous reporting, the 5 people quickly took their positions and locked on Gwen and Lorna from 5 different directions. Do it. Say it and do it. But at the moment, the voice faintly coming from the ear became louder and louder. Let there be light. Let there be light. Let there be light. These voices all come from ordinary people, they don't have any power at all, and they shouldn't even spread so far, but at the moment, it's like a strange prayer. Suddenly reached a certain point. Then get the answer from the person you prayed for. The light really appears. All the people wearing the bracelets were stunned. They felt the slight vibration of the black bracelet. Actually, the device was activated, and they also saw a bright light suddenly appearing in the bracelet. Light. This light is very faint. But at the moment, it suddenly seems to be connected with other bracelets in Twisted City, and the faint rays of light seem to converge into a cloud, like a sunset cage covering the whole city. The process of activating the Oasis bracelet is actually the process of soul binding. In this process, there will naturally be a trace of soul power. A person's soul power is extremely weak, but at this moment, there are about 1,000 bracelets scattered throughout the city. The soul power of thousands of ordinary people is still very weak. But it happened to meet the requirements for opening the magic circle. Yes. Long before the X-Men killed the Chitauri army, they had already installed 6 magic devices on the outskirts of the city. At the moment, the 6 bases are finally activated. Boom! The ground trembled without warning, and the next moment, the people fleeing everywhere saw inconceivably that 6 beams of light shot up into the sky from the outskirts of the city, converging in the sky. Gather, and turn into a huge amounts of hexagram. Immediately after. In the park, on the side of the street, in the forest. The trees suddenly soared, and they rose from the ground as if they were alive, turning into tree people one after another, going towards the Zeta Swiss music that has spread all over the city. At first, their walking postures were very strange, and they didn't seem to adapt. But soon, one by one ran wildly, and in the process, some treants leaped high and turned into giant bears in the air. Great crab special! The tree man turned into a bear. Druid! Am I dreaming? This scene was so spectacular that countless fleeing crowd couldn't help but stop and exclaim in disbelief. Behind the army of treants and giant bears, there are countless flying birds that grow wildly in size. Densely packed, tens of thousands. This is an army. Captain America and others witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and they were all stunned on the spot. Before they came over, the voice of Professor X sounded in their minds, "Everyone, the time to counterattack has come." Counterattack? Counterattack who? Our mission is to kill the X-Men. Wait. I am the superhero of Avengers, I should protect the Earth. In just an instant, the few people controlled by the psychic scepter were awakened by Professor X. But there was no trace of joy on their faces. Because the picture in front of them is beyond their cognition, and it seems to mean, the Avengers they have worked so hard to build don't even have a little bit of X-Men background. Facing Loki, they almost completely fell. And mutant. There was an army. Did Nick Fury say, "Beware of mutants"? In the communication channel, I don't know who said, "Just because we are qualified to be vigilant against them." No response. At this moment, they unconsciously recalled the prayers they heard just now in their minds. Is hope. And this hope is brought by mutant. It's going to change. Still not knowing who it was, he murmured softly. Still no response. For mutant, all this seems not to be a war at all. It's just an opportunity to step onto the stage of history. Chapter 100. Inside the Stark building. You actually have an army. Loki held the hand of the psychic scepter, trembling violently unconsciously. In his line of sight, he clearly saw the 6-pointed star magic circle gathered in the sky, and soon saw a huge amount of bird army like Kedavra in military doctor who rides the wind and waves. And that's just what's happening in New York City. In the other 4 light curtains, a similar picture also appeared. In Wudu City, the 6-pointed star magic array is like a cloud composed of raging flames, and one after another fire elemental elves jumped out of the cluster. In the neon battlefield, the water vapor in the surrounding sea area condenses crazily, and under the action of the magic circle, it turns into water elemental spirits one after another. What appeared on the Australian battlefield were earth elemental elves crawling out of the ground. What happened in Palchang was even more strange. The golden light of the magic circle shrouded the cars, and it seemed to endow the cars with life. In a short period of time, hundreds of cars turned into human forms and joined the X-Men team. True magic version shape-shifting King Kong. 6 rings summoning system gate of elements. Magic. Where Loki still doesn't understand the root of all this, looking at Lynn's eyes again, the earth-shaking changes have already taken place. All the contempt, fear, horror, all disappeared. Instead, anger. And not outraged that his plans were about to fail, but because such a scene. As the #1 magician in the 9 realms. He can't do it. How could a mutant magician be so powerful? For a moment, with Loki's pride and arrogance, he couldn't help feeling a creepy feeling, and an unbelievable thought subconsciously popped up in his mind. Why didn't Thanos come in person? Is it possible that the achievement is due to fear of mutant? This invasion is simply a mutual test between me and mutant. Thinking of this, Loki couldn't help trembling. With his IQ, he could see that Chitauri was just a pawn that Thanos casually played. Naturally, he could also see that Lynn's pawn was equally easy comfortable, come at your fingertips. Only 7 X-Men squads were dispatched from start to finish. The strongest mutant Professor X and Magneto have never appeared. Obviously there is a magic army, but it has been unable to hide it until the 5 cities were hit hard and the critical moment of human life and death was finally exposed. The most important thing is that the magic circle can be activated directly. However, he chose a more time-consuming and labor-intensive method, distributing the weird black bracelets to ordinary humans, making those people think that the activation of the magic circle has something to do with their prayers. Hawkeye seems to have told me that the black wristband turned out to be a game login device. And that game was developed by Mutant. What? Combining all these pieces of information, Loki only felt an unparalleled absurdity. The large-scale dispatch of Mutant this time may not be to deal with the invasion of the Chitauri army at all. It's for training. For fame. To promote Oasis. In the process, harvest a group of hidden mutants by the way. That's all. This is outrageous. It's really a good plan. I have worked hard to plan Chitauri's attack without any loss, and a life and death war for the people on Earth. In the eyes of Mutant. No. It is in this mutant in the eyes of the magician. Loki's eyes were scarlet, and he stared at Lynn. It turned out to be just a chance to strengthen Mutant's strength. The universe is like a chessboard. Thanos is the chess player, and Lynn is the chess player. Number 2. Is it really just a pawn? Thinking of this, Loki's heart was vented all of a sudden, and a sense of frustration that he had never felt before came to his heart. The remaining trace of pride made him roar unwillingly, what if you have 5 magic armies? Tesseract's energy is inexhaustible, and these 5 space wormholes will always exist. In this way, the Chitauri army will continue to flow, endlessly. How long can your magic circle last? How long can the X-Men and Mutant last in this intensity of fighting? In fact, at the moment, he had already vaguely guessed that the energy shield outside the Stark building might not be able to stop Lynn. But he still had a little fantasy. After all, this is Tesseract. Tony was in shock because of the sudden appearance of the 5 magic armies, and at this moment, he suddenly woke up. Yes, Lynn, we must find a way to break the seal, otherwise this war will only be endless. He was obviously not the only one who could see the key to the outcome of this war. As soon as the voice fell, there was a whistling sound in the distant sky. Woohoo! A pyro appeared suddenly and rushed towards the Stark building at a super-fast speed. Get out of the way, I, Johnny Stone, am going to save the world. Pyro came rushing forward, and he didn't dodge at all. However, the Chitauri flight weapons he collided with all turned into fireballs and exploded in the air. Next moment. Boom! With a loud bang, Pyro crashed directly into the Tesseract's energy shield. The energy shield did not produce the slightest ripple, but the flames on his body were scattered on the spot, revealing a young figure in a blue uniform. Yan Ping fell downward. Tony bared his teeth. Through the energy shield, he could feel the severe pain of the opponent's impact, and he couldn't help but look at Lynn. Your man. Lynn shook her head. Stupid earthlings. Loki sneered. He was beaten to pieces by Lynn just now. Seeing this fireman's reckless behavior, inexplicably regained some sense of superiority. 0 fur flowers. Hey, my friend, it's not a good habit to speak ill of people behind their backs. Johnny Stone turned into a burning man and flew up the moment he fell to the ground. He carefully looked at the situation inside and outside the energy shield, especially glanced at the sofa under Lynn, with a confused expression on his face. Although I don't know what happened here, but the Earth is now being invaded by aliens. A man named Nick Fury, the guy asked us Fantastic Four to help, so. Who can tell me, how can I break this damn hood? Then close that damn space wormhole. He pointed to the energy shield, and then to the sky. Ming Ming's expression is extremely anxious. The tone of voice gives people a sense of frivolity and laxity. Nick Fury's back. Loki's face changed again, but before he could react, thunder suddenly rolled in the sky, and another figure roared through the air, appearing in sight. Thor came too. Loki. Seeing that Loki was safe and sound, he first breathed a sigh of relief, and then said fiercely, "Close this transmission channel quickly, or the Earth will be destroyed, and you will be a sinner through the ages." Loki glances at him. If it was before, he would definitely share the joy of victory with his big brother, but at the moment, after Lynn's repeated blows, he is too lazy to talk nonsense with Thor. The Tesseract is right there. He pointed to the top of his head, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. "If you have the ability, go and close the passage yourself." The meow meow hammer hit the energy shield almost immediately. But it was just a layer of ripples. Seeing this, Tony felt a little disappointed with Thor, a new member of the Avengers. This energy shield is integrated with the space channel created by the Tesseract. It cannot be broken by barbaric causes alone. The power of space. Thor's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. If Bifrost is still there. "Reed, Susan, did you all hear that?" Johnny Stone, Thunderbolt, saw Thor's expression and knew that he was talking nonsense, so he quickly raised his right hand and touched the earphone. "Quickly use your smart brains and think of a way." On the other side of the communicator, there were chaotic and noisy voices from Mr. Fantastic, the Invisible Woman, and the Stone Man. Faintly, there seems to be Nick Fury. It seems that neither the Avengers nor the so-called Fantastic Four can do anything for the time being. Loki kept staring at Lynn. Seeing this scene, he smiled more freely, as if his confidence had returned to his body. "Mr. Lynn, you are the first to come, but you have never tried to break the seal. Do you have no confidence? Or are you waiting for some opportunity?" Lynn wasn't waiting for anything. Only this time, he wanted to give Mutants' opponent a chance. 1. The opportunist who wiped out all the X-Men. Chapter 101. Go back in time a bit. When Captain America, Hawkeye, and other members of the Avengers were awakened by Professor X's telepathy, the aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. was carrying out the mission assigned by Loki. The invisible fluctuations swept across, and each agent woke up. "Okay. What happened? What happened before? Great gift crab special. What are we doing?" The control of the psychic scepter will not erase the memories of the controlled period, so all the agents looked at each other and quickly recalled everything. In an instant, cold sweat was streaming down everyone's faces. On the big screen in front, several red dots representing fighter planes are rapidly approaching the target, and they are about to drop bombs at various positions. And their expected target is the official building of Loki. The White House, bear the brunt. S.H.I.E.L.D. belongs to the World Security Council and has access to many countries, which definitely gives them a chance. Once the attack is successful, the command system of each country on the Earth will collapse in a short period of time. This will undoubtedly make the attack of the Chitauri army even more powerful. Call 7A1-1, abort the mission immediately. Call 7A17602, give up the mission immediately. Call 7A1-3 to abandon the mission immediately. Hill's face was pale, and he called the pilot of the fighter immediately, while the pilots who were also awake responded with great fear. This is so. Almost left a name in history. Receive. 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 The 6 fighters were ready to return immediately. Hill was relieved. Contact Director Nick Fury immediately. Before the words fell, a top-secret communication channel rang. Council. Hill's complexion changed slightly, but he didn't think much about it. S.H.I.E.L.D. belongs to the World Security Council. It's normal for the mothership to disappear suddenly for such a long time. It has been trying to get in touch. However, what kept her from receiving it was, as soon as the communication channel was opened, dozens of faces appeared on the screen. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mothership Commander Hill Maria. The speaker was not Secretary of the Security Council Alexander Pierce, but President Matthew Ellis. Where is the current location of the mothership? Nuke. Drop, nukes. Hill's heart trembled, and he thought he heard it wrong. That's right, bomb. The voice of the Prime Minister of the Foot Basin country was translated simultaneously. In the current situation, besides nuclear bombs, is there any other way to destroy that damned space channel? Your Excellency, Twisting City has a population of more than 8 million. Hill ignored the politeness, and exclaimed, if a nuclear bomb goes down, how many people will die in the whole city? Besides, the power of the nuclear bomb, can it destroy the space channel created by Tesseract? It's still an unknown. Isn't it all because of your S.H.I.E.L.D's dereliction of duty? Another head of state snorted coldly. When S.H.I.E.L.D was established, all countries invested a lot of money and resources, just hoping that you can deal with this unexpected situation. But now? The alien army has come in and you are missing. And Nick Fury, whether he is dead or alive, we in the Security Council don't even know. The fourth voice came to his ears, and Hill didn't even have time to see which country's head of state it was. Is now the time for accountability? Hill was stunned. Besides, the X-Men are desperately resisting. Depending on the situation, they even summoned a large army, not to mention destroying all Chitauri. At least they can buy us enough time to find a way go to the Duinbo space channel. As she talked, she couldn't go on. Because in sight, the faces of all heads of state, including their own president, are getting uglier. Hill suddenly came to his senses. Drop the nuke, not just because of Chitauri, but also because of mutant. Her voice suddenly became extremely difficult, and her expression was extremely complicated. The power they displayed is really too powerful, isn't it? There was a brief silence on the COMM channel. This is not something you should consider, Commander Maria. A leader said lightly. S.H.I.E.L.D only needs to report now, whether it can close the contract in a short time and drop the nuclear bomb. If you want to drop a nuclear bomb, you can't just have one. President Matthew Ellis interrupted him suddenly, his face pale. As soon as these words came out, other members of the council changed their expressions. Tesseract is in New York. As long as the main channel of the space channel is destroyed, the other channels will disappear immediately. We only need one. Do not. Matthew Ellis said categorically, what is before us now is not just the issue of alien invasion. The power of mutant far exceeds our expectations. They have clearly been hiding their strength and deceiving them before. If we let them fight off the aliens, everyone knows what the consequences will be. So what's the point of targeting just one city if you're going to drop a nuke? Only by launching in 5 cities together, can the X-Men's elite be wiped out. In this way, Mutant's power will be lost by at least half, and he can no longer be so arrogant in a short period of time, but can only obediently hide in the shadow corner like before. When it comes to the issue of dropping nuclear bombs on their own territory, these high-level officials who are usually secretive have no scruples in speaking. Hill's scalp tingled when he heard it. A strong contender for deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D, she definitely knows the dirty and dark side of politics. But she never imagined that at such a moment that concerns the life and death of all mankind, these people are still fighting for power and profit. On the one hand, they want to backstab Mutant, and on the other hand, they also want to avoid losses. It's outrageous. This is impossible. As long as the main passage in New York is destroyed, the space passage above the neon will disappear. Why should we bear the loss of destroying a city? That is, the root of the problem is in New York. If you want 5 cities to drop nuclear bombs together, unless the council members vote to reach a result. The heads of countries where the other 4 major battlefields are located immediately jumped out to oppose. Matthew Ellis said coldly, "If you disagree, after the matter is over, we don't mind launching a nuclear war. This is a blatant threat." The 4 council members who objected immediately shut up. Although everyone looked extremely gloomy, they still nodded in agreement after a brief silence. In this case, the 5 cities together. "You guys are crazy." Hill couldn't bear it anymore, and the birth interrupted them. "Just to eliminate the X-Men, 5 cities and tens of millions of lives are the price." All eyes focused on her. "Commander Maria, you should understand that if the X-Men fail, Chitauri will constantly increase troops to attack the Earth through the space channel, and the consequences will be that the entire Earth will be reduced to ruins. I don't know who said it, this is a sacrifice that must be made for the safety of the lives of more than 6 billion people in the world and the continuation of human civilization." Nick Fury's voice suddenly appeared on the COMM channel. He was covered in blood, his windbreaker was covered with dust, and he looked extremely embarrassed, as if he was fighting Chitauri. "Your Excellency, my people have already tried to destroy the space channel, and according to my recent investigation, Mutant has no intention of starting a war either." He didn't finish his sentence. Matthew Ellis interrupted him coldly, "They can summon an army. An army that beat Chitauri back steadily. Our army has no power to fight back against Chitauri. After all, the official attitude towards Mutant has never changed. In exchange for a little time, they can accept the establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau, allowing mutants to gain some political power. That is because they believe that as long as they are fully prepared, the removal of mutants will be a matter of course. But now, they suddenly discovered that mutants' strength was much stronger than expected. How can this be tolerated? What's more, there is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of you to wipe out all the elite X-Men in one fell swoop. And Generation 5.1 price. It's just a few cities. They have been ravaged by war. Even in order to destroy the space channel, these nuclear bombs were supposed to be launched. So why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Well, I know I can't convince you." Nick Fury seemed to have expected this for a long time, but he was not angry, he just said word by word, "But according to S.H.I.E.L.D's investigation during this period, I am 70% sure that even if a nuclear bomb is launched, it will destroy no X-Men." "What?" This remark caused ridicule from all the high-level human beings. For those who have never seen the truly extraordinary world, is there a mutant in this world that cannot be reached by a ladder? If so, please add some more. Nick Fury said lightly, "Since this is the case, I hope you will not regret it." "Crazy," Hill muttered to himself with a pale face. In a trance, she finally realized that S.H.I.E.L.D may have been established to protect the interests of the Earth, but the Security Council directly leading S.H.I.E.L.D, every member is a politician. And politicians for power. Anything can be done. They are playing to death. Chapter 102. Read, Susan, the World Security Council has just passed a resolution depriving me of command of SHIELD. They want to nuke Tesseract's space channel. So now, you're in trouble. There are 5 nuclear bombs heading towards 5 cities respectively, and they are expected to detonate simultaneously in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Nick Fury's voice suddenly sounded on the communication channel of the Fantastic Four. Great Crab Special. Shit. Those politicians whores. Are you so crazy? The 4 superheroes cursed almost at the same time, and the voice from Thunderbolt's mouth reached Tony, Thor, and Lynn's ears immediately. Loki heard it too. It was at this very moment that he clearly saw the fleeting light in Lynn's eyes. FK. This guy has been waiting for a nuke. A light flashed in Loki's mind, and he finally understood. Just about to react, Lynn suddenly stretched out her right hand, facing the Tesseract's energy shield with her palm. But she didn't try to break the seal like Thor and Human Torch, but just said a word softly. More precisely, there is only one name. Alice. I'm here, Master. An electronic sound suddenly sounded in Stark's office, and then, the wall broke open with a bang, and a purple light flew through the air from Tony's battlesuit research room. 01 WTF. Tony looked confused, but raised his right hand subconsciously. The purple light directly wrapped the fist of the battlesuit, which turned out to be a glove as soft as silk, with strange and mysterious magic inscriptions branded on it, and there were faint links of purple lightning between each other. As if blessed to the soul, Tony flicked his wrist. Slap! A whip composed of purple lightning suddenly vibrated out, and the slightest ripples appeared in the void, but they were not caused by energy surges, on the contrary, they seemed to be an illusion. This whip. Tony's expression changed slightly. He has seen Yvonne Vank's lightning whip, which is extremely powerful, but that kind of power is based on terrible destructive power. With one whip, ordinary steel alloys will be cut in half. But at the moment, the purple long whip in his hand didn't give him a similar feeling. This whip doesn't have much destructive power. However, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S reminded him, Sir, this is a gift specially prepared by Mr. Lynn for you to make up for the lack of steel battlesuit weapon system. Lynn's gift? Tony's thoughts turned, he raised his whip without the slightest hesitation, and whipped it towards Loki. Still not giving up. Loki sneered again and again, but dodged sideways without any hesitation. Long before Lynn arrived, he had already fought Iron Man. Under his illusion magic, all of Iron Man's technological weapons passed through his body without exception. Can't hurt him at all. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he doesn't need to dodge at all. However, at this moment, the sudden appearance of the purple gloves and whip gave him an ominous premonition. This thing was drawn by Lynn. And Lynn is a magician. Buzz. Surprised, Loki not only dodged quickly, but even activated the invisibility magic at the same time. But at the moment, the purple lightning whip that was drawn in the air suddenly turned around, accelerated and extended without warning, and hit him like a poisonous dragon coming out of a hole. This whip is a soul weapon. Does this whip have an auto-lock function? Loki's and Tony's expressions changed drastically at the same time. The former was shocked to discover that the purple lightning whip did not pass through his body, but hit him firmly, and a burst of intense pain hit him suddenly. As for the latter, he discovered the strangeness of the whip. This is a magic whip that specializes in souls. Ha ha ha. Tony was ecstatic. Facing Loki who couldn't hit him no matter what, he had long been suffocated. Now that he had the soul whip in his hand, his whole strength was revived. Seeing that Loki was trembling from a whip, he didn't show any sympathy, and the second whip hit him directly in the face. What? With a scream, a purple scar suddenly appeared on Loki's handsome and evil face. An unprecedented sense of anger and humiliation welled up in his heart, and he was about to yell, but Tony had already manipulated the long whip to roll up his body, dancing wildly with crack and crack. Boom 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 boom. Big pits appeared on the ground, walls, and ceiling, and Loki was smashed like a humanoid kite. Thor, who was outside the energy shield, was about to burst into tears, his expression was more sad than his injury. Lynn watched this scene speechlessly. Tony, there's still 1.5 minutes until the nuclear bomb is coming. Do not worry. Tony clearly knew that. These few swings already caused the psychic scepter in Loki's hand to come out, so he immediately turned on the thrusters under his feet, jumped up, and grabbed the psychic scepter with his left hand. Then he retracted the long whip without the slightest hesitation, grabbing the scepter's hood. Truly one of the smartest people on earth. After such a long period of observation and thinking, he had already found a way to break the seal. At this moment, without Lynn's reminder, he rushed out in one go. Buzz buzz buzz. The moment the scepter came into contact with the energy shield, the void trembled violently, and after a few breaths, it burst apart. Loki hissed loudly, a strong anger suddenly surged in his dizzy head. He guessed that this energy shield might not last long, but he never expected it all collapsed in such a way. From the beginning to the end, Lynn didn't even make a move. In the life and death of the Earth being invaded, it seems that this mutant magician just came here, said a few unnutritious nonsense to himself, and then hooked his hands. The crisis is over. He actually buried his hands in the Stark building. I didn't realize it. FK. 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 Thinking of this, Loki's heart was ashamed, and he only felt that the situation he had created with all his efforts was nothing but a ridiculous and comical performance in the eyes of the other party. The reason why the other party waited until now is clearly only to achieve the fourth purpose: inspire human officials to launch nuclear bombs. In other words, Mutant showed his strength this time. It turned out to be a trap. Loki has no doubt that these 5 nuclear bombs will not even be able to blow up a blade of grass in the city, but they will set off an unprecedented storm of public opinion. When victory is in sight, the top officials of human beings are trying to destroy the 5 world-class cities and kill several people. Thousands of people. This is a political scandal enough to shake the foundations. Mutant didn't do anything, and those high-level officials handed over the knife on their own initiative. Looking at the entire universe, is there anything more stupid than this? A bunch of idiots. Shit. Idiots. Trash. Loki cursed crazily in his heart, his aggrieved body seemed to explode. But no one paid attention to him anymore. Lynn, leave the contracted nuclear bomb to me, and leave the rest to you. Tony threw the mind scepter directly to Lynn, and it turned into an afterimage and disappeared into the sky. You have confidence in me. Lynn took over the scepter and slowly flew up to the top construction platform. Professor Eric Savage 813, who had met once, is looking up at the sky here. His face is full of excitement like a fanatic. 1 more minute. Lynn strolled, walked to the Tesseract device, and aimed the scepter. He was about to say hello to Eric Savage when Loki's voice transmission sounded in his mind. Lynn. The other party's voice was trembling violently. Obviously those few whips caused a lot of soul damage, but even so, the other party still insisted on sending out this voice transmission. Tell me, if you don't have a psychic scepter, can you break through it? Seal of Tesseract. Lynn froze for a moment. At this point, Loki doesn't care about the failure of the invasion plan, nor does he care about how Mutant handles the 5 nuclear bombs, but wants to know, such an inexplicable question? Could it be that this has become his obsession? This. Lynn smiled, and sent a telepathic message, guess. Loki was so angry that his internal organs were almost destroyed. But he finally guessed the answer. A minute later. As Tony pushed the nuclear bomb into the space wormhole, Lynn used the psychic scepter to destroy the energy channel of the Tesseract. Hearing the sound of clang, the mind scepter fell directly to the ground. And Lynn. It disappeared like a bubble. People who are not proficient in magic will only be surprised by this. But Loki is the #1 magician in the 9 realms, he understood it almost immediately. This Lynn. It's not the real one. It is a mirror duplication like a projection. For such a big matter, he doesn't even have a real difference. Loki is completely bewildered. At the same time, a question arose involuntarily in my heart. Lynn's true self. Where did you go? Chapter 103. Loki will never know just how much Lynn did in this Chitauri invasion. Xavier Building, Second World Headquarters. When the Chitauri army appeared, thousands of employees naturally saw it quickly. However, before the panic spread, it was suppressed by Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee. Don't worry, at the moment, this building is the safest place for the entire contract. The voice on the radio, there is no hidden magic like Lynn. But it still made the employees gradually quiet down. Because they soon discovered that those Chitauri flight devices roared and ravaged the entire twisting city, but they seemed to have never seen this building at all, and no one stayed here. The huge Leviathan monster also subconsciously ignored this building when transporting troops to various places in the city. Even among the fleeing crowd on the street below, none of them ran into the building. None of them can see the company building. No, it seems that in their eyes, the company building does not exist. It's not right, it's not so much that everyone can't see us, it's better to say. Everyone subconsciously avoided our place. Have we disappeared? What's going on? Discussions continued one after another, until the appearance of X-Men, half of them disappeared. Working in the second world until now, the employees more or less suspected that their company had something to do with mutant, but they didn't get a solid hammer. At the moment, they still have no evidence, but everyone is certain in their hearts. I am working for mutant. No one feels angry and aggrieved. On the one hand, it is because the salary far exceeds that of the peers. On the other hand, mutant's reputation is completely different from before. Even the official establishment of the Mutant Affairs Bureau is tantamount to acknowledging the legal status of mutant. Having trouble with mutant? Most importantly, at this moment of life and death, the X-Men rushed over immediately. They are undisputed superheroes. I am working for superhero, what is unacceptable? Okay. Shadowcat's voice came out from the radio again. I know everyone is very worried about the situation outside, but the president once said a word, there is a specialization in the arts, and fighting Chitauri is the X-Men's business. Our mission is stick to your post and continue to complete the work at hand, understand? All the employees woke up like a dream. Clear. Receive monitoring data immediately. Chitauri single soldier, height, weight, shape weapon. Chitauri flight device, outer velocity power source. Leviathan monster, appearance, weakness. On each computer, dense data filled the site, and all the employees were quickly immersed in their work. In the technical director's office, Shadowcat, Jubilation Lee, Sky, and Felicity tapped on the keyboard, summarizing and integrating these data into the database of Oasis. That guy Lynn, we left all the work to us, but he didn't know where he went to be lazy. Next time we meet, writing will make you look good. I don't know who it is, so I couldn't help but complain. It quickly got the unanimous approval of the other three. Lynn is not lazy. At the moment, he was standing on the roof of a house. With his eyes slightly closed, the vast sea of mental power spread like a tide, covering almost half of the earth. Through the eyes of spiritual power, he saw Tony pushing the nuclear bomb into the space wormhole, and also saw the sides of Phoenix, Polaris, and blinking three women, and a portal appeared at the same time. That's the cast from Mirror Duplication. The three women passed through the portal and appeared in the three major battlefields of Jeju, Hong, and Australia respectively. At the same time, Magneto, who is far away in the new Xavier's school, also rushed to Paul's battlefield through the portal. Phoenix cast psychokinesis, Polaris manipulated metal, flickered and drew a big portal in the air. Magneto raised his hand casually. All four nuclear bombs went where they should go. The next moment, in the vast universe, 5 nuclear bombs exploded at the same time, and Chitauri's mothership was ravaged. It's over. Lynn sighed softly, turned her head to look at a figure beside her. Ancient One magician, these are nuclear bombs, and there are still 5 of them. If they really fall on the Earth, I don't know how many casualties will be caused. You really think so? With no intention of making a move. A magician with an apricot yellow bald head, a calm complexion and an indifferent expression. Kamartaj's mission is to protect the Earth from the invasion of magical forces, other things have nothing to do with us. She heard the words and said lightly, I have lived for many years and have seen many things. Human beings have been accompanied by wars and deaths since their appearance, and the damage to the Earth's environment has never stopped. If every nuclear bomb is launched, Kamar, if Taj wants to take care of it, wouldn't it be human interference with the law of natural development? Understood. Kamar, Taj does big things. Compared with those powerful forces on the magical side, Chitauri's invasion is nothing more than a trivial matter. Not worth the shot. Lynn caught the point right away, smiled and said, "No wonder, the flames of war are raging outside, but you just killed a few Zeta Swiss soldiers who are close to the holy place." 27. Ancient One magician glanced at him. "It's just a few nuclear bombs, even if mutant doesn't shoot, it doesn't matter." "Definitely, there are too many hidden superpowers on this earth." Lynn nodded, "But we have to take action. We have already stood up in front of people all over the world. If we don't take action to stop these nuclear bombs, wouldn't what we did today be meaningless?" A look of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the Ancient One magician. "You don't seem to want to hide." She smiled imperceptibly at the corner of her mouth, using Chitauri's invasion to enhance mutants' reputation and strength. "You want to replace humans to rule the earth?" Lynn looked at her curiously. "If mutant really does this, will Kamar Taj intervene?" "Won't." Ancient One replied without the slightest hesitation, "The change of regime is inevitable in history. Whether ordinary people rule the earth or mutants become the rulers, the earth is still the earth. In the vast and endless river of time, it is just a short moment." "This is a bit high." Lynn nodded. "People who look up to the starry sky and the universe will naturally not care about the little power struggles on the land under their feet." He sighed softly again. "But in this world, there are too few people who can see the starry sky. How can those high-level human beings be so stupid that they think that launching a few nuclear bombs can wipe out the X-Men, can kill Superman?" Hearing the word Superman, Ancient One's expression remained unchanged. "But both she and Lynn are very clear about the other big war that is happening on the Earth at this moment. 012401101201501161. Batman and Superman fought each other, but Lex Luthor seized the opportunity to transform the body of General Zod and create the Kryptonian monster Doomsday. Superman lost. So humans officially launched the sixth nuclear bomb, trying to destroy Doomsday. But is it really just Doomsday that they want to eliminate? Just like the other 5 nuclear bombs, do they really just want to destroy the space channel? Those people are definitely not stupid." Without waiting for Ancient One's response, Lynn said to herself, "It's the desire for power and the fear of super abilities that blinded their eyes and minds. In the final analysis, it is nothing more than the fact that people in the old era are unwilling to give up struggling under the general trend of the alternation of the old and new eras. Loki's invasion plan is completely different from the plot in memory." This made Lynn understand more deeply the complexity of the world. Chitauri invasion of Earth, why only target S.H.I.E.L.D. in Avengers, but never seem to consider the most famous superhero on the planet, Superman? Lynn was a little confused about this. But now it suddenly dawned on him. Superman is no longer a threat. The universe is like a chessboard. Thanos made a move, and Darkseid seems to make a move, otherwise Lynn doesn't think Lex Luthor can transform the Destruction White so smoothly. But even so, Lynn has no intention of changing her plans. He still appeared here step by step. See Ancient One. This is the 6th thing he has to do in this Chitauri invasion incident. A new era is indeed coming, but among the countless futures I have seen, there is no one where mutant dominates the world. Ancient One shook his head, and in his cosmic-like pupils, an aggressive golden light suddenly burst out, covering Lynn. "Even the person who came to see me today shouldn't be you. Then, Mr. Mutant Lynn, you come to me. What is the intention?" In the flat voice, there is an unparalleled spiritual oppression. The surrounding space is popped to shatter, and the real world immediately goes away. Kamar Taj Magic Mirror Space Soft. Chapter 104. I have to say that there are too many bosses in this world. Because of this, Lynn tried to avoid contact with Professor X in Xavier's school before obtaining psychic immunity. After graduation, he never thought of going to Camartage to exchange experience in magic. After all, this place has the strongest magician Ancient One on the surface. But at the moment, since Lynn has come to the holy place to make an appointment, she naturally has the confidence to face Ancient One, at least. Have the confidence to let this conversation continue without interruption. Facing this sudden change, he smiled slightly and snapped his fingers habitually. It's like a breeze is blowing. The changes in the void are suddenly reversed. The two return to the real world again. The mirror space opened by Ancient One just now seems to be just an illusion and never happened. Turn back in time. Ancient One's pupils suddenly narrowed to the extreme, and his expression finally changed. He looked at Lynn incredulously. You actually. I'm a magician too. Lynn's smile did not change, as if he was not the one who manipulated the time when he raised his hand just now. Since you are a magician, it seems normal to master a little magic in the time domain. He definitely won't say that this is the only 863 seven-ring magic he has mastered so far. Although powerful, it is not a real time travel. It's time backward. Compared with reversing time, the difference of this difference is that the scope of the display is not large, and the reversing time is only 3 seconds. Definitely, many times, 3 seconds is enough to do a lot of things. And the appearance of this magic means that Lynn's strength has entered the realm of the 7 rings. Normal. The aura on Ancient One's body slowly faded away. She didn't think it was normal. In this world, the essence of magic is cosmic energy, and the source of energy is those dimensions Mephisto, and the magician borrows the energy of dimension Mephisto through borrowing to perform various magics. P.S. DC is the same. Among these magics, time magic is undoubtedly the deepest, most powerful, and rarest kind. Even Ancient One himself, if not for the time gem Eye of Agamotto, would not be able to touch the field of time magic at all, let alone peek into the future in the long river of time. But now, the mutant magician in front of him, can actually turn back time. No items borrowed with ADEA. How terrifying has his magic level reached? The most important thing is that he is outside the future he sees. Like, out of this world. An accident in the long river of time. Looking at Lynn's young and handsome face, the shock in Ancient One's heart was like a huge wave. A mutant that shouldn't have appeared in this world. A magician with the magic of time. How will this affect the original world? At this moment, he became a little confused because of a rare occurrence. Most of the things that happened on the earth can't escape her eyes, and she can clearly see all kinds of actions of mutant in the recent period. She followed Lynn. The reason why I never thought of intervening in the matter of mutant is because I don't think there is any need to cry. This is the truth she has learned from the long river of time. The development of time is inherently changeable, every minute and every second may produce countless branches, and it is impossible for her to see every possible future, and forcibly intervening in it will only cause the backlash of time and pay a heavy price. As long as everything is under control, there is nothing to worry about. But who would have thought? The strange number that appeared in this mutant group actually mastered the magic of time. This means that the other party is not in your control. Magician. She frowned in thought, and after a long time, couldn't help asking, your magic seems. It doesn't seem quite the same as Camartage's, does it? Lynn definitely knew what she meant, and smiled. That's why I came to visit. I hope to establish a magic exchange system between the new Xavier's school and Camartage. Let outstanding students from both sides get opportunities for further study. Communication? Magic. Ancient One was stunned for a moment, never expecting Lynn's intention to come is so simple. Is there magic in the new Xavier's school? She didn't mean to look down on the new Xavier's school. Mutants and magic. Does it matter? As it turns out, Ancient One wasn't the first to fall short of Lynn's pace, and it won't be the last. Definitely there. Lynn's face was full of seriousness. the so-called magician manipulates the energy of the universe to cast various spells. Mutants can also manipulate various forces such as elements, minds, spaces, and magnetic fields. From this perspective, every mutant aren't they all born magicians? That's different. When it comes to professional knowledge, Ancient One immediately regained his composure. That's a super ability, not magic. What's the difference? It's all about manipulating energy, isn't it? Lynn's point of view is completely different from hers. If there is any difference, it is that the magician of Camartage needs the power of the dimension Mephisto to perform magic, while the mutant uses the power of genetic mutation. Or, my own emperor. Speaking of this, he paused slightly, and then said word by word, but, who said that magic must be like Camartage? As soon as this remark came out, it was like thunder. Lynn even questioned Camartage's magical legitimacy. Borrowed power is only illusory after all, and it does not really belong to oneself. This is a very simple truth. Lynn clearly saw the change in Ancient One's expression, but continued indifferently. The magician of Camartage has been practicing hard all his life, but he is only a user of magic power, not an owner. Is this the true meaning of magic? On the other hand, Mutant is really in control of his own power, and he is eager to return to himself. There is no possibility. Camartage's magical path isn't necessarily correct. There is no doubt that these words are extremely deviant. Not to mention saying it in front of Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One's reaction was exactly the same as when Tony heard the mutant evolution theory in the Stark building. She subconsciously wanted to refute it, but she had to admit that what Lynn said was not unreasonable. Who says magic has to be borrowed? The magicians on the earth have been practicing this way since ancient times. Does it mean that this path must be right? Shouldn't the owner of magic be the magician himself? Why keep those dimensional Mephistos stuck on their necks? Mutant. Practice magic. This was obviously a brand new angle that Ancient One had never thought of. She only felt that it was extremely absurd. Mutants' genetic mutation and magic were two things that had nothing to do with each other. But Lynn forcibly connected the two together. Chapter 105. Ancient One's eyes flickered wildly, staring at Lynn and said, "You want to tell me that Mutant's super ability is actually a kind of magical ability? Is not it?" Lynn raised her hand, and a light curtain appeared in front of Ancient One. In the screen, it is the image of Phoenix fighting Chitauri. Jean Grey, Omega-class mutant. Ancient One recognized it immediately, raised her eyebrows slightly. "I felt a powerful force in her body that could destroy the world. Delta, Omega, etc. are the old forms." Lynn nodded. "I implemented a new mutant-level system in the new Xavier's school. According to this new system, she could only be classified as a 4th-level mutant, which is just enough to graduate in the new Xavier's school. Original." Ancient One has captured the key points keenly. "That's right, originally." Lynn explained, "She has powerful psychokinesis and spiritual ability. Perhaps in your opinion, this is just a super ability produced by genetic mutation, and the strength of super ability is fixed. At most, there are only differences in proficiency and mastery, so her final outcome is only one, which is to be eroded by the Phoenix force in her body. But in my opinion, this just means that she has an unparalleled ability in mind and reality magic. So, in the past period of time, I tried to guide her to practice spiritual and reality magic. What's interesting is that her magical power, that is, the so-called super ability, has not stagnated, but has been growing slowly. And because of this, she can even absorb the Phoenix force in her body bit by bit, turning into a corpse. Now, she's a level 6 mutant. Definitely, I prefer to call her 6-ring magician who also cultivates the 3 systems of mind, reality, and life, Phoenix force." Ancient One didn't speak, just looked at the light curtain quietly. In the picture, there is a flash of light in Phoenix's eyes, and the arrows of the heart are condensed out, Chi and Chi penetrate the heads of each Zeta Swiss soldier. One by one, the Zeta Swiss soldiers immediately fell to the ground and died. The souls, or consciousnesses, of the Zeta Swiss soldiers originate from their motherships, so normal psychic abilities won't have much effect on them. This is obviously a brand new attack method. The light of the soul turns virtual into reality, cutting off the spiritual connection between the other party and the mothership. Immediately afterwards, Phoenix raised his hand and shot out streaks of red light, which sank into the bodies of those Zeta Swiss soldiers, and those soldiers stood up again. Only this time, they pointed their weapons at their own kind. It was as if the red light gave them new life. Ancient One trembled slightly, but before he could react, the screen flashed, and the scene of Phoenix tearing the giant Leviathan in half with powerful psychokinesis appeared again. Mind, life, reality. Ancient One muttered to himself, vaguely understanding what Lynn meant. Lynn waved her hand, and the screen in the light curtain turned into storm again. Mr. Orlo, the super ability is to control the weather, control the storm and lightning. This is a typical elemental magician. Although she doesn't have the Phoenix force to absorb, but it can also be called a five-ring magician, and the future is limitless. In the light curtain, Storm's control over the storm power of the thunder and lightning is much stronger than before. Lynn waved again, and Poppy Iceman appeared on the screen again. Bobby Drake, a single ice magician, is currently between the fourth ring and the fifth ring. After Iceman, there is Polaris in the magnetic system, and Clarice in the space system. Lynn introduced them one by one. Magic doesn't have to be comprehensive, and a magician doesn't have to be like Kamartaj's magician, who is proficient in various types of magic, and everyone can open portals. He sighed softly and looked at Gudeo. As long as you are proficient in a certain department and persevere in this field, you will become an excellent magician, won't you? At the moment, if Ancient One doesn't understand his intentions, he will be the Sorcerer Supreme for so many years in vain. Magic Classification Magician Specialization. She muttered to herself, thinking about every word Lynn said, so that her face became more and more weird. You want to promote magic civilization in the mutant group. It's not just the mutant population. Lynn shook her head. He snapped his fingers, and the light curtain dissipated, but a black bracelet appeared again, slowly floating in front of Ancient One. The existence of Oasis should not be a secret to Sorcerer Supreme, right? Not interested in going in and taking a look. Ancient One was stunned. I don't understand at all what this matter has to do with Oasis. She took the bracelet and directly entered the virtual world of Oasis without activating it like other players. However, she did not appear in the Twisting City, but came to the Minister of the Whirlpool Channel. Lynn's figure also appeared. This seems to be the background hub of the world of Oasis. Outside the Vortex Channel, one can see bubbles one after another, and one player after another is experiencing the game. Lynn waved her hand, and the Vortex Channel suddenly sped up. After stopping, his eyes locked on a bubble on the right. Wanda Maximove, one of the participants in the Oasis First Mover Experience program. Lynn pointed to the player character in the bubble, and said, she has a magical ability, but I don't know it. If there is no accident, she may be born at a certain point in the future due to a special reason. Activate your own power, but now she has entered Oasis, and in the game, she has activated her magic ability and learned a few spells. P.S. In the movie universe, Wanda is not a mutant, the magic ability is activated by the scepter. Ancient One was puzzled. It's just a virtual game. Players learn a few spells in it, can they still take it out? This thought just came to mind when Wanda in the bubble suddenly went offline and left the game after completing a copy, and her real figure still appeared in the bubble. The login device of Oasis is bound to the soul, which can be extended to the player's real world. As the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One thought of that in an instant. But before she could speak, she saw Wanda in the bubble, in her own room, actually recited a spell that would only take effect in the world of Oasis. Then, a huge fireball appeared in her room. She actually cast magic in the real world. The power in the game actually brought it back to reality. Great Crab Special. Ancient One's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Lynn in disbelief. You use this virtual world to teach those players with abilities to learn magic. 0. Asking for flowers. Obviously, this is the ultimate secret of Oasis. And Lynn has no intention of hiding it. If it is a super ability, it is definitely impossible to bring it from the virtual world to the real world, but the essence of magic is knowledge. People who have a certain magical ability, as long as they learn the corresponding knowledge, they will naturally be able to cast magic smoothly. He nodded, and said without hesitation, when Oasis is fully released and 6 billion people around the world have entered the game, there will be millions, tens of millions more teachers in the world. At that time, this world will usher in a brand new era of magicians for all. Ancient One is dumbfounded. How could she not understand what Lynn meant? The anomalies in the mutant group in front of me are not limited to fighting for power with human beings, nor are they limited to promoting magic civilization in the mutant group. He clearly wants to promote the magic cultivation system all over the world. He is going to change the whole world. Lead human civilization to a new direction. Extraordinary. All people magician. 0. It's not just magical civilization. Lynn seemed to know her thoughts, smiled and said, in my opinion, magic and technology go hand in hand, which is the correct path for the development of human civilization. He stared at the strongest magician in this world, and said word by word, for thousands of years, the Sorcerer Supreme has been protecting the earth from being invaded by the power of magic, but today, the times have changed. Up. In the depths of the universe, all the interstellar overlords have locked their eyes on the earth, and the influence of Mephisto in those dimensions on the earth is also increasing day by day. There are more and more threats to the earth. How long can the Avengers defend? How long can the X-Men defend? How long can Camartage defend? Instead of passive defense, why not try? How about going out? Why do people on Earth have to shrink into a corner? Why can't we go to the depths of the starry sky to see? Why can't we go to a different dimension and let Mephisto in those dimensions also see the power of people on Earth? This series of questions immediately stunned the room. She couldn't keep up with Lynn's rhythm for a while, so she could only subconsciously say, mutants are a minority after all, and people with magical abilities are also a minority. How could the Earth's civilization span so many at once? She didn't finish her sentence. Lynn had already answered her. Don't forget, 90% of the people on Earth have the X gene. At this moment, Lynn made no secret of her ambition. As long as 90% of the people activate the X gene in their bodies, the Earth will be full of magicians. What is impossible? Ancient One became more and more shocked. Can you do it? It's definitely not possible right now. A familiar smile appeared on the corner of Lynn's mouth, but sometime in the future, maybe I can just snap my fingers and do it. When he said this, he had definitely aimed at Ancient One's mind gem, and establishing a magic exchange system with Camartage was a perfect start. Ancient One doesn't know this. She was just shocked, horrified. There is also a hint of inexplicable admiration. This mutant magician, what a big ambition. Pill. Chapter 106. Today, the overall plan that Lynn formulated when she was dormant in Xavier's school has officially surfaced. Integrating mutants, creating new X-Men, improving the status of mutant groups, and making mutants enter the world's mainstream stage is level 1. The second stage is to implement the magic practice system and create an extraordinary Earth where magic and technology go hand in hand. The key to connecting these two phases. It's Oasis. So the next most important thing is to hold the Oasis Global Press Conference. Definitely, he always thinks ahead. Since the Chitauri invasion brought 2 princes from Asgard, he doesn't mind laying a little groundwork for Oasis to go out of the Earth and connect with the universe in the future. Start building. Lynn's sudden disappearance made Loki tearful, feeling that in 1,000 years, he had never suffered such huge amounts of humiliation and blows. And Thor and Human Torch also looked blank. The former quickly shines in front of his eyes. Loki. Driven by the Meow Hammer, he flew into the building and picked up the pale-faced Loki. You have made many mistakes before, and I can forgive you, but this time, you caused too much trouble, and I can only forgive you. U-440 brought it back to Asgard, and handed it over to the king. Ha 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 ha. When Loki heard this, unabashed sarcasm appeared in his lifeless eyes. My big brother, you are as stupid as ever. In this situation, do you think I can go back to Asgard? Thor gave him a hard look, resisting the urge to smash his brother's head with a hammer, swung the Meow Hammer to break through the roof, and then jumped onto the top platform. I have made an agreement with the people of Avengers. I will help them protect the Earth, and you will be judged by the law of Asgard. While talking, he grabbed the psychic scepter on the ground. At the same time, the line of sight fell on the tesseract that had regained its calm. This thing was originally left on the Earth by Odin, and was later obtained by Red Skull of Hydra. After several twists and turns, it finally took the spoils of S.H.I.E.L.D. from Howard Stark. Now it seems that there are not a few people in the universe who covet it. If you stay on the Earth, it will be a misfortune rather than a blessing. Why don't you take it back and hand it over to the king of God Odin? With this in mind, Thor puts down Loki and walks towards Tesseract. Hey, friend, although I don't know what this thing is, but it obviously doesn't belong to you, isn't it a bit bad to rush to take something that doesn't belong to you? Thunderbolt was suspended in the air, seeing this scene, couldn't help but said. Compared with everyone in X-Men and Avengers, their Fantastic Four were completely rushed to the shelves and were invited by Nick Fury to rescue them, so the information they know is extremely limited. He doesn't even know Thor's identity. In his mind, Chitauri's invasion has ended, so, as the spoils of the victor, the universal Rubik's Cube should belong to the Earth. Don't worry, the Asgardians will never covet power that does not belong to us. Thor glanced at him, and said arrogantly, it's just that if this thing stays on the Earth, it will only bring you endless disasters. With the current level of civilization on the Earth, it is not a wise choice to occupy it. He didn't finish his sentence. Whether it is a wise choice or not is not up to you. Wolverine's voice sounded suddenly. Thor and Thunderbolt looked sideways, and saw Wolverine stepping up the air step by step. Every time he took a step, the combat boots under his feet emitted a ray of light, allowing him to use his strength to leap. Not long after, he landed heavily on the top platform. Because of the killing just now, the eyes full of evil spirits turned slightly, and locked on Thor. Touching other people's trophies without authorization is not a good habit. The adamantium claws between his knuckles didn't even have time to retract. Thor's pupils shrank slightly. Logan's bulging muscles and bloody bone claws made him feel full of strength. He immediately understood that this was a tough guy like himself. X-Men. Thor is not a good-tempered person. Wolverine's unfriendly eyes immediately aroused the arrogance in his heart. What? I want to take it away, don't you agree? We definitely disagree. The portal suddenly appeared, and the figure of Phoenix stepped out of it, not just Tesseract. She pointed to Loki who was lying on the ground, and pointed to the psychic scepter in Thor's hand. This person, and this scepter, must be kept. There is no doubt that Loki is Thor's weakness. His eyes instantly turned cold. The next moment, under the bewildered gazes of Wolverine, Human Torch, and Phoenix, he grabbed Loki's collar again, and then threw it heavily on the ground. Do you know that this man is the Prince of Asgard? It's my brother. So what? Regarding his operation, Phoenix was a little confused, but said without any hesitation, he is the mastermind behind Chitauri's invasion of Earth, and he must accept the judgment of Earth. Noble Prince of Asgard, naturally there is Asgard's law to judge. Thor did not show any weakness, and the temper of the Prince of God's realm was evident. Earthlings want to judge a god. The gods in your mouth almost destroyed 5 top cities on the earth, and caused huge casualties of hundreds of thousands of people. Another portal opened, and Storm's figure also stepped out, accompanied by a shocking thunderstorm. Just because he is the so-called Prince of Asgard, you want to take him away? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Thor's pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant. He is Thor, and with the Meow Hammer, he can activate the power of the thunder and lightning, at this stage, so he clearly felt the powerful thunder and lightning energy in Storm's body. I am sorry for the casualties in this incident. Thor wanted to defend himself, but his voice weakened unconsciously, but Loki, he didn't do it on purpose. He was tempted by someone. Active or passive, it does not affect the fact that he is an executioner and butcher. The light of the portal reappeared. This time, out of it came Cyclops. Immediately afterwards, rays of light flickered out. Iceman Poppy, Colossus, Sunspot Roberto, Polaris, Clarice, one after another X-Men members appeared on the top platform, filling the small space to the brim. Prince Asgard, are you sure you want to pack your first screen? These people have just experienced a great battle, and everyone exudes a strong bloody aura. Compared with before, their eyes are all sharper and 100 times firmer. Obviously, after this iron and blood tempering, everyone has obtained an earth-shaking metamorphosis. An undisguised killing intent enveloped Thor like a stormy sea. Do not misunderstand. Without any hesitation, he dropped the scepter in his hand, then took 2 steps back and distanced himself from Tesseract. This man is just my father's adopted son, I have no blood relationship with him. Everyone in X-Men. Human Torch. Loki lay on the ground, his eyes on the sky. Suddenly it feels like the whole universe has abandoned me. It wasn't until at the moment that Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye and other Avengers arrived late, driving Chitauri's flight device, and seeing so many people on the platform from a distance, they couldn't help but look at each other. Thor, what's going on here? Nick Fury also joined them at some point, his dark face instantly became as black as ink. Thor's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He said loudly, Director Nick Fury, you came just in time. As the Prince of Asgard, I request to discuss with the Earth officials about Loki's extradition. Extradition? Everyone in Avengers was slightly taken aback, but hadn't reacted yet. Phoenix's voice has already spread throughout the audience. Earth has no connection with Asgard, and there is no so-called extradition matter. If Asgard has doubts about this, the Mutant Affairs Bureau will represent humans to God's domain to negotiate with God's Lord Odin. As soon as this remark came out, Nick Fury and others did not appreciate the meaning. Thor's expression changed instantly. No matter how good-natured he is, no matter how close he is to human beings, there is a kind of superiority as a ruler in his bones, which is reflected in both him and Loki. In other words, this is the concept instilled in all Asgard people from birth. God's domain is where the 9 realms converge. Rule the 9 kingdoms. And the earth is the human country Midgard 0.4. Mutant actually represents human beings, claiming to have nothing to do with God's domain, and to visit God or leave in a diplomatic manner. What are they up to? If I remember correctly, the Earth does not have a unified regime, so this matter should be taken care of by the World Security Council or its subordinate S.H.I.E.L.D. When it comes to the authority of God's domain, even if Thor is in the encirclement, he has no choice but to say, as for the Mutant Affairs Bureau, it doesn't represent the official Earth. No, it can. With a whistling sound, Iron Man flew over quickly. The steel helmet opens, and a faint glance glances at Nick Fury. The X-Men just wiped out the Chitauri and saved the world, so it's up to them to deal with the intruders, right? Nick Fury was speechless. But he smiled wryly in his heart. He knew that from the moment the 5 nuclear bombs were launched, the official authority had plummeted. At least for now, Tony Stark has unabashedly sided with Mutant. And people like him, or superhero. Probably far more than one. Chapter 107. New Xavier's School. Night fell. The light of the portal flickered endlessly, and 7 teams of X-Men returned to the square one after another. Loki was directly sent into the magic seal under the castle, and Tesseract and Psychic Scepter were also sent into the castle by Blink immediately. Others enjoyed loud applause and cheers. Wow! More than 1,000 mutant students applauded in unison, all with fiery and excited eyes. It can be said that this time the X-Men came out in full force, not just to eliminate the Chitauri invasion. More importantly, let these students feel the strength of the Academy. In the face of the invasion of the alien army, human beings have little power to fight back, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has completely fallen. And the X-Men won the game unscathed. This makes the students full of hope for the future. Those customized battle suits also let them see the power of super technology. The future of mutant. All light. No wonder Lynn organizes the students to watch our battle live. Among the X-Men, even Wolverine, who was not sensitive to these things, couldn't help giving a secret praise in his heart. In just over an hour, he felt that the state of the students had undergone earth-shaking changes. In the huge college, there is a thriving and vigorous atmosphere towards 05. This is something he has never seen in his nearly 100 years of life. To this day, perhaps no one has mentioned it, but all the X-Men, including him, have actually determined in their hearts that me, the well-deserved king of mutants. The era of Professor X and Magneto has completely passed. It's over this time. Our training in Oasis can be suspended for at least 3 days, right? I've been training every day recently, and I'm about to throw up. Logan smiled and lit his cigar, exhaling a circular smoke ring. Oasis is good, but the players are all enjoying the game, but they have to train in various dungeons, and they don't feel anything when they are immersed in it. At this moment when they suddenly relax, they can't help but want to rest for few days. Phoenix, Cyclops, and Storm looked at each other and laughed. Professor X, Magneto, and Dr. Banner came together to welcome everyone back home in triumph, and the latter was obviously more excited than the others, Chitauri's body and weapons. We can at least get some processing rights. He didn't finish his sentence. The faces of more than 1,000 people present all suddenly changed. Completely subconsciously, everyone looked up. Someone is howling. And not from anyone in the academy. But beyond the horizon, at the end of the night sky. Different from the wailing sounds on the battlefield, this sound seemed to be just a faint infrasound wave. Zhao Halen and Mr. Lan, who did not have super abilities, didn't notice it, but all people with extraordinary physiques keenly caught it. Whose wailing can spread throughout the world? In everyone's mind, such a question unconsciously emerged. The answer will be revealed soon. Above the square, a golden light curtain opened, and a nearly frozen picture emerged from it. In Superman's hand, a green spear pierced deeply into the body of a monster that was bigger and uglier than Hulk and Abomination, and his own chest was also pierced by the monster's sharp claws. This is a gesture of reunion. Blood gushes from Superman's chest. It was he who wailed. This scene didn't last long. About 10 seconds later, the monster fell to his death first, and then, Superman's body that seemed never to fall, finally fell down. Superman! Hiss! All of a sudden, everyone gasped at the same time, and the originally warm atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The audience was silent. After reacting, everyone including Professor X and Magneto turned their eyes subconsciously, wanting to search for Lynn immediately. Unknowingly, everyone regards Lynn, the honorary principal, as the backbone. Only to their disappointment, Lynn wasn't here. Mirror duplication has long been dispersed. Etc. If Lynn isn't there, that light curtain in the sky. The hearts of the people trembled, and only then did they realize that a bald man in apricot yellow clothes appeared in the crowd at some point, standing directly under the light curtain. She was standing there the whole time, but everyone present subconsciously ignored her existence. This is obviously extremely weird. Mr. Xavier, Mr. Lane Share, Mr. Banner. With a bald head and a smile on his face, he greeted the three principals of the college one by one, saying, "My Ancient One, is the Sorcerer Supreme of Camartage, invited by Mr. Lynn, to the professors and students of the new Xavier's school. A public class. Sorcerer Supreme. Camartage. Public class." The crowd looked at each other. Among the teachers of the college, there are many well-informed people, but they have never heard of this name. As you can see, Superman is dead, and the monster that killed him was the body of the Kryptonian General Zod, transformed into a doomsday. Ancient One is a person who will never be emotionally touched by life and death. She said calmly, "The complexity of this world is far beyond your imagination, and the death of Superman may become a piece of bad news. In the near future, humans, mutants, are Camartage magicians, and even other races living on Earth. They will all face a more severe situation. I think that's why Mr. Lin invited me to this open class. As the best of mankind, mutant should raise his eyes to see the world beyond the Earth. As an open class, this is obviously an unremarkable opening. But instantly caught everyone's heartstrings. A world beyond Earth. The two mutant leaders, Professor X and Magneto, looked at each other, and their expressions became solemn unconsciously. They faintly felt that what Ancient One said was not just referring to the alien civilization where the Chitauri and Asgard people lived. Sure enough, Ancient One pointed to the picture above his head. "Who can tell me, General Zod is obviously dead, why can he come back to life after being transformed? Does this mean that Superman may also be resurrected? So, what exactly is death? In what form does life, soul, exist? The lives in this world, are all tangible and qualitative." This series of questions is obviously beyond the scope of mutant. But for Sorcerer Supreme, exploring the essence of the universe is what she has been doing every day in the endless years. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that her understanding of everything and the use of various energies in the universe far exceeds that of every mutant present. Neither Professor X nor Magneto, which has been immersed in super ability for decades, can compare with it. Because of this, this public class is very interesting. With Ancient One's explanations in simple terms, her cognition of the four elements of earth, fire, water, wind, mind, soul, space, magnetic field, etc., all made the mutants feel a lot, frequently gave birth to a sense of enlightenment. It turns out that my use of the power of the mind, magnetic field, space, flame, thunder and lightning, is so superficial. Thoughts of shame emerged in the minds of professors and students. Among them, the most rewarding thing is Phoenix. As the mutant that Lynn focuses on training most, and the leading talent of the future magic civilization, she is in the critical stage of absorbing Phoenix Force. Every word of Ancient One increases her awareness of the power of life, mind, and reality. Point. Give her time to fully absorb the Phoenix Force. A powerful magician stronger than Ancient One will be born on the Earth. Tisk tisk. In a space that does not exist in the real world, Lynn smiled happily with Tesseract and Psychic Scepter in hand. Fudge Sorcerer Supreme to come to the Academy to give lectures. This feeling, one word. Comfortable. Chapter 108. The white space barrier is like a dome of the sky, covering it down, forming a closed space about the size of Xavier's school. The east side of the space is densely packed with various ores. At every moment, tens of hundreds of pieces of ore fly out by themselves, and are thrown into the furnaces in the south of the space. After complex and repeated tempering, they are turned into pieces of alloy, pieces of the file size of mobile phone cards. These ores are very common, and the alloys formed by smelting are not unusual. But they have a special function. Enchant. As if being manipulated by invisible hands, one by one alloy cards flew to the west of the space by themselves, and plunged into colorful lakes. These are not real lakes, but magical tides intertwined with countless magical energies. Because the energy is too rich, it looks like a substance. When the alloy card was entered into it, hair-thin ripples appeared in the lake water, pouring into the card in an orderly manner like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, forming mysterious inscriptions on the card body. When the cards left the lake and piled up on the north side of the space, these inscriptions had disappeared, and they seemed to have returned to their ordinary appearance. If the professors or students of Xavier's school were here, they would definitely cry out in surprise. Because these cards. It is the core chip of the Oasis login device. Prior to this, Phoenix, who spent a lot of time in the headquarters of the Second World, asked Lynn more than once, Oasis bracelets, helmets, and game cabins are all produced by factories. Where is the core chip manufactured? The answer, obviously, is here. This is the deepest secret under Xavier's school. A special magical space opened up by Lynn. 10 years of accumulation, today I finally gained something. At the moment, he was standing on a high platform in the very center of the space. In front of him, stood a strange object made of grey mist, shaped like a torch, but the handle was at least 1.6 meters high, the top was like a lotus flower blooming, and the 6 lotus leaves were like stars holding the moon, supporting the a touch of flame. On the 6 lotus leaves, Yunyinki has a whirlpool. Obviously, this thing has no entity, more like a shape. Lynn held the tesseract and the scepter in both hands, and the powerful power endowed by the Man of Steel was activated at the same time, and there were 2 pop, and the Rubik's Cube and the scepter crystal were crushed into pieces at the same time. At the same time, an infinite gems appeared in the palms of his hands. Blue and yellow rays of light intertwined around him to form a strange halo. Come on! Without any hesitation, Lynn stretched out both hands, and placed the space gem and the mind gem in the vortex of the 2 lotus leaves respectively. A wave of yellow and blue intertwined suddenly stirred up, and the entire space trembled violently, and all kinds of magic contained in it were almost washed away on the spot. Lynn turned a blind eye to it, and grabbed the handle formed by the condensed grey mist, and the majestic magic power was as heavy as the water that opened the gate. Next moment, yellow and blue flames suddenly appeared in his pupils. It seems to exist in eternity, and it will last forever. Infinite staff. Help me open up a real Oasis world. With a soft moan, Lynn revealed the biggest secret in this space. The countless magic circles hidden underground gather on the high platform here like spider webs, forming an infinitely intertwined node, not only the magic core of this space. It is also the main server of Oasis. And it's not a torch, it's a go. Before this staff was completely invisible, but after inlaid with the 2 infinite gems of space and mind, it realized a part of it. Boom! As if the Big Bang at the beginning of the universe appeared, the flames at the top of the staff suddenly gathered into one point, and then exploded again. A real world has appeared. First of all, on a blue planet, life is born one by one, and tall buildings rise from the ground. It is exactly the same as the scene in the world of Oasis. Then, the perspective is opened, and more planets appear, fixed star, galaxy, universe. Lynn didn't pay attention to the scene in the depths of the universe, his attention has been focused on the Earth. On the faces of all NPCs, vivid expressions appeared. This is no longer the AI intelligence endowed by Alice, but the power of Mind Gem, which makes these creatures have a certain degree of consciousness. They definitely don't have a soul yet, but they are no longer cold data. This is the real second world. Lynn is content. The Chitauri invasion event was chosen as the time point for the general release of Oasis because of these 2 gems. Space Gem creates a real world. Mind Gem grants a level of wisdom. Combining the 2, Oasis has undergone earth-shaking metamorphosis, and it is no longer a virtual world. At the moment, it becomes real. In sight, Players went online and offline one by one, but what was completely different from before was that their bodies did not disappear after they went offline. Starting today, when players log into Oasis, they will enter the virtual world from consciousness, and transform their souls into another real world. Lynn calls it, the other world. In the other world, players do not have a real body for the time being, and NPCs do not have a complete soul, but as reality gem and soul gem are also embedded with infinite methods, all this is no longer a problem. If time gem is also added to it, the real time flow will appear in the inner world. It will be fully formed and become an extraordinary world that is indistinguishable from the real world. Or dimensions. And at that time, Lynn with the Staff of Infinity, is the Lord of Dimensions. On the square, the public class of Ancient One has come to an end. Whether it's a professor or a student, whether it's a mutant or an ordinary person, everyone listens mesmerizingly. Ancient One cleared his throat and was about to announce the dismissal of the get out of class when his face suddenly changed. Professor X, Magneto, and others keenly captured the pause in her voice, and while they were looking at each other, the ground under their feet suddenly trembled without warning. Every face became strange. They had already experienced the same thing once. That time, Lynn lifted the entire Xavier's school into the sky with a magic circle. But this time, it was obviously completely different from last time. Apart from the shaking of the earth, they didn't feel any other visions. Instead, Clarice of the space system frowned, and then exclaimed, "Great gift crab special! The space we live in is expanding rapidly." Most people don't understand the meaning of this sentence. Magneto, Storm, Phoenix, Polaris, Angel, and other people who can fly jumped into the sky immediately, observing the changes in the entire space from a high position. Then, they saw that the place that was originally only 3 kilometers in radius suddenly became 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The surrounding land spread wildly, as if endless. Zhao stop. After just a few minutes, with their eyesight, they couldn't see the end of the horizon. What's even more outrageous is that the land that seemed to grow out of thin air covered forests, rivers, waterfalls, deserts, mountains, and hills. It even has an ocean. Mr. Lane Share. Polaris Lorna Dane was stunned, subconsciously looked at Magneto, who felt inexplicably close, and muttered to himself, "Am I dazzled? Is there a beach over there?" Magneto didn't speak. Because in the square below, the Kraken has opened its mouth, sending out invisible infrasound waves. Shit! The sound wave disappeared quickly, and his face became extremely strange. Xavier's school now covers an area larger than the entire contract, and the expansion has not stopped. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was stunned. Only Ancient One's face was calm, and his eyes seemed to see an indescribable place through the endless void. What did this guy do with Tesseract? Why do I feel this place already does not belong to Earth? Consciousness. Chapter 109. In the next period of time, the whole world entered a strange atmosphere. Chitauri invasion, Superman's death. The impact of these two things cannot even be described in words. The streets and alleys are full of voices talking about it, and the internet is even more heated. The firewalls that have been isolating various countries seem to have disappeared suddenly. In other words, even if it still exists, it cannot stop people's determination to know the truth. As a result, news about these two things spread around the world like a virus. Accompanied by the news pictures one after another, people saw the wailing scenes of the 5 major cities including Twilight and Voodoo, and also saw the endless ruins caused by the war in Gotham City. At last, more and more people's eyes are focused on those 6 nuclear bombs. Why launch a nuclear bomb? Such doubts only existed in the hearts of a small number of people at the beginning, and gradually spread from all over the world as the incident fermented, gathering into a voice sweeping the world. For such a big event as the alien invasion, the official immediately held a press conference in order to appease the public. But about the 6 nuclear bombs, not a single word was mentioned. And it happened to be these 6 nuclear bombs, one of which provided huge energy to Doomsday, and eventually forced Superman to die with him, and the other 5, if it weren't for X-Men and Iron Man, would almost definitely destroy the 5 major cities. There must be a conspiracy in this matter. At that time, Superman was fighting Doomsday in the sky. Why did the authorities determine that Superman was not the opponent, and launched the nuclear bomb? Did that nuclear bomb really just want to kill Doomsday? Or, the official wants to take this opportunity to kill even Superman in one fell swoop? There are 5 more. The X-Men clearly controlled the situation at that time. The magic army that appeared in the 5 cities even crushed Chitauri. Why is there any need to launch nuclear bombs? That's alien technology, so it must be able to destroy the space channel. In the end, the space channel was destroyed, didn't it still rely on X-Men? So, to put it bluntly, the 6 nuclear bombs launched by the official are simply uneasy and kind, thinking to take this opportunity to wipe out all Superman and X-Men. This is literally the stupidest thing in the world. Vigorous public opinion spread as expected. This time, the official operation is true 430 is a bit too eager, but anyone with a little IQ can see their real purpose. If this wave of operations is successful, then this wave of public opinion will naturally not cause any disturbances. But unfortunately, it failed. The X-Men survived unscathed, and successfully wiped out Chitauri's army. As a result, while the survivors in the 5 cities were rejoicing and fearing, they also inevitably burned with anger, and people in other cities did not consciously think that if there was another similar alien invasion, would the government also drop nuclear bombs on the city where it is located without any hesitation? The answer to this question does not even need to consume brain cells to think. Countless people shuddered. As a result, resentment broke out. Newspapers, news, and the internet were full of angry questioning and accusations, and the public's confidence in the government had never been lowered. Aliens have invaded, and the Earth is now in an unprecedented crisis. At times like this, what we need are heroes, not politicians. Radical slogans came and went. There were even large-scale riots in many places, and the official prestige plummeted. The first to bear the brunt are the 5 countries where the 5 major battles are located. In the city of New York alone, the government had to mobilize troops to maintain stability. However, this time, the soldiers were quite upset. You must know that there were also many troops in New York City at that time and resist Chitauri's. This is obviously not just a commotion in public opinion. Factions within the government, factions within the military, plutocrats who want to get their hands on the political power. Careerists took advantage of this opportunity to jump out, stirring up emotions, openly or secretly, and some even publicly accused the White House. And among them, there are also all kinds of looting, robbery, murder and other crimes are increasing crazily. The whole society seems to be in chaos. Under such a situation, the White House and the military leaders had to hold a meeting overnight, and after countless interest competitions, exchanges and compromises, they finally reached an agreement. When the aliens invaded, the president was also attacked by unknown armed forces, so that he lost contact temporarily. So at the time, the order to launch the bomb came from Congress, and it was initiated by Vice President Rodriguez. In view of the adverse impact of this incident, His Excellency Rodriguez will make an official announcement at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Resign. This is obviously a very poor reason. Because even if Congress passes it, only the President has the authority to order it, and the House can only launch nuclear bombs after checking the order. Therefore, the White House's move made it clear that the Vice President was to take the blame. The public will definitely not be happy, so the incident is likely to intensify. Faced with this situation, the White House had to join forces with 4 other countries to announce the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. The small nuclear bomb carried by the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier can be launched directly by the order of the World Security Council. And Rodriguez is a member of the Council. Maybe he wasn't before. But now, he is. Only then did the public know about the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D, and reluctantly accepted this explanation. After all, if the president took the blame and resigned, the blow to the official prestige would be too great, and it is impossible for the White House to make concessions. Thus, a world where everyone is barely satisfied and only Vice President Rodriguez is injured has been achieved. Definitely, with him being injured, there are also 4 blamers from 4 other countries. Obviously, Mr. Rodriguez, you have been abandoned by the forces behind you. In Rodriguez's home, White Queen's voice sounded slowly. She was leaning on the luxurious and expensive sofa, with her legs crossed, holding a glass of uninvited red wine in her hand, shaking the glass, smiling sweetly and charmingly. It's just that there is undisguised disdain and ridicule in her eyes. Magneto was right. Politics is the dirtiest thing in the world. How will you be here? Rodriguez, who had just returned home, had a gloomy expression on his face. Maybe he just lost a political battle, which caused him to be in a bad mood, or maybe he was stimulated by the mocking eyes of the White Queen. He, who has always been in the city, couldn't hold back and roared, "I have ended up today, isn't it thanks to you, mutant? Are you showing up at my house now to see my joke? Don't get excited, I'm not that boring." White Queen said lightly, "There are enough things in the Mutant Affairs Bureau. Those mutants who stood up during the Chitauri invasion have to come to the Affairs Bureau for assessment recently. I am so busy that I hardly touch the ground and have no time to look at it." "You joke. Then what are you doing here?" Rodriguez sneered. He definitely knows about this matter. Among the 5 cities, there are nearly 2,000 mutants who stood up to resist the Chitauri army. Affected by this incident, more and more hidden mutants around the world began to fight with get in touch with the Mutant Affairs Bureau. He can even imagine to what extent the strength of the Mutant Affairs Bureau will increase in the future. EZT. The White House and the military have lost a lot. As for myself, I even lost my underwear. Definitely here to help you. Since joining Lynn, White Queen has also developed the habit of acting vigorously and decisively, speaking without sloppiness, although I can be sure that you will get a lot of compensation in other areas, but, the inexplicable resignation, the political future not to mention completely ruining it, but also becoming the laughing stock of the whole world, are you really willing? Rod, Ufseeb, Riggs' heart beat hard. He is definitely not reconciled. But in this capitalistic country, even if he has reached the level of vice president, he is just the spokesperson of those chaebol and interest groups. Once abandoned, all power and glory will be lost overnight. And he didn't even have the strength to resist. Because the interest groups behind him, President Matthew Ellis and the interest groups behind him, and even the soon-to-be vice president and the interest groups behind him, have completed the exchange of interests. In this case, no matter how unwilling he is, he has only one choice. At least, a trace of decency can be retained. Thinking of this, Rodriguez didn't show it, and still stared at the White Queen coldly. "What? Cooperate? It's not cooperation, it's helping you." White Queen emphasized, "There is an old saying in Longwo that adding icing on the cake is easy, but giving charcoal in the snow is difficult. We helped you when you were most frustrated. I think you will do your best in the future to maintain the friendship between us." Var. Shit friendship. Just want me to be mutant's puppet. Rodriguez, who has been immersed in politics for decades, did not understand what White Queen meant. He sneered and said, "Do you believe this? Or have you forgotten that I am not the kind of rogue? If it was before, we really felt that the officials suppressed everywhere because of rejection and fear of mutants, and even wanted to clear all mutants." The White Queen said, neither angry nor angry, "But now, we have realized that all of this is nothing more than profit." Speaking of this, she suddenly sneered, "As the vice president, you are afraid that mutant will rise and erode the power of you vested interests, so naturally you want to suppress or even eliminate us, but now, you still hold. How does this attitude benefit you? Rodriguez choked. There was a strong look of fear in his eyes. If he didn't know the identity of the White Queen, he wouldn't even realize that he was talking to a mutant, but it was more like talking to a mature politician. No wonder Mutant will launch this woman to serve as the director of the Mutant Affairs Bureau. You're right, I'm not qualified to be hostile to Mutant now, you can kill me just by raising your hand. When he said this, even if it was just to show weakness on purpose, Rodriguez was not consciously a little sad. Because it is true. So. The White Queen shook the red wine glass and said, for you politicians, being hostile to Mutant is a need, so now, being close to Mutant, can also be a need. Isn't it? As long as the goal can be achieved, what kind of attitude does it matter? Rodriguez was silent. Having said this, he has already determined that the White Queen is not here to amuse him. But I really want to help him out. Thinking of this, his heart full of unwillingness throbbed instantly. What? He smiled inexplicably, and then quickly held back, looking at history. Have you ever seen a vice president like me who stepped down and became a laughingstock of the world can come back to power? You said it all, that's history. The White Queen's eyes were bright, and she said word by word, now, the times are different. Even aliens have begun to invade the Earth on a large scale. Don't you still feel that? Will the power structure remain the same as before? Rodriguez's heart skipped a few beats again. After the Chitauri invasion, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the world pattern will usher in earth-shaking changes. And in this change, the power of Mutant is no longer weak. Even, with their super abilities, they will become the mainstay of human beings in the face of aliens. If they really backed themselves with all their strength. Thinking of this, Rodriguez seemed to hear that his voice was a little dry. In this case, why don't you mutants run for themselves, but choose me? Ordinary people. You still don't understand, or it's not just you, those in the government and the military don't understand, Mutant has no interest in competing with you for power. The White Queen stood up slowly, and looked at him with pity. The ants only stare at the place under their feet. The power of the mutant should be exerted in a more meaningful place. We look up at the starry sky, and don't want ants rolling and squawking under our feet. That's all. This is not polite. But it is also the true style of White Queen. Her height is obviously not as high as Rodriguez's, but at the moment, she looked at him condescendingly. This is the opportunity we gave you, do you want to seize it? I can figure it out. After saying this, she drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp, crossed Rodriguez, and was about to leave. The huge villa suddenly fell into silence. There was a snap. The White Queen opened the door and stepped out of the villa with one foot. Rodriguez, who was standing there, finally trembled and turned around suddenly. Wait. The White Queen turned around. Seeing the former vice president, in this short period of time, a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, his face became a little distorted, and there was a look of desolation in his eyes. You always have to tell me, what exactly does Mutant want to do? His voice became more and more dry, as if he had exhausted all his strength, before he asked, that Oasis, has attracted the attention of the whole world, is it really just a game? The subtext of these words, the White Queen definitely understood. So a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Soon, you'll find out. Chapter 110. There are many people who have the same question as Rodriguez. 3 days later, Second World will officially hold the Oasis Global Press Conference. In the aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D., all Avengers members gathered in the conference room. Nick Fury listened to the news from the TV, and his eyes fell on each superhero. In the Chitauri invasion incident, all members of S.H.I.E.L.D. fell, and he was the only one who managed to escape. Being H was extremely embarrassing. Although he hid his hand and found the Fantastic Four to make a move at a critical moment, he did not do anything to turn the tide. At best it was a favor. It can be said that, as an international organization protecting the Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. should be the rightful protagonist in that battle, but was robbed of all the light and glory by the X-Men. It's certainly a huge amounts of hit. But Nick Fury is worthy of being the best Agent King in SHIELD. After this period of adjustment, he did not get depressed, but quickly recovered his mentality. From the outside, he looks more and more calm and deep. According to our information, the new Xavier's school, or Lynn, attaches great importance to Oasis, even more than Xavier's school. Nick Fury opened his mouth slowly, and said, "The Second World was established a few months ago, but Oasis has not been officially launched. Although only 1 million people participated in the Pioneer Experience program, it has also aroused great interest among players around the world. Huge amounts of sensational. According to the Oasis world described by some experiencers, this game is an epoch-making invention. As long as it is released, Second World will immediately become the world's top chaebol from a small, unknown company. This is enough for any game company to launch a product. But they didn't." His voice was full of deep doubts. Someone even coveted the market potential of Oasis past Jin and wanted to get a foot in, and then that night Jinjing's underworld empire was swept away. The illegal exchanges between those behind-the-scenes participants and Jin Bin also appeared in the NYPD's office the next day. Xiao Hui seems to be involved in this matter, and it also became history on the same day. These circumstances suggest that Oasis has huge amounts of meaning for Mutant. But why? His voice was full of doubts, and it was obvious that he was puzzled by this question. No matter how epoch-making a game is, it's just a game after all. What's worth paying so much attention to? In the conference room, there was silence every day. In fact, this question has been echoed countless times in the minds of everyone. But until now, there is no answer. Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow. Each superhero looked at each other, with a trace of irrepressible despair in their eyes. Obviously, the defeat in the Battle of New York dealt them a small blow. Thor has only come to Earth for the second time, and he has little understanding of mutant, and he doesn't know what to say if he wants to talk. On the contrary, the newly joined Fantastic Four and Ant-Man each expressed their views. Obviously, Mutant didn't invent Oasis to make money, or not just to make money. Ant-Man Scott cleared his throat, and they are obviously planning to release it globally simultaneously. Judging from the current situation where the whole world is extremely curious about the Black Bracelet, we can almost be sure that when this game is launched, and reach a player base in the hundreds of millions. You mean, they're for the players? Susan the Invisible Girl raised her eyebrows, and uttered a sentence from her sexy lips, but even if 6 billion people in the world play this game, is there any benefit for Mutant? Reputation. Thunderbolt crossed his legs, and his sitting posture was out of shape. If there are really so many people playing Oasis, those players will not be so hostile to Mutant. The reputation of Mutant has long been different from before. The Stone Man glanced at Thunderbolt speechlessly, and said in a muffled voice, "If you really want to change people's attitude towards Mutant through a game, shouldn't it be released earlier? Why wait until now?" Ben is right. X-Men is now a superhero group sought after by countless people. Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards nodded. He changed the TV channel casually, and there was a news screen of the Storm team fighting Chitauri. Look at it. Recently, if you open any channel at random, it's all them. 7 X-Men squads, with distinctive uniforms, different fighting styles, and a unique mix of members. All this makes them look like an idol group in the entertainment industry instead of saving the world. But it is also because of this that almost every team has extremely high popularity and has a huge number of fans all over the world. Countless people regard them as idols. This situation, everyone has obviously discovered. Among the 7 X-Men teams, almost every team member has the same fighting style as the captain. For example, in Wolverine's team, everyone's fighting style is open and close, fierce and domineering, almost always killing the enemy head-on, and overpowering the opponent with absolute strength. And the team members are all men, a typical tough guy style. In contrast, the Phoenix team is full of tricks, no rigidity, and all women. As soon as it appeared on the news screen, it attracted countless women's attention. In addition, the Storm team is almost all long-range strikes, manipulating lightning, fire, earth, and rock energy. The Cyclops team pays attention to teamwork. This may be a coincidence. It's more likely to be intentional. In the recent period of time, among the heated public opinion on the internet, many people are discussing which team is stronger and more popular, and there are even some big fights because of this. Ordinary people may not feel this. But Nick Fury, as the king of agents, subconsciously feels that Lynn clearly regards X-Men as an idol group to create. If this is true, he knows exactly what people want. Nick Fury sighed secretly in his heart. He worked so hard for so long to get together a mixed Avengers team. Mutant has already started to build a superhero idol group. 0. Seeking flowers. This kind of popularity is by no means meaningless. In a way, it means appeal. Just look at Captain America and Iron Man. As long as the former appears, the people of Eagle Sauce Country will subconsciously believe him, while the latter, no matter how ridiculous things are, will be infinitely forgiven by the people. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Nick Fury looked at Mr. Fantastic. Read, what do you want to say? What I'm trying to say is that instead of guessing what Mutant is trying to achieve with Oasis. Mr. Fantastic pondered, we might as well think about it. Why did they hold a press conference at this time? Why is it after the Chitauri invasion? He is worthy of being one of the smartest people on Earth, and everyone's eyes shine when he opens his mouth every day. That's right, it's because of those black bracelets on the battlefield that eerily summoned an army of magic that Oasis is truly known to the whole world. If you want to publicize, you can use other methods. Why do you choose the battlefield? 0. So, what benefit did Mutant get from this Chitauri invasion that made them feel like Oasis was ripe for release? Everyone's thoughts turned, and their thoughts seemed to be opened. Black Widow had the most contact with Mutant, and at this moment his eyes lit up and he said, have you noticed that Wolverine, Phoenix, and others are much stronger than before, and their fighting styles have also undergone huge amounts of changes? This is obviously not a short-term special training can do it, so. Could this also have something to do with Oasis? Captain America clearly knows the answer to this question. Because he is one of the experiencers of the Oasis Pioneer Project, and the copies he brushed, although not as strong as X-Men, have greatly increased his combat skills and experience. This. He coughed lightly and was about to speak. Hill, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interjected, Boss, are we too wary of Mutant? That sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured on the top of Rick Fury's head. All eyes are gathered here. Boss, I don't want to question your decision, but regarding the Mutant matter, I think you've lost your cool judgment. Hill took a deep breath, and said slowly, actually, since that Lynn appeared, not only have Mutant not caused troubles anymore, but they have been protecting the public, and they have not shown hostility to ordinary people, have they? In this case, why must we be so vigilant? Aliens have begun to invade the Earth, our strength is very weak, why can't we cooperate with Mutant? And also, after a pause, she pointed to the screen on the TV, what's the problem with Oasis? After 3 days press conference, we will find out naturally, won't we? As soon as this remark came out, the meeting room was silent. All the superheroes don't think there is anything. Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat, and his scalp felt a little numb. My heart is broken. The team is not easy to lead, little. Chapter 111. Similar secret meetings are not only held by SHIELD. Gotham. Bruce Wayne's estate. Lex Luthor has escaped. Batman's face was gloomy like a real bat, and he was filled with uncontrollable anger. 3 days. 72 hours. We just sent him to prison for 72 hours, and he got out of prison disappeared. Wonder Woman Diana sat across from him, and was slightly taken aback when she heard this. But not surprised. The environment in Gotham is not very good. A strange look appeared in the black eyes. Although I have never lived in Gotham, I have always heard that those criminals who were caught by you often escaped and committed crimes again. This is quite polite. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would directly say that the major official organizations in the city of Gotham are, from top to bottom, a sieve that leaks everywhere. Gotham City is simple and honest, and Arkham is full of talents. A felon who just created doomsday and almost destroyed the whole world of 370 escaped from prison? Simply not normal. Actually, I have an idea recently. Batman is obviously exhausted physically and mentally by this, so that he is full of disappointment. The major cities are uniting with the X-Men to carry out the anti-crime and evil plan. Maybe Gao can ask them for help. Purge. Diana was a little surprised. Batman nodded, took out a black bracelet, and put it on the table. This is Clark's relic. I have investigated it. It is an Oasis developed by Second World Corporation. And behind the Second World is the new Xavier's school. Clark, playing games. Diana froze for a moment, then picked up the bracelet in disbelief and checked it. It's not an easy game. With Batman's intelligence ability, he obviously knows a lot of things. He gave a general introduction, and then said, Clark doesn't seem to reject Mutant. Since that's the case, can we invite Mutant to join the team we want to form? Diana heard the words and immediately understood. He wants to get in touch with the X-Men by joining forces with the X-Men to carry out a campaign against crime and evil in Gotham. This idea is probably unrealistic. Diana thought for a moment, then shook her head. Judging from the recent events, Mutant obviously has its own plan. Since they are preparing to hold the Oasis press conference, there is a high probability that they will not be interested in our affairs. Even if the Earth is already in danger. Batman's tone became more and more low. I went to the prison where Luthor was held, and the walls were full of weird demon symbols. I had a hunch that a darker force was approaching the Earth. A look of worry appeared in Diana's eyes. Since Superman's death in battle, Bruce Wayne's mood is obviously not right, and he has obviously been brooding about this matter. After all, if he hadn't collected kryptonite, dealt with Superman, and was taken advantage of by Lex Luthor, things might not be the way they are now. You should follow the previous plan and search the original target. Diana sighed softly, grabbed the Oasis bracelet in her hand, and said softly, Mutant, let me go for a walk. How about trying to communicate first? The original target person is almost missing, and it is obviously necessary to travel to many places to find it. I hope Bruce can take this opportunity to relax. Unbeknownst to Batman, Lex Luthor had no intention of hiding after he escaped from prison. He boldly appeared on a yacht, even entertaining guests for dinner. And he has quite a few guests. Do you know who Batman really is? A small boat approached slowly, and a one-eyed man with a mohawk haircut jumped onto the yacht. The handle of the knife on his back was illuminated by the light, exuding a chill, just like his evil voice. Definitely, Mr. Slade Wilson. Lex Luthor, who was dressed in a suit, crossed his legs, and was shaking red wine, got up slowly, with a smile on his face. If you need it, I can tell you right now, let you kill him. The death knell said coldly, you will be so kind. Definitely, if you're not in such a hurry, why don't you sit down and have a drink and listen to my thoughts? Lex Luthor was not angry at all, and made a please gesture. Deathstroke stood still. There was a whistling sound in the night sky, and a sexy girl in a leopard print suit descended from the sky, causing the yacht to tremble violently. If you can help me deal with Wonder Woman, I might consider listening to your nonsense. Haha, Barbara female field. Lex Luthor smiled joyfully, as long as you don't leave tonight, you won't be disappointed. Yes. Another small boat came, but before the boat arrived, a pleasant but extremely arrogant voice came over, a criminal who was in prison 3 days ago, how can he have confidence? Miss Harley Quinn. Lex Luthor's smile became brighter, don't forget, I am a criminal, but I killed Superman. You killed Superman. Another figure landed on the yacht, taller than everyone else in the darkness. Then why are the recent news headlines? I've never seen this news, but it's all those damn mutants. Wow! Lex Luthor exclaimed exaggeratedly, Mr. Wilhelm Stryker, I know you hate mutant, and because of this, our regiment sent you an invitation letter. As he spoke, he opened his hands, as if embracing the whole world. Everyone, a new era is coming, and the Earth will undergo tremendous changes that have never been seen in hundreds of millions of years. In such an exciting era, how can we let mutant dominate? What you up to? Wilhelm Stryker let out a cold snort, and walked out of the darkness. It turned out to be a monster that was similar in size to Hulk, but was covered in red. For revenge, I paid huge amounts of price to let that B.D. Ross inject me with Hulk serum. If you want to deal with mutant, I will be very interested. Definitely, whether it's mutant or S.H.I.E.L.D, they will all be trampled under our feet. Seeing his appearance, Lex Luthor was not frightened at all, but became more and more excited. But before that, shouldn't we give our great organization a name? I heard that the Bats chose and Wonder Woman is forming a Justice League, so let's just call it. How about the Injustice? Accompanied by his slightly exaggerated voice resounding through the night sky. Small boats cut through the water and approached slowly. In this world, there are still many people who don't want mutant to dominate. In the twisting city that just experienced a catastrophe, there is also such a group of people. Everyone, Chitauri invaded and Superman died in battle. These two events fully demonstrate that the world has changed. In a secret conference room, Norman Osborn, who has turned into Green Goblin, and Dr. Victor Doom, whose head seems to have turned into metal, stand together on the stage, looking around at the crowd below. In the future world, gold 4.9 money will no longer be is everything, strength, regiment is eternal capital. Mutant has power, so it became a world-renowned superhero group. Avengers have power, so S.H.I.E.L.D let them guard the world. Now we also have the power. How can I remain silent? No one responded to their slogans. But the people sitting on the chairs subconsciously licked their lips. There is also desire in the eyes. Killian. Dr. Octopus. XX. These unknown names are ready to resound throughout the world. Green Goblin and Dr. Doom clearly caught the light in these people's eyes, looked at each other secretly, and sneered in unison, now, we are not characters to be manipulated by mutant, that Lynn, if he wants to treat us like Jin Bing. We just surprised him. Chapter 112. On this day, the weather in Twisted City was exceptionally good. Prairie Park in Flushing, Queens, was once again crowded with people. This is the most popular entertainment and cultural park in Twisting. The Stark Industry Expo was held here. Later, in order to suppress Tony's limelight, Justin Hammer placed the location of the Hammer Industry Expo here. For a long time, the most eye-catching landmark in the park is the huge globe with a height of 140 feet. But today, almost no one who enters the park takes a look at it. Everyone hurried straight to the exhibition hall. Eddie Bouletin-Locke, the chief reporter of Global Daily, had already set up a camera at the door, and with the help of several assistants, started the live broadcast. Dear audience, what you are seeing now is the scene of the Second World Company's Oasis press conference. 10 minutes later, the press conference will officially start. Before this, we have seen thousands of invited audiences enter the venue. Among them is Mr. Iron Man Tony Stark, and the current president of Stark Industries, Ms. Pepper Potts. Mr. Aldridge Killian, President of Pioneer Technology. Mr. Bolivar Trask, the founder of Trask Industry. This gentleman should be over 70 years old, but he looks about 40 years old, obviously well maintained. Oh, Mr. Pim Hank, the CEO of Pim Technology, is also here. This is a recent figure in the business world. From the founder of the group to being kicked out of the board of directors, and finally regaining control of the company in one fell swoop, he can write an autobiography. God, guess who I saw? The heir of the Star City Quinn Group, the playboy Oliver Queen, who is as famous as Tony Stark. He is also interested in Oasis. Great crab special. Eddie Locke's eyes suddenly straightened, and after subconsciously saying something, he immediately reacted. The next person entering the arena, ahem, is the representative of Wayne Group in Gotham City. Diana Miss Prince. The image of the camera turned quietly and landed on a woman who was submitting an invitation letter. Wearing a close-fitting fashion white liner and black trousers, a normal woman would definitely look like an elite woman in the workplace, but on this woman, there is an indescribable doctor, elegance, and noble. The long black hair, the beautiful face with light makeup, and the tall and graceful figure are perfectly matched, making everyone around look at her unconsciously. This is a woman who will immediately become the focus as soon as she appears on the stage. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast of the press conference through the Global Daily, all fell into a short period of stagnation just like Eddie Locke. Wonder Woman Diana has long been accustomed to this, and walked into the venue with a sweet smile. The camera kept filming her until her back was out of sight, and Eddie Bulletin Locke took a deep breath and continued to introduce the situation at the scene. On his side, every media reporter is the same. It's just that the positions of these media are obviously not the same as that of Global Daily. The editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, Jonah Jameson, came to the end in person and took the words of his own reporter. According to our exclusive information, the background of this second world technology company is not simple, and it is almost certain that Mutant was founded. So this press conference will definitely not be that simple. Judge Kate Mara of the Federal Court, Director Catherine Berget of Bureau 17 of the NYPD, and CIA retiree Moram Makta have all entered the arena. These are all officials who openly stand for Mutant. But at the same time, their bosses are here too. Just now, we even saw Mr. Mayor, the head of the F-twisting contract branch, Mr. Stan, chairman of the Armed Forces Committee, and representatives of the White House office. Major General Meade of the Air Force and Admiral Scudder of the Army are also present in person. Officials and high-level military officials collectively dispatched. This is a game company's press conference, should it have the momentum. Because of Chitauri's invasion, X-Men became a superhero group supported by the whole world, but the officials lost all face due to the unfavorable defense and the nuclear bomb incident, and even the vice president stepped down. Under such circumstances, can the relationship between the official and Mutant really continue to be friendly? How long can the apparent peace last? Follow the Bugle Daily. Tonight, we will give you the answer. Obviously, not only the Global Daily has discovered the benefits brought by the traffic of X-Men and Mutant. The Daily Bugle also jumped at the opportunity. It's just that the route they chose was another extreme. Black. Regardless of whether there is evidence or not, anyway, some specious guesses should be released directly to the public. Coupled with some conspiracy theories, it can also arouse the curiosity and attention of many people. After all, no matter how public opinion changes in 840, many people will inevitably reject and be hostile to Mutant. The Bubble Daily has grasped the psychology of this group of people. Recently, it has gained a lot of loyal viewers. The ratings of the live broadcast at this moment are faintly comparable to those of the Chuanjiao Yubeo. Definitely, the largest communication channel for this press conference. Still the Daily X. After the continuous fermentation of the Chitauri intrusion incident, the loading of X Daily on mobile phones around the world has already broken through the network firewall and spread to almost every country. At the moment, even though there is no one in the live broadcast, the number of viewers entering the Oasis channel is still increasing by a terrifying number. When Chitauri invaded, what was the black bracelet that summoned the magic army? Recently, this question has become a global puzzle. And today, it will finally be revealed. Almost everyone knows that Oasis is a game, but what kind of game is it, and what are its special features? There are so many questions in it that audiences from countless different time zones have been waiting all night. Under the eyes of everyone, time passed slowly. Finally, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Lynn, come on. Chapter 113. This is the first time Lynn has been in the public eye. But his identity is no longer a secret in the eyes of many people. Among the people sitting in the audience, the mayor of the contract, Smith, the head of the FBI contract branch, Stan, the chairman of the Armed Forces Committee, Major General Meade and General Scudder of the military, these officials, almost all the high-level executives in Fang knew that he, the president of the Second World, was mutant. And also the honorary principal of the new Xavier's school. It is precisely because of his identity that today's press conference attracted these people to attend in person. They all want to see what the new Xavier's school wants to do. Good evening, everyone. Focusing on the spotlight, when Lynn's handsome figure appeared on the stage, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. People who watched the live broadcast through various channels subconsciously held their breath. And Lynn's first sentence surprised everyone. As you may have guessed, my Second World President Lynn is a mutant. And Second World is a company founded by mutant. The black wristband that everyone is very interested in is also the login device for the upcoming Oasis game in the Second World. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and there was an uproar in the audience. The hearts of the audience watching the live broadcast jumped even more. No one expected that Lynn's opening remarks would be so simple and direct, completely different from those press conferences at previous technology expos, and she would reveal all the secrets from the very beginning. What kind of operation is this? Please be quiet, everyone, please. Lynn always had a faint smile on her face, and her unhurried voice, carrying a touch of magic power, reached the audience's ears, easily suppressing the noise. He looked around the audience with burning eyes. Everyone must be very curious now, why a company founded by mutant held such a high-profile and above-board global conference. Although the Mutant Affairs Bureau has been established now, the relationship between humans and mutants does not seem to be as tense as before, but it is only an official agency of one country after all, that is to say, there is currently only one country in the world that has reluctantly recognized mutants. Legal status. In other countries, the status of mutant is still very awkward. Since that's the case, if I stand here openly today, face 6 billion people around the world, and sell our product Oasis to the public, I won't be afraid of being blocked by various countries and not allowed to sell. In addition to ordinary audiences, this is obviously something that high-level officials, S.H.I.E.L.D, and various organizations also want to know. That's really a problem. Lynn walked on the stage leisurely, smiling confidently and calmly, but I believe that after today's press conference, no one will think this is a problem. Why? Where does mutant get his confidence? The eyes of countless people narrowed. Under the attention of everyone, Lynn suddenly changed the topic. I believe everyone knows that in recent years, the Earth has undergone more and more changes. First, the large-scale appearance of mutant. Then Kryptonian Superman appeared, and various superheroes and super-ability criminals appeared one after another. Some time ago, the Earth ushered in Thor from Asgard. Even, the large-scale invasion of Chitauri from the cosmic starry sky almost completely destroyed the Earth. It seems that suddenly, the Earth was exposed to the vision of alien civilizations. We, who have not yet developed to the stage of star civilization, have to face the dimensionality reduction of alien civilizations. Fear, restlessness, confusion, despair. These emotions must be the psychological portrayal of all the people on Earth in the recent period, right? Will Chitauri come again? Are there other civilizations in the universe that are also eyeing the Earth? If there is another invasion like this, how many times can the Earth resist? Where is the future of the people on Earth? Is there really a way out for Earth? Calm words, telling the facts that have happened. This instantly resonated with all the audience. Recently, the tragedies of the 5 major cities, such as Toiyu and Wudu, have appeared on the news screen countless times, but they have also appeared in people's minds countless times. How many people wake up suddenly when they dream back at midnight? It seems that the next moment, aliens will come again. This is life's instinctive fear of extinction, and it cannot be appeased by the official's release of a few announcements. In fact, the official does not pay much attention to the emotions of ordinary people. But at this moment, Lynn spoke up. As a result, the game company's press conference seemed to have turned into a chat between him and the global audience. I think, while thinking about these issues, some people can't help wondering why the Earth was invaded by aliens? Or, in the vast universe, has the Earth really been so peaceful for so many years? These two issues, the official may not tell you. But smart people must be able to figure out the answer by themselves. Lynn seemed to have made up her mind to keep her words from being shocking, and said directly, for example, why does Thor, the Prince of Asgard, have the same name and come from the same place as the gods in myths and legends? Does this mean, the Asgardians came to Earth thousands of years ago? For example, S.H.I.E.L.D. Since its public appearance, everyone must know that this organization belongs to the World Security Council, and its existence is to protect the safety of the world. But why can their fighter planes carry nuclear bombs? What kind of the crisis will allow all countries to allow this organization to master nuclear weapons? Another example is the Captain America of Avengers, which has been frozen for 70 years. Why can it still wake up and be alive and kicking? With the level of technology during World War II, how can anyone develop a super soldier drug that spans the ages? An Iron Man's arc reactor, why is it so far ahead of Earth's technology? Shouldn't the development of technology be gradual? Why can he develop by leaps and bounds? There is also the Tesseract that Chitauri wants to grab, a powerful item that can open space channels. Why is it on Earth, a planet that has not even reached interstellar civilization? This series of questions directly confused everyone. The high-ranking officials and military officers sitting under the stage immediately felt that something was wrong, and wanted to get up to interrupt, but Lynn waved his hand, and pressed them against the chair forcibly, unable to even make a sound. Crazy. It's a madman. These people all had their hearts beating wildly and their scalps tingling. Who can ascend to such a high position is not a smart person, who doesn't understand what Lin wants, Wang Zhao, to say. Just as they thought. Lin mercilessly uncovered the truth that only a few people know, so the answer is very simple. This planet we live on has never been in contact with aliens for the first time, nor is it the first time. People who have been attacked by alien civilizations. Threats are always there. The war never ends. It's just that these things were done by some people who silently guarded the Earth, so even today, the people are still kept in the dark. In the vast universe, we are never alone. Never safe either. As soon as the word came out, countless people broke their defenses directly. The live broadcasts of Global Daily, Bugle Daily, and other media were cut off almost instantly. But more people poured into X Daily's live broadcast room. With the joint efforts of Alice and J.A.R.V.I.S., this live broadcast room is like a lighthouse in the dark, exuding a faint but inextinguishable light. The truth is known all over the world. Chapter 113. It is undeniable that the Earth has never been ignorant of the extraordinary. It's just that this secret has been concealed by those in power. Ordinary people all over the world, except for those who accidentally experienced extraordinary events, who would know that there is a completely different extraordinary world in some unknown corners. This is of course for stability. But in fact, now, with the large-scale appearance of mutants, and the appearance of Kryptonians, Asgardians, and Chitauri one after another, this secret can no longer be hidden. Today, Lynn simply lifted the lid in front of people all over the world. In an instant, the whole world was shocked. Earth, has aliens always existed? Have you been in contact with alien civilizations? The place where we have always lived has been shrouded in external threats since ancient times. The real world is not what we see at all. And these things, the official has always known? S.H.I.E.L.D. was formed for this. B. What are we? We've been living a lie. In the minds of countless people, turbulent waves of emotions emerged, shock and anger intertwined, fear and uneasiness coexisted. More confused. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, someone suddenly catches it up, and suddenly feels the vastness of the world and the vastness of the world. It seems that life for so many years is just a dream. Compared with these ordinary people who know the truth, high-level officials and military figures in various countries in the world naturally do not have such thoughts. At the moment, there are only 10 voices roaring in the hearts of these people. What does he want? What is this for? Is Mutant going to stir up chaos in the world, and then start a war against 660 us? Admiral Scudder, who was in the auditorium, was furious, and felt the noise coming from his ears was extremely harsh. If he hadn't been unable to move, he would have already rushed to the stage to stop Lynn regardless of his identity. And his performance made the mayor, congressman, senior officials of the federal court and others sitting in the same row with him change their expressions. The status of these people is already considered high level in a city, but they don't know this kind of secret that involves the deepest level of the earth. On the contrary, the top executives of the FBI and CIA know a little bit about it because of their profession. This leads to a very interesting phenomenon. A top person like Admiral Scudder wants to sew Lynn's mouth shut immediately. An official, military personnel who know nothing about these things but can't wait to listen to Lynn go on. They also want to know the truth of the world. After thinking about this, everyone will definitely be curious again. Lynn deliberately paused for a long time, giving the audience enough time to adapt, and then continued, even though it has been threatened by alien civilizations and evil forces, the Earth generally seems to be calm. Except for the recent appearance of Kryptonians and Chitauri in addition, for thousands of years, it seems that there has not been any crisis of extinction. Does this mean that we are actually safe? It is still throwing out questions and arousing people's active thinking. Then Lynn began to explain, on this issue, we can look at those superheroes who guard the safety of the Earth. When the Kryptonian spacecraft invaded, it was Superman who stood up and killed General Zod. And Superman, a Kryptonian. When Chitauri invaded, Thor stood up, because the instigator of this invasion, Ab, was his brother Loki. And Thor, of Asgard. When Doomsday ravaged Metropolis and Gotham, besides Batman, there was also a heroic female warrior who joined the battlefield and fought side by side with them. Lynn raised her fingers and glanced lightly at Wonder Woman Diana in the auditorium. I can tell you responsibly, this Wonder Woman is a god. Diana, who had been watching the excitement, quietly had doubts in her eyes. This mutant named Lynn, it seems. Know the existence of Amazons and gods? Lynn's eyes quickly skipped, and continued to raise the fourth and fifth fingers. Besides, in some unknown corners, there are some ancient or powerful beings who guard the safety of the earth. But they are either not human, or they cannot be considered human. These words are not false. An existence like Ancient One has been borrowing the power of the dimension Mephisto for more than 1,000 years. It was originally assimilated by magic power and became a veritable god of magic. And like Captain Marvel, the physical body crossing the universe has already broken through the limitations of human beings. So, what about the Earthlings? Lynn's speech speed suddenly slowed down, and she said word by word, in the face of the crisis that may destroy the Earth at any moment, as the masters of the Earth, can we just watch? We can only hope for those friendly foreigners. Stars, ancient gods, to help us guard our home. This question, like a blockbuster, has been thrown into the hearts of countless people around the world. Everyone was struck by lightning. Yes. Humans are the masters of the earth. Could it be that in the face of threats, we can only hope for the goodness of aliens and gods? Definitely, there are a lot of superheroes appearing on the earth now. Lynn continued as if giving a speech. For example, Iron Man, Captain America, Spider-Man, Ant-Man, Fantastic Four, they are all mutated by technology or by accident. Possesses power far beyond that of ordinary humans, and it was shown in this Chitauri invasion event. However, whether it is technology or mutation, it is an external force. What about inside? Human beings, when faced with the threat of extinction, don't they respond? Life will find its own way. After a heavy sigh, Lynn's theory of human evolution made its public debut for the first time. Facing the threat of the beast, humans learned to use tools and weapons. Humans have learned to build ships. Facing the sky, humans have created airplanes. Facing the universe, humans naturally think of building rockets and spaceships. This is the life of human beings, the deepest instinct of genes. Since this is the case, in the face of the threat of extraordinary power, is it possible for human genes to evolve on their own? Is it possible for the host to master transcendence, and then? How about becoming extraordinary? Diana's eyes lit up in the auditorium. Admiral Scudder and a very small number of people are in mourning. Maura, Kate, Catherine, and others were devout. Tony's face was full of seriousness and solemnity. And the vast majority of ordinary people. It is like thunder piercing the ears, deafening. 3. Genes will evolve and mutate by themselves? All humans have the potential to become supernatural. At the moment, even people with low IQ have already understood the meaning of Lynn's words and what he said. Mutant. Mutants X gene. This. There was no noise or whispering. The exhibition hall was completely silent, and countless audiences outside the live broadcast room were also stunned on the spot. And Lynn's presentation wasn't over yet. Since ancient times, mutants have always existed, but few people know about them, because their number is very small. Some are worshipped as gods by people, and some are rejected by people as monsters. Until the last few years, mutants began to appear on a large scale, which directly caused panic among countless people. The government is hostile because of fear, and the public rejects it because they don't understand it. It seems that a human being with a super ability is no longer a human being. But they didn't think about it. Why? Why are mutants popping up like mushrooms all of a sudden, and there are more and more of them? Is there a possibility that the threat to human life is getting bigger and bigger, so that more and more genes have evolved to complete the self-saving of life? Because if this is not the case, life like human beings will soon be extinct from the universe. Lynn's words and sentences are like a heavy hammer hitting people's hearts. For example, the Chitauri invasion this time, if it weren't for the existence of mutant, the earth would have fallen. Definitely, we still have all kinds of superheroes, and they will resist to the death. But how many people like Iron Man and Ant-Man have mastered technology beyond the times? Like Spider-Man and Fantastic Four, how many people are mutated by accident? How many other superheroes are hidden on Earth? In comparison, how many mutants are there? If Lynn had said such a thing in public a few months ago, he would have been regarded as a heretic and then drowned by countless spittle stars. But at the moment, it is an indisputable fact that the X-Men just saved the world. Speaking with facts is always more popular than theory. Therefore, even those who still reject mutant can't help but think about it. And then they found out. This theory is irrefutable. Quiet. The whole world seems to be quiet at this moment. Admiral Scudder, who was in the auditorium, was already dying in a hurry. Under the pressure of his eyes, an official who was listening mesmerized, stood up helplessly. "Mr. Lynn, what do you want to do after talking so much? What does this have to do with this press conference? As soon as this remark came out, everyone's attention was drawn back. I'm answering the question just now. Lynn laughed loudly, her calm and leisurely demeanor suddenly changed, and Chengdu's eyes became sharp. Today, as mutant, I am standing here openly, selling products developed by mutant, and I am not worried that the official will block or prohibit sales. It's not blind arrogance. It is to let everyone know that mutant, as the pioneer of human evolution, not only possesses super ability. We also bear the responsibility of leading the progress of human civilization. Oasis is the beginning of this progress. Chapter 114. Mutant, the pioneer of human evolution. This is what Lynn told people all over the world in this press conference. Under the gaze of countless gazes, he snapped his fingers lightly, and the next moment, 3 rays of light, one white, one green, and one purple, appeared out of thin air, like 3 bright stars, and slowly landed in front of him. The originally pitch-black large screen suddenly lit up, magnifying the 3 rays of light and reflecting them on the screen. Almost all the audience straightened up. The white light dissipated, and what came into view was the black bracelet that aroused the curiosity of countless people. When the green light dissipates, the higher-level helmet looks like a VR glasses. The purple light is naturally a game cabin with many functions. Login of Oasis equipment. There are 3 kinds. The audience cast their curious eyes one after another, but no one thought it was surprising that these 3 login devices were of different grades and aimed at different groups of people. Until at the moment, everyone finally had the feeling that Second World is a game company. This press conference is really weird. Oasis is a game, how to play this game, everyone must be very curious. Lynn didn't talk nonsense, picked up the black bracelet in public, and put it on her left hand. It's actually very simple. Through these 3 login devices, the player's consciousness will enter another world. Experience another extraordinary life. Everyone was amazed when a ray of light emanated from Lynn's bracelet, quietly spreading throughout the exhibition hall. The surrounding scene changes little by little. In just a split second, everyone found themselves on top of a large lake, and Manhattan, which was densely populated with high-rise buildings, could be seen in their sight. The chairs seemed to be floating on the water, shaking slightly. The feel underfoot has also changed. Great gift crab special. Except for Tony and others who had already experienced Oasis, almost everyone exclaimed uncontrollably. At the same time, their expression changes and voices also appeared in the live broadcast simultaneously. As a result, audiences all over the world know the magic of the Oasis. Lynn didn't seem to explain too much about this, but snapped his fingers again, and saw light curtains appearing around the crowd, slowly rotating around them. The audience immediately saw that there were relaxed or thrilling scenes on these light curtains. These are dungeons, the core gameplay of Oasis. Lynn randomly pointed to several copies of the screen, zoomed in and introduced a few words, and then opened one of them. Players can enjoy these copies in the game. For example, the copy is activated immediately. There was a deafening roar, and the next moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the downtown area of Manhattan, tearing the sky, forming a huge amounts of space channel. This scene is so familiar. Recently, it has appeared in countless news screens. Not. In the horrified eyes of countless people, the Chitauri army descended from the sky, followed closely by flight beasts. The entire contract was once again caught in the flames of war. What is different from the reality is that this time, there are no Avengers and no X-Men. All the audience immediately understood. This is the player's battlefield. This dungeon can actually allow players to experience the war of breaking the contract. And so true. Great gift crab. The sound of gasping is one after another. During the battle that day, ordinary people could only run for their lives in a hurry. They had no power to fight back under Chitauri's gun. Now, they can actually experience the fun of killing aliens in the game? Countless eyes lit up. The function of copy is not just experience. Lynn's voice came to my ears again. Because of the consciousness entering this world, the knowledge, experience, abilities, and combat skills that players have learned here will all be fed back in their brains, that is to say. You have learned the top culinary skills here, and in reality, you will become a culinary master. You have learned superb marksmanship here, and in reality, you will become a sharpshooter. If you have a relationship here, it will be unforgettable in reality. Definitely, if you are lucky enough to obtain the production technology of the steel battlesuit here, in reality, you can also copy this technology and become the second Iron Man. Hearing Lynn make fun of himself, Tony pouted speechlessly. He didn't mind sharing the core technology of the steel battlesuit with Lynn. But how could Lynn allow players to learn this level of technology? It is possible to learn how to make a few robots. Everything is illusory, but everything is real. Lynn opened her hands and introduced this brand new world to audiences all over the world. This is Oasis, a second world that makes everyone extraordinary. These words, accompanied by the scenes of explosions and collapsed stairs in Twisted City behind him, are extremely impactful. The scene was silent at first. Then there was a loud noise. Is this real? It's just playing a game, as if you were there, but you can still learn knowledge. Then if I learn Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu here, wouldn't I become a fighting master in reality? I'm a boxer, can I use this place as a training ground? 0. Seeking flowers. 0. God, if I learn a language here, I can speak it immediately in reality? With the top-level posture technology, I can become a racing driver in reality right away. Is this Oasis? How can a game do this? My God, this is the world of my dreams. Countless people are in a mess, and their intuition tells them that such a game is simply impossible to exist, and the technological level of the Earth is far from reaching this level. However, Lynn's calm expression, Mutants' various performances recently, and the officials' emphasis on this press conference. All of these make them have to believe. This could be true. In an instant, some people even thought of the day when Chitauri invaded. The X-Men's unbelievable fighting skills and teamwork seemed to be different from what they had seen in the news before. 0. Could it be that they were all specially trained in these dungeons? Thinking of this, many people go crazy. This includes Admiral Scudder, Major General Meade, FBI, CIA, NYPD, and other people from countless military and various violent institutions, as well as those gangsters, criminals, and careerists. But they are extremely excited and feel extremely incredible at the same time. If this thing is true, how many elite fighters and talents can Mutant cultivate by relying on Oasis? Now it turns out. Released it as a game? This is outrageous to the extreme. Is it really like what they said? As the pioneer of human evolution, Mutant has the responsibility to lead the progress of human civilization, so why is he so selfless? Nonsense. Mr. Lynn. The uproar lasted for a long time, and when the scene gradually quieted down, some caring people discovered the loopholes in Lynn's words. You just said that players can simultaneously obtain in-game knowledge, experience, and ability. As soon as these words came out, all eyes gathered again and fell on Lynn. Everyone thinks that this ability refers to traditional skills such as cooking, fighting, and posture. But unfortunately, Lynn actually nodded and said with a smile, that's right, Oasis is a supernatural world, where players can learn a variety of super abilities, and these abilities, when certain conditions are met finally, it can be brought back to reality. In other words, here, everyone is a superhero. In reality, everyone can be a superhero. These words are like nuclear bombs that exploded in countless places around the world at the same time. Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost, and they thought they had auditory hallucinations. Super ability in the game, brought back to reality? I'm afraid I'm dreaming. Chapter 115. You can get a super ability by playing a game. This is the most incredible thing I've ever heard in my life. How can that be possible? That's a super ability, we're not mutants. Is it true that, as he said, human genes have been evolving, and mutant is just the first wave? As time goes by, all people on Earth will awakening X genes. And Oasis happens to have the ability that makes us awakening X genes. While I wish it was true, this is so unbelievable, even more unbelievable than the fact that the Earth will be destroyed tomorrow. No matter what, today's press conference is really exciting. Not surprisingly, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. But at the moment, on such an occasion, it is absolutely impossible for Lynn to speak out. Unless he's crazy. And it turns out, Lynn is definitely not crazy. Everyone must think I'm talking in my sleep, because it's simply impossible for this to happen. He quietly watched the audience whispering to each other, and after a long time, he spoke again, but, why is it impossible? Hundreds of years ago, human beings would not have imagined that the advancement of 033 technology would allow us to rush out of the Earth and into the universe. Before the appearance of the Kryptonian spacecraft, human beings never thought that aliens could become Superman when they came to Earth. Even when Chitauri invaded, most people's first reaction was not fear, but unbelievable, feeling like they were dreaming. Times are changing. And it's an unprecedented drastic change. In such an ever-changing extraordinary era, Mutant has worked hard to develop an oasis that can make human genes evolve. Is there anything impossible? His voice was still unhurried, and in the calmness, there was an unparalleled confidence. The uproar faded away. All eyes converged again, waiting for Lynn to prove what he said with facts. By this time, everyone understood that since Lynn and the Second World dared to release such propaganda slogans, they must have been prepared. Everyone is looking forward to it. Lynn didn't keep them waiting. Buzz. He snapped his fingers, and the light and shadow around him changed again, and everyone returned to the exhibition hall. Immediately afterwards, he raised his right hand. Next, let me invite a few. Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud bang. Hearing a bang, the glass on the top of the exhibition hall suddenly exploded, and several green spherical objects fell from it, followed by a green weirdo flying on a skateboard. At the same time, the door behind the auditorium was suddenly kicked open, revealing a tall figure in a scorpion-shaped battlesuit. The man raised his hands and threw 6 green bombs at the same time. Also at the same time, the walls on both sides of the exhibition hall exploded, a mechanical octopus-like monster appeared on the left, and an extremely huge lizard appeared on the right. The actions of the two men were exactly the same, throwing several bombs at the same time. Their strength is extremely precise. A total of more than 20 green bombs appeared in the sky above every corner of the auditorium, and the red light spots on them flickered wildly, exploding in the air almost at the same time. At the same time as the explosion, the circuit system in the exhibition hall suddenly failed, and the huge space became pitch black. Only a figure condensed by lightning appeared in the sky out of nowhere. What? The audience at the scene and even in the live broadcast room exclaimed in unison. But there was no panic at all. Because the darkness lasted less than half a second, the entire exhibition hall became bright again, but the light was no longer provided by the circuit system, but a person sitting in the middle of the auditorium. He saw this person standing up suddenly, holding a not-so-long wooden stick in his left hand. A dazzling ball of light shot out from the top of the stick, like the scorching sun in the sky, illuminating the entire exhibition hall. 100 districts. It is under the illumination of this light sphere that everyone can see. The girl in red stretched out her right hand and squeezed her palm upwards slightly. The light from the explosion of more than 20 bombs seemed to be enveloped by streaks of red bubbles. Although there was a violent explosion sound, the power only slightly better than firework. At the rear gate, just as Scorpion took a step into the exhibition hall, a spectator sitting in the last row suddenly got up and said softly to him, "Shen Feng Wuying." The air oscillated, and a translucent sharp edge that seemed to be able to cut through everything instantly slashed in front of the scorpion. What the hell? The man let out a strange cry, and took a step back before taking it back. On the other side, in the auditorium on the left, there was also a person who stood up, and with a wave of his hand, sharp blades composed of gusts of wind slashed towards Dr. Octopus. New X-Men. Dr. Octopus' complexion changed dramatically, subconsciously controlling the mechanical claws to block in front of him. With a few da-and-da, the wind blade slashed on his mechanical claws. Although it didn't cut off, there were several scars visible to the naked eye. Dr. Lizard on the right was also blocked. A girl doll who seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old whispered to him, "Come out, my baby." In the crisp sound, 2 whirlpools suddenly appeared above her head. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of a bird singing throughout the audience, a giant blue eagle with a huge body and a length of 6 to 7 meters with its wings spread roared out of the vortex. Dr. Lizard's body trembled. The biological instinct made him unable to restrain a trace of fear. Isn't there no X-Men here in Osborn? Where did these people come from? Green Goblin Norman Osborn stepped on the flight skateboard, suspended in mid-air, his face so gloomy that he could drip water. There is no way to give Dr. Lizard an answer. In his line of sight, the moment the electro-optical man moved into the venue out of thin air, 4 figures suddenly stood up in the auditorium, accompanied by 4 loud shouts. Water prison. Raging waves. Water rage. Water is tough as a rope. At the same time, 4 magical rays of light appeared, and the water flowing all over the sky hit the electric man in midair like a storm, and the exhibition hall seemed to become an aquarium in an instant. Great gift crab special. This is a trap. Diane Guang's heart trembled violently. He quickly turned into Diane Guang, and teleported out 0. This exclamation sounded extremely harsh in the communication channel of their temporary team. At the gate, Dr. Doom Victor Doom, who was following the Scorpion, paused, and a look of surprise and uncertainty suddenly appeared on his metal-like face. In the auditorium, Killian, the president of Pioneer Technology, also changed his expression. He was secretly holding a bomb detonator in his hand, but he couldn't press it for some reason. This sudden scene is really too weird. Obviously it was myself and others who made a sudden attack, wanting to give Mutant a bad start, destroying the press conference, and at the same time officially announcing the existence of this organization to the world. But why? On the contrary, it looks like he was given a blow by the other party. The information will never be wrong. Today's press conference, there is no X-Men participating. Where did these super abilities come from? Could it be? Suddenly, an unbelievable idea flooded into my mind. Before Dr. Doom outside the door and Green Goblin in midair had time to think about it, 10 figures in the auditorium stood up. It seemed that there were dozens, even hundreds of people. And these people, without exception, are holding that kind of weird wooden sticks in their hands. Withdraw! Dr. Doom and Green Goblin yelled without hesitation, and then quickly fled the scene. Electron has long since left. Dr. Octopus, Dr. Lizard, and Scorpion were full of unwillingness, but they could only retreat. As a result, a sudden storm came and went quickly, and it only lasted for a few seconds, and the exhibition hall returned to its original appearance again. And Lynn on the booth seemed to turn a blind eye to all of this, and didn't even glance at Green Goblin and others who fled, and continued the process of the press conference. Next, let's invite 100 participants of the Oasis Pioneer Experience program to the stage. There was silence in the arena. Everyone looked blankly at the girl in red. 5.1 and the other 99 people who had stood up left their seats and walked slowly onto the booth. For these 100 players, many people may feel unfamiliar, but the 1 million players who have also participated in the Oasis Pioneer Experience program 10 walks will have heard of their names. Lynn spoke slowly, snapped her fingers again, and purple light curtains suddenly spread in midair. That's right, they are all regulars on the rankings in the world of Oasis. 1. The audience looked intently, and saw the light curtains, which were the combat power list, equipment list, copy clearance list, etc. that are common in many games. These ordinary players from all over the world have never been mutants, even in the world of Oasis. Not all of them are at the top of the combat power list. But they all passed the only task trial of the God of Law. That is to say, at the moment, they have been able to synchronize the ability obtained in Oasis with the ministers of reality. They have stepped into the extraordinary. With Lynn's voice, spread all over the world. I don't know how many people from all over the world yelled crazily. Chapter 116. FK. This is the roar of Admiral Scudder, the White House, and the top officials of other countries, because at this time, they finally understand where Lynn and Second World Company have the confidence to not be afraid of the official ban on the sale of Oasis. This damn game can really give people a super ability. I don't know if it evolved, but it definitely stepped into the extraordinary. The world is full of rejection and hostility to mutants, but it really gives them a chance to obtain super abilities. Who can resist such a temptation? Even if there are 1 million players, only 100 people will eventually synchronize the ability in the game to reality, and the probability is so low that it is outrageous. So what? Who says that person can't be me? Under such circumstances, any country that officially announces a ban on the sale of Oasis is an enemy of the whole world. And it's not just ordinary people all over the world, but also the official insiders. Stopping people from evolving is like killing their parents. Who dares to ban the sale of Oasis? Believe it or not, there will be chaos all over the country in minutes. FK. This is the roar of Nick Fury and other Avengers in the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. As the 100 extraordinary players came to the stage one after another, they suddenly saw a person. Maria Hill. The person who sent out the Windblade and blocked Dr. Octopus turned out to be the commander of the aircraft carrier. At this moment, Nick Fury instantly understood why Hill's attitude towards Mutant had changed slightly recently, and he even questioned his decision to be vigilant against Mutant in public. This is so. The number 1 general under his command seems to have been instigated. Nick Fury beeps the dog's heart. FK. This is the roar of Killian in the auditorium, Green Goblin, and Dr. Doom, who heard the live voice through the communication channel, and even all criminals, gangsters, and careerists around the world. Aliens have just invaded, and the Earth is about to be in chaos. It's time for us to flex our muscles. Could it be that such a great era has only just begun and is about to usher in the extraordinary of the whole people? In the future, if you rob or commit any crime, you may meet a superhuman. This. How the hell are you playing? FK. 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 All of a sudden, all kinds of curses resounded across the universe like waves. In stark contrast to these people, there are ordinary people who far outnumber those in power. If Lynn just publicly announces the evolution theory of mutant, they won't care too much, and if they just release a game, they won't care too much. However, when the two progressed layer by layer and connected with themselves, everyone is boiling. If everyone's genes are likely to evolve through Oasis, who cares about mutant? Who cares about the official attitude towards mutant? This is the comprehensive evolution of human beings, and it is also evolution to break the sky. As Lynn said, Earth has entered a new and extraordinary age. And this era begins with Oasis. This is Wanda Maximoff, born in an ordinary Sokovia family. This is Porter James, the one who cast Shadowless, and the son of Senator James. This is James Wu, currently a high-level agent of the FBI. This Maria Hill, the 9th level special of SHIELD. Who is this? On the stage, Lynn introduced 100 players at a leisurely pace. And every time he introduced one, the faces of some people in the audience distorted a bit, and gradually, they couldn't restrain themselves from fighting. Among the 100 people, the vast majority are ordinary people, but there are also a small number of people who are either inside the government or have a great relationship with the government. Will these people still be the same after stepping into the extraordinary? Is it possible that they have defected? If this is the case, is it necessary to remove all these people and related personnel, or even put them under guard? But what's the point? After the press conference, Oasis will be officially released worldwide. As long as the official can't announce a ban on sales, this thing will soon reign on every 10 lands on the earth. At that time, if an extraordinary player pops up from time to time, what if he is someone inside the system? Continue dismissal and detention? What's the difference between that and a self-destructing corner? After a long time, how can there be any human hearts available? One thought after another came to mind, and those in power headed by Admiral Scudder suddenly felt a feeling of depression and aggrievedness that they had never felt before. They obviously possess powerful power, and they obviously have all kinds of extraordinary plans, which can be put into use soon. However, facing Lynn's conspiracy, it seems that there is no way to deal with it at all. Unless, these 100 people are all under the cover of Mutant, Oasis is just a broken game, and there is no ability to promote human genetic evolution at all. Or, the cost of this kind of landing equipment is so high that ordinary people can't afford it at the price of the second world. About the super ability obtained in the world of Oasis, which is synchronized with the real world, players can slowly explore in the future experience. The appearance of Green Goblin and others made 100 magic apprentices show their strength, and they all went to an important part of the press conference. Therefore, Lynn did not intend to waste any more time. After the introduction, he announced the prices of the 3 login devices on the spot. GamePod, $100,000. Game Helmet, $. Bracelet, $10. When the price of the bracelet was announced, there was a deafening cheer at the scene, and at the same time, all the audience in the live broadcast room also burst into laughter. For only $10, you can get a ticket for genetic evolution. Is there any cheaper price in this world? Oh my god, after Lynn announced the price, she even thoughtfully offered an interest-free loan plan to the extremely poor. As long as you meet the conditions, you can get a bracelet for $1. What's the difference between this and a free gift? Mr. Lynn hail! Mutant hail! Oasis hail! I don't know who took the lead. In an instant, countless people cheered and jumped for joy. Many smart people rushed out of their homes immediately and went to the streets to look for the sales point of Green 810 Island. After such a long period of time, and regardless of the cost of planning, Second World has almost set up a direct sales store in every major city around the world. And this store has already prepared a large number of supplies. Not enough, the X-Men are already ready to go, ready to deliver goods to major sales points through the teleportation array at any time. Therefore, it can be predicted that in the next period of time, more than 6 billion people on the Earth will usher in an unprecedented race carnival, and at the same time, the world of Oasis will also usher in its real development opportunity. This day is destined to be recorded in history. Among the crowd, Wonder Woman Diana's eyes flickered, and she praised silently in her heart. She is not sure whether Oasis can make human genes evolve, but if it can, then the young mutant on the stage will undoubtedly become the most dazzling star in the world. For a moment, Diana couldn't help thinking, what should I call the first meeting with the other party? Father of Oasis. These 4 words appeared in her mind, and Diana shook her head immediately. If Oasis really creates a new extraordinary era, then this person will be God of humanity. A new god that is completely different from those ancient gods behind him. Become a god with a mortal body. Life will find its own way. Perhaps, it is precisely because of the gradual invasion of the dark forces that the earth glows with a new vitality. Bruce, did you see that? Even without Superman, we're not. There is no hope. Chapter 117. No surprises. The press conference had just ended, and the whole world fell into an unprecedented carnival, while Admiral Scudder and a small group of people rushed to the White House immediately on a fighter plane. Another meeting of the highest power was held overnight. What is different from the previous times is that this time the meeting is imminent, and it has already involved the fundamentals of the country. This is digging our roots. As a person who participated in the entire press conference, Scudder's first sentence at the meeting was to roar, "All our previous speculations about mutant were wrong. We completely underestimated their ambitions. How is it possible to release a product? Games? You clearly want to subvert the whole world." Everyone on both sides of the conference table was silent with gloomy faces. No one who can participate in this level meeting is an idiot, and everyone is well aware of the impact that Oasis will have. The fact that the Earth has been in contact with alien civilizations for a long time, why has it been concealed? Because stability is the foundation of the ruler's rule. But now, Mutant has come up with something like Oasis, which is said to allow all people in the world to have the possibility of genetic evolution. Regardless of the probability of success, this matter was originally a huge impact on the existing order. It directly changes the underlying logic of the world. Before that, people pursued power, money, and status, and those in power maintained their stable rule because they controlled these resources and ascending channels, and at the same time supplemented by the deterrence of military power. However, after today, what people pursue has changed. Become a supernatural force. When people with super abilities are no longer a minority, when ordinary people pass through genetic evolution, they will be able to master the power that can compete with the army. Thinking of that scene, everyone present couldn't help but tremble. Perhaps, this is all a second world conspiracy. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak, but they didn't propose a solution, but doubted the authenticity of Oasis. The 100 so-called extraordinary players are probably unknown mutants. How can there be gamers in this world? The game can evolve. There are quite a few people who hold this idea. After all, it didn't happen to me, and I didn't see it with my own eyes. Who knows how Wanda and 100 newly promoted magic apprentices mastered the Transcendent King? Because of this, many people feel that all this is just a gimmick released by the Second World. Mutant definitely has other aspects of the plot. Oasis is a cover. Mutant's gun is pointed at our foreheads. Are we still kidding ourselves? Admiral Scudder slammed on the table, startling everyone. His eyes were red, and his face was slightly distorted. That Lynn is right in saying something. Times have changed, and things that were impossible before, who knows if they will happen now. Under normal circumstances, games like Oasis cannot be developed at the current level of technology. Don't forget, the Tesseract has fallen into the hands of Mutant. That thing, we have been researching it for so many years, and we have only created some weapons. The only achievement that has crossed the age has been hidden by Tony Stark, and he refused to hand it in. Judging from the technology shown by Mutant, who can guarantee that they will not use Tesseract to research some scientific and technological achievements that go against common sense? Everyone looked at each other with extremely complicated expressions. That's right, we must attach the highest level of importance to this matter. President Matthew Ellis made the last nuclear bomb incident single-handedly, but he became the biggest winner in the follow-up power struggle, which is when his prestige is booming. As soon as he opened his mouth, all the senior officials paid attention to it. Regardless of whether Oasis can make human beings evolve or not, this incident has already caused a global shock. If we forcibly ban the sale, the consequences will be disastrous. Matthew Ellis obviously thought about it a long time ago, and said in a deep voice, "Besides this, what other ways do we have to deal with it?" After a while of silent thinking, some people made suggestions one after another. The production of those login devices and the maintenance of the game world require both people and time. Perhaps, we can attack the employees of the Second World? Those tens of thousands of employees will not all be supernatural beings. Right? Even so, don't they have family? Pointless. Matthew Ellis and Admiral Scudder shook their heads almost simultaneously. The consequences of doing so are not much different from banning sales. Preventing people from evolving is like killing their parents. Those people who have red eyes and dream of grabbing a login device will go crazy because of this. Moreover, even if the sales of Oasis can be delayed, it will only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Then, the dissemination of history blockade news. Another person said, "This press conference has been seen by people from many countries around the world, but there are billions of people in the world, it is impossible for everyone to know." This kind of nonsense was not finished before being stared back by other people's eyes. For a moment, everyone present understood Admiral Scudder's anger. Mutants' move is a naked conspiracy. And they seem to have no effective means of counterattack. In other words, normal means cannot deal with this crisis. The meeting room fell silent again. Everyone. After a long time, Matthew Ellis suddenly sighed heavily. Remember Magneto? He was arrested and imprisoned because he created a machine that can transform ordinary people into mutants. Although it was proved afterwards that that kind of machine is immature, rather than transforming mutants, it is better to say it is a killing machine. After such a long time, who can guarantee whether this kind of machine has matured? These words were like a heavy hammer. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they understood the meaning of the president's words. Sure enough, Matthew Ellis continued, so, regardless of whether there is intelligence and evidence to support it, we should conclude that Oasis can really allow humans to have super abilities, and it in the hands of the mutant now. In other words, the so-called evolution rate and the so-called Dharma God's trial task are meaningless. Whoever mutant wants to have a super ability can have a super ability. This is the scariest thing. As expected of the president of a country, even if he didn't come to the press conference in person, he saw the crux of the problem in a short period of time. Everyone gasped. If this is the case, they will know with their toes that the players who finally obtain the evolution qualification will only be close to mutant, at least they will not reject mutant. As for the people present, and even the officials and southern elites, no drama at all. Even, mutant will discover and support their own people within the government and military to achieve the purpose of differentiation and attack. This is almost certain. Just look at the FBI high-level agent James Wu and S.H.I.E.L.D Level 9 Agent Hill who appeared at the press conference, and you will know. So, we're banning insiders and buying Oasis. A member of the Senate swallowed his saliva. Can this be forbidden? Admiral Scudder sneered, and patted the table again. Everyone, give up all unrealistic fantasies, the situation has reached a critical moment of survival. If this continues, you, me, everyone present, and the whole world will be destroyed. To be trampled under by the mutant. We must act. It's no longer the kind of small-scale action in the past, but a real action that can seal the victory in one fell swoop. As word spread, the order in the conference room could no longer be maintained. Whispering voices continued for a long time. Matthew Ellis and Admiral Scudder didn't stop, they just watched quietly. Finally, the eyes turned from suspicion, hesitation, fear, to firmness. Seeing this, Matthew Ellis straightened up immediately, and looked at a participant with majestic eyes. Director Worthington, your laboratory and company have been in charge of researching potions for eliminating abilities. Now, I order you prepare a sufficient amount of deposits at the fastest speed. The manufacture of plastic guns and anti-psychic helmets will also keep up with your progress. Old Worthington, Angel's father, was the director of this department. %*Z%. Hearing this, he frowned slightly. Your Excellency, the elimination potion is still immature. No maturity required. The president's tone became heavier, and he didn't give Worthington a chance to raise objections at all. He turned to look at Admiral Scudder. We still need a sufficient number of special elites. No problem, I'll pick it myself. Admiral Scudder nodded, and his eyes turned slightly. General Ross, you have been in full charge of the Super Soldier Project. Now, Can you give me a usable supercore? It is not necessary for everyone to be like Captain America in that case, it will be enough to have the same combat power as Brunsky, the Abomination. Guaranteed to complete the mission. General Ross, who seems to have faded out of the power center, but has been secretly in charge of the super soldier plan, said with a confident smile, besides, I can also provide a Hulk army. Real. This news made both the President and Admiral Scudder look happy. The serum isn't mature enough, but at least it's usable. General Ross nodded without any hesitation, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. S.H.I.E.L.D is leaving the Abomination, isn't it just thinking about releasing it to destroy it at a critical moment? We definitely can. With this smile, I don't know how many experimental subjects will become dead man. But the President and Admiral Forcator no longer cared. Got it. S.H.I.E.L.D, I will go to pressure Sandra Pierce, and I will also communicate with the World Security Council to let S.H.I.E.L.D cooperate with our actions. The President spoke coldly. Admiral Scudder said viciously, although the X-Weapon project has been stranded, according to the previous research results, it is enough to manufacture a batch of weapons. It doesn't matter if it has defects, as long as it can be used. At last, the two looked at each other, and looked at a person in the corner of the conference room together. Sir Trask, how far has the Sentry plan progressed? Can you? Don't wait for them to finish. Bolivar Trask took the initiative to speak. Can. With just one word, the President, Admiral Scudder, and even many people at the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Those who don't know the Sentry plan will understand it after seeing this scene. This is obviously one's own ultimate weapon. Time passed slowly, the meeting was still going on, and orders were issued one by one. In addition to the various preparations that the government and the military had been making, many people also put forward new ideas. Today, what is the origin of those people who broke into the press conference? Can you contact them? Also, in Gotham's Arkham Asylum, there are many super ability criminals imprisoned, can they also be used by us? If that's the case, there are many super ability criminals in Bell Lifa prison, maybe we can make a deal with them. Amanda Waller, you are in charge of this matter. Chapter 118. What an evil door! Green Goblin, whom the officials are eager to find, and the alliance of Dr. Doom are secretly meeting in another place. It was the Scorpion who spoke. This is a not-so-famous villain, almost all of his combat power comes from the Scorpion battlesuit on his body, and this battlesuit is researched based on the biological experiments of the Osborn Group, the spider that bit Spider-Man. If there is no accident, he should have worked for Jinbin in the near future. However, before the two parties reached an agreement on the employment price, Jinbing's underworld group collapsed overnight. Losing a well-paid job, Scorpio was originally very depressed. Unexpectedly, Green Goblin and Dr. Doom suddenly approached him and recruited him into this evil alliance group, ready to do a big job. I feel bad right now. There is obviously no lack of sufficient trust among the members of this group. Because when Scorpion spoke, he didn't take off his combat uniform, it is rumored that Jinbing just wanted to get involved in the Oasis business, which led to the destruction of the entire underworld empire. The dead. I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems that it is very likely to be true. These mutants are so weird. As the founders of the organization, Green Goblin and Dr. Doom definitely know the truth of this matter, and even they recruited these people to strengthen their strength. The most fundamental reason is their fear of Lynn. Fearing that one day, they will follow in the footsteps of Jinbin and Mrs. Gao. But at the moment, neither of them spoke. Instead, let the other members discuss. Before this, we always believed that the power of mutant lies in the X-Men, but now it seems that this information is obviously wrong. Dr. Octopus tore open a 350-pack of French fries, and ate it like no one else. We know too little about the Second World and the new Xavier's school, and those 100 people seem to have appeared out of thin air. Did you really play Oasis and get a super ability through genetic evolution? Dr. Lizard was drenched, as if he had just crawled out of a sewer. Does anyone believe this kind of nonsense? Killian, who participated in the press conference from beginning to end, sneered and said, if it is true that genetic evolution has obtained super abilities, why do they all rely on those weird wooden sticks when they cast their abilities? The reason he joined this organization was to deal with Iron Man. Back then, he was Tony's #1 fanboy, and he invented Extremis. He worked hard to find Tony, and wanted to get investment from the Stark Group, but he didn't expect to be left on the roof. Cold wind blowing all night. God knows how he got here that night. Especially later, he found out that Tony didn't come to the appointment that night, and he was actually spending a good night with a beautiful reporter. The seeds of jealousy and hatred took root in my heart at that time. Today, he has become the president of Pioneer Technology, and the research and development of Extremis is becoming more and more mature. The closer to the day of success, the more he wants that playboy Tony to pay the price. But I didn't expect that when I was collecting information, I found that Tony and Mutant were walking very close. The target is not alone anymore, obviously not so easy to deal with. What to do? It was under such circumstances that when Green Goblin and Dr. Doom formed this alliance, he chose to join with almost no hesitation. Those 100 people are obviously hidden mutants. Killian thought about it, and analyzed, if this is the case, do they have other hidden forces? Most importantly, why did they let you go and have no intention of pursuing them? That's why everyone thinks it's evil. In fact, Hill, Potter James, and others are new magic apprentices after all. Although they have the wand made by Lynn in their hands, the magic they cast is not so powerful that these people are afraid. At most, it was unexpected, which caught them off guard. So when they retreated, they were ready for a big battle. Who would have thought? Lynn ignored them at all. Could it be that they are secretly following and trying to catch us all? As soon as the electro-optical man said this, he shook his head. A lot of time has passed since the incident happened, but they didn't feel anything strange. Anyway, this debut was a total failure. Green Goblin finally spoke, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes, not only failed, but also became a joke. The reason is also very simple. We don't know enough about mutants. Since Xavier's school disappeared, they hardly appear, but every time they appear, regardless of strength or equipment, there have been huge amounts of changes. What do you want to say? The eyes of Scorpion, Dr. Octopus, Dr. Lizard, Killian, and Electron all converged. Since we don't know enough about mutant, let's cooperate with people and exchange information. Green Goblin obviously had an idea, and said in a deep voice, after this press conference, those people from the government and the military will probably go crazy? Can they still tolerate mutants' unscrupulous development? Cooperate with the authorities. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and their faces were a little steadfast. Those politicians, apart from making us thugs and cannon fodder, and then taking it all at once when they lose their value, I can't think of any other possibility. They are all smart people, obviously unwilling to become official vassals. That depends on what the way of cooperation is. Green Goblin's eyes flickered with brilliance, extremely strange. There was a brief silence in the room. After an unknown amount of time, a person nodded slightly, agreeing with Green Goblin's idea. Dr. Octopus thought for a while, and said, Little Spider-Man seems to have joined X-Men. She doesn't live in Xavier's school, we may be able to find a lot of information we need from her. Can? Green Goblin nodded, and was about to say more when he suddenly saw Dr. Doom standing up and walking outside. Victor, where are you going? Go get an Oasis bracelet, come back and study. Dr. Doom's voice could not conceal his anger. I want to see what kind of things mutant can create, beg, and dare to claim to lead the evolution of all mankind. Because of the butterfly effect, he hasn't had a conflict with the Fantastic Four, and the other party has joined the Avengers, and the days seem to be going pretty well recently. But he himself has to worry about Lynn's revenge all the time. This made him extremely aggrieved and angry. But even so, he clearly hasn't lost his sanity. By us all, too. Before Green could speak, the voice of Dr. Octopus rang out, "Don't use the lowest level bracelets, just use high-level helmets or game cabins. Someone pays for the purchases, and that's the benefit of joining an organization." So he was not polite at all. "Guess, on Earth tonight, how many high-level countries will be meeting overnight?" It was still that luxurious yacht, and it was still a group of people from the Injustice League. Lex Luthor lay on the rocking chair and said comfortably, "And after the meeting, how many of those people will go secretly buy Oasis equipment?" All the villains who were discussing in full swing were all startled when they heard the sound. "Luthor, what do you mean?" Wilhelm Stryker, who transformed into a Red Hulk, asked in a muffled voice. "The meaning is very simple. We all know that after this press conference, the official will definitely take action against Mutant, but we are here to discuss whether we should also take action, which is meaningless at all." Lex Luthor's smile was a little crazy, but he was extremely confident. "What we can all see, Mutant can't think of? Then why are they releasing 5 Oasis at this time?" The reason is also very simple: they must have made enough preparations, so they don't care at all. The release of Oasis is a conspiracy. The so-called promotion of human genetic evolution may be false, but it must be able to make people, at least some people, get super abilities. Real. They are going to subvert the whole world in this way. As expected of someone who can calculate Batman and Superman, with just a few words, he can hit the nail on the head. Wilhelm Stryker said bitterly, "You mean to say that this matter was thrown out by Mutant, bait? Whether it's bait or not, it doesn't matter at all." Lex Luthor said indifferently, "The important thing is that the momentum of Mutants' rise can no longer be suppressed. Among those politicians, there must be some who can't see the situation clearly and want to take action. But at the same time, there must be someone who can see the situation clearly and report to Mutant. After all, who can resist the temptation to become extraordinary? Everyone, from the moment Oasis was officially released, the human forces have already lost half of it." He got up slowly, and picked up a glass of red wine from the table. "So, if you go head-to-head with Mutant with the strength of a mortal on Earth, you will definitely not get any benefit." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Before things even started, this guy decided that the human forces would fail? "We don't need to get involved in this matter at all. It's better to let those politicians and military leaders meet and smash their heads, and let us see Mutants' real strength." Lex Luthor drank the red wine in one gulp, his eyes filled with strange excitement. "Isn't it better to take advantage of this opportunity to enhance our own strength? Boost our strength?" Everyone is puzzled. "Definitely Oasis." Lex Luthor laughed. "Since there must be lucky people who can get super abilities from this game, why can't they be ours? There is no doubt that these lucky ones must have been carefully selected, but there are so many players in the world, how does Mutant know which ones are related to us? Even if it doesn't matter, we can still pay for it, can't we? The world is indeed changing, but it hasn't completely changed after all. Money still plays a role. What do y'all think?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and had to admire this guy's brain. Although he didn't have the slightest super ability, he had vision and wisdom far beyond ordinary people. It's just that what everyone present didn't know was that Lex Luthor actually had another sentence, which he didn't say. "Master a supernatural force in advance, and find out the details of the supernatural forces on the Earth. When the dark power in the depths of the universe really descends on the Earth. I should be credited, right? By that time, what Mutant, what Justice League, what super ability? They will all be trampled under my feet by me, a mortal." Chapter 119. Do you really let players with abilities learn magic in Oasis? This is the first sentence that Wonder Woman Diana uttered when she met Lynn for the first time. At the moment, in the huge exhibition hall, all the audience has left, only Lynn, Tony, the staff of the Second World and Wanda and 100 magic apprentices are left. The existence of Wanda and others is not even known to Tony and the people in the Second World. Therefore, they were particularly interested in these 100 magic apprentices. As soon as the press conference was over, they began to communicate closely under the leadership of Shadowcat, Jubilation Lee, Sky and others. Lynn, on the other hand, strolled to Diana's seat. As if he knew that Diana would not leave, and that the other party would ask such a question, he smiled and said, "Definitely not. Then you are making false propaganda." Diana turned her head, half smiling. The fair and slender neck exudes an indescribable attraction. As a demigod, she has gone through a long time, her knowledge is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. So when she saw Wanda and others make a move, she recognized it at a glance. That's magic. These 100 extraordinary players are all magicians. In Oasis, they didn't acquire super abilities through genetic evolution, but learned magic. And there is no doubt that the one who let them learn magic is this extremely young man in front of them. For a moment, Diana was full of curiosity. There is a magician in Mutant? How did he do that? And why are you so confident? I'm not worried at all about the possible consequences after this matter is announced. Miss Prince, with your identity and wisdom, you should understand a truth. Lynn shook her head and said, if the extraordinary power is not restrained, it will only bring more and greater disasters. Diana was slightly taken aback. You mutants, you actually think that super abilities need to be restrained? Because of their super ability, Mutant has suffered many oppressions and disasters, and even gave birth to extremists like Magneto, who want to create a world with only mutants through war. And now, also because of their super ability, they have gained rights and dignity they never had before. Such a group must have great respect for super abilities. How could you think of constraints? Don't be influenced by worldly opinions. Lynn knew what she was thinking as soon as she heard her tone, and couldn't help sighing softly. Mutant never thought of starting a war, and never wanted to rule, let alone trample all human beings underfoot. We just wanted to create a stable and healthy extraordinary order. His frankness surprised Diana. More shocking. Order. Her eyes flickered, and she suddenly realized that she seemed to have a lot of misunderstandings about Mutant. At least the pattern of the mutant magician in front of me. Far beyond imagination. You think it is impossible for human beings to create such an order, so you come here yourself. Her thoughts surged, and she instantly understood Lynn's various behaviors. It is also for this reason that players who can learn magic in Oasis must be selected by you. This order must be mastered by you. These words hit the nail on the head. There is no shortage of sneers in the tone. That's right. Lynn looked at her flawless side face, and nodded unabashedly. We create the extraordinary, and we must lead the extraordinary. Just this one sentence is full of courage. Diana suddenly felt an inexplicable burning in the boy's eyes. Unconsciously twisting his face, he leaned back on the seat. But in the next moment, she sat up straight again. However, there is no one in a million who has magical ability. After you have selected them, they are even a small minority. What you get through Oasis is, after all, just an army. After all, just a war. Every sentence of hers is extremely powerful and resounding. The so-called leading the extraordinary and creating order, isn't it just for your ambition to find a high-sounding reason? It is worthy of being one of the big three of the Justice League, full of blood and justice. Obviously, she was shocked by Lynn's layout and courage, but she didn't think that Mutant could achieve this grand goal. After all, the Earth is dominated by ordinary people. Extraordinary era, which is so easy to create. Lynn smiled. First of all, whether Oasis can create an extraordinary era, it is too late to draw conclusions now. Under Diana's surprised gaze, he stretched lazily, leaned on the seat, and the corner of his mouth had a strange arc. Secondly, why does Miss Prince think that this is a war? Okay. Ask for her flowers. A hint of confusion appeared in Diana's eyes. How about this? Lynn stretched out her left hand and pointed to Wanda and the others on the stage. For these 100 magic apprentices, in the world of Oasis, the time to really learn magic is only about a month. If Miss Prince is interested, how about playing with them? As soon as the words came out, Diana was stunned. A sudden exchange, so fell into a brief silence. After a long time, Diana looked at Lynn seriously. You know me very well. As a magician, it's normal to have a little more knowledge than others. Lynn is still the same rhetoric against Ancient One. Even so, you still proposed this discussion. Diana's expression became more solemn. 0, 0. Lynn nodded, that's right. It is good. Diana's fighting spirit flashed in her eyes, and she stood up suddenly. Then let me see, what are the magicians trained by Oasis that are so powerful? As soon as the words fell, the ground under her feet shattered suddenly, and one jumped out, spanning a distance of more than 10 meters, and fell into the booth. The eyes of Tony, Wanda, and others subconsciously looked at Lynn. Wanda, Potter. Lynn waved her hand, and the old god said, Miss Prince is the most powerful warrior on earth. It's a rare opportunity, you can ask her for advice. When these words came to the stage, the eyes of Wanda and 100 apprentices suddenly lit up. The next moment, Diana and Tony felt an unbelievable fighting spirit, suddenly enveloped the entire exhibition hall. Miss Prince, please enlighten me. Miss Prince, please enlighten me. Miss Prince, please enlighten me. 100 voices sounded almost simultaneously, and 100 magic apprentices also shot almost simultaneously. Diana's eyes froze suddenly. Lynn doesn't need to remind her, she also knows that the Oasis Pioneer Experience program has only been a few months since its inception. Except for the time to get familiar with the game and complete the test, these selected lucky players have the time to really learn magic. Definitely not long. At best, they are just a group of apprentices. The magic against Green Goblin and others before is not very powerful, which fully illustrates this point. However, at this moment, how do these people behave like magic apprentices? These people have weird corpses. Chapter 120. Almost at the moment when Diana's thoughts surged. 100 magic apprentices have completed their respective magic. Phantom Curse. 1 in 5 people activated stealth and disappeared from sight. Flight. 1/5 of the people flew into the air, and at the same time blessed the rest with defensive magic. Water Barrier. Frozen Armor. Fire Wall. Earth Shield. Amid the flashes of magical light, the remaining 60 people launched an attack at the same time. Their division of labor is very clear. Quicksand. Sluggishness. Withered vines entangled. Water winding. Ice prison. Half of the people were in charge of the control, and all kinds of light shot out quickly. Diana suddenly felt the ground under her feet surging, and it turned into a quicksand swamp in an instant. Her body subsided unconsciously, and at the same time, strands of withered vines sprang up from the ground, cooperating with streams of water, entangled towards her limbs and waist. Interesting. Her eyes lit up, but she was not in a hurry to fight back, and let the attack magic of the remaining half of the people unleash. Fireball, Ice Arrow, Wind Blade, Light Bomb, Earth Spike. A series of obviously elementary level magic roared in, densely packed like a violent storm, almost covering Diana's entire vision. Among these magics, some are obviously more powerful. 107. Hill has a high ability in wind magic, so although she has the shortest time to learn magic among these people, she has already mastered the powerful /. Porter James simply specializes in the magic of Shen Feng Wu Ying. Undoubtedly, with this level of magic, it is impossible to hurt Diana, who is half-body. According to her previous fighting style, she can completely charge directly. But after all, it was just a sparring session, and she didn't carry any equipment. If she rushed over, her body would be fine, but her clothes would inevitably be damaged. Most importantly, she was a little curious about these magic apprentices. Under the interweaving of various factors, she exerted force suddenly under her feet, but easily broke free from the restrictions of various controlling magics. After jumping into the air, she bypassed many fireballs and wind blades, and appeared in front of a magic apprentice. "Little friend, this kind of battle is not suitable for you and me." What Diana chose was the little girl who had summoned the giant eagle before. She reached out and grabbed the little girl, wanting to take the little girl out of the battlefield. However, what she didn't expect was that the little girl's face was obviously shocked. She obviously didn't expect her speed to be so fast and her strength to be so strong. But before she grabbed the opponent's shoulder with her hand, the opponent's body suddenly flew up. Yep! Diana showed surprise on her face. She could feel that this was not the little girl's own action, but more like a force pulled her up. Floating curse. One of Flight's apprentices in midair had just finished reciting the spell in his mouth. Diana was very surprised. She didn't expect the cooperation of these people to be so tacit. But at the same time, she felt even more unbelievable. Even if she just exerted force at will, her speed was far beyond ordinary people. How could that apprentice react so quickly? It's too late to think about it. One after another control magic has struck again. But this time, the person who casts the control magic has changed. Therefore, what roared was no longer physical spells such as entanglement with withered vines and dullness, but became fear, dullness, sound shock, corrosion, mind egg transformation, etc. Dark system, curse system, sound wave system, mind system, all invisible magic. Miss a hit, immediately change the attack method. Diana was genuinely surprised. The magic of these apprentices is very weak, but their combat experience is extremely rich, and their teamwork is also very tacit. They are clearly an elite magic team. Unconsciously, she ate several spells immediately. But this level of magic can only make her body and mind tremble slightly, and it didn't have much impact on her. Try again. She tapped her toes, refracted and slid towards another apprentice, and just about to reach out to grab it, another levitation technique landed on this person. In the next few seconds, Diana did the same, even if no one was caught. Among them, someone can perceive my movements. And instantly let everyone else know. She understood this almost immediately, and the surprise in her heart became more intense. And the failure of these few shots has caused her to suffer dozens of dullness, mind weakening, fear. As a demigod, she has a high magic resistance, but at this moment, she also felt a little irritated. Even if she exerted more power, she turned around one after another in just a few seconds and appeared in front of a dozen apprentices. Once the speed is fast, the reaction of the apprentices will obviously not be able to keep up. Although there were still floating spells and defensive spells falling, they did not land on the target, so that 7 or 8 apprentices were caught by her and thrown out of the battlefield. Her force is very skillful, and she didn't hurt anyone. Even so, this method of using force to break the ingenuity is obviously enough to break the blockade of 100 apprentices. But she is not happy. Because the moment she threw out the 9th apprentice, she suddenly felt her feet sinking, the surrounding gravity seemed to suddenly increase, and the ubiquitous air suddenly became thicker, pushing her away like a wave. Magic circle. Diana's eyes narrowed slightly, and she clearly saw a flash of dazzling light. Is it those 20 invisible people? That's right. The 20 apprentices who retreated from the battlefield invisibly took advantage of this time to cast 2 3-ring spells together. Distortion field. Air prison. Diana's footsteps paused slightly, and the magic casted by those apprentices who were in charge of the attack changed again. Shadow imps, fear hounds, and ghost wolves appeared in groups, swarming towards her. But at the same time, dense crows and bats appeared in the sky, covering all her sight. This is. Find the weakness that I can only attack one person at a time. Diana actually felt a little tricky. She was a rampant warrior, and she was really tired of coping with the endless stream of weird magic. Although she didn't bring any equipment, she still had the Guardian silver bracelet on her wrist. At the moment, as long as she folds her hands and guards the shockwave generated by the silver bracelet, she can wipe out all the ghost wolves and bats formed by the condensed shadow energy. But she is a demigod. Facing a group of magic apprentices, they used magic weapons. What if I win? The pride in her bones erupted, and Diana couldn't help but snorted softly. She made up her mind not to use equipment, but relied purely on strength and speed to kill shadow monsters one by one. How much magic power can a group of magic apprentices have? Soon, the speed at which summoned objects can be produced will not be able to keep up with the speed at which she can be destroyed. Boom! The last ghost wolf was killed, and his vision suddenly became clear. Pale faces came into view, and it was obvious that most of the apprentices had exhausted their magic power. Diana was about to end the battle in one go, when a series of bang and bang explosions suddenly sounded around her feet. Some of the summoned monsters were not made of shadow energy, but entities. In the fierce battle, she didn't pay much attention to it. After this part of the monster was killed, it didn't turn into energy and dissipate. Instead, it became a corpse. At the moment, these corpses exploded. Second ring corpse explosion technique. A streak of black and red blood mist suddenly emerged, covering her in it. The pungent smell hit her face, and Diana felt her heart shake for a while, and her complexion changed slightly, toxic. The poisonous mist produced by the corpse explosion, the previous dozens of curse spells, plus the twisting force field and air prison that still exist around. Finally, it has a little impact on Wonder Woman, who has been fighting for a long time. Just at the moment, a few apprentices who didn't know when they quit the battlefield and didn't cast a single spell from the beginning to the end, finally released their long-prepared tricks. There were 6 people in total, and only 6 magic spells were released, but dozens of lightning lights appeared densely, and at the same time, more than a dozen ropes of various colors appeared. Mirror image. Paralyzing lightning. Lightning attraction. Mind chains. It's really intertwined. Diana couldn't help laughing wryly, and had to increase the strength she used, but even so, she was still hit by a bolt of lightning. The moment her body went numb, red chains wrapped around her feet. It was at this moment that a strong sense of crisis suddenly surged out of her heart. The power of this chain is 100 times stronger than all other magics. This is the ultimate killer move. All the attacks are just a cover, just to hide this magic. Diana's complexion finally changed. The moment she was bound by this chain, she only felt her whole body sink, and there was a weird feeling that she couldn't get rid of it. And this lock comes from Wanda. At the moment, the eyes of this girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old suddenly turned red, and a heart-pounding power suddenly burst out from her body. In the palms of both hands, there is a red light frantically gathering together. This magic can threaten me. She is definitely not a magic apprentice. While Diana was trembling, Wanda had put her hands together, and the 2 red rays of light converged to form a terrifying blade that roared towards her. Shit! Shocked, angry and ashamed, Wonder Woman was completely devastated by this series of magical attacks, and finally couldn't help raising her hands, overlapping them 1.0 fiercely. Boom! The Guardian silver bracelet collided, generating a powerful air wave, which collided with the blade light in the air. In an instant, smoke and dust rose everywhere, and explosions fell. The huge exhibition hall shook immediately. A group of magic apprentices headed by Wanda were almost all bounced away in an instant. Tony, Shadowcat, Jubilation Lee, and others watching the battle all changed their expressions drastically when they saw this scene. Miss Prince is really strong. This thought had just come to mind, when the smoke cleared. Diana, who loomed into view, suddenly gave a wry smile. This match, I lost. All the clothes on her body had disappeared, and the Amazon female warrior's attire appeared. The guardian silver bracelets on her wrists exuded a faint light, which was particularly eye-catching. His eyes turned and fell on Lynn in the auditorium. How did you do it? Lynn definitely knows what she means. But he couldn't help curling his lips. This woman, in her normal clothes, actually hides a battle suit? I'm afraid the original intention of coming here was not so friendly. Definitely because of the Dharma God's trial. Thoughts were fleeting in her mind. Lynn got up and invited with a smile, if Miss Prince is interested, I can take you to see it. I glanced at Wanda and others who had stood up again. Diana nodded without the slightest hesitation, definitely interested. Chapter 121. The Trial of the God of Law. What is the mystery? That's the question Wonder Woman Diana desperately wants to know. Her interest in this matter even made her temporarily forget the purpose of this trip. However, Lynn did not show her directly, but gave her a black bracelet and asked her to experience the world of Oasis first. Player, Diana Prince, Star Experience Officer. Identity, Princess of Paradise Island. Ability, Half Body. Strength, Level 7, Intelligence, Level 4, Speed, Level 7, Endurance, Level 7. Skills, Super Strength, Super Speed, Insight Eye, Super 5 Senses, Language Master, Fighting Master. Equipment, Mantra Lasso, Guardian Silver Bracelet, Vulcan Sword, Divine Power Shield. Wealth, 100 million. Dungeon Coins, Unlimited. Star Experience Officer. Diana has lived in modern society for many years, but she has rarely played games. Even so, she still keenly feels that the treatment she gets in games seems to be different from that of ordinary players. She didn't know what it meant, but she didn't think much about it. Instead, immerse yourself seriously and feel the wonder and splendor of this world. In the process, she thought through many problems. First of all, the super ability division in the world of Oasis is extremely detailed, which reminded her that among the 100 apprentices, except for Wanda, it seems that most of them cast a single magic. Water, fire, wind, darkness, summoning. Most people specialize in one type of magic. Some even only have one. This is completely different from the magician in my impression. Therefore, Diana realized that she seemed to have made an empirical mistake, that is, her determination of magical ability was different from Lynn's. If a person only knows how to fireball, does he count as a transcendent? Apparently it counts. Because it is impossible for ordinary people to shoot fireballs. But in the cognition of the Amazon female warrior, does a magician who can only shoot fireballs really have magic ability? Can it be called a magician? Obviously not. Calculated by this standard, there are far more people with magic ability than I imagined, and the extraordinary players who can learn magic from the world of Oasis are far from an army, but real, possibly across the globe. Is this what Lynn said, create extraordinary? Following this line of thought, Diana also understood that among the 100 magic apprentices, there must be someone with a special ability. For example, in space, you can perceive the special space fluctuations when you attack. For example, the mind can connect the consciousness of 100 people together, so that when one person perceives his own actions, everyone else knows it. This does not require too advanced magical attainments. It is completely in line with the situation of the magic apprentice. Also, they must have unlimited dungeon gold coins just like myself, the Star Experience Officer, and they can freely play or exercise in each dungeon world. Only in this way can we cultivate such excellent combat experience and teamwork. But Why do their bodies react so fast? As a powerful fighter, Diana knows very well that the combination of body and consciousness requires a process. Wanda and others can indeed learn a variety of experiences and knowledge from Oasis, but if there is no long-term, high-intensity physical training, the brain's reaction speed is too fast, but it is not a good thing. Because the body won't be able to keep up. But in that sparring match, the skills and cooperation shown by Wanda and the others didn't even have the slightest lag. They obviously entered Oasis consciously. It doesn't make sense at all. As the experience deepened, Diana found that she seemed to have come into contact with the truth of Oasis, but at the same time, there seemed to be more and more fog surrounding this mysterious second world. She simply stopped thinking about it and concentrated on brushing the copy. Among the dungeons, her favorite is King of Fighters. This dungeon really suits her heart. Not only are there a group of fighters with powerful strength, but also Mai Shiranui and many other female masters who do not give in to men. Lori, Kusanagi. Orakai family, 3 artifacts. Mai Shiranui, Chizuru Kagura. The blood in the bones of the Amazon female warrior was completely activated in this world. Diana wandered in the world of the King of Fighters ecstatically, even forgetting the passage of time. A mysterious purple panel suddenly appeared in front of her. The trial of the Dharma God is starting. Does the player enter? Hey? It's only been one night. Only then did Diana notice the time. Her face was full of surprise. She had been playing in the dungeon for so long, but in reality, it was only 8 or 9 hours. She definitely didn't forget the business, and hurriedly chose to enter. Immediately, the panel exploded with a bang, turning into a purple vortex channel. Diana took a deep breath and jumped in. The next moment, her vision changed huge amounts of, but to her surprise, this place was not a special dungeon, but a contract back to the main world of Oasis. Suddenly, the pupils in her eyes shrank suddenly, and then she exclaimed in disbelief, "The gifted crab!" The super 5 senses let her feel the subtle changes in the surrounding space. I also found some abnormalities in my body. Here. It's not the main world of Oasis at all. It is a completely real world that is exactly the same as the real space. She is the real 533 descending at this moment. And no longer a game character. That's how it is, that's how it is. Suddenly, Diana's mind flashed, and she finally understood how Wanda and the others acquired their unreasonable strength. Those magic apprentices who were selected were no longer playing games. Instead, I came to a real world and received real training after rounds. This is clearly the real Oasis. In the deeper layer of the main world and countless copies, there is one. Maybe even more than one. Dimensional world. Just as this thought popped out of my mind, the big screens in all the squares in the huge Twist City lit up at the same time. 10 minutes ago, the World Security Council officially passed the Super Ability Registration Act. From now on, all superpowers on Earth must register with the government and accept long-term monitoring by the government. Otherwise, they will be arrested for war crimes and crimes against humanity. Rebels, shoot and kill. Countless cold voices converged into a sound wave full of killing intent, which spread throughout the entire dimensional space in an instant. Diana was stunned. With her wisdom, she still doesn't understand the so-called trial of the God of Law. It turned out to be a war. The super fighting skills and tacit teamwork of Wanda and others are actually cultivated from actual combat. Father God, this is insane. Chapter 122. Diana never dreamed that she would witness a war under such circumstances. Not the kind of virtual war in the game. It was a real bloody fight. She jumped up and appeared on the top floor of a high-rise building. Looking around, the huge Twist City fell into chaos almost instantly. Figure. And where these people were, groups of heavily armed soldiers appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, some people surrendered, some resisted, some ran away, some took hostages, and some took the initiative to attack. The war started almost instantly. There are so many people participating in the trial. Diana's complexion was so gloomy that water could drip out, but it was a bit strange that she couldn't restrain it. You may not believe it, but all players in the world of Oasis can participate in the trial of the God of Law. Lynn's voice suddenly appeared. And his figure instantly appeared beside Diana. Diana turned her head abruptly. At this moment, she is wearing the iconic Amazon battle suit, and her chest rises and falls due to the violent emotional agitation, which is very visually impactful. You. Her voice was a little cold, but mixed with a trace of doubt. Intuition tells me that you are not a militant, and you have said before that you have no intention of cultivating an army through the Oasis to fight against humans. Then, what is this? Do not misunderstand. Lynn admired her beauty, her face was as calm as ever. The so-called trial of the Dharma god is not so much a war as a simulation. Simulation. Diana was slightly taken aback. That's right, to simulate things that could have happened in the real world but didn't happen for various reasons. Lynn nodded. In other words, it is a tributary derived from the accidents that may change at any time in the long river of time. I call them parallel universes. Parallel universe? The look of doubt on Diana's face became more intense. Time is changeable and uncontrollable. The same thing may lead to completely different results due to different choices of the parties or changes in some key factors. Lynn explained, and then the world would go a different way, wouldn't it? Diana thought about it. At the beginning, if you hadn't chosen to leave Paradise Island, the world would have been turned upside down by Ares, the god of war. The outcome of the First World War was completely opposite. We may still be in the midst of war. Lynn smiled, and then pointed to the chaotic scene below. In the same way, if I hadn't convinced Charles and Magneto, the conflict between mutants and humans would become more and more serious, and in the end, it would be no surprise that war would end. Ending. What you see now is a similar situation. In the face of more and more superpowers appearing, the officials have adopted a radical and bloody response. Suppression. After calming down, Diana's thinking was running fast. She immediately understood what Lynn meant, but she was still puzzled. This so-called parallel universe, does it have any other meaning besides training your magic army in actual combat? Definitely makes sense. Lynn smiled. As I said before, Mutant has no intention of launching a war, and I am not interested in selecting and training a magic army through Oasis. All players can participate in the trial of the God of Law. Refining. He emphasized again, and then snapped his fingers. The surrounding light and shadow immediately changed. Diana was slightly stunned. The relationship between the two had become dilapidated, full of ruined walls, dense houses, and alien warships blocking the sky in the sky. This is another trial. Lynn said slowly. In this parallel universe, Doomsday killed Superman, you and Batman. Avengers was also defeated by the Chitauri army, the Earth lost its protection, and countless alien civilizations invaded. A few words made Diana's heart tremble. She quickly looked up, and saw that the alien warships in the sky were of different shapes, with various weapons, obviously not belonging to the same civilization. This is also a trial of the God of Law. She had never thought of such a scene, so that she was a little dazed. In this parallel universe, the Earth has obviously fallen, but as far as the eye can see, there are still sporadic battles going on, and some people are still stubbornly resisting. This is clearly a war as well. But it is not produced between super ability users and ordinary humans. Definitely, there has never been more than one kind of trial for the God of Law. Lynn clapped her hands, and the surrounding scene changed again. This time, Twisting City was not completely destroyed, but there were collapsed buildings everywhere, the original prosperity disappeared, and Kong Kong Garrison even appeared on the outskirts of the city. In this world, superpowers are out of control. Lynn went on to introduce, Superman Blacken, from the Asgardian of the Earth, has become the destroyer of the Earth, and has attracted a large number of powerful super ability users, who want to conquer the world, and the Earthlings who are unwilling to be destroyed. In other superheroes under the leadership of the leader, we struggled hard. Diana turned pale again. She once fought side by side with Superman, so no one in this world knows the power of Superman better than her. If Superman becomes the destroyer, who in this world can resist? Diana suddenly found that the more she got in touch with Lynn, the more she could feel the unfathomable depth of this man. She couldn't keep up with Lynn at all. He simply asked straight to the point, "You allow all players to participate in this trial, what exactly do you want to do?" Since it is a trial, it is definitely a selection. Lynn looked at her strangely, and said, "We create the extraordinary, and we also lead the extraordinary. If this is the case, how can people who don't have enough heart and perseverance get to step into the extraordinary?" These words were so simple and direct that Diana didn't realize it. Test. She stared at Lynn blankly, already a little messy. Powerful power will make people lost, terrifying darkness will make people confused, fear of death will make people reveal their true nature. Lynn nodded. Oasis has just been officially released, but the 1 million players who experienced it in advance are more or less in the game and have gained a little bit of extraordinary power. When their strength reaches a certain level, they will automatically activate the task of Trial of the God of Law, and randomly enter a parallel universe. In these parallel worlds, they will face various situations, and in the process, Oasis will evaluate them according to their choices and behaviors. Those who take the initiative to join the official and persecute other super ability users will be eliminated. Those who take advantage of the chaotic situation and rely on super abilities to dominate, eliminate. In the face of the invasion of alien civilizations, those who surrender or collapse will be eliminated. Those who choose to succumb to the dark super ability will be eliminated. With the sound of elimination, he said firmly. With unparalleled firmness and coldness. Diana's expression changed again and again. Only then did she realize that the 100 magic apprentices headed by Wanda were selected in this way. It's really not for Lynn himself, to pick and choose his army of magic at his beck and call. Instead, it is for all human beings to choose those who are qualified to bear the future salary. Yes. For some reason, the word firewood suddenly popped up in Diana's mind. As one of the initiators of the Justice League, she knows better than anyone that the Earth is facing threats all the time, and she doesn't know when these scenes in the parallel world will actually happen in the real world. And at that time, obviously not all people are able, or rather, willing to fight against the darkness. Especially when human beings have really entered the extraordinary era and gained super abilities. There will definitely be many people with weak minds who will become hidden dangers, and many people who are full of evil will become disasters. These people must be cleared in advance. The man in front of me is indeed, as he said, creating, leading, and establishing a stable and healthy order of the extraordinary. Diana's heart was shaking like a wave, and for the first time in her life, she felt reverence for a man. She took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. So, all players can participate in the trial of the God of Law, but, Zhao Qian Zhao, only those who pass the trial can gain the opportunity to learn magic and step into the extraordinary. Qualifications. That's right, those who fail the test will only think that they had a dream that they can't remember after waking up. Lynn nodded slightly. Diana understood. I'm afraid there are not many people who have passed the trial and have magical ability. Extraordinary is not achieved overnight. Lynn smiled. Some things are definitely coming. Okay. Diana nodded, subconsciously said, then, what can I do for you? She said this very naturally, and she was obviously moved by the extraordinary world that Lynn depicted. If the Earth really enters the extraordinary era, even if there are not many powerful superpowers, at least they can have a little more power when facing the threats from the depths of the universe. Thinking of this, Diana faintly felt that something was wrong. It seems that something has been forgotten. Correct. What am I doing here this time? Before she had time to think about it, Lynn turned around suddenly, looked at her with burning eyes, and grinned slightly. Amazon female warriors, are you playing games? This smile is happy and bright. The same paper as it was in Professor X's office. What? Wonder Woman looked confused. Chapter 123. The so-called parallel universe is a small dimensional space opened up by Lynn with the power of Space Gem combined with Oasis virtual projection technology. They are attached to the main world of Oasis, and their function is like the space of the main god, allowing the testers to experience life and death again and again. In this way, ability, mind, wisdom, and other aspects can be improved. Since the Chitauri invasion, Lynn got the Tesseract X-Men's training base has all been transferred here. Players who participated in the Trial of the God of Law mission would never have imagined that the Wolverine, Phoenix, and many other X-Men they encountered in this world might not be NPCs, but genuine real people. Just different from the players, the task of X-Men in these parallel worlds is no longer to exercise ability. It's about organizing resistance and directing battles. Lynn is using this method to exercise their leadership skills. For example, in this parallel world where superpowers are out of control, Blacken's Superman has attracted a large number of powerful villains and depraved superpowers, and the one who leads the remaining humans to resist is Phoenix. This Omega-level mutant, whose life path has undergone tremendous changes, is in this trial space, with the help of Superman's terrifying pressure, to temper himself little by little and try to integrate more Phoenix forces. If it is a real Superman, this kind of tempering is obviously meaningless. Because with Superman's strength, he might directly force out all the Phoenix forces, and then explode, directly destroying the world. But Superman here is just an NPC. His ability value can be adjusted. This is undoubtedly an excellent sparring partner, like a gradually growing furnace, tempering Qin Gri, the rare Phoenix iron, bit by bit, and the complex, desperate environment that may collapse at any time also makes her mind a little tough up. 783 How strong will a Phoenix with mental toughness and emotional stability be in the future? Lynn couldn't even imagine it. The same goes for Wanda, the future Scarlet Witch. As the magic apprentice with the greatest potential under Lynn's command, she is a well-deserved chief. In a short period of time, she has already opened a huge distance from other apprentices. Lynn doesn't want her to be like the original plot, who will collapse emotionally at every turn, or even degenerate into a demon. These things, Wonder Woman definitely doesn't know. But she understands the value of these parallel worlds. The Amazon female warriors on Paradise Island have shouldered huge amounts of missions since ancient times. Although Diana is not particularly aware of this, she can vaguely guess that the threat facing the Amazons in the future is too great to imagine. Under such circumstances, if Amazon's female warriors can conduct actual combat training in these parallel universes, this is conceivable for the growth of the overall strength. After all, no matter how hard the daily training is, it cannot conceal the fact that the Amazons have not experienced war for many years. And in these parallel worlds, you can even create various enemies with different abilities. What kind of concept is this? Lynn, you really deserve to be the president of the second world, you never miss the opportunity to do business. Just as Diana disappeared, Tony appeared beside him, looking at Lynn with a strange expression on his face, that Ms. Diana didn't even reveal her intentions, but somehow she became the star experience officer of Oasis. Selling Oasis to her people. This is just outrageous. He thought for a long time before he found such an adjective. What can come, BDCB, mean? Lynn curled her lips. It's nothing more than investigating the details of the X-Men to see if they can join the Justice League. Justice League? Her and Batman. Tony was slightly taken aback, but it wasn't surprising. It seems that the appearance of Doomsday made them all feel the pressure, and the death of Superman made them extremely short of people now. As a partner, he definitely knew that there was no way Lynn would join the Justice League. To put it bluntly, there are Xavier's school, X-Men. Lynn is the leader of the largest super ability organization on Earth now. What's more, there are more and more magic apprentices. Although I don't know about Wonder Woman, according to what you said, the Amazons have been hiding in a corner of the Earth. There shouldn't be too many of them, right? Speaking of business, Tony obviously became serious. Since this is the case, what is the purpose of you asking Diana to go to Paradise Island to promote Oasis? A tribe that has not been in contact with the outside world all year round, probably doesn't even have money. You're wrong, Wani. Lynn smiled slightly. It's true that the Amazons have no money, but that doesn't mean they aren't rich. Tony looked disbelieving. Lynn can see that it's not that he doesn't believe that Paradise Island is rich, but that he doesn't believe that he sold Oasis to Paradise Island just to make money. Shaking her head, Lynn could only add, well, opening up the Paradise Island market is only the first step. Next, we can use the power of the Amazons to sell Oasis to another wider underwater world, Atlantis. The legendary Atlantis really exists. Tony's face changed suddenly, and he exclaimed. Lynn shrugged, there has never been more than one kind of human on Earth. Tony fell silent on the spot. After a long time. Now I believe in your prophecy more and more. The complexity of this world is beyond my imagination. He sighed heavily, and a trace of haze flashed across his eyes. I've seen the battle scenes between Wonder Woman and Doomsday, and even a powerful existence like her can feel the crisis, which can only mean. Stop worrying about it, Lynn interrupted him speechlessly, isn't it good to think about happy things? As a shareholder of Second World, you will have a lot of money in your account, isn't it worth having a big party? I haven't held a party for a long time. Hearing this, Tony's eyes were inexplicably resentful. Since I met you and gradually realized the truth of this world, all my thoughts have been devoted to researching steel battle suits. During this period, I even once not dating Pepper. Not even once. Lynn turned her head in surprise, and said innocently, I didn't stop you from going on a date. I know. But I need to get stronger. Tony rubbed the center of his brows fiercely. Compared to you powerful superpowers, the upgrade speed of the steel battlesuit is too slow, let alone a monster like Doomsday. I feel like I can't even beat that Diana. This is for sure. Lynn told the truth, and couldn't help making a joke. Didn't you contact Wakanda through Princess Surui and bought a lot of vibranium? Wearing the vibranium armor, you can go head to head with Hulk and Diana, isn't that enough? Not enough. Tony gritted his back teeth and said, Princess Surui possesses an extremely high-end nanotechnology, and I'm trying to find a way to integrate it into my battlesuit technology. Nano battlesuit? Started developing so early? Lynn raised her eyebrows slightly. He turned around, patted Tony on the shoulder, and said seriously, Tony, you need to rest. Yep. Tony was slightly taken aback, and in a trance, he finally realized that there was a problem with his mentality. During this time, I have become more and more anxious. Seems to be more and more dominated by a sense of powerlessness. Tony is an extremely confident person. He thinks that his ability in technology far surpasses everyone in the world, but he is also very clear that he is only a mortal body after all. So all abilities come from steel battlesuits. But recently, the series of incidents that have appeared one after another, and a large number of people who have appeared one after another, seem to be more and more beyond the scope of his ability. This made him feel confused like never before, as well as a little, not confident. Before that, he even took the initiative to find Lynn, wanting to try to learn magic, but at worst, he also wanted to ask Lynn to help build a magic battlesuit. Unexpectedly, Lynn rejected him without any hesitation. And the reason turned out to be, he doesn't need it. Give yourself a vacation. Lynn could feel that the partner in front of her had doubts about the power of technology. He smiled, and took the initiative to send out an invitation. Oasis has been officially released, and the next stage of the plan is to open the alien market. If you are interested, how about going to Asgard with me? Holy area. Tony's heart trembled slightly, and he didn't know why, so he said, that's where the gods gather. Earth also has gods. Lynn's voice suddenly became louder, and under the effect of mind flay magic, it went straight to the depths of Tony's soul. Even our gods are far more than Asgard, and they will become stronger in the future. After the words fell, he waved his left hand suddenly. The dimensional space trembled slightly, and several cracks suddenly appeared. Through the crack, Tony can clearly see. In the endless wave of monsters, Professor X's eyes are shining brightly. Magneto is in the dark forest. Every time he swings his hands, there will be a sharp blade with magnetic force, cutting off the heads of alien monsters. Storm is in a torrent of chaotic elements, with lightning and thunder all over his body, and a storm raging in the distance. Poppy Iceman is trying to bring a desert to the east. Dr. Banner, who transformed into a Hulk, fought countless giant beasts in a barren world. Wanda, who can barely be considered as a second-level magician, is also in the trial space, and Ming Ming is improving her magic level. And in this super-powerful and out-of-control world under his feet, Phoenix was blown away by Superman's punch for the first time, but immediately flew up to meet him. This is... Suddenly, Tony's heart trembled violently, and his soul trembled for it. It was as if there was a deep voice ringing in my ears. God of Mind, Charles. The God of Magnetism, Magneto. God of Life and Reality, Phoenix. God of Weather, Storm. Ice God, Bobby. God of Magic, Send. God of Creatures, Hulk. God of Technology, Tony Stark. Chapter 124. S.H.I.E.L.D. Aircraft Carrier. After the Oasis conference ended, none of the members of Avengers left and waited. Nick Fury's face was extremely gloomy. He dialed Hill's phone number as early as the first time, thinking that Hill, who had betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D., would definitely refuse to answer the call, but what he didn't expect was that the other party not only answered, but no guilt. Just said lightly, wait for me to come back. It was this sentence that made Nick Fury give up the idea of sending someone to find Hill, and the Fantastic Four and Ant-Man chose to stay instead of going home from get off work. Everyone wants to know, why? Hill is the 9th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the commander of the aircraft carrier. With this position, she seldom participates in field work, and has almost no contact with mutant. How did you rebel? Time passed slowly. Before I knew it, it passed the night. Commander Hill is back. In the early morning, an agent's voice suddenly came out on the radio. Everyone in the conference room took a deep breath, but they didn't get up. Soon, Maria Hill in casual clothes appeared in sight. As soon as she entered the meeting room, she clearly felt the abnormal atmosphere. It seemed that even the air was frozen, and the eyes that looked at her were full of doubts. Boss, I have something important to report to you. Hill's face remained normal, as if nothing had happened, and his gaze was fixed on Nick Fury. But before she finished speaking, Nick Fury couldn't help snorting. Before that, shouldn't you explain to us why you appeared at the press conference of Oasis? Aren't you resting at home on vacation? Under normal circumstances, Nick Fury would not lose his composure in the face of anything. The location of Hill is really important. As the commander of the mothership, as well as his right-hand man, he knows almost all the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D., including those shady secrets. If these secrets are leaked out, the blow to S.H.I.E.L.D. will be fatal. Boss, you want to know how I learned this? Hill smiled, spread his palms, and the wind elements quickly gathered together, gradually forming a wind group. It's very simple, just like what Mr. Lynn said, I learned it in Oasis. I am Oasis, part of the Pioneer Experience program. This is impossible. Captain America retorted almost immediately. At the beginning, I also received an Oasis bracelet and played it for a long time. I admit that this game is quite interesting, and I also got a lot of exercise in the copy, but it can at most give players a little more experience and knowledge. How can it really give people super abilities? Obviously, they have discussed this matter for a long time. And the final answer is not to believe it. They are more willing to believe that this is mutants' false propaganda than the facts. Some kind of unknown conspiracy is hidden in it. Steve, believe it or not, this thing is true. Out of 100 lucky players including me, none of them are mutants. Hill looked at Captain America and shook his head. It's just that what we got is not a super ability, but magic. Magic! Everyone exclaimed in unison. In Nick Fury's mind, many things came to mind, that Lynn used to cast magic. Yes. Hill nodded, dispelled the wind, and said, magic is not a super ability, but a kind of knowledge. Players with magical abilities can use it in reality as long as they learn this knowledge in Oasis. These words undoubtedly revealed the confusion that was still lingering in everyone's mind. The Fantastic Four and Ant-Man were amazed. Nick Fury and the rest of the agents were trembling. Whether it is super ability or magic, there is actually no difference in essence, but it just proves that mutant can really create an extraordinary era through Oasis. What Lynn said at the press conference is not false. This is not good news. Because you learned magic and possessed powers you never had before, so you betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. and joined that Lynn instead. Nick Fury's voice was low, and anyone could hear the anger in it. Just now there was a slight improvement in the atmosphere, and it became dignified again. I never betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill's face also became serious, and he looked around the crowd and said, but I don't think that S.H.I.E.L.D. should be so vigilant against mutant. Our duty is to protect the safety of the Earth. We should pay more attention to the crisis that may come at any time outside the starry sky, rather than always stare at the mutant showing no signs of war. This is the second time she has publicly spoken against Nick Fury. The eyes of Hawkeye and Black Widow suddenly changed slightly. What surprised them was that last time, Hill just mentioned a point in the discussion, and didn't say anything more afterwards, but this time, Hill's attitude was obviously firmer than last time. It's also tougher. When Loki invaded, almost all of our S.H.I.E.L.D. fell. Doesn't this incident make us sober? Hill's eyes were burning, and he looked at Nick Fury without showing any weakness. Boss, we need more superpowers and stronger power. Avengers just have us, it's not enough. There are people behind Loki, but when Chitauri invaded, only ordinary soldiers appeared from the beginning to the end, and we didn't even see a commander. What does this mean? It means that the people behind Loki have only invested a little bit of power, and they don't even intend to make a real move at all. But it's such an insignificant power that almost caused us to lose a lot. Once their elite reach Earth, why do we resist? I have to admit that what I said made a lot of sense. For the last defeat, Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow all had a deep reflection, so at this moment, they even somewhat agree with Hill's idea. Nick Fury apparently knows this too. But he went further. We really need more superpowers, and I have been working hard for this. Reed, Susan, and Scott are the fruits of our hard work. In the still deep voice, there was a touch of disappointment, but, Hill, we all know that mutant is different. That Lynn is also different. At this point, he suddenly got up, and the momentum that had been accumulated for a long time suddenly burst out. You even attended his press conference in person, don't you understand that he is trying to subvert the whole world? If the world is really full of super abilities otherwise, the world will be in chaos. At that time, without waiting for the aliens to invade, mutant will immediately gather these superpowers, overthrow the existing world order, and then rule the Earth. They are not launching a war now, but everything they are doing is preparing for this war. You don't understand such a simple truth. The last sentence, Nick Fury almost roared out. Boss. Hawkeye and Black Widow stood up quickly, fearing that the chief who was furious would shoot Hill with his weapon. I know. To everyone's surprise, Hill nodded his head. The power of mutants is getting stronger and stronger, which is originally a potential threat. Once it gets out of control, the whole world will face crisis. It must be the same when the president ordered the launch of nuclear bombs. Consider it. Hearing this, everyone present faintly understood. Ask for flowers. Hill's changing attitude today. It seems to be related to the nuclear bomb incident some time ago. A gloomy look flashed across Nick Fury's eyes. He definitely knew that those 5 nuclear bombs fired at human cities would have extremely bad and far-reaching effects. Unexpectedly, it was Hill who showed up first. But, as Hill said, his tone suddenly changed. Potential threats, after all, are just guesses, and may not necessarily happen. At least for now, Mr. Lynn has led Mutant to do everything, and there is no sign of starting a war, isn't it? That's why I never thought about dealing with Mutant now. The anger in Nick Fury's voice remained undiminished. It's just that we need to be alert to this threat and be prepared. What's wrong with that? We even know less and less about the new Xavier's school and the new X-Men. What's the point of such preparations? Hill said without showing any weakness. If I hadn't become Mr. Lynn's magic apprentice, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't even know that these 100 people use magic instead of super abilities, right? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned. Even Nick Fury's eyes flickered. What do you mean? 00. At least I have penetrated into the opponent's interior now and obtained a stable source of information, haven't I? Hill sighed softly. The topic changed too quickly. Captain America and the others were stunned. Nick Fury was a little dazed, but then he sneered again. Don't tell me that everything you are doing now is for the purpose of being an undercover agent. My God, how could I, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., believe such a clumsy lie? Most importantly, why does Hill feel that he is trusted? Does this woman think of herself as a fool? Believe it or not, boss. Hill obviously didn't regard Nick Fury as a fool, but she didn't intend to show weakness. I will submit a budget application to the above, buy the landing equipment of Oasis, and then let all the Secret Service personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D. enter Oasis for training. If someone is lucky enough to learn magic, we can form our own super ability team, can't we? This made Nick Fury laugh directly. He said something inconceivable. In the current situation, you actually think that you can continue to serve as the commander of the mothership? If it weren't for the years of working together, you would have been dismissed now. He didn't finish his sentence. Because Hill interrupted him. Boss, I'm afraid it's not up to you to decide whether to dismiss me from my post. After a pause, under the nearly dull gazes of Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and others, she said word by word, before this, all my actions were directly responsible to Secretary General Pierce. What's the situation? Nick Fury's one eye widened suddenly. After being stunned for a moment, the others also came to their senses in horror. XT. What Hill did was really an undercover mission. It's just that this mission is not an order from Nick Fury, but from Alexander Pierce of the World Security Council. When did she become Pierce's? Wrong. Who the hell is she? The conference room suddenly fell into deathly silence, except for the Fantastic Four and Ant-Man who didn't know much about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power structure. The expressions of everyone else changed drastically. Nick Fury even felt a chill, which suddenly enveloped his whole body. No matter who Hill belongs to, she promoted the Oasis experience plan in SHIELD. If she is really lucky, she successfully formed a magic agent team. Will this power listen to me? Does it have anything to do with me? Big. Chapter 125. I seem to have never understood the world. Second World Headquarters. When Shadowcat received a big order from S.H.I.E.L.D, he immediately came to Lynn's office. In this situation, the government and the military are ready to attack us. Why is S.H.I.E.L.D still willing to spend money to purchase Oasis? This matter was beyond common sense, and she couldn't understand it. Lex Luthor was right in saying that from the moment Oasis was officially launched, divisions within the human race were inevitable. In order to obtain the qualification to step into the extraordinary, the night the White House secret meeting ended. There is more than one careful person who secretly got in touch with Lynn and provided information about that meeting. This is exactly what Lynn expected for 997, so these so-called intelligence doesn't mean much to Mutant, but at least Shadowcat and others have confirmed that the official is going to do it. In this situation, S.H.I.E.L.D must also participate. How could Hill's proposal still pass? Shadowcat can't figure it out. Lynn was not surprised by this at all. I don't have much money, so why make such a fuss? The current S.H.I.E.L.D is at its peak, including the headquarters Tricurved Wing building, various secret bases, aircraft carriers, squatting colleges and branches of various countries, field service, scientific research, internal service and other departments. It is conservatively estimated that at least hundreds of thousands. P.S. I didn't find the specific data, refer to the 150,000 in the comics. With such a small number of people, in the global market, not even a drop of water can be splashed. Compared with the sales volume of Oasis in the past few days, it is even a drop in the bucket. And in this purchase order, the vast majority must be the most common black bracelets, and there are very few helmets and game cabins. Overall, the amount of support is only a few thousand. It's not a question of more money and less money. Shadowcat obviously wasn't concerned about this, and frowned. This means that after Hill went back, not only was he not dismissed, but Nick Fury even compromised with her proposal. This is normal. Lynn smiled slightly. Hill's proposal is reasonable, no matter what S.H.I.E.L.D's attitude towards us is. At least we must know ourselves and our enemies, and let all the agents enter Oasis, which can not only play a certain role in training, but also deepen their understanding of us, and have the opportunity to learn magic, and even find a way to break the technical barriers of Oasis. Why doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D do something that kills 4 birds with 1 stone? After a pause, there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Besides, what S.H.I.E.L.D wants and what Alexander Pierce wants are never the same things. Pierce. Shadowcat's eyes flickered slightly. The Secretary General of the World Security Council? Nick Fury's immediate boss? What does he want? The corner of Lynn's mouth grinned slightly. Inwardly, it's natural to maximize Nick Fury's power and control S.H.I.E.L.D more comprehensively. Externally, maybe Mutant and the official will kill each other, and he will be the happiest person in the world, maybe. Needless to say, chaos is what Hydra needs to take over the world. A peaceful world is not what they want to see. So, Hill parted ways with Nick Fury, playing into Pierce's hands. If Shadowcat realized something, but didn't fully understand it, the expression on his face was still a little depressed. Unknowingly, she found that Lynn was becoming more and more unfathomable. Sometimes a random move of chess that seems to have no rules may have already focused on the distant future, so that she, a little friend who has been with her for many years, can no longer keep up with the rhythm. This feeling made her a little anxious. Don't overthink it, it's a good thing, isn't it? Lynn saw her thoughts at a glance, and couldn't help smiling. Hill's position has not changed, but has been reused. James Wu's work in the FBI, Kate's work in the federal court, and Catherine's work in the NYPD have not been affected. Doesn't it just mean that the day when the official action is not far away? That's why I didn't touch Kate and the others, so as not to startle the snake. Your next task is very heavy. Speaking of business, Shadowcat's face became serious again. She restrained her mind, looked at Lynn seriously, and said, "At this critical moment, you have to leave the Earth to go to Asgard, I'm afraid." "Do not be afraid." For the little friends who grew up together, Lynn gave absolute trust. "Isn't the second world developing very well? This is all thanks to you and Qianhuan. Such a big company can control it, and I am worried that it will not do well." "Trifle. Responsible for a war, is it a trivial matter?" Shadowcat couldn't complain. Just as she was about to say more, Lynn reached out and scratched her nose. "Besides, if I don't leave, how can I let those ghosts and monsters jump out with confidence?" Hearing this, Shadowcat knew that Lynn's determination had been made. And she vaguely felt that Lynn's trip to Asgard seemed to have other deeper purposes besides expanding the alien market of Oasis. Thinking of this, her pretty face blushed slightly. "Well, I hope I won't let you down." "Correct." Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she said again, "Before you go to Asgard, there is one more thing that needs to be handled by you personally." "What's up?" Lynn asked with a smile. Shadowcat 4.5 took out his phone speechlessly, and released a video. "There are many people in the academy who want to go with you to see what the legendary god's domain looks like. For this reason, the group arena has already started, and even the members of the Phoenix team, that temporary member, Spider-Man, has joined in. If you are not sure about the candidate, the academy will be in chaos." Lynn froze for a moment. Then he reacted. "It seems that after the press conference, the curiosity of the people on Earth towards alien civilizations has reached a terrifying level. Want to go to Asgard? BB. While carrying the prisoners of war, while leading the army. This is the routine operation of visiting alien civilizations. I hope that when the time comes, Odin's face won't be too ugly." Chapter 126. On this day, there were no clouds in the sky, and the sky was clear and clear. Corona Park. There are countless figures standing around the huge globe, all of them stretched their necks and waited excitedly. The mobile phones have already been raised high, ready to record the coming Sentry picture at any time. Earthlings visit alien civilization for the first time. As a war victor. God, I thought I was dreaming when I saw this on Mutant yesterday. Asgard, the legendary land of the gods. We don't even have an interstellar spacecraft, and we are going to establish diplomacy with alien civilizations? And we are still asking the crime as the victor. Movies don't dare to act like this. Mr. Lynn is indeed the father of Oasis, the new leader of Mutant, and the pioneer of human civilization. Who can match this courage? Speaking of which, is this really all right? I heard that Loki is the son of the God King. What if the king of God Odin is angry and leads an army of Asgard to attack the Earth? That's not necessarily true. Don't you see that Thor is on the side of the Earth? This means that Loki is also a war criminal in Asgard. Besides, since Mr. Lynn decides to go, he must not be afraid of Asgard. That's right, what I'm most curious about now is, which X-Men will Mr. Lynn take? Whispering sounds drifted with the wind, and tens of thousands of people were crowded inside and outside the park, making the air hot and dry. The live broadcast of the Mutant channel has also started. 14. Everyone in the world is watching. The exciting moment will come soon. Look, it's Thor. There was a violent whistling sound in the sky, and Thor, who was holding a meow hammer, flew towards him like a god, and landed heavily on the open space in the center of the crowd. He unfolded his big red cloak, and his resolute and majestic eyes scanned the audience. It has a majestic majesty. His complexion is not very good, it can even be said to be very bad. At this period, he was far from immature, and he was already impatient with being forced to stay on Earth for such a long time, but no matter how hard he searched, he still couldn't find the location of the new Xavier's school, and he didn't even know that Loki was imprisoned. Where? Later, the Oasis press conference was held, and the relationship between the second world and the new ex-students was exposed. He came to the door immediately, but was told that President Lynn was very busy recently, and the time to visit Asgard was to be determined. This is simply unreasonable. When did the majestic Prince of Asgard, future heir to the throne, receive such slights? Thor even felt that Lynn was using this to humiliate Asgard, and he was so angry that he almost smashed the headquarters of the second world. Under the persuasion of the Fantastic Four, he barely suppressed his temper. Finally, just yesterday, Lynn finally fixed the time for this visit. Thor rejected the suggestion to take the S.H.I.E.L.D fighter plane and flew over directly. After landing, he immediately looked at Shadowcat, who was hosting the live broadcast. Where's Loki? Let alone Loki, he didn't even see the shadow of Lynn or even the 10 X-Men. Mr. Tower, you don't think this is going home to visit relatives? Shadowcat froze for a moment, then curled his lips speechlessly. It is the first time that humans on Earth visited Asgard. This is a big event that caused a sensation in the world. How could they just leave so casually? Thor choked. Seeing this crowd of people, he couldn't understand that Mutant clearly wanted to hold a grand escort ceremony for prisoners of war. The grander the ritual, the more humiliating he felt. However, although the invasion of the Earth has nothing to do with Asgard, Loki is the real Prince of Asgard. He couldn't even find a reason to protest. Damn Loki, when I get back, I'm going to beat you up. As the younger brother, he can only attribute his full of resentment to AI. Fortunately, Lynn didn't keep him waiting. Accompanied by a trembling in the void, a portal formed by the condensed flames appeared out of thin air, and the frightened onlookers retreated quickly, only to find that there was no heat wave coming. The next moment, figures walked out of the door. Headed by none other than Lynn. Behind him, Yamato Loki followed. The latter looked lifeless, as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time, and suddenly appeared under the sun, and subconsciously raised his hand to cover his eyes, revealing a black handcuff. Mr. Lynn! Mr. Lynn! Mr. Lynn! There was a cheer from nowhere in the crowd, and then, one after another, they rose and fell. There was an indescribable reverence in the voice. After a period of fermentation, the global sales of Oasis have reached a terrifying number in the unit of 100 million, and after experiencing the contraction of the alien war, almost everyone has entered the world of Oasis. Because of this, these people all have the most sincere respect for Lynn, who created Oasis. The title of the father of Oasis has been widely circulated. Good morning, everyone. Lynn greeted the crowd with a smile. Have you played Oasis recently? In a short period of time, this has almost become a globally unified way of greeting, widely appearing in the player group. When the crowd heard this, they burst into laughter. Definitely. I have activated the ability. I can't sleep without downloading copies every day. It's just that dungeon coins are too difficult to earn. It would be great if you can spend them infinitely. I learned a cooking skill in Oasis, and I actually made it in reality. Mr. Lynn did not lie to us. Oasis will really create an extraordinary era. Seeing this scene, Thor's already bad face became even uglier. Lynn, sir. He suppressed the anger in his heart, and raised his voice. Should we go? Walk. Lynn then turned her head and looked at him with a playful look. Our visiting team is not in place yet. If Mr. Thor is not in a hurry, how about waiting a little longer? Visiting group. Thor's heart suddenly jumped, and an ominous premonition suddenly came to his heart. Immediately afterwards, he saw figures coming out of the portals one after another: Phoenix, Storm, Cyclops, Polaris, Blink, Nightcrawler. X-Men came out one by one. Scan casually, there are about 20 people. It is the 3 X-Men teams of Phoenix, Storm, and Cyclops. You. Thor's heart trembled. During this period of time, Avengers had already studied the battle scenes of the 7 X-Men teams countless times, and among those 7 teams Wolverine, Storm, Phoenix, and Cyclops were all right. Calendar. In comparison, the teams led by Mystique, Kraken, and Gambit are inferior. So, these are the 4 main teams, here they come. Thor's complexion changed suddenly, and he was about to speak when there was another whistling sound in the sky. Under the sunlight, Iron Man's classic red and white battlesuit reflected a dazzling light. "Sorry, I'm late." Tony's voice came, causing bursts of commotion. Because Iron Man was not the only one who said the same sentence, a red figure appeared between the buildings in the distance, shouting sorry while swinging cobweb. "Gwen Spider is here too. Gift crab." Thor subconsciously grasped the meow hammer tightly, but before he reacted, a figure fell in front of him as if falling from the sky, with a wasp waist and long legs, black hair fluttering, golden wrist guards in both hands, a sword and a shield behind his back, in a sexy exuding a heroic posture. "Who is not Wonder Woman Diana?" "Mr. Thor, I also want to see the style of Asgard, you don't mind?" Although Thor said this, Diana glanced at Lynn lightly. She appeared here, naturally because of the agreement that day. As the Star Experience Officer of Oasis, she is responsible for promoting Oasis back to Paradise Island, but firstly, she hasn't gone back for a long time, secondly how does she know how to? Therefore, Lynn suggested that she also visit Asgard with the group to observe and learn. Mr. Thor 310 definitely won't mind. Lynn smiled, and a circular golden light circle appeared around him, as if someone opened a zipper in the other side of the space. Immediately afterwards, a black man with a slightly retro outfit and a golden ring appeared in sight. The pupils in Thor's eyes shrank suddenly. If Wonder Woman's appearance surprised him, it didn't exceed his cognition. On that day, the video sheet of the Wonder Woman teaming up with Superman to fight Doomsday had spread all over the world. He knows that Diana is the most powerful superhero on Earth. But this man in front of him, he doesn't know it. Not part of X-Men, nor any known superhero. What are you guys trying to do? At this moment, Thor clearly felt that besides surprise, there was more anger in his voice. Are the people on Earth going to declare war on Asgard? A superhero group of more than 20 people. And everyone is strong. That Wonder Woman even made him feel threatened. And that unidentified black man. And the unfathomable Lynn. If this power really reaches Asgard, no doubt a huge amounts of threat. Access. For Thor's question, Lynn responded seriously and seriously, this is the first time Earth visits Asgard, so naturally it should be a little more grand and sincere. Thor frowned, not believing this kind of rhetoric at all. Seeing this scene, in the belated S.H.I.E.L.D. fighter plane, Nick Fury's face darkened once again. Natasha Romanoff, you take Thunderbolt and Susan. Go to Asgard too. No matter what method is used, I don't want to see the army of Asgard behind you when you come back. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff was stunned for a moment, and then his face was filled with disdain. This. Not a good job. Chapter 127. Dominion, Asgard. The light of Bifrost shone in the starry sky, and figures appeared slowly. Is this Asgard? The first thing that catches the eye is Asgardian Heimdall, who is wearing a golden armor and holding a golden longsword upside down. Looking into the distance, there is a stretch of Bifrost at the end is a splendid city. But there is one thing to say, even if it is only seen from a distance, the city is not too big. Asgard's population doesn't seem to be much. Tony's eyes flickered slightly. What he saw was obviously far from what he imagined. In the legendary god's domain, there is only one city. And it's still small. Lynn hasn't spoken yet. Thor couldn't help but snorted coldly, in this city, all the gods live. Wow, my dear big brother, shouldn't you act like a prince when you come from afar? Loki laughed strangely. Asgardians have a long lifespan, so the birth rate has not been high. Counting the troops stationed in the 9 realms, there are about 40,000 to 50,000 people, which is really not a lot. Loki. Thor's eyelids twitched in anger. When Loki was imprisoned, he missed him so much, but now that he finally saw him again, he couldn't help but want to slap this precious brother. This guy actually revealed the situation of Asgard in public. What's the matter? Is there anything you can't say? Loki turned a blind eye to the gloomy eyes of Big Brother, but looked at Lynn with great interest. The body density of Asgards is almost 3 times that of people on Earth, that is to say, Asgards who are a little stronger, have more strength. They can reach 20 to 30 tons, which looks really powerful, but the number of people is too small. How can the strength of those mutants under your command capture this place? If possible, we can cooperate. Huge gift crab special. Thor's face turned green with anger, and he rushed to Loki's side, grabbed his neck, and picked up the precious brother. From now on, you shut up. Lynn ignored the farce of the two brothers. Her mental strength was like eyes, and she could see the expressions of everyone behind her. Gwen's face was full of disbelief. In other words, there are tens of thousands of Spider-Man here. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff gasped, a random ordinary person here is stronger than Steven who injected super serum. Tony looked serious. Is this the background of Asgard? In contrast, although everyone in X-Men was a little surprised, they didn't pay too much attention to it. Even Nightcrawler, Miming, and others who were not too strong had very indifferent expressions. They have already tempered their extremely tenacious minds in the trials of the parallel world. And on Wonder Woman's face, there was a hint of fighting intent. It seems that the people of Asgard don't welcome us very much. Lynn finally spoke. Thor and Loki froze for a moment and looked at Heimdall in unison. Mortal, this is not the place you should come to. There was no emotion in Heimdall's golden eyes, and even his footsteps did not move at all. Because of Thor's order, I opened Bifrost, but this does not mean that you can step into the territory of Asgard, so leaving here is your best choice. As the gatekeeper of Asgard, the Asgardian of Bifrost, his attitude is undoubtedly that of Odin. Thor's face suddenly changed when he heard this. Heimdall. Thor, God King Odin is not happy with how you handled it. You should have brought Loki back when it was over. Heimdall interrupted him lightly. Now, the God King has summoned his people to announce the crime against Loki in public and deal with it. You'd better immediately. He didn't finish his sentence. I think you got one thing wrong. Lynn was not angry at all because of Heimdall's attitude. He pointed to Loki and smiled slightly. This Mr. Loki is not a criminal who is at your disposal. At least for now, he is still a prisoner of war on our Earth. As soon as he opened his mouth, the eyes of the X-Men behind him suddenly became sharp. Heimdall's hand holding the golden sword tightened slightly. I knew it. Seeing this, Thor cursed secretly in his heart, and quickly stood up and said, Heimdall, they are my guests, and Asgard has never had the custom of neglecting guests. Heimdall ignored him, and locked his eyes on Lynn. The Chitauri invasion of Earth has nothing to do with Asgard. You can't exchange Loki for any benefits in Asgard. No no no. Lynn still smiled. How much weight this Prince Loki has is not up to you. Are you sure you don't want to report it, but continue to keep us out? The eyes of Wonder Woman on the side flickered slightly. For some reason, she seemed to hear a hint of joy in Lynn's voice. The smile on this guy's face is not fake at all. Is he really happy? Mortal, you are trying to pick a spirit. Heimdall responded silently, exerting force with both hands, about to pull out the golden sword. Heimdall. Thor was startled. He didn't expect Heimdall's attitude to be so firm, and this attitude was obviously because of his father, Odin. Could it be that his father has been sitting on the King of God's seat for a long time, and has become stubborn and arrogant to this extent? Those who came today are not ordinary earthlings. That Wonder Woman is also said to be a god. Father doesn't even want to meet. Thinking of this, Thor took a deep breath and looked at Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, you guys wait here now, I'm going to find my father now. Before Black Widow could respond, Lynn shook her head lightly. Loki, it seems that you are really worthless as a prince. He turned his gaze to Loki, and slowly stretched out his right hand under the unconscious trembling eyes of the other party. In this case, let me, on behalf of all the people on Earth, execute you, the war criminal DB. A faint black light quietly appeared between the fingers. Great Crab Special. Loki and Tortsi changed their faces, the latter was angry, while the former was pure fear. Among all the people in Asgard, no one knows better than him the horror of Lynn, a mutant magician. He was crushed in almost all directions in the Battle of the Contract that day, and even caused a psychological shadow because of it. Because of this, he has no doubt that Lynn's finger can kill him. When time is running out. A deep and majestic voice finally sounded. Enough. A figure descended from the sky and appeared on Bifrost, with white hair and one eye, wearing armor and holding a spear of eternity. It was the king of God Odin. Accompanied by his appearance, one after another airship roared in, and heavily armed Asgard elites jumped out of it, and soon behind him, gathered into 10 big houses. Mortal, tell me your purpose. As the lord of God's domain, Odin's arrogance is undisguised. In the original plot, when Jane Foster came to Asgard for the first time, he said that mortals are not qualified to enter the palace of Asgard, just like certain dishes are not eligible to be on the table. At the moment, he obviously didn't intend to be polite to Lynn and others. The terrifying momentum is like a frenzy, roaring towards everyone. In the face of this aggressive momentum, Tony, Wonder Woman, and X-Men all changed face. Lynn, however, smiled satisfied, and cut straight to the point. According to incomplete statistics, the Chitauri invasion led by Loki has resulted in at least 400,000 deaths on Earth, numerous injuries, and even more incalculable damage to buildings and property losses. So, God King Odin, what price do you plan to use to redeem this Earth war criminal, Prince Asgard? As soon as this statement came out, everyone gasped. Even Loki's eyes widened in disbelief. He already had PTSD with Lynn, but he still didn't expect it. Hall. This guy's courage is so big. What the hell is he trying to do? Chapter 128. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely quiet. The expressions of the elites of Asgard froze. Ever since Asgard unified the 9 realms and Odin became the supreme ruler, how have they ever seen even one person so arrogant in front of the King of God? An immortal from Earth. God is sorry, many elite Asgards present, many people's impressions of the Earth are still stuck in hundreds of years ago. How dare a primitive man from a savage planet provoke the King of Asgard in public? After a strange silence. Presumptuous. After thousands of Asgard soldiers reacted, they all roared angrily. The few leaders even showed their weapons on the spot, and walked towards Lynn and the others. How dare you disrespect the God King? Vorstag. Fondrel. Hogan. Thor's complexion was also extremely bad, but he had to stand up and stop him. His eyes flicked over several people, and finally fell on a tall black-haired woman in white armor, Sif. Thor. The 3 warriors of Asgard and the goddess of war Sif turned their eyes, and saw the prince who had grown up with them, shaking his head slightly at them. The 4 were surprised and suspicious. Thor, who has always been impulsive and irritable, did not rush out immediately when this earthling provoked Odin, but chose to endure. Violence does not solve problems. Thor said word for word. It seems that during this trip to the Earth, Chitauri's invasion had caused him a lot of impact, so that his mentality had unknowingly undergone a certain change. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he looked at Odin and said seriously, "Father, I brought these earthlings to Asgard. Although Loki has made mistakes, he is my younger brother after all, and we cannot give up on him." Hearing this, Odin's one-eyed trembled fiercely. 047 You mean, let the majestic king of Asgard accept the blackmail of these mortals? This is not blackmail. Lynn spoke again, with a calm expression, as if she didn't care about the tense atmosphere at the scene. But his tone was extremely serious. The lives of 473,621 people on Earth may not be worth mentioning in the eyes of the Asgardians, but it is impossible for people on Earth to pretend that nothing happened. For the sake of Thor helping the Earth resist Chitauri, we can agree to let aid Judge Lu Han. However, Asgard must pay the price. That's the rule. Looking at the entire universe, there are no more normal rules. As soon as this remark came out, many Asgard people changed their expressions slightly, and their anger dissipated unconsciously. The three warriors of Asgard and Sif also looked at each other silently. More than 400,000 lives. This number even exceeds the total population of Asgard. Loki did such a big crime. A gloomy look flashed in Thor's eyes. In fact, this was the real reason for his patience. During this time, he witnessed the devastation of 5 world-class cities. The feeling of shame in my heart is simply indescribable. Those people originally lived and worked in peace and contentment, but because of Loki, they died innocently. As an older brother, I can't discipline my younger brother. Thor felt that he had an inescapable responsibility. Rules are for both parties who are equal. Odin looked at Lynn expressionlessly, and his voice rang like a bell. Mortal, do you think you have the right to look directly at the gods as equals? Lynn didn't answer his question. Instead, he just turned around and glanced at his companions behind him. Tony, Diana, Storm, Phoenix. All Earthlings understood what he meant. Is it equal? You will know if you try it. Tony walked out slowly with firm steps. For the first time, an extremely serious and solemn look appeared on his usually cynical face. I knew it would be like this. Diana tilted her head slightly, smiled helplessly, pulled out the divine power shield and the Vulcan sword grip on her back, took a step forward, and appeared in front of Lynn. Life is created equal, no one is more noble than anyone else. Storm and Phoenix looked at each other, and they both saw the disappointment in each other's eyes. Before they set off, they actually held a trace of reverence for the legendary god's domain. After all, judging from Thor's behavior, although he is somewhat proud of being a god, he is quite kind and reasonable. But at this moment, Odin's attitude surprised them. Gods are not self-appointed. In Phoenix's faint voice, the two girls walked out hand in hand. On the opposite side is the Asgard warrior and the goddess of war, Zi. The expressions of the 4 of them changed uncontrollably, because at this moment, they clearly felt a kind of aura called common hatred and hatred from Tony and others. These Earthlings are here with anger. If you don't reach your goal, you will never give up. Thinking of this, the 4 of them calmed down in an instant, and all emotions were expelled from their minds, replaced by the calmness and bravery cultivated in hundreds of thousands of years of fighting. Drink. Vestag was the first to take the shot. His tall and strong body was like an iron tower, and the big axe in his hand smashed towards Thor violently. Hogun followed closely behind, with a slight tremor of the meteor hammer in his hand. Sharp barbs appeared one after another, and a howling wind blew up, straight for Storm. At the same time, Fondrel also made a move. His weapon is a thin sword, which is as fast as the wind. With the blessing of powerful power, its penetration is even more terrifying. His goal is Phoenix. Earthlings, be careful. Sif's movements were also not slow, even faster than the 3 warriors of Asgard. With a kick of her feet, she flew in front of Wonder Woman. Wherever the long sword blessed by Odin passed, layers of slag swayed in the void. At this moment, all Asgard people showed excitement. Beef. The same scene has appeared in countless battles. And every time the result is that the opponent falls to the ground and loses, the 3 warriors of Asgard and the goddess of war win a big victory. Just this time, things are not going the way they want. In the face of Vestag's powerful axe, Tony did not adopt the guerrilla strategy of flying into the air. Instead, he stood on the spot and quickly raised his left arm. Hearing a sound of mechanical vibration, the left arm of the steel battlesuit A bulge suddenly swelled up, forming a square shield. Vestag's great axe is easily blocked. He was slightly taken aback, and just as he was about to change his move, a stormy wave of air suddenly came from the shield and knocked him into the air on the spot. Shit! For some reason, Vestag had the illusion that he had been hit by an axe. His face was full of disbelief, and he was in mid-air, and he could only watch Tony's right hand rise, beware of the pulse cannon blasting out. At the critical moment, Vestag could only pull the big axe and blocked the shot with the handle of the axe. But he couldn't be happy at all, because with a sound of click, his big axe carefully crafted by dwarf craftsmen broke on the spot. Vibranium. The power of the space gem. Odin frowned slightly. On the other side, Hogun's meteor hammer was about to hit the target, when Storm's body suddenly flashed violently, and dense lightning flashed into the meteor hammer like a silver snake, and then rushed towards the roots along the iron chain. WTF! Hogun's face changed suddenly, and his whole body suddenly changed from rushing forward to staggering backwards. At the same time, he let go of his hand, and the meteor hammer flew straight into the sky. He sat down on the ground, raised his right hand, and saw the moment of contact. The palm of his hand was scorched black. Omega-class mutant. Odin's pupils narrowed slightly. Immediately afterwards, Fandrel's exclamation was heard. The moment the rapier in his hand stabbed Phoenix, he was suddenly entangled by a gust of red energy, and then, without warning, it turned backwards, towards his own body. Neck. And he exhausted all his strength, but he couldn't stop this change in the sword's posture. But he was unwilling to give up the weapon, and his face flushed instantly, but he could only look at Jianfeng a little bit, approaching his neck. This is Phoenix Force. Odin's unchanged face finally sank, and even the hand holding the eternal gun seemed to tremble slightly for a moment. And just as he was about to react, Sif and Diana also decided the outcome. Clang! The moment the shield blocked Sif's long sword, Diana's feet suddenly exerted force, and the ground made of metal in Asgard was cracked every inch of it. Immediately afterwards, Diana rushed forward and knocked Sif far away. There is still only one move. In just one round, the three warriors of Asgard and Nozomi lost all of them. This is impossible. All the gods' domain fighters widened their eyes in disbelief. As the most elite fighters in Asgard, Vestag, Hogun, Fandrel, and Sif can almost all reach a terrifying 30 tons of strength. In addition to the powerful martial arts trained on the battlefield, they are the only ones other than the royal family. Besides, the strongest foursome in Asgard. How could it be defeated with one move? Aren't they facing mortals on Earth? How do these ones look like mortals? Especially the woman holding the shield, who didn't use any technological weapons or super abilities, was able to defeat the goddess of war Sif head-on with her strong physical fitness. How could it be possible for the people on Earth to have power far surpassing that of the warriors of God's domain? The crowd fell silent. Odin's eyes also locked on Diana in an instant, and his face was already gloomy. The power of the old gods. In this woman's body, he actually felt a power not weaker than Thor's. Just like Thor, it hasn't been developed yet. But even so, it is almost impossible for Asgardians other than the Odin family to be her opponents. These Earthlings, come prepared. Chapter 129. Odin's heart trembled, and finally he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Seeing Vestag, Hogun, and Sif rushing out again unwillingly, Fandrel resisted his own weapon with a blushing face. This scene fell in the eyes of other gods' domain fighters, and everyone was excited. Without waiting for Odin's order, several figures rushed out in panic. Among them is the executioner Skol Chini, the one who surrendered to Hela in Thor 3. And Heimdall. The Asgardians regard honor and dignity as everything, so these warriors did not intend to join the battle between the three of Sif, but wanted to save Fandrel. It's just that they didn't succeed. Two light gates suddenly appeared in front of Skol Chini and Heimdall, which were Clarissa's ability. The next moment, Polaris and Gwen appeared through the door. Gwen's spider confronts Heimdall. The other two faced Skol Chini and a group of God's Domain fighters. I really want to know, do people in Asgard really have 20 or 30 tons of strength? As soon as Gwen came out, the cobweb shot at Heimdall with a few pops, and a curious voice came from under the mask. Heimdall waved the golden longsword in his hand, easily cutting off the spider. Gwen was taken aback and immediately became serious. With spider telepathy and agility, he wrestled with the Asgardian of Asgard. In contrast, Polaris is not as gentle as she is. I'm tired of waiting. Lorna Dane is not a good-tempered person. After joining the new Xavier's school, she has experienced hundreds of trials, and she is often teased by Magneto in private. She has reached a certain level of control over her super abilities. Terrible. At the moment, she has the demeanor of Magneto in those days. With a sneer, she flicked her hands and fingers, and all the armored God's Domain warriors flew out without any strength to fight back, and only Skol Chini was left alone. Looking at you, you seem to be the strongest among these people, so come and play. She raised her hands high, controlling a long sword, battle axe, and shield, and smashed towards Scorchen like a storm. Skol Chini was dumbfounded on the spot. Can only dodge and resist at a loss. This woman can control metal. The faces of the God's Domain fighters in the distance changed one by one. They were never afraid of death, and they were never afraid of fighting, but how to fight this kind of completely restrained battle? Going up is to deliver food. The majesty of Asgard is inviolable, an armor and 100 swords. After all, they were the elite fighters of God's Domain. At the critical moment, the faces flashed with determination, and they wanted to take off their armor, give up their weapons, and rush to help. Seeing this scene, a soft sigh came from an airship floating outside Bifrost. Go and help. The soldiers looked up and saw that the people standing on the airship were not their companions, but young women wrapped in light gauze. The leader is the mother of Thor and the wife of Odin, the god Queen Frigg. There is no doubt that Asgard has magical powers, but their warriors are already strong enough. No matter what happens, they don't need magicians to take action. But at this moment, the situation has obviously changed. Yes. With a soft groan, one of the women behind Frigg jumped off the airship. When she landed on the ground, Lynn and the others could clearly see that this woman was fair and beautiful, with a graceful figure, and she was wrapped in a light blue dress, which wrapped her graceful figure. Feeling Frigga's handmaiden when she checked Jane Foster's body in Thor2, the god of medicine in Norse mythology. Lynn raised her eyebrows slightly, thought for a while, and looked at Wanda beside her. Are you interested? Go and learn. Okay, Master. 16-year-old Scarlet Witch's life experience has been far from the original track. She was brought into the vast and magnificent world of magic by Lynn in the midst of ordinary life. She has long regarded Lynn as her life mentor. She heard the words without any hesitation, I will definitely win. Definitely. Lynn has no doubts about this, and Wanda's ability is unquestionable. After training day and night, she has already reached the level of a magician with 3 rings. This definitely means nothing. But before this trip, Lynn had used the mind gem to activate the ability in her body, allowing her to master the power of origin magic power. Using Scarlet Witch with origin magic power, her strength can no longer be measured by common sense. Flight. Wanda cast a flight spell on herself casually, and flew out like a feather, in front of Yep. Frigga's 12 maids are actually the best among Asgard magicians. They don't have the powerful bodies of the warriors of God's Domain, but they possess various mysterious and unpredictable magical powers. Compared with the warlike God's Domain fighters, Elle obviously doesn't like fighting. She looked at Wanda, with a look of helplessness on her face. Looking at your age, you should be very young among the people on Earth, right? Why do you need to participate in this kind of thing? Asgard has no intention of conflicting with the Earth. The teacher said that dignity depends on strength. Asking for flowers. Wanda's face was expressionless, and a red light quietly appeared in her hands. An unrecognized god, what right do you have to be superior? Elle was slightly surprised. My own mind control has no effect on this young Earth girl magician? It's too late to think about it, the red light in Wanda's hands has already roared out. Elle stimulated her divine power, and an energy shield appeared in front of her immediately, blocking the red light. However, what made her even more surprised was that after the two red lights exploded, they did not dissipate. Make a red light curtain and envelop her and Wanda in it. The moment the mask was formed, she clearly felt her divine power disappearing. But the aura emanating from Wanda skyrocketed in an instant. Magic field! She exclaimed in disbelief. She never imagined that Wanda, who seemed to be only in her teens, could reach this level of magical attainment. Now, no one bothers us. Wanda smiled slightly, and red light surged out of her body. Under the red light, this smile is inexplicably weird. Elle's heart trembled violently. The red mask blocked the field of vision, and Odin's pupils shrank fiercely again. Another energy not weaker than Phoenix Force. In his eyes, the red magic energy is quite weak, but it is faint, but it reveals a strange power, which is no less than the power in Wonder Woman and Thor's body. His face completely changed. Enough! An earth-shattering roar spread from his mouth, followed by a wave of air visible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, Tony, Diana, Storm, Phoenix and others were all swept away. Lynn and others also felt a strong wind. But at the moment, Lynn's eyes suddenly brightened. Odin just put a stop to this fight. Didn't do it myself. In an instant, Lynn got the information she wanted, and she was in a good mood. She turned her head and glanced at the black man who came with her. The black man stood up helplessly, and said loudly, God King Odin, Moder represents Camartage Sorcerer Supreme, greetings to you. As soon as this remark came out, the eternal spear in Odin's hand trembled suddenly. Ancient One. His eyes shifted suddenly, staring at Modu magician. Even though he tried his best to maintain calm, his face was still a little distorted. The silent roar was like thunder in his heart. It's been peaceful for thousands of years, and you stab me in the back now? The door. Chapter 130. Facts have proved that after sitting on the seat of the Lord of the Nine Realms for thousands of years, Odin's arrogance has indeed been integrated into his bones. He is so high above that he doesn't look down on the mortals on earth at all. But only mortals. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, obviously not on this list. At this moment, after successively seeing the power of Space Gem, the new element of the Iron Man reactor is an isotope researched from Tesseract, Omega-level mutant, Phoenix Force, origin magic power. Suddenly I heard Modu magician self-introduce his family name. He almost thought he was hallucinating. For so many years, the reason why he never went to Midgard, Earth, to some extent, is the tacit understanding with Sorcerer Supreme, mutual peace and non-aggression. He thinks he abides by this tacit agreement. But now, the Ancient One sent Camartage's magician to Asgard. What does that bald head of 377 want to do? Support this mutant magician named Lynn? No, in the eyes of Sorcerer Supreme, only the dimension Mephisto that engulfs the Earth, doesn't care about other things on the Earth at all. It is impossible to get involved in this kind of thing. Then what does she mean? Demonstration? Provocation? Odin's thoughts turned, with surprise and anger intertwined in his mind. In the final analysis, what he despises is not the Earthlings, but only the weak human beings, but at this moment, the group of Earthlings in front of him have shown a powerful area that makes him unable to bear to look at them. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. No one could hear the roar in Odin's heart, but everyone knew that he was in a bad mood. Camartage? Sorcerer Supreme? What are these? Why did the God King react so strangely? All eyes focused on Odin. Asgard respects the strong, the people of the earth, and the strength you show has won you the qualification to communicate with Asgard on an equal footing. Under the eyes of everyone, Odin's complexion changed in a flash, his eyes were as majestic and sharp as ever, and he stared at Lynn. Thor, prepare a resting place for the guests from the earth, treat them well, don't neglect. About Loki, we will formally discuss it tomorrow. As soon as the words fell, the Lord of Asgard turned around and walked away without delay. A group of God's domain fighters hurriedly followed. Father! Thor was stunned. Although he didn't know what to do, he still couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Loki looked at Odin's back, his eyes flickering. What's going on here? Diana, Storm, Phoenix, and Tony were instantly shaken away by Odin's power, and they were all shocked by the great strength of this God King. Seeing this, they all couldn't help but look at Mutant Magician. Diana didn't know very well, but the other three did. Sorcerer Supreme by Camartage. Isn't it Ancient One? That Sorcerer Supreme who once gave an open class to new ex-students, has such a great reputation? Can Odin be forced to give in without anyone showing up? Mutant Magician's complexion is also a little ugly. Lynn turned a blind eye to this, and just sighed softly. Camartage's name is easy to use. We have just stepped out of the earth, and the reputation of Sorcerer Supreme has already resounded throughout the universe. In comparison, we still have a long way to go. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, thoughtful. Under Thor's guidance, Lynn and his party were arranged to live temporarily in a side hall. The majestic architectural style and the exotic customs that can be seen everywhere make everyone who has just left the earth full of curiosity, somewhat excited and unable to sleep. But among them, Wonder Woman is obviously not included. There were so many questions in her mind that she had just settled down and left the room immediately to find Lynn. As she expected, Tony, Storm, and Phoenix also appeared here. I just had a fight with the people from God's domain, don't you all need to rest? Lynn was listening to Wanda's post-war summary. Among all the magic apprentices selected by Oasis, Wanda was the only one who was brought by his side to teach by example. He always attached great importance to this student's work. Lynn, what the hell is going on here? Tony sat down on the chair, and asked directly, although the arrogance of the Asgard people makes people very uncomfortable, and this fight is also very angry, but don't think I can't see it. You intentionally provoking Odin. Odin is worthy of being the king of God, and his power is simply unfathomable. Diana said with lingering fear, I can feel that he is stronger than Ares, even. Among the people present, only she has fought against Ares, the god of war, and she has a good understanding of the power of the gods. Because of this, she has the deepest feeling for Odin's strength. She hesitated for a while, but still said softly, I even think that even if Superman is resurrected, he may not be his opponent. As soon as this remark came out, Storm and Phoenix all changed face. Your feeling is not wrong. In Asgard, Odin may be invincible. Lynn didn't shy away from it, and simply and directly admitted Odin's power. By the way, I gave Diana a bit of popular science about Camartage and Sorcerer Supreme. It turns out that there is such an ancient and powerful existence on Earth. Diana took a breath, but was even more shocked and puzzled by it. If it is true as you said, Odin is in existence at the same level as Sorcerer Supreme, and there is no need for us to. She didn't finish her sentence. Because Lynn shook her head. First of all, the Earth civilization has just entered the universe. We need to have a preliminary understanding of the power of each civilization in the universe. Only in this way can we know the gap between each other and catch up. His thoughts were very clear. He glanced at her and said, if Odin doesn't make a move, how will I know how powerful he is? How can I be sure if the strength of my seventh ring magician can compete with 0.9? Do I need to adjust the next plan? Lynn didn't say the last sentence. Under the thoughtful gazes of the four of Tony, he continued, secondly, as long as Morda reveals his identity at a critical moment, even if Odin has already made a move, he has no choice but to stop because of his fear of Ancient One. So what happened just now is far less dangerous than you think. However, I got a lot of interesting information through this matter, and thus confirmed a conjecture in my heart. A familiar smile appeared on his face again. When Tony saw this smile, his heart jumped. What guess? Lynn didn't hide them, and touched Wang Fan's head casually. God King Odin, his life is not long. As soon as a word came out, it was like a thunderclap. The eyes of Diana and the others widened instantly. Chapter 131. Your adoptive father is dying. When Loki heard this, his expression didn't change. He's definitely going to die. He lay on the bed lifelessly, with his hands under his head, and said with a sneer, Asgardians have a long lifespan, many of them can even live to be 5,000 years old, and Odin, my good father. He has already passed this age, no matter how strong his strength is, how long can he live? You don't understand me. In the temporary cell, only Lynn's voice sounded. What I want to say is that his lifespan will not exceed 5 years at most. The smile on Loki's face froze instantly. The next moment, he sat up abruptly from the bed, staring at Lynn with cold eyes. Is it complicated? Lynn sat down on the only stone bench in the room, snapped her fingers, conjured a cup of tea out of thin air, and tasted it. The rich tea fragrance instantly permeates the whole room. Loki sniffled. How can you be so sure? Guess. There are tests. Lynn answered honestly. Familiar with the plot, he naturally knows that the twilight of the gods is coming, and Odin will die before that, which becomes another regret on Thor's growth path. But this world is not a movie. How long Odin can live, Lynn can't arbitrarily guess out of thin air. So there was the previous temptation. As the adopted son of Odin, you have lived in Asgard for 1,000 years, so you must know Odin's character and temper very well, right? Lynn took a sip of tea happily, looked at Loki and said, so, based on what you know about him, he wanted to expel us the very first moment we arrived in Asgard. Is this normal? Definitely normal. Loki replied without the slightest hesitation, that old guy has been sitting on the seat of the God King for a long time, and he has long been used to being superior, arrogant, stubborn, and stupid, has polluted his heart. In his eyes, the earth mortals are no different from ants. No, it's not normal. Lynn interrupted him with a smile. It's not surprising that an old man who has lived for thousands of years has lost the wisdom of his youth, but Odin is the lord of the 9 realms, and his words and deeds represent the 9 realms. And we are not coming to Asgard as individuals. This is an official visit from the Midgardian civilization, isn't it? Loki was slightly taken aback. He really hadn't thought about it. But then, he remembered that Lynn held a grand visit ceremony on Earth before departure. It seems that you have thought of. Lynn watched his expression change and nodded. If Odin doesn't want us to come to Asgard, just order Heimdall not to open Bifrost, but he didn't do that. Loki's eyes trembled slightly. The identity of the Lord of the 9 Worlds, instead restrained him. That's right. Lynn half smiled, so this matter is very interesting. He asked Heimdall to open Bifrost, which shows that he knows everything that happened on the Earth, and he also knows that the members of our visiting group are not ordinary people on the Earth. Rather, it possesses all kinds of supernatural powers. But at the same time, when we came to Asgard, he showed the arrogance of the Lord of God's domain and wanted to drive us away. There is an adjective for this kind of contradictory behavior on Earth, it's called twisting. Loki definitely doesn't understand the vastness and depth of the language of the Dragon Kingdom. But his voice was uncontrollably astringent. What does this mean? It shows that while Odin is maintaining the majesty of the Lord of the 9 Realms, he is also trying his best to avoid formal contact with the Earth visiting group. Lynn hit the nail on the head, and her calm voice seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. This is obviously extremely abnormal. The majestic Lord of the Nine Worlds, the King of God, has unparalleled power. How can he act so contradictory? Unless... what is he afraid of? In other words, deep in his heart, he has a slight wavering about whether he can continue to rule the Nine Realms without even realizing it. And he was worried that too much contact with us would be exposed. His strength, as his body ages, has declined to a terrible level. It has to be said that this inference is based on Lynn's reasonable speculation about the plot. But to Loki's ears, it was a bit unconstrained. After the last Stark building incident, he couldn't keep up with Lynn's rhythm again. Even so, how can you be sure that he won't live for 5 years? It's definitely not enough. Lynn shook her head, but it's easy to daydream, isn't it? It just so happened that when you were on Earth, your good big brother once mentioned your great achievements to the members of Avengers. And I also got to know about it through some insignificant channels. I heard that before you betrayed Asgard, you sent the destroyer to Earth to destroy Thor while Odin was dormant, and you also brought your biological father, Frost Titan Lauf, to Asgard, want to use his hand to get rid of Odin. Mentioning the past, the muscles at the corners of Loki's mouth visibly trembled slightly. Definitely, you didn't do that in the end, but killed Lauf in exchange for Odin's favor, and Thor finally came back successfully to stop your plot. Lynn didn't seem to realize that every word she said was poking at Loki's heart, and she said to herself, this matter sounds like there is no problem, but how can the majestic King of God, even if he is in a dormant state, let the Frost Titan almost take his life? Taking a step back, he didn't even take any precautions. This is outrageous to the extreme. I believe you may not have paid attention to it at the time, but when you think about the whole thing afterwards, you will find it very strange, right? B. Early at that time, he was already weak to an unbelievable degree. This sentence exploded in Loki's ears like a thunderbolt. His body sitting on the bed trembled suddenly. When he was wandering in the universe, he definitely reviewed the plan of the day countless times, and he also thought about the doubt that Lynn said, it was just the reverence and fear of Odin for thousands of years. He subconsciously ignored this. Perhaps, although he hated that adoptive father extremely, deep down in his heart, he couldn't even imagine. What a horrible scene it would be if the man were really dying. Loki is a contradictory person. But it is undeniable that he is also an extremely smart person. At the moment, the fantasy in his heart was ruthlessly broken by Lynn, and he understood a lot in an instant. So in Bifrost, you deliberately showed your strength just to anger him. He stared at Lynn, and said word by word, and that old guy was obviously very strong, but when the Asgard elite was completely defeated, he kept holding back and didn't make a move until the end. He just interrupted the battle, that's all. He couldn't say the words after that. Lynn spoke up for him. Under normal circumstances, he should give Diana and the others a serious lesson, and then, to me, the leader of the visiting group, show the incomparable and powerful divine power of the King of God, so as to inspire the soldiers of God's domain. The creatures of the Nine Realms demonstrate the unchallenged majesty of the Lord of the God realm. But he didn't do that. Speaking of this, the tea in Lynn's cup was finished, but it was automatically refilled. This can only lead me to the final conclusion. God King Odin, whose body is extremely weak, will greatly accelerate his power every time he uses his divine power. The decline of the world, it is even possible. He only has one chance left to display his divine power. After saying this, there was a long silence in the temporary cell. Loki's mind trembled, and his body trembled too. Looking at Lynn's gaze, an extremely complicated expression appeared again. Shocked, hated, admired, feared, unwilling. 0124011116 Philo 2213911191. Obviously he is the god of tricks. But why have they been manipulated by this earthling over and over again? Why are his eyes so sharp? And why can they always see through the essence of things straight to the point? Kr. I don't know how long it took, a trace of sweat appeared on Loki's forehead, and finally he spoke again, "What do you want to say to me by telling me this?" When he said this, he clearly felt his voice trembling. It is impossible for the mutant magician in front of him to come and talk nonsense for no reason. There must be a conspiracy here. B. He actually asked this sentence involuntarily, because he felt an irresistible temptation from it. Definitely a cooperation. Lynn laughed happily, and talking to smart people will never be so troublesome. Want to become the new king of Asgard from a prisoner destined for life imprisonment? Want to truly realize your lifelong dream? Want your stupid big brother, will I finally worship at your feet? We can help you. Grunt. Loki swallowed uncontrollably. Every word in this sentence is the ultimate desire in the deepest part of his heart. He knew very well that the most important thing to do at this time was to refuse. But what I said was completely opposite to what I thought in my mind. What do you want? At this moment, Loki felt that Lynn's smile and sight was more terrifying than the demons in the depths of the 9 realms. Lynn didn't have this awareness. He nodded with great satisfaction. What I said today, it doesn't matter whether it's speculation, inference, or delusion based on the advantage of familiarity with the plot. There is only one real purpose. Convince Loki, Odin will die. Strengthen his faith. Rebel faith. Chapter 132. There is no grand welcome ceremony, and no lively singing and dancing banquet. Thus began the negotiations between Earth and Asgard. Loki's crimes cannot be denied, and he must be punished by the laws of Asgard. After a night of adjustments, Odin once again regained the majesty of the King of God, and his tone was no longer so tough. Asgard respects the innocent people who died or injured on Earth and can make some compensation. Earthlings, what do you want? On both sides of the long and large giant conference table, there are no less than 60 or 70 people sitting. Odin is on the main seat. Lynn and the others are on one side of his right, and on the other side are all heavyweights from God's domain and even the 9 realms. Among them are the 3 young warriors of Asgard who are the best of the younger generation, and more are the same as Odin. The old man. Among them, the most noticeable one is the bearded dwarf king Aikui. It is said to be dwarf, but this is compared to the Titan. The dwarf king is more than 5 meters tall, and he stands out from the crowd among the Asgard people. A series of unkind eyes focused on Lynn. But there was no surprise. Obviously before this, Odin has reached a certain consensus with them, whether it is because of fear of the Sorcerer Supreme, or because of compensation for the victims of the earth, Asgard is willing to pay some price to redeem the sorcerer. Definitely, the premise is that Lynn's condition is not excessive. It's simple. Lynn didn't talk nonsense, and directly listed her cases one by one. First, URU metal, a specialty of Asgard. Second, a certain number of dwarf artisans. Third, Sue Second World Company promotes and sells Oasis District. Fourth, Asgard signed a magic and technology exchange agreement with us. The 2 parties will send a magic exchange team and a technology exchange team to each other. Fifth, allow us to purchase a certain number of Asgard airships and the weapons mounted on the airships. Sixth, from now on, Bifrost is not allowed to appear in any corner of the earth without a formal notification of the visit and with our permission. Seventh. Lynn seemed to really regard herself as a diplomat of the earth, and she made a lot of demands eloquently, and she was already mentally prepared to ask for a lot of money and pay back the money on the ground. But dignified Asgard, who is willing to accept this? As early as when he said the first condition, all Asgard executives couldn't restrain their noise. It's impossible. Earthlings, your appetite is too big. An insult to Asgard. If you want to arouse the wrath of Asgard, and then bring a catastrophe to the earth, then, you have succeeded. Angry voices came and went, and some even stood up directly, as if they would start a war if there was a disagreement. Even Thor, who had the most complete psychological construction, looked at Lynn in disbelief. No wonder Nick Fury is so jealous of this guy. Not to mention anything else, it's just this courage, which is beyond imagination. But for any normal Earthling, who would dare to put forward so many harsh conditions in Asgard? He really regarded himself as the victor in the war. Thinking of this, Thor subconsciously looked at Black Widow, who was facing down, but saw that the agent specially sent by S.H.I.E.L.D to supervise did not respond much. The same goes for the Invisible Girl and Human Torch beside her. Thor was taken aback for a moment, and then reacted. S.H.I.E.L.D knows so little about Asgard that they don't know the weight of these conditions. What is Ulu metal? The texture of Mjolnir. The biggest feature is that it can attach a lot of magic and energy, and the weapons made with it will not only increase its power dramatically, but also absorb and store various energies, and then bounce them back to the enemy. As the owner of the Meow Hammer, Thor doesn't even remember himself. Relying on the energy-absorbing feature of the Meow Hammer, he is on the battlefield. Even in Asgard, only a handful of elites can use weapons made of Uru metal. And the person who can build this kind of weapon is the excellent craftsman of the Dwarf Kingdom. That's in Lynn's terms too. What does he want to do? Do you need to think too much? To put it bluntly, these two conditions alone have already exceeded Asgard's bottom line. To some extent, this is the basis for Asgard's army to conquer the 9 realms. How could Uru metal and dwarf craftsmen be allowed to flow out? What's more, a lot of conditions behind it. Allowing the Second World Company to promote and sell Oasis in the 9 realms. This sounds like nothing, and it will allow the people of the 9 realms to experience the joy of virtual games. Signing an agreement on the exchange of magic and technology is also acceptable. After all, judging from the current situation, there has always been a magical civilization hidden on the earth that even Odin is quite afraid of. Deepening exchanges between each other is beneficial to both parties. Purchasing Asgard airships. Although this condition is outrageous, it is not impossible to negotiate. As long as the quantity is not large, it can only give the Earth a few more super airships. The magic technology contained in the airship is definitely the core of Asgard's civilization. But with the current technological level of the Earth, it will take at least several hundred years to reversely deduce Asgard's technology from it. So in Thor's mind, among these conditions, these 3 are negotiable. As for the last one, he just pretended he didn't hear it. As the ruler of the 9 realms, if he wants to go to Midgard, Earth, in the future, he still has to ask for the consent of the Earth in advance. This is not so much about wanting the Earth to break away from the 9 realms and the rule of God's domain. Rather a declaration of war against Asgard. If it was a few years ago, when Odin heard this, he would have drawn out the gun of eternity long ago. When Odin from at the moment heard the words, he laughed back with rage, and directly interrupted Lynn's 7th condition. People on Earth, there is a saying on your Earth called insatiable greed. You are perfectly interpreting this word. As soon as he opened his mouth, the noise at the scene stopped immediately. I heard that the most valuable metal currency on Earth is gold. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Odin waved his hand vigorously. Asgard will give you as much as you want for this kind of thing, enough to make dozens of you all become the richest existences on Earth. As for the others, don't have any unrealistic delusions. The implication is that aid can exchange gold for roadbeds. This is already very face-saving to the Earth. All the Asgard higher UPS laughed. Obviously, in their conception, this feeling of throwing gold at people perfectly reflects the wealth and heritage of Asgard. The most indispensable thing in Asgard is gold. If there are too many things, it will be worthless. Lynn was not surprised by their good money reaction, and shook her head with a smile. God King Odin, sent us with a pile of worthless rags. Is this the sincerity of Asgard negotiations? The smile on Odin's face faded instantly. He stared straight at Lynn, and said sharply, "Don't tell me, these conditions are serious." Definitely serious. Lynn looked at him without showing any sign of weakness, and then, under the astonished gazes of the Asgard executives, shook her head slightly. However, this is not just a condition for redeeming Loki. Also includes Asgard, the price of an alliance with Earth. As soon as this remark came out, all Asgard people were stunned. What did I just hear? Who follows the alliance? Asgard, and Earth? This Earthling actually thinks that dignified Asgard. Is there something that needs help from the Earth? In other words, stick. He raised these conditions to give Asgard a chance to form an alliance. What? In the main hall, there was an ear-splitting sound of wild laughter. Chapter 133. What can an alliance with Earth bring to Asgard? Amidst the roar of laughter, I don't know who asked casually. This is obviously a high-ranking joke from the people of Asgard. However, Lynn replied seriously after hearing the words, it's just a place to live. When the Asgard people need it, they can find a place on the Earth as a leader. The roar of laughter grew louder. However, Odin's pupils shrank to the extreme at this moment. All the surrounding sounds suddenly disappeared, dozens of figures in the hall, the guards outside the door, and even the whole of Asgard seemed to disappear at this moment. With huge amounts of conference table, only Odin and Lynn are left. The divine power of the King of God is really incredible. Faced with this sudden change, Lynn was not surprised at all, but looked at Odin calmly, and expressed sincere admiration. It seems that God Lord has felt our sincerity. Odin's old body leaned straight on the seat, and his sharp eyes pierced Lynn's soul like a knife. A habitat. He seems to be asking, but also seems to be emphasizing. The voice seems to sound in the universe starry sky, mysterious, mighty, majestic, and deafening. It makes people feel awe of 897 unconsciously. That's right, a habitat. Lynn nodded, or to be more precise, a place where the people of Asgard can still survive after Ragnarok's arrival. Ragnarok. Odin's expression suddenly lost his calm. In this alien space with only two people, he didn't need to maintain any disguise. It seems that Ancient One told you a lot of things. An existence of his level definitely has a glimpse of the fate that Asgard is about to usher in. Ragnarok's prophecy has long since become an incurable heart disease. And obviously, if anyone on Earth also knows the secret of Ragnarok, this person must be the Ancient One. At this moment, Odin definitely determined that the Mordu magician from Camartage was just a cover, and Lynn, the leader of the Earth mission, was the real messenger of Ancient One. The behind-the-scenes instigator of the whole thing is Ancient One. However, what surprised him was that Lynn shook her head. Why, can't I know this by myself? I am also, Bib, a magician who is proficient in prophecy. You. There was a cold arc on the corner of Odin's mouth. Then tell me, what did you see in the prophecy? What kind of disaster can trigger the twilight of the gods and destroy Asgard, which has ruled the 9 realms for countless years? Lynn had expected his attitude, and was not angry at all. Instead, he pouted amusedly. Isn't that a lot? He leaned comfortably on the chair, and raised a finger casually. Many years ago, the last god King Bor commanded the army of the 9 realms, conquered Wald-Alheim, and defeated the powerful Dark Elves. The victory is over, but the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, is not dead yet. Odin's eyes narrowed slightly. Malekith. He obviously never thought that he would know this name from Lynn. He was surprised, but he didn't care too much. In the words of Your Earth, a defeated general who is lingering on his last breath, doesn't know where to hide and dare not show his head. Who has the right to threaten Asgard? If he appears, I can kill him with a single shot. The confidence of the King of God is ingrained in his bones. I don't doubt that. Lynn deeply agreed, but then changed the topic. But, what if Malekith finds his bottom weapon, TIE particles? Odin's proud expression suddenly froze. TIE particles. That's right. Lynn looked at him with a half smile, and raised a second finger. Definitely, Malekith has survived for thousands of years, and the background of the Dark Elves has been exhausted long ago. He doesn't have enough strong people under his command, and lack of a strong army, even if the TIE particles are retrieved, it may not be able to cause much trouble. Then, what about Leertel? Hearing this name, Odin's body trembled unconsciously. The fiery titan Sentry, ruler of Muspelheim, was once one of the greatest threats to Asgard. Defeating Sentry was the most brilliant achievement in his life. But the Flame Titan is immortal, he can only take away the eternal fire of the opponent, and then imprison him in Muspelheim. As long as the opponent's crown and the eternal fire are integrated again, he can become the eternal fire again. Respect the destructive Flame Titan. P.S. In the setting of the movie universe, Thor said that Odin defeated Sentry 50 million years ago. It should be a joke. This is what he worries about when he knows that his time is approaching. Because with his declining power, he is no longer the match of Flame Titan. Therefore, Sentry has the ability to lure Ragnarok and destroy Asgard. The flame demon you mentioned, the power of the remaining flames, I'm afraid it can only be used for barbecue. Odin was shocked in his heart, but on the surface he smiled indifferently. The eternal fire is in my collection room. Without this, he can't even leave Muspelheim. The implication is that Sentry is nothing more than a dead bone in a tomb. Lynn didn't refute, and said another name. Then, what about the fire? Thanos. Odin's tone became even more disdainful. It seems that you know a lot of things. Since this is the case, you should also know that the Chitauri invasion of the Earth this time is just a small trick of Thanos. I am the leader of the 9 realms. There's Ancient One guarding the Earth, he doesn't even dare show his face. Do you think such a person can pose a threat to Asgard? It has to be said that Odin didn't take Thanos seriously. Definitely, Thanos, who has collected all the infinite gems, is really not qualified to be valued by him. It seems to make sense. Lynn nodded with a smile. Then he frowned slightly. Then, what about Hela? Odin had obviously not heard of this name for many years. Hearing this at this moment, even though he tried his best to keep his face calm, in Lynn's eyes, he could still clearly see the muscles in the corners of his eyes trembling violently. As a result, Lynn's smile became brighter. He suddenly came up with an unbelievable guess. Perhaps, the King of God in front of him didn't even have the ability to use his divine power for the last time. Because of his power, but also to maintain Hela's seal. As he was dying day by day, this consumption has become too great to be added. Like a serious illness, there is no cure. Chapter 134. You know Hela. Odin stared at Lynn coldly, almost couldn't resist calling the Eternal Lance. At this time, he still forcibly maintains the majesty of the God King, but even he himself has realized how ridiculous this disguise is. The look in the young man's eyes clearly told him clearly. I know more than you can imagine. So, stop being so stubborn. But even so, there is still a room in Odin's heart. Hela, god of death, daughter of Odin, sister of Thor. Lynn ruthlessly broke his fluke mentality, half mocking, half teasing. The #1 hero who conquered the 9 realms in Asgard back then is also the person who most wants to destroy Asgard today. What? Odin gasped, and sneered subconsciously. Are you trying to tell me that a daughter who has been abandoned by me and suppressed in the endless hell for thousands of years will eventually become the maker of Ragnarok? Lynn didn't answer his question, but just looked at him quietly. The majestic king of the gods was actually terrified by this gaze. The young earth magician in front of him, after coming to Asgard, finally fully revealed his strength cutting edge. You are old, Odin. At this moment, in Lynn's voice, there was no respect for the lord of the god realm, but only pity for a dying person, and your successor, with all due respect, may not be able to support the sky of Asgard, let alone resist, can't live without Hela's revenge. Odin's heart trembled. The right hand subconsciously protruded, and the eternal gun appeared out of thin air. This is what you rely on. In the remaining one eye, the divine power that belongs to the King of God emerges, and the terrifying pressure envelopes Lynn like a stormy sea. Because I am old, I think I will accept your conditions, let you threaten and blackmail Asgard unscrupulously. You remind me of a man, one of the leaders of the mutants. Magneto. Facing the terrifying pressure from the God King, Lynn's face remained normal, and instead he sighed softly. His behavior is very similar to yours, tough and domineering, and most importantly, he has the same inexplicable pride as you. I always feel that everything in this world is under my control. With all due respect, this may seem wise, but it is really stupid. At the moment, if Thor is also in this alien space, he will be shocked from ear to ear. From the beginning of the conversation to the present, Odin seems to have always been on the strong side, but his emotional changes were actually influenced by Lynn from the beginning to the end. In other words, unknowingly, Lynn has gradually controlled the rhythm of this negotiation. By now, he has even launched an attack. Because of this stupid pride, you think our conditions are threats and blackmail, but you never thought that if the twilight of the gods is destined to come, Asgard may perish in the long river of history. What pride and dignity is there? And if the earth can provide you with one last habitat, wouldn't that be a boon? Taking a step back, even if Ragnarok never comes, Asgard has only paid a negligible price in exchange for the opportunity to leave a ray of fire in the midst of the crisis. Think about defeat before thinking about victory in everything, such a simple truth. The majestic Lord of Asgard, doesn't he understand it? In the original timeline, Thor, as a member of the Avengers, saved the world several times on the earth and was recognized by the whole world. Therefore, after Ragnarok, the remaining Asgards finally obtained a small piece of territory on the earth and continued to life. But now, things have changed in huge amounts. Lynn just told Odin clearly that there is no free lunch in this world, and the Asgard people want to survive on the earth. But there is a price to pay. Whether you want to admit it or not, your time has passed, and even Asgard's time may pass soon. The future belongs to the team. Under such circumstances, this negotiation has been unequal from the very beginning, but it is not the earth that needs Asgard, but you Asgard. Ask us. Lynn's words were sonorous, and she mercilessly revealed the last fig leaf of the so-called God's domain. The earth is willing to form an alliance with Asgard, and is willing to give you a hand at the moment of life and death. You think the conditions I put forward are threats and blackmail? This is the wisdom of the King of God. This is the responsibility of the Lord of the Nine Realms. This is the explanation of a ruler who is about to fall to his subjects. God is sorry, Odin is confused by this continuous output. Gift. The time of Asgard is about to pass. The future belongs to Earth. The conditions that challenged Asgard's bottom line, but we took advantage of the sky. This sentence pierced his mind like a sharp knife, and he even thought he had auditory hallucinations. Why would this earthling in front of him dare to be so arrogant in front of him? Just because he has the backing of Ancient One. Almost subconsciously, the eternal spear in his hand suddenly burst into dazzling light of divine power. Earthlings, your confidence has opened my eyes. Even Ancient One dare not say that the future belongs to Earth. Asking for flowers. He didn't finish his sentence. Because Lynn interrupted him again. The future belongs to the Earth, never because of Ancient One. The magician who had already reached the seventh environment realm stood up slowly under Odin's gloomy eyes, with a smile on his mouth, as if looking at the entire universe. It's because of mutant, to be more precise, because of I. With this sentence. Buzz. The alien space created by Odin's divine power suddenly trembled without warning. The pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank to the extreme, and he saw starlight visible to the naked eye appear out of thin air, piercing the endless void, penetrating the barrier of space, and even penetrating his divine power barrier. Silently, the alien space quietly disappeared, and other figures in the conference room reappeared. And at this moment, Odin clearly saw that Thor, Sif, King Etri, and even all the Asgardians turned their heads to look outside, with expressions of shock, bewilderment, fear, and disbelief on their faces. At the end of Bifrost, sirens shriek throughout Asgard. Farther away. It is endless starlight. Asgard is not a planet, but a piece of land similar to a planet-like object, floating in the void of the universe, and at the moment, all the stars surrounding this continent. All of them bloomed with 100 times, 1,000 times more intense light than before. 1, 10, 100. It seems that there is an indescribably powerful force that has attracted the power of countless stars, and they are gathering towards the Asgard River like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. 10 ways, 100 ways, 1,000 ways. Thousands of stars gathered, whistling from all directions. It looked not only like a frenzy of stars rushing in, but also like a giant halo. If you compare Asgard to a titan, then at this moment, this halo will soon strangle this titan's neck. In an instant, Odin clearly felt a strong crisis. His hand holding the eternal spear trembled violently. He has no doubt that when the halo of stars is completely closed, the palace of the God King may be safe and sound under the protection of the Bifrost protective magic, but the city where the Asgardians gather may suffer doom. His eyes turned again, fixed on Lynn. When Wusu spoke, his shock was mixed with a hint of horror in his eyes, clearly revealing his inner thoughts. So you really are a magician. And a powerful magician not weaker than Ancient One. For this look, Lynn smiled back as always. 7 rings magic, fairies glory. Stars shine all over Asgard. God King Odin. Do you dare to take it hard? You. Chapter 135. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The elites of Asgard were inexplicably terrified, but Tony and the others who came from the earth were also shocked. What's happening here? They were still negotiating just now, when Odin and Lynn suddenly stared at each other for a few seconds. Why did this phenomenon suddenly appear? Everyone looked at Lynn almost at the same time. Although there was no evidence, they subconsciously determined that the light of the sea of stars that looked like a frenzy was written by him. A few people, such as Wonder Woman and Wanda, have even felt the terrifying magic power fluctuations on Lynn. What does he want? Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's sexy lips are wide open, and he can hardly believe his eyes. It's not because Lynn dared to cast powerful magic in Asgard. Facts have proved that this man's courage is outrageous. Things he dared not do. Why did Odin also show a surprised expression of 760? He is the king of God. According to Thor, his divine power is so powerful that there is no counterpart in the 9 realms. Even though he is old now, he still firmly suppresses all powerful existences in the 9 realms who are unwilling to be ruled by Asgard. Why didn't he make a move? Why, it looks a bit hesitation. Could it be that in his eyes, the frenzy of starlight roaring from outside is extremely troublesome? Or can't he stop? This is impossible. Black Widow shook her head almost subconsciously, trying to get rid of this unbelievable thought from her mind, but at the same time, her incomparably tough heart, which had been tempered long ago, beat uncontrollably and crazily. She was ordered by Nick Fury to accompany her to Asgard, and she was worried that such a scene would cause the relationship between Earth and Asgard to deteriorate. But now, when things actually happen. But she found that she was helpless at all. Not even qualified to intervene. In the blink of an eye, she could only turn her head to look at the Invisible Woman and Human Torch, but found that the faces of these 2 teammates with powerful super abilities were a little pale at the moment. Damn super ability! Why didn't I? At this moment, Black Widow hated her own powerlessness so much, she even somewhat agreed with Hill's thoughts. Although, even with a super ability, there is a high probability that there is no way to deal with this kind of situation that even Odin finds difficult, but at least not so helpless. With this in mind, she could only quickly get out of her seat and rush to the back of Lynn's seat. Just as she was about to speak, Lynn's right hand was suddenly raised, and a finger was placed on her cherry lips impartially. "Shh, don't talk." Lynn's voice came to mind, calm but undeniable. Black Widow's delicate body trembled violently, but she could only stand awkwardly. Lynn, on the other hand, has been observing Odin's expression with great interest. All guesses, all temptations, in the final analysis must be put into action. By this time, he was very sure that Odin's weakness was far beyond imagination, otherwise, with his strong and domineering personality, he would have stabbed the eternal spear in his hand in the alien space just now, several times up. Therefore, this powerful seven-ring magic is the final moment to verify the degree of Odin's weakness. For this reason, Lynn even deliberately controlled the convergence speed of the ring of starlight. Time passed slowly. The eyes of all Asgardians were on Odin. At the end of Bifrost, Heimdall has used the golden sword in his hand to activate the protective magic of the palace of the God King. A pale golden light curtain slowly emerged from the depths of the ground, like an oval light egg, covering the palace group little by little. Outside, the panicked voices of the people of Asgard who discovered the vision coming gradually became louder. "Father!" Thor held the Thor's hammer tightly in his hand. Seeing that Odin hadn't moved, he shouted impatiently. Not surprisingly, the direction Thor's hammer aimed at was Lynn. Obviously, he also discovered the source of this scene. Even on Earth, he has never actually seen Lynn make a move, but S.H.I.E.L.Ds data query, regarding Lynn's ability, clearly says magic, level unknown. So at this moment, as long as Odin gives an order, even if he brought Lynn and others to Asgard, even if he doesn't really know what happened, he will swing Thor's hammer without any hesitation, and fight Lynn to the death. Odin seemed to be awakened by the shout, and glanced at Thor, and the light of the eternal gun in his hand suddenly condensed to the extreme. The faces of Thor and the Asgard people suddenly showed joy. The ray of light has disappeared again. "Father! God King!" Unbelievable voices filled the entire hall, and all the Asgardians were dumbfounded. Just as they were about to speak, they heard a clear sigh that spread throughout the hall. "Perhaps, I am really old. Thor has lived for 1,500 years, and he never dreamed that he would hear such a sentence from the mouth of his father, who is so high up in the 9 realms for thousands of years, who seems to have always been invincible. And still in public. Although it is true. But God King Odin, who has fought and killed countless souls under the gun all his life, has never been a person who will show weakness. Dear. At the moment, he really showed weakness. Asgard has never been afraid of war, but now Asgard, you can't start the station lightly." Odin glanced at everyone under his command, as if explaining, but then, his eyes fell on Lynn again. At such a time, there were so many questions in his heart that he couldn't count them, and when the words came to his lips, there was only one sentence left, "I guess, why are you willing to help you?" This is obviously the biggest reason for his weakness. An Ancient One can stand against him. +1, not weaker than Ancient One's Lynn. When he was at his peak, he was definitely not afraid, but now, he is actually too old to hold the gun of eternity. Therefore, he can definitely use his last strength to fight Lynn. But if at this time, Yin Yi also gets involved. And the most important thing is that if all the divine power is exhausted because of this, his heir, Thor, has not yet grown up enough to secure the throne. It was under this complex psychological domination that Odin finally chose to compromise. But what he didn't expect was that Lynn's reaction greatly exceeded his expectations. "Ancient One never helped me." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lynn shook her head. She just wants to watch 3.6, an endless river of time, another possibility that may appear. The implication is that one will not come. "I will not interfere in this matter." Hearing this, the astonishment in Odin's eyes was intense to the extreme. He stared at Lynn for a long time, and before he knew it, he developed a tinge of appreciation and admiration for this young mutant magician. "You are really amazing." He sighed, and after a long time he said, "Tell me your last condition, there can only be one more." "Definitely, I only have 7 conditions." Lynn smiled, and snapped her fingers lightly. "The last condition is actually the simplest, Li Huang Gem." Accompanied by this snap of the fingers, the tide of starlight outside Asgard quietly dissipated. And Odin was stunned for a moment, and even smiled. "Yes, but I also have one condition." Chapter 136. Earth. Immediately after Lynn led the crowd to Asgard, a series of similar conversations resounded in every corner of the world. "Have they gone? Gone? Really gone? Really gone? Are you sure it's not some disguised magic, but you really went to God's domain? It must be true. Countless people have seen with their own eyes that Thor summoned Bifrost from God's domain. According to our information, Bifrost is a unique means of interstellar transmission in God's domain. It is remotely controlled by Asgardians, so those people must be gone Earth." "Okay. Just go." "That's right, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and that Lynn also took away the main team of Storm, Phoenix, Cyclops, and X-Men. That is to say, on the current Earth, there may not even be half of mutants' strength left. We don't know enough about the new Xavier's school, but they haven't been open for enrollment for a long time. After forming 7 X-Men teams, they must have exhausted their elite. The remaining mutant students, even if there are a lot of them, but it can never be too strong. Then only Professor X and Magneto are left, as well as the 4 teams of Wolverine, Mystique, Jaime, and Gambit. And that Lynn, 100 people selected through Oasis. Since the press conference, these people and their family members have disappeared, and they should all go to the new Xavier's school. In this case, it is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, although we are not yet fully prepared, but now, the new Xavier's school's strength is only a small half. As long as they are all wiped out, the foundation of mutant will be destroyed. At that time, even if you go to Asgard those mutants who came back, we can also deal with it calmly. That Lynn is still young and energetic. Once he gained power, he thought he was in control of the situation, and brazenly brought the elite to question God's domain. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but it also gives us a chance, doesn't it? Then 18 do it. Do it. A series of secret contacts thus started, and soon put into action. At noon the next day, a secret military base. President Matthew Ellis and Admiral Scudder came hand in hand to review the details accumulated by the government and the military over the years. Their faces were full of satisfaction. On the closed square in front of them, there stood elite special forces in full gear. These are not ordinary special forces, but a special operations team temporarily formed by the elite from various countries, with thousands of people. Each of them wears a black combat helmet on their head. The main material of the helmet is exactly the same as the anti-mind helmet made by Black King Sebastian Shaw back then, and it has a unique effect of immunity to mind ability. In his hand, there are firearms made of special plastic, and the bullets are tubes of ability-clearing potions. As long as it hits a mutant target, it will immediately suppress the X gene in the opponent's body, making it lose its super ability. In addition, other equipment of this special operations team, including grenades, miniature guns, etc., are the latest crystallization of Earth technology. The unprecedented joint action between the government and the military is obviously costly. The cost of building this action team is unimaginably high. Not to mention, 100 of them were also injected with super soldier serum. Your Excellency, General. General Ross, the direct leader of the action team, introduced with satisfaction, serum number 11 is our latest research result. Although there is still some gap with the perfect model injected by Stephen Rogers, it is better than the one injected by Brunsky. Serum number 9, much stronger. Number 9? Number 11. The president looked at him with some surprise and doubts. In a short period of time, the serum of the super soldier has been iterated twice? How is the physical data improved? How is the stability? Each of these 100 people is at least twice as strong as the original Brunsky. General Ross said surprisingly, because number 11 serum is not the official version, compared with number 10, its effect has increased by 50%. The side effect is that it will cause accelerated metabolism of cells, that is, the loss of lifespan at the price, get stronger physical fitness. As soon as this remark came out, the president's expression changed immediately. Life lost? How much is it? General Ross pondered for a while, then glanced at Scudder's voice again, and then said in a low voice, "It's actually fine if there is no high-intensity battle, but if the intensity of the battle is extremely high this time, these people will still be alive in the end if the remaining days will not exceed 3 years." 3 years? The president was shocked, and looked at him in disbelief. Doesn't that mean that the supercore we spent countless fortunes to build is almost a one-off? Ross, are you crazy? If this matter gets out, we... General Ross stared at him calmly. Admiral Scudder didn't respond either. The president's voice stopped abruptly, and he choked back the words that followed. "Your Excellency, have you forgotten what you said? This is a war." On the face of General Ross, there was no sign of shame or regret, but firmness instead. The situation has reached this point. If we take action this time, if we lose, it will be a crushing defeat. The rise of mutant will no longer be contained, and we will become slaves of the mutant. For this reason, putting all our eggs in one basket and trying our best to win this war is what we have to do, isn't it? If these soldiers know that their sacrifices can be exchanged for the victory of mankind, they must be very happy. The president was speechless. He didn't think that these soldiers would feel happy. Seeing what General Ross meant, these people didn't even know the side effects of the 10-county serum. In other words, in order to enhance its strength, the military has long decided to sacrifice these people. Super Soldier Serum has such a side effect. What about Hulk Serum? The president took a deep breath, and looked at the tall figures covered in black robes on the other side of the closed square. How much is the fighting power of these 20 Red Hulks different from that of Bruce Banner and Brunsky? Not bad at all. General Ross showed a proud expression. The first experimenter of the Hulk serum was Wilhelm Stryker. He successfully obtained the strength of the Hulk after injection, and he did not lose his sanity. We optimized it step by step on the basis of that experiment. In the end, the current Hulk serum was developed, to ensure that each one is extremely powerful. Really? There was a look of joy in the president's eyes, but he shook his head without hesitation. I don't believe it. When Brunsky became an abomination, he went crazy. How long before the perfect Hulk serum was developed? If so, the military would only create 20 Red Hulk? This. General Ross had no choice but to explain. We have added a super tranquilizer to Hulk's serum, so that the experimental body can retain basic sanity, but if it is subjected to a huge stimulus beyond the tolerance range, it is still possible to become crazy and insane. Divide the enemy and destroy everything, and besides. What else? The president pressed. General Ross and Admiral Scudder looked at each other, and said, the success rate of Hulk serum is not high. In addition to physical fitness and mental toughness, there are some factors that we are not sure for the time being, which will affect the success and success after injection. Failure. According to the current research, out of 100 soldiers with excellent physical fitness, only one can successfully become a Red Hulk. Is that a low success rate? The president gasped. It takes 100 elite soldiers for one person to be successfully injected with the Hulk serum. Doesn't the 20 Red Hulks inside mean that? And also, the voice of General Ross is not over. Time is tight. We have no time to conduct various tests on these Hulk soldiers. The president suddenly realized. In other words, these 20 Hulk soldiers, like those 100 super soldiers, are half-finished products. The joy in his eyes disappeared instantly. what about the Weapon X program after the restart? Most of the information on the X weapon program was destroyed, but the military has backups, so after the restart, we have successfully obtained hundreds of super weapons, codenamed X-23, and possessing Wolverine's self-healing factor and bone claws. General Ross said, looking at the third group of people in the closed square. There are also as many as 100 people, and the average person is dressed in black leather and has an expressionless face, which is very similar to the dead woman. Obviously, the Weapon X project, which was solely in charge of by Wilhelm Stryker, had the most profound research on Wolverine ability. Side effect. This time, the president did not beat around the bush, but asked directly. We implanted control chips in the brains of these X-weapons to control them. General Ross didn't hide any more, and replied, if the chip is damaged, their spirit may be affected, it may collapse, or it may be out of control. Maybe. When the president heard this, his face was full of unbearable expression. For this operation, the price we paid, is too cruel. Admiral Scudder didn't even lift his eyelids. General Ross curled his lips indistinctly. Your Excellency, Worthen Laboratories' ability-clearing potion, Trask Industries' Sentry project, did not use mutants' body for experiments. The expression on the president's face suddenly froze. Still a little embarrassed. He definitely knows that whether it is politicians or the military, they are all people who use unscrupulous means to achieve their goals, and there is no need to pretend to be hypocritical with each other. It's just that I have been used to it for many years, and I didn't pay attention for a while. General Ross, watch your attitude. Admiral Scudder reprimanded him, but it was just a formality, and then he looked at Bolivar Trask behind him. Mr. Trask, the Sentry plan is our trump card, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Have no idea. Trask's answer was as simple and straightforward as it was in the conference room. The second-generation Sentinel has Mystique's shape-shifting ability, the body can be shape-shifted into various weapons, and the head can emit laser rays. Cyclops in the movie universe also used to be an experimental subject of Weapon X. Because the material does not contain metal, it can also restrain Magneto. It can copy the super ability of Mutant, but not completely, only part of it can be copied. The 050 super ability that can be shared and copied, and it can be used flexibly. Flight is fine, but the speed is not fast yet. Overall, this is already a pretty perfect weapon, but so far, they still have a fatal weakness. Every time he said something, the smiles of the President, Admiral Scudder, and General Ross brightened. It is indeed the secret weapon that Fang Yin has kept until now. Compared to super soldiers, Hulk soldiers, X-weapons, these Sentinels are simply perfectly scary. What weakness? Under the joy of everyone, they asked almost in unison. Trask pushed his glasses. Their intelligence level is not high enough. Simply put, the current Sentinel is just a robot. What kind of weakness is this? Everyone froze for a moment, then laughed indifferently. Unlike Trask, who pursue perfection, what they want is Sentinel's combat ability. With these 50 Sentinels here, this operation will definitely be a complete success. The President clenched his fists and looked at Amanda Waller in the crowd. Suicide Squad has been assembled, but those damned prisoners refuse to gather here, saying they will go straight to their destination. My men have already led them out. Amanda Waller reports succinctly. Those who work for Green Goblin, as well, are obviously worried that if we get here, we will tear up the agreement and shoot them. It's just a bunch of jumping jokers. After the matter is over, clean them up. Matthew Ellis nodded coldly, and then, under the gaze of everyone, strode to the edge of the second-floor platform and looked around at all the soldiers below. He raised his right hand high and exhaled loudly. Soldiers. As a politician, speech is a basic skill. Even without a loudspeaker, his voice could be heard clearly. The combat mission has been issued, and the redundant nonsense, I think, has been completely exhausted. There's no need to say any more, it's clear to all of us. Today's actions will be recorded in the annals of human history. You who carry out this operation will become the heroes of mankind. Clearing the mutant will put the world back on track, allow people to continue to live and work in peace and contentment, and keep your families from being threatened by super abilities. Let the future of the Earth become brighter. So, fight, soldiers! For the future of mankind. The impassioned declaration, like the clarion call to start a war, raged back and forth in the closed square. The gazes converged, and the roar shook the sky. For the future of mankind. Chapter 137. Late night, Second World Headquarters. Since Shadowcut and Jubilation Lee have been resident in the company, Sky and Felicity have also joined in. Lynn has specially remodeled the top floor, except for the president's office, the other spaces have become super large bedrooms. At the moment, the company's employees have already left work. The four girls also returned to their respective bedrooms to rest. Shadowcut, who was about to take a bath, suddenly changed his expression, and took out a round compass-shaped object from the beaded pouch, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. It's so fast, I can't bear it. She quickly left the room, knocked on the doors of Jubilation Lee, Sky and Felicity, and showed the compass to everyone. Both Sky and Felicity asked curiously, "What is this?" "Made by Lynn, he calls it the Marauder's Map." Shadowcut smiled, pressed lightly on the compass, and saw a light curtain quietly projected out, which turned out to be a 3D map of Twisted City. And at the moment, there are red dots on it, quickly approaching the Second World building. The Marauder's Map. Sky pointed to a few red dots curiously. What do these red dots represent? A certain person. Oasis players. Shadowcut's words stunned the two daughters. Login device. Sky's eyes brightened. All the bound login devices will appear on this Marauder's Map? Can you also mark some special ones? Not just logging into devices, but people. Jubilation Lee smiled and explained to them, the login device of Oasis is bound to the soul, that is to say, as long as the players who have activated Oasis, the soul fluctuations have been recorded. Even if not carrying a wristband, and not on the Marauder's Map. The red dots on this are all people who have been specially marked by Lynn. Hearing this, Sky and Felicity immediately understood that something big had happened. The two women looked at each other. Who's here? General Ross of the military. FBI Twisting Distribution Director Smith. Presidential Secretary Phillips of the White House office. Shadowcut pointed to the red dots and introduced to the two daughters, "Wow, Norman Osborn, Victor Doom, Dr. Octopus, Killian, Electron. There are quite a few people here. Military and official joint dispatch? Also with the Green Goblins." Sky and Felicity were shocked. The red dots on the map were rapidly approaching the building from four directions, and had already surrounded the entire building. In this scene, anyone can see that the person is not good. However, after the astonishment, the second daughter did not feel anxious or flustered, but instead had a strange look on her face. After the Chitauri invasion, mutants' popularity rose sharply, but the official suffered a big loss, but anyone with a little brain knows that the other party will definitely not let it go. Obviously always want to deal with mutant, but also play Oasis developed by mutant? Could it be that those high-level officials, on the surface, scoffed at Oasis, but secretly imagined that they would become one of the lucky ones in Oasis and get into the extraordinary map? Looking at it like this, there are not a few people who have activated Oasis? This world is really magical. Felicity sighed deeply. These people don't know anything about Lynn's magic, how dare they do it? Definitely because Lynn isn't here. Shadowcut sneered, his eyes full of disdain. More importantly, in the eyes of these people, even if the operation fails, the loss is only a group of subordinates. These old men who cherish their lives will not go to danger in person territory. While speaking, she followed the method Lynn left behind, but went to a certain court level on the Marauder's map. Suddenly, the second world building seemed to shake slightly. It's just that in Proxima Midnight, no one notices. Observers and snipers are in place, and the target is determined. The 4 high-rises of the second world are all in the building. Number 1 target KD Pride, Mutant, ability unknown. Target number 2 Jubilation Lee, Mutant, Lizzie. Number 3 target Sky, human being, not sure if he hides the super ability. Number 4 target Felicity SMOK, human, complete information, no super abilities. The FBI reported that the surrounding neighborhoods have been cordoned off, and the 5th target, Catherine Berget, the wooden special mark Kate Mara, the 7th target, Moram Mak Tagong Road, and the 8th target, Jay Lai, are all under surveillance. The Special Operations Team is ready. Super Squad is ready. Weapon X Squad is ready. Hulk Squad has continued. Sentry Squad is ready. Suicide Squad, Dark Alliance is ready. On the roof of a nearby building, General Ross, the person in charge of the operation, stood tall, holding a telescope in his hand, and there were cold voices coming from the headset. The night wind blew in, and the air seemed to have a chilling air. Repeat, the mission plan is to capture 4 people as bait, and then wipe out all the X-Men who came to support, and finally torture to find out the location of the new X-students, and launch a general attack. Now, Amanda Waller, send the Dark Alliance out. General Ross was clearly aware of the key to this mission, and calmly issued an order, tell those people that since they want to cooperate, they should do things honestly. If something goes wrong, they can only spend the rest of their lives in the laboratory. Spent. Receive. On the roof of the Yudong building on the west side, Amanda Waller looked at Green Goblin and others indifferently. Everyone, your chance for revenge has come. Hee hee, don't worry. Green Goblin, who was stepping on the Devil Glider, gave a strange laugh, and rushed towards Dr. Tien with a whistling sound. Immediately afterwards, Dr. Doom flew out through the air, and the electro-optical man turned into a flash of lightning, appearing outside the top floor of the second world building. Da-da-da! The skateboard under Green Goblin's feet fired bullets like a machine gun, and at the same time, 2 missiles roared out of it, shooting into Lynn's president's office with a bang. Dr. Doom put his hands together, and powerful energy surged out of his body, like an anti-aircraft gun, shooting out from his fingers. The electro-optical man condenses electric energy, and at the same time emits electro-optical cannons. Boom boom boom! The top floor of the second world building was blown down in an instant, and the reinforced concrete was scattered in all directions along with flames and electric lights. Wow! Green Goblin laughed wildly, and controlled the demon glider to approach at high speed. In the dark part of the street below, the hidden Scorpion saw this scene, and frowned slightly. Osborn doesn't really want to rush in, and serve as cannon fodder for that son of ABCH, Ross. How is this possible? Dr. Octopus sneered, the military wants to use us, so why aren't we using them? Just borrow their hands, look how many cards Mutant has. Osborn is just putting on a show. The Lizard Man also said. Sure enough, when Green Goblin in the high-speed flight was about to rush into the building, he suddenly took out 2 pumpkin bombs and threw them over, but his whole body showed an arc flying back against the outer wall of the building. There were 2 more explosions. FK. General Ross, who saw this scene through the binoculars, cursed secretly, I know these people are unreliable, but fortunately, their function is only to attract mutants' attention. At the scene of the Oasis press conference last time, Green Goblin and others attacked suddenly, but were scared away by Wanda and others. Come back for revenge this time, definitely. Thoughts flashed in his mind, and General Ross saw the figures of Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee appearing in the hole on the top floor. But before he could be happy, the 4 girls gave Green Goblin a cold glance, then turned and left without any hesitation. At the same time, on the first floor of the building, a few people who rushed out after hearing the movement. The mutant security guards also all retreated back. Yep. Is there a space to retreat in the building? The spell of space teleportation has appeared in the public eye more than once, so General Ross is not surprised by this, but what makes him feel unbelievable is this is the headquarters of the Second World. There must be countless Oasis materials and databases in it. No more. Shouldn't the other X-Men be summoned to help? The matter has developed to such a point that there is no room for any hesitation. Although he feels different, General Ross still does not give the order of hesitation. Sentry team, rush in. Special operations team, Team A, enter from the first floor, outflank. Hurry up. As soon as the order was issued, the 50 sentinels that were also hidden on the top floor of the nearby building roared into the air collectively, like cannonballs, or rushed into the building from the holes on the top floor or smashed through the glass on other floors. At the same time, on the street below, 500 heavily armed special operations elites also entered the building neatly. In the darkness, there seemed to be a ripple gently rippling. All the lights in the Second World Tower suddenly went out. What's going on? Why is the communication channel broken? General Ross's complexion suddenly darkened. Not only did the voice in the headset, Qian Zhao, suddenly disappear, but on the screens in front of him, more than half of the images of the battlefield recorder disappeared out of thin air. What's more, the Sentry team and 500 members of the Special Operations team disappeared from sight as if they were swallowed by a giant dark beast. There is a problem, General. Amanda Waller's surprised voice came. Mutant has been prepared for a long time? Is it the original defensive magic of this building? General Ross took a deep breath. He never expected that such an accident would happen just after the operation started. He obviously wanted to occupy the headquarters of the Second World, attract the X-Men to take action, and then wiped out one by one, but instead his own side was divided. At the moment, there are obviously only two options. Continue to send troops to press. Or wait outside and watch the situation. Having experienced many battles, he has always been extremely confident in his sixth sense, and his intuition tells him that the latter is the most correct choice. But just like the declaration before the start of the operation, there is no turning back. This gamble with almost all bets on it will either be a big success or a complete failure. In fact, he doesn't have any extra halls to choose from. Sure enough, the voice of Admiral Scudder also came from the headset. Ross, all bets. Whether it is traps or defensive magic, our troops must be brought together to ensure the greatest combat effectiveness. Clear. General Ross's eyes flickered with determination. He gritted his teeth and ordered again. Chapter 138. Weapon X Squad, enter. Super Soldier Squad, enter. Because he knew nothing about the situation inside the building, General Ross did not put all the troops on board, but divided them into 3 batches to ensure combat effectiveness and at the same time support each other. At the same time, the last Hulk team was used as the bottom card of the bottom of the box, and the remaining 500 members of the Special Operations team stood outside. The same scene appeared again. More than 100 X-weapons entered the building, like a stone thrown into the sea, without causing any waves. 5 minutes later, the same situation happened to the 100 Super Soldier Squad. Crab Special. The ominous premonition in General Ross's heart became more and more intense, and he only now realized the truth of what is on paper is always shallow. From various intelligence materials and news screens, we can see the various performances of the X-Men and finally face this group of powerful mutants. Not the same. There may still be some deficiencies in our own preparations. Especially at this time, the FBI elites who have blocked the perimeter have not sent back any news of X-Men or mutant coming to support, which means that the building in front of them is the only target they can attack. Therefore, he can only bite the bullet and continue stud. Hulk team all up, demolish this building for me. Boom boom boom. On the streets in all directions, tall red figures ran wildly, and when they approached the second world building, they leapt up high, like giant King Kong, raised their huge fists, and aimed at every position of the building. General Ross is indeed a seasoned military commander. If you don't know what you will encounter after entering the building, then simply don't go in. Violent demolition directly from the outside. I have to say, his wishful thinking is very good. But the result was not as he wished. A total of 20 red hulks, like 20 cannonballs smashed into the deep sea, 300 just swayed with a slight ripple and disappeared out of sight. At this moment, more than one person had the same feeling, as if the building in front of him was not a dead thing, but came alive, like a giant beast squatting in Proxima Midnight, choosing to eat people. Damn it! In the headset of General Ross, Amanda Waller cursed, "General, the attack by Green Goblin and the others just now was not like this. Those shells clearly caused damage to the building." "I know." General Ross spoke coldly. At the moment, if he didn't notice the abnormality again, he would be really stupid. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the anxiety in his heart, turned around, and looked at the shadowy figure whose face could not be seen clearly. "Don't count on me, General Ross." A faint voice came from the shadows, mixed with a hint of strangeness. "Although the conditions you gave are very attractive, I will not inexplicably provoke a possibly quite powerful mutant magician just because of a little advantage, let alone that magician, now not on Earth. The reason why I'm here today is just to see that Lynn's magic. That's all." General Ross's mouth quivered violently. For this operation, the government and the military have jointly prepared for such a long time before abandoning it, and even obtained the full support of resources and funds from other countries. Any failures and mistakes are simply not allowed. In such a case, they definitely won't forget Lynn's magic. Although Lynn's specific ability is still a mystery until now, whether it is the information of S.H.I.E.L.D or the space portal that has appeared many times, it shows Lynn's magical power, which is very likely to be unfathomable. When Chitauri invaded that day, the magic army that appeared in the 5 cities might have been written by this person. Otherwise, how could the leading positions of Professor X and Magneto be easily replaced? Because of this, plastic weapons were prepared for this operation against Magneto, anti-psychic helmets were prepared against Professor X, and of course secret weapons were also prepared against Lynn Kong. It's just that the magic power in this world is too little. In other words, it is too difficult to find a powerful magician who is willing to help the government and the military deal with the mutant. The mysterious magician in front of me almost exhausted the power of all countries in the world to get in touch. But, the other party obviously won't obey orders. From the very beginning, there was no guarantee that it would be shot. General Ross was extremely dissatisfied with this, but he had no choice but to suppress his anger and say, "At least, you can tell us what's going on with this building." "Don't worry, I feel the fluctuation of the space, your subordinates should be fine, they just entered a special space." The voice of the mysterious magician did not fluctuate at all. "This building seems to exist, but in fact it does not belong to the real world at all. There is another world inside. If your men can eliminate the enemies in that special space, they will naturally come out safe and sound." Special space. General Ross's eyes flashed, and he felt a little certain in his heart. But then, his brows were tightly wrinkled. All enemies must be eliminated. 100 super soldiers, 50 sentinels, over 100 X-weapons, 20 Hulk soldiers, plus 500 special ops members. Enough? Thinking so, and after a fierce battle between heaven and man, General Ross made the craziest decision in his life. Special Operations Team B, all members enter the building. Amanda, whatever method you use, get the Suicide Squad and Green Goblin guys in. In this battle, there is no retreat. Success or success. It has to be said that human beings never lack the courage to fight to the death at critical moments. But also as Shadowcat said, For those high-ranking politicians and military bosses, fighting to the death never means that they will play in person. What they are best at is always using the lives of soldiers to gain their own future and future. When the figures submerged into the ripples, what appeared in front of them was not the interior of the Second World building, but huge bronze doors exuding mysterious and ancient auras. There are 4 doors in total. They appeared in front of the Super Soldier Squad, Sentinel, X-Weapon, and Hulk, CAC-J, soldiers. Yes. General Ross' army is divided. What is this place? Aren't we in the building? The leader of the Super Soldier Squad is a black man named Isaiah Bradley, who is one of the 300 African American subjects who the military tried to replicate Erskine's super soldier serum. Those 300 people were almost wiped out, and he was one of the very few experimental subjects who survived the disaster, gaining super strength, speed, reaction, and endurance. In terms of physical fitness alone, he may be weaker than Captain America, but not by much. And his military accomplishment is not inferior to Brunsky. The most important thing is, he didn't inject 10 strings of super serum. This was obviously one of the military's trump cards, and he had high hopes for him to command this super soldier squad, so as soon as he found out that something was wrong, he decisively called the soldiers under his command to stop advancing, and tried to contact General Ross. Communication cut off. As soon as this idea appeared in my mind, a message came from the team members behind. The way in has disappeared. Isaiah Bradley immediately looked up, looking at the huge bronze door in front of him. Just keep going. With his strong military quality, he immediately understood the situation at the moment, and immediately ordered decisively to lead a group of super soldiers and 500 members of the Special Operations Team through the huge bronze gate. As soon as he passed through the giant gate, he gasped. This is a world that is obviously different from the real world. As far as the eye can see, the city seems to have suffered a devastating blow. Among the ruins, the streets are full of abandoned vehicles. And it looks dilapidated, decayed, and apocalyptic. Nobody. Not even a living creature in sight. A copy of the Terminator. There were exclamations in the team. Everyone who had entered the world of Oasis remembered this well-known dungeon world. But in the next moment, they denied this guess. Because in the sky not far away, a skinny crow suddenly flew over, but when passing by a large crane, it was crushed and exploded by a sudden giant hand. FK. Isaiah Bradley's eyelids twitched wildly. At this moment, he clearly saw this giant hand. It was formed by the sudden change of the boom of that huge crane. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a piercing sound of metal friction, the entire crane actually stands up. Under the nearly dull eyes, it turned into a giant robot unbelievably. No. This is definitely not a robot. In those 2 glass window-like eyes, a red light suddenly appeared, full of wisdom, and even looked towards everyone at the first time. Isaiah Bradley actually saw obvious contempt and disdain in this gaze, as if they were just ants on the ground. What the hell is this place? The scanners aren't working either. Shocked, a super soldier rushed up a hill made of abandoned vehicles in a few steps. He wanted to observe the surrounding situation condescendingly, but the moment he stepped on the top of the mountain, a sharp metal finger suddenly sprang out from under his feet. If he didn't notice, he was stabbed through the body like a meat skewer. What? The strong physical quality brought by super serum prevented him from dying immediately, but the shrill screams were still stirred up. It was this scream that woke up the sleeping demon. The hill made of abandoned vehicles also stood up, and countless metals, wheels, and glass were quickly intertwined and reorganized. Like the crane, it was shape-shifting into a sturdy robot over 5 meters. At the same time, various metal objects such as cars, scattered laptops, printers, mobile phones, guns, etc. have all started shape-shifting on the streets. A series of scarlet eyes full of tyranny and destruction quietly locked everyone. Great Crab Special. Isaiah Bradley's face turned pale instantly. Isn't it the task of me and others to clear the mutant? What happened to these densely packed mechanical monsters? The horror and fear that had never been seen before filled the minds of all the super soldiers in an instant, but what surprised them was that those mechanical monsters just glanced at them and then looked away. Then, under the guidance of the crane robot, they all roared and rushed forward. "Boss, look!" A subordinate who had obtained supervision said in a fighting voice, is there a person?" Chapter 139. At the end of the mechanical frenzy, there was a mountain of piled-up corpses of mechanical monsters. It is hundreds of meters high. Because the distance is too far, if you don't look carefully, you may even think it is a building. And on the top of this building, there is indeed a faint figure standing on it. Isaiah Bradley can't see it clearly, but the subordinate with supervision can see it. It was an old man in a wheelchair. "Professor X." "Yes, Professor X." With almost no hesitation, he confirmed the identity of this person. "You sure?" Isaiah Bradley grabbed his collar, the pupils in his eyes shrank to the extreme. "I am sure." The subordinate hissed and growled, with cold sweat streaming down his face, "These mechanical monsters are not coming for us, but for him." The sound from behind could no longer be heard clearly, because more and more mechanical monsters roared and rushed from the rear, and the violent roar of the earth was deafening, overshadowing all other sounds. These mechanical monsters vary in size, most of them are medium-sized robots formed by shape-shifting cars, and they must be 3 to 4 meters high. A group of human beings are in it, like small boats in the vast ocean. Will be trampled into meat at any time. Get into the building. Just as Isaiah Bradley was about to rush into the nearby building, he felt a violent shaking under his feet, and the building, with a height of 100 or 200 meters, stood up frankly. The buildings in this ghost place are all made of metal. Looking at this super large robot that can trample everyone on its side to death with one kick, everyone is shrouded in an unprecedented despair. No one thought that the plan to eliminate the mutant will come to an end before it officially begins up. Although our side has 100 super soldiers with strong physical fitness. What's the use? In the face of such a large-scale mechanical frenzy, there is no human identity and difference with the ants at the feet of elephants. There is nowhere to hide, and the end is to be trampled into meat. FK. 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 Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Is this the ability of a certain mutant? If there is such a powerful existence in the mutant, it would have been able to unify the world long ago. The higher UPS don't know anything about mutant, so they let us die. What kind of people are we fighting? Undoubtedly, whether it is the 100 super soldiers led by Isaiah Bradley or the 500 special operations teams carefully selected by various countries, they are the best of the best. They can maintain extremely high fighting literacy and will. However, at this moment, these people all collapsed without warning. This is simply beyond human power. At this moment, they didn't even have the desire to raise their guns and shoot, not to mention that their bullets were all abilities clearing potions. Even with all kinds of shells, could they really cause damage to these mechanical monsters? God knows how many monsters there are in this ghost place. Horror, panic, despair, collapse. All sanity disappeared at this moment. Those who have lost their fighting spirit close their eyes and wait to die, those who are not reconciled want to find a place to hide, and those who have collapsed cry on the spot. Sudden. A white airwave visible to the naked eye, like the shockwave of a nuclear bomb, surged from the body of Professor X in the distance. Before Isaiah Bradley and the others could react, they saw where the shockwave passed by. All the mechanical monsters, the red light in the eyes of those who were running wildly, those who had just completed shape-shifting, and those who had not yet completed shape-shifting all disappeared. The running mechanical monster flew into the air under the inertia, and fell to the ground with a boom and boom, splashing smoke and dust in the sky. The mechanical monster that hadn't taken a step yet stopped on the spot, and then shape-shifted into a car and a mobile phone in an extremely weird way. Fortunately, the mechanical frenzy behind everyone has just started. Therefore, these 600 people miraculously did not suffer any casualties. But at the moment, no one is happy. Only spooky. The unprecedented weirdness swept everyone's minds. This. In a trance, Isaiah Bradley seemed to hear the voices of his subordinates. Is this the super ability of Professor X? Isn't his spiritual ability only aimed at humans? Why does it have an effect on robots? Could it be that these monsters are not robots, but creatures with consciousness and intelligence? But even so, the ability of Professor X shouldn't be useful. Is the information wrong? Or has his ability evolved to another unbelievable level? Here is his proving ground. He is using these mechanical monsters to exercise his super ability. So when his spiritual ability is activated, there will be such an obvious vision. Thinking that a mind wave sent out by Professor X could easily erase the consciousness and wisdom of all mechanical monsters, everyone felt shuddering, and their bodies couldn't help shaking. Their guess was quickly verified. Professor X's calm voice suddenly sounded deep in everyone's heart. You should really be glad that you met me. It was as if he had been hit on the forehead with a heavy hammer. The brains of the 600 people shook for a while, their eyes suddenly went dark, and they all fell to the ground and fell into a coma. When they wake up again, all the memories of this mission, about everything you just saw, even loyalty to the military, hostility towards mutant, all have disappeared. Isaiah Bradley and others had the best luck, meeting Charles, who couldn't bear to kill. In contrast, the Sentry team did not fare so well. They also passed through a bronze military gate, and what they saw was hell. 0 fur flowers. Not a simple adjective. It is a real hell full of all kinds of grotesque demons and monsters. In this world without any metal, Magneto is like a god, surrounded by countless demons and monsters, enjoying unscrupulous killings. Seeing the Sentry team appear, an undisguised killing intent appeared on his old face. A robot without any metal. It's really painstaking to target me. Unfortunately, I'm not the Magneto I used to be. Today, my strength strong enough to order one. Around him, a light green magnetic field enveloped a kilometer radius like a field, and thousands, tens of thousands of demons and monsters, under the control of the magnetic field, flew out like cannonballs. The drop point is exactly where the Sentry team is located. In just an instant, 100 sentinels were ruthlessly overwhelmed. 0. The same scene also happened behind the third door. This is Poppy's proving ground. In the vast desert, there are densely packed elves formed by the condensed flames. Appearing in this world is the X-Weapon Squad, with powerful self-healing factors and bone claw weapons, but in the face of these intangible flame elves, their abilities cannot be used at all. Lynn is really right. When the strength reaches a certain level, the threats that I used to think are extremely terrifying can no longer even arouse my fighting spirit. What I have to do now is still to test. Whenever this desert is frozen, it will meet Lynn's request. In the fourth world, as soon as the 20 Hulk soldiers appeared, they saw a green figure. Hulk, are these people your kind? From the mouth of the sturdy green titan, the voice of Bruce Banner unexpectedly came out. I am a scientist, I really don't like violence, if you want, maybe I should be gentle with them. As the voice fell, his facial muscles changed naturally, and his expression was obviously different. Shoots full of flaws, they don't deserve it. Hulk appeared with a domineering voice. Okay, then I won't be polite. Bruce Banner switched mode again. It just so happens that the sparring partners in the recent period are all monsters, so it's good to change opponents. Before the sound fell, the green figure rushed out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he appeared among the Hulk soldiers. A touch of green suddenly appeared in the red. It looks like a ridiculous beauty. In the battle full of violent aesthetics, there were occasional roars of excitement. Lynn is really a genius, to think of anger as an emotion and create magic. Hulk loves magic. You didn't say that before. Bang. Hill. Chapter 140. Just when the Super Squad, Sentry Squad, X-Weapon Squad, and Hulk Squad were trapped in the 4 unknown spaces, their support did not show up. Under the order of General Ross, the remaining 500 members of the Special Operations Squad were all bet on without any hesitation, but Amanda Waller had an unexpected accident. The situation is unknown, you are telling us to die. The heavily made-up Harley Quinn was carrying a baseball bat, exuding a strange combination of sexy and madness all over her body, and said while chewing gum. The eyes are extremely bad. Beside her, the faces of Deadshot, Captain Boomerang, Killer Crocodile, and Balrog were also extremely ugly. The members of this suicide squad are all criminals that Amanda Waller fished out of prison. Deadshot is a killer, Captain Boomerang is a member of the Rogue Gang, Killer Crocodile was sent to prison by Batman because he was a humanoid crocodile, and Balrog set fire to many people. Not to mention Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn's name is quite loud in Gotham. A group of villains were gathered together, and for various reasons, they were forced to serve the government helplessly, but this did not mean that they were really willing to risk their lives for this mission. You don't want to be free. Amanda Waller was not nervous at all when she heard the words, obviously she had expected this scene. And beside her, the military's special elite Rick Flage is the commander of this team, and Katana is the assistant of the commander, but they are immediately on guard. 950. According to the agreement, you assist in completing this mission, and I will release you afterward. Amanda Waller looked around Harley Quinn and the others with menacing gazes, and now, before you even make a move, you want to turn your face and deny anyone. We all want to be free, but that doesn't mean we're all stupid. Deadshot said coldly, judging from the current situation, you planned this operation hastily without knowing the enemy at all. We have no idea what's in that building. What is the difference between rushing in and dying? If you want to be free, you have to work hard. What's wrong with that? Amanda Waller sneered, you don't think that if I come to you and complete a non-dangerous task casually, I will let you villains go. This woman is doing dirty work for the government, and her acting style is extremely strong, and she doesn't give Deadshot and others a chance to refute. You have no choice at all. She said coldly, and then took out a microcontroller from her bosom, follow the order and go in, bet your own luck, as long as you can come out alive, you will be acquitted. If you don't go in, I will kill you right now. Send you on your way. Seeing this microcontroller, several people in Suicide Squad all showed fear. The officials wanted these criminals to do things, so naturally they would not be too polite to them. Long before departure, each of them had a miniature bomb implanted in the back of their heads. One touch from Amanda Waller could kill her instantly. Before that, another teammate of theirs, Slipknot, didn't believe in the authenticity of the bomb and wanted to sneak away, and then became a defective and cold corpse. At the moment, they don't want to experience that bomb's may too. Time is running out, I'm not interested in talking nonsense with you, go in. Amanda Waller obviously has no respect for this group of criminals who have a little bit of super ability. Apart from threats, she doesn't even bother to say a little comforting words. Deadshot clenched his fists tightly, and the body trembled uncontrollably. But under the threat of the bomb remote control, he had no choice but to take a step forward. Killer Crocodile, Captain Boomerang, and Balrog made the same choice. A look of satisfaction appeared on Amanda Waller's face, and she felt a little smug in her heart. After grasping the weaknesses of this group of people, it is really too easy to control them. Very good. She was just about to report to General Ross when she suddenly noticed that Harley Quinn's footsteps hadn't moved. The black face full of richness suddenly darkened. Why, you don't want to go? I don't want to die, so I definitely will go. Harley Quinn grinned, and the flaming red lips were very sexy. Just before setting off, can I ask you one thing? Is there another member of our team? An archaeologist named Joan Munn, possessed by a witch, why is she missing? Hearing this name, Amanda Waller's hand holding the remote control of the bomb trembled slightly. But she hid it well, frowned slightly, and looked at Harley Quinn impatiently. I never said that I will report to you the specific plan of action. What Joan Munn is doing has nothing to do with you, just do your own thing. No. Harley Quinn's smile grew exaggerated. She even grabbed Deadshot, who was about to leave. Aren't you surprised? Our team was summoned for this operation, and Joan Munn is the only one of us with magical powers people. But just now, she watched those super soldiers, Sentry, and other messy people disappear into the building, but she never thought about using Joan Munn. What does this mean? The footsteps of Deadshot and Captain Boomerang froze suddenly. Eyes once again focused on Amanda Waller. The killer crocodile with the scariest appearance, but actually somewhat honest, was taken aback for a moment and said, "What do you mean?" "It means that she has lost control of Joan Munn." Harley Quinn said amazingly, "She has mastered the heart of that ancient witch, and threatened him to work for her, but now it seems that this method has failed, and the other party has already escaped." As soon as this remark came out, Avada Waller was expressionless. But the expression of the special soldier Frage beside her could not restrain a slight change. Joan Munn possessed by an ancient witch. It's his girlfriend. Harley Quinn keenly caught the change in his expression, and immediately confirmed her guess. "Don't forget, I used to be a psychiatrist, and reading words and emotions is my professional skill." "So what?" Amanda Waller said coldly, "What does Joan Munn's escape have to do with you?" "Relationships don't matter, but it made me realize one thing." Harley Quinn didn't know what confidence he had, but he didn't care about the miniature bomb on the back of his head. She suddenly raised her voice and interrupted it. "What Lynn said at the Oasis press conference is not wrong at all, times have changed. But you old-timers who are in power are unwilling to accept the reality and desperately want to control some powers that you can't control at all. The final result can only be backlashed. So now I can be 100% sure that although that Lynn is not on Earth, your operation still impossible to succeed. It's even ridiculous." Deadshot and the others gasped when they heard this. No one expected that Harley Quinn would be so tough on Amanda Waller when her life was at stake. She was not afraid of provoking the opponent and turning into a dead man on the spot. Sure enough, Amanda Waller's anger soared instantly, and her whole face was distorted. "Harley Quinn, you are looking for death." With a sudden press of her finger, she will detonate the remote control of the bomb without hesitation. But the next moment, it wasn't Harley Quinn's head that exploded, but her own fingers. A bullet mercilessly shot from Proxima Midnight, and exploded her upturned fingers on the spot. "What?" Amanda Waller let out a scream, and the remote control of the bomb came out of her hand in an instant. In the tearing air sounds, Green Goblin stepped on the demon glider and roared over, grabbing the remote control in his hand. Green eyes glow strangely in Proxima Midnight. "Ms. Waller, don't you think what Miss Quinn said makes sense? The times have changed, the future world belongs to the extraordinary. But you ridiculous ordinary people still want to step on the heads of extraordinary people. Sometimes I can't figure it out. Where did you get the confidence to think that you can control us?" The corner of Green Goblin's mouth was full of undisguised disdain and sarcasm. "You see, I'm not proficient in shooting, but even I only need one bullet to kill you easily. And you formed in this team, there are even dead shots with a 100% hit rate. I guess you probably haven't thought about it. As long as he wants to, you don't even have the chance to press the remote control. There is also Mr. Balrog, he has a powerful flame ability. As long as he wants, he can burn you to ashes in an instant. So, the reason why you are still alive and domineering here is because they don't want to be fugitives or hurt their families. You think you can really threaten them? I have to say, Miss Quinn said you were a joke, and I even think it's a bit flattering." The sudden change shocked everyone. Amanda Waller clutched her severed finger, with cold sweat streaming down her forehead. She stared at Green Goblin and Harley Quinn. Her face was full of disbelief. You? When will you? When did the cooperation come about? Hey! Dr. Doom quickly flew over from the dark night sky. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could our Dark Alliance find suitable new members so easily? Amanda Waller was struck by lightning. At this moment, Deadshot and Captain Boomerang were stupefied, but the smile on Harley Quinn's face was already brilliant to the extreme. It was this smile that made Amanda Waller feel ashamed and angry like never before. You promised to cooperate and conspired against the law from the beginning. Do you really think that we will obediently serve you? Green Goblin laughed strangely. Your stupidity and arrogance are beyond my imagination, Ms. Waller. The era of the extraordinary has come, and under the leadership of Lynn, Mutant is undoubtedly a powerful force, and in the end it will be able to. The only one who can destroy this power and become the ruler of the world is the alliance formed by us extraordinary people. As for you, the ignorant people who can't see the reality clearly will be abandoned by this era. So you think we will cooperate sincerely with a group of people who are doomed to fail? Amanda Waller was shaking. But she still didn't let go of her strength. You are looking for death. Wait for our people to come out. Your people can't get out. Green Goblin sighed softly, and there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. You 0.6 politicians, who are known as the elites of human beings, can't change the problem of self-esteem, that Lynn destroyed the Golden and the people of the Empire and the Hand and Society. If he is not prepared, he will take so many X-Men away from the Earth. Amanda. It is obviously impossible for Waller to admit that he is a person abandoned by the times. So she didn't wait for Green Goblin to finish speaking, and suddenly yelled, Flag! Flag! And dozens of special forces under him immediately raised their guns, and at the same time, Katana jumped high, and blade cut through the night sky, grabbing Green Goblin's wrist. The counterattack came quickly and efficiently. But Green Goblin didn't kill Amanda Waller in the first place, but said so much nonsense, obviously with absolute confidence in controlling the situation. A helicopter ascended to the rooftop without warning. A man in a Joker outfit let out a horrifying and weird smile, and pulled Gatling's trigger without hesitation. Pudding! Harley Quinn's eyes lit up, but her body retreated without any hesitation to find cover. The bullets, like a storm, poured towards the rooftop indiscriminately, as if it was a signal, heralding the sudden end of an era. And this ending is extremely crazy. Amanda Waller suddenly turned around, and the moment she saw Joker, a bomb exploded in her mind. Her body was ruthlessly torn apart by bullets, her mind was in severe pain, and her consciousness quickly fell into darkness. At the last moment of her life, she finally realized. This action. Out of control. Chapter 141. There is no doubt that Amanda Waller deliberately made false claims with Green Goblin in the case of severed fingers, just to delay time. Why is there no response from General Ross? The answer is simple. It's not just the Suicide Squad and the Dark Alliance that are out of control. Sentinel, Weapon X, Hulk soldiers, even super soldiers, all out of control. General, the signal detector has responded again. On the rooftop where General Ross was, all the instruments suddenly beeped, and beeped crazily, and the military staff hurriedly reported, Sentinel number 7, appeared at 400 kilometers away. Hulk soldier number 9, how did he end up in the Eastern Hemisphere? Great Gift Crab Special. Number 21X weapon appeared in Australia. There is a problem with the signal. It doesn't seem to be the case. Number 1, number 72, number 36, number 51, all the signals of Sentinel appeared, but only 3 of them were twisting the contract, and the others appeared scattered in each city. There are other countries, all X-weapon soldiers are still alive, but Shen has all gone to other countries. Same goes for Super Soldier. Hulk soldiers too. The members of the Special Operations team have also dispersed to other places, the distance is too far to determine the exact location. What's going on? In the exclamation, many people's faces were covered with sweat, and they could tell with their toes that such a situation was extremely abnormal. General Ross definitely understood this too. Try to connect. His face was so gloomy that water dripped out, and he quickly ordered to get in touch with the soldiers under his command, but the feedback he got was, without exception, the other side rejected the communication request. The wind in the summer night is quite hot, but at this moment, General Ross's heart is cold. Where is Isaiah Bradley? The distance is too far to establish communication. FK. 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 General Ross cursed angrily. How long has it been? Could it be that the extraordinary legion that we have devoted all our efforts to build has no combat effectiveness in front of mutant? It took only a short time to enter, and they were all defeated. He instinctively didn't want to believe it, but the sixth sense he had cultivated over the years told him that the development of the matter was already developing beyond his control. Isn't this just a building? Why is it so evil? Endless aggrieved feelings filled his heart. He couldn't restrain his whole body and became manic, and was about to think of a way again when 10 silk ripples appeared softly in the sight of the Daita World building. Immediately afterwards, a dilapidated sentinel suddenly appeared from the ripples and fell on the street in the distance. General Ross took a deep breath and quickly ordered, "Go and see." Receive. In the headset, the FBI agent responsible for blocking the surrounding blocks heard the sound and responded. General Ross immediately turned to look at the screen. The picture of the battlefield recorder came quickly. The agent was not far away, and soon approached the fallen sentinel. From a distance, one could see that the sentinel's body was covered with scars, and these scars were obviously caused by weapons, and more like fists. One by one. It's even missing an arm. The head is also half sunken, looking quite miserable. But it is indeed the crystallization of Trask Industries' decades of research. Even after being traumatized to this extent, it still stands up tremblingly, and the scars on its body are recovering little by little. It's slow, but it's real. Seeing this scene, not only did the agent not feel happy at all, but he took a deep breath. "General." His footsteps stopped suddenly, and his voice hesitated. "This sentry seems not normal." Needless to say, General Ross has seen it through the front. The red light in this sentry's eyes is almost solid, its head turns, it seems to be a little in a daze, and when its eyes lock on this agent, its eyes suddenly stop moving. Looks like it's on target. Purge plan in progress. Found target. Implement. An emotionless mechanical sound came out of its head, and the next moment, a dazzling laser beam shot out, piercing the head of the agent who was close to it on the spot. The corpse fell to the ground with a bang. The screen shook for a while, and then stopped. Through the still picture, General Ross actually saw the sentinel's footsteps stepping forward little by little, as if walking aimlessly towards the front, and the mechanical sound of searching for the target from far to near, which made people feel dizzy. Numb. General Ross understood right away. Its control program is out of order. He didn't understand at all. According to Bolivar Trask, although the material of these sentinels does not contain metal, it is far stronger than most alloys in the world, and it is an epoch-making polymer. And originally there is some repair function. What kind of damage must it have caused it to be damaged to such an extent that even the chip program in the body was damaged? What the hell happened to it, or to them? With General Ross's knowledge and experience, he couldn't figure out these problems, but at the moment he knows exactly what he should do. Immediately contact Trask. Before he finished speaking, there was a deafening explosion on the street in the distance. Immediately afterwards, screams and panicked screams spread. With the lighting of one after another, countless people who were sleeping in the nearby blocks were awakened, and some of them were even bombarded by Sentinel's lasers without realizing it. There is no doubt that the Sentinel is strictly following the removal plan. It's just the target to be cleared. It doesn't matter whether it's a mutant or an ordinary person. No way. General Ross's face turned pale suddenly. and he suddenly realized that this is just one of 100 sentinels in front of him, if the programs of the other 99 sentinels till. Oh, God! He couldn't imagine such a scene at all. Especially at this moment, it is not only the Sentry team that has lost contact, the X-Weapons and Hulk soldiers are all scattered all over the world. Hulk soldiers may become crazy if they are greatly stimulated beyond their tolerance. And we haven't had a field test yet. There is also Weapon X, those people have experienced extremely miserable human experiments, if the chips in their bodies are also damaged, or simply broken. Under the mental breakdown, will it also become a monster who only knows destruction? Thinking of this possibility, General Ross trembled uncontrollably. The failure of the Greenskin project had already shown him how much harm an uncontrolled Hulk would cause. And now, there are 20 of them, scattered all over the world. General Scudder, this is a trap. Mutants' trap. Thinking of this, he immediately changed the contact person, and roared heart-piercingly, those mutants have become so vicious. They didn't kill a Sentry, an X-Weapon, or a Hulk soldier. Not a single one was killed. There was no response from the other end of the communication channel. There is only hopeless silence. Neither Admiral Scudder nor General Ross would have dreamed that it was not Sentinel, Weapons, or Hulk soldiers who lost control first. But super soldiers. 100 super soldiers led by Isaiah Bradley did not suffer any physical harm in front of the merciless Professor X. So when they were randomly teleported out of the proving grounds, everyone was intact. It's just a little loss of memory and loss of loyalty to the military. The original intention of Professor X is to hope that they can avoid becoming a weapon for those in power to fight for power and profit, and can live their lives peacefully according to their own ideas. The vast majority of soldiers were not affected by this. However, there are also some people with rather dark personalities, after losing the restraint of discipline and the consciousness of obeying orders in their bones. The violent side quietly magnifies. Powerful power is easy to inflate and distort people. Gotham, Sin City. Boom. A super soldier appeared out of nowhere and fell into a dark alley. He quickly got up, took off his helmet, shook his head, his eyes were full of doubts. Where am I? What am I doing? Why am I here? Driven by instinct, he walked towards the light in a daze. It was no accident that I met the characteristics of Gotham, gangsters. Man, if you want to live, hand over all your money. A few drunks reeking of alcohol blocked his way, and one of them was still holding the weapon he had just dropped. Seeing that it was a plastic gun, he curled his lips in disdain. You're in Gotham, take a fake gun and think about it. What? Robbery. Without exception, these people are not very sober. If there is no accident, apart from being drunk, they are all high. How can super soldiers bring money with them when they come out to carry out missions? Then, a gangster angrily picked up the wine bottle and smashed it heavily on his head. With a bang, the wine bottle shattered. However, the soldier didn't have any scars on his head. Instead, he was aroused by the blow, and he kicked the gangster into the air with a random kick. He hit his head hard, and his bones broke. He vomited blood and died on the spot. Crab. Seeing this, other people were not only not afraid, but they all started their hands, and 2 of them even took out their pistols. But how can a group of ordinary minions be the opponents of those who have been injected with super serum? 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times, all the gangsters in the field were lying in a pool of blood. Don't kill me, I can give you money. Lots and lots of money. The last person PD in fright and knelt down on the spot to beg for mercy. The boss of our gang recently made a big deal, and he has a lot of cash in his hand. As long as you let me go, I am willing to take you to make a fortune with him. As soon as these words came out, the fist that was about to hit his forehead stopped immediately. In the eyes of this super soldier, there was a look of doubt first, followed by bewilderment, then struggle, and finally, it turned into a ray of excitement. With my current strength, why do I continue to work for the military? Ross, the son of ABCH, only knows how to use us for experiments, and doesn't care whether we live or die. I finally survived the experiment, and I still have to fight mutant. Even if the task is completed, the credit will be from above. What can I get? What's the future of going on like this? If you can survive one mission, 10 times. How about 100 missions? Why can't I use these fists to create a better future for myself? With this in mind, he put away his fists and looked down at the punk kneeling on the ground, like a god, looking down at the ants on the ground. Lead the way. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even think about anything, about mutant. Similar situations have also happened to at least 20 super soldiers. Compared with the harm they are causing now or will cause, the out-of-control Sentinel, Weapon X, and Hulk soldiers directly set off a wave of chaos in cities randomly transferred. Monstrous waves. Star City. A Weapon X soldier was covered in wounds, ice slag remained on his clothes, and rushed into the crowd with red eyes, like an irrational monster, killing anyone he saw. Metropolis. A Hulk soldier who fell out of thin air smashed several people to death on the spot, and then under the ghost-like eyes of the police detectives who came quickly destroyed 10 buildings in sight. Midway City. A sentinel with only the upper body left rests on the ground with its hands, making the sound of clear the target continuously, and shoots out laser rays one after another. Fog. Neon. Cities that were originally quiet and peaceful were awakened by terrible disasters at the same time. As it turns out, Harley Quinn was half right. The coming extraordinary world is like a mighty torrent, destined to sweep everything away, and those in power in the old era are unwilling to be eliminated, trying to control power that they can't control at all. It will definitely be backlashed. Tonight. The world is in chaos. Chapter 142. We're in trouble. Big trouble. In the aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D, accompanied by the sound of beep and beep, one after another, warning messages representing danger came together, and K. Fury sighed with an extremely solemn expression. Captain America, Hawkeye, Ant-Man, Mr. Fantastic, and Stone Man were all face down. Captain America's eyes were extremely complicated. Your Excellency and Admiral Scudder have lost their minds. Not only lost their minds? They are clearly crazy. Ant-Man curled his lips, just because the mutants are getting stronger and stronger, and they are threatening their power, they will directly execute the removal plan? Or is it because of insufficient intelligence? There is nothing worse in this world. That's politics, Scott. Mr. Fantastic couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. For the sake of power, they must eliminate all unstable factors. Unstable factor. The Stone Man said in a muffled voice, right now, mutants are an unstable factor. If they are really wiped out, we with super abilities, will it also be an unstable factor? After a pause, he glanced at Nick Fury, and couldn't help but say another sentence, or, the super abilities that can't be used by them are all unstable factors. This sentence is undoubtedly sensitive. Nick Fury's one eye jumped violently. Obviously, the government and the military's insistence on carrying out this operation has also stimulated the nerves of Mr. Fantastic and the Stone Man. After all, since they were affected by cosmic rays, they have also left the category of ordinary people. Reed, Ben, I know you're all upset, and so am I. Nick Fury quickly explained, but this matter has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. As you know, Pierce and I still reached a consensus despite the collective pressure from the World Security Council. I refused to participate in this operation, and in the end I really had no other choice, so I agreed to act as a backup force and come forward to ease the conflict at a critical moment. Even so, I have no intention of making a move at all. Because we all know that even if Lynn takes away the main force of the X-Men, the probability of success in this operation is still extremely low. He rubbed the center of his brows fiercely, apparently extremely displeased with the group of pig teammates from the government and the military, but there was nothing he could do about it. It's just that something has happened, and what we should discuss now is how to deal with the aftermath. Aftermath. Ant-Man pointed to the red dots flashing rapidly on the screen, and exaggeratedly said, "Now more than 200 cities are under attack at the same time, and almost all the Sentinel, Weapon X, and Hulk soldiers are out of control. Even if we know the duplication technique, it is impossible to solve them in a short time. That's why they're still being discussed here." Faced with disasters happening simultaneously in more than 200 places around the world, Avengers, who only have a few people, feel helpless, and don't even know what to do. Nick Fury dispatched S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stationed in various places as early as the first time. But those agents belong to the elite among ordinary people. How much effect can they have in the face of powerful Sentry, X weapons, and Hulk soldiers? Where's General Ross? Mr. Fantastic looked at Nick Fury. They created these monsters, and now they are out of control. Don't they have any way to target them? Nick Fury doesn't know how to answer this question. This is the root cause of his refusal to participate in this operation. Sentinel, Weapon X, Hulk soldiers, and even the Super Soldier Project supervised by S.H.I.E.L.D. are far from reaching maturity. Using power that you can't fully control to launch a war, isn't this brain flooded? What is it? People from the Trask industry have set off to the city where 100 Sentinels are located, and want to restart their programs. He said quietly, "But we can't have hope for this. Those Sentinels are all crazy. They kill anyone they see. Those people may not be able to get close, they will become corpses." Understood. The Stone Man sneered, "There is no way to deal with it at all, so we can only watch." Nick Fury said helplessly, "Military forces from various countries have also intervened. If you think about it, you can at least control the situation and evacuate the people at the same time. This is sending those soldiers to their deaths." Captain America has never been a discouraged person. Even if he couldn't think of a way, he stood up, grabbed the shield and was about to go out. "Give me a fighter plane, and I can kill cities one by one." "I'm afraid it means nothing, Stephen." The door was suddenly pushed open, and Hill walked in with a tablet operator in his hand. "Our troubles now are not just these out-of-control Sentry, righteous weapons, and Hush soldiers." She quickly operated with her fingers, and the screen on the tablet was synchronized to the big screen. "The latest news, the Suicide Squad has rebelled, and they have teamed up with the Dark Alliance to kill Amanda Waller and a team of special elites led by Flash. Just now, these thugs took advantage of the chaos and robbed the 5 largest banks, creating more chaos than Sentinel. They even robbed a military airport, snatched a lot of weapons and several new fighter planes, and then walked away. According to intelligence analysis, their destination is Gotham, and they should go to seek revenge on Batman." On the monitoring screen at the scene, Fish appeared. In the screen, Green Goblin, Dr. Doom, Joker, Harley Quinn and others were all captured in arrogance and tyranny, and they didn't care about the surveillance everywhere. Captain America's complexion instantly collapsed. After holding back for a long time, he still couldn't help cursing, "FK. This is obviously very abnormal." Although Joker and Harley Quinn are well-known villains in Gotham, they have always been known for their arrogance, but when they committed crimes in the past, they would never take the initiative to expose themselves. In other words, no criminal in this world would leave such obvious evidence when committing a crime. But now, they are committing crimes openly and aboveboard. What does this mean? It means that they no longer bother to hide and disguise, which means that the official has no deterrence in their eyes. "Hill, call Gotham." Nick Fury spoke in a deep voice, as if the conflict with Hill had never happened before, and ordered naturally, "No matter what method they use, Batman must know about this matter." "Don't worry boss, I've already contacted you." Hill also perfectly played the role of the subordinate, but he didn't stop the movement of his hands. Besides, there was also trouble in Midway City, and Sentinel, who appeared there softly, disappeared. We mobilized satellites to investigate, and then discovered this scene. In the blink of an eye, a picture appeared on the big screen. At the station in Midway City, a white lightning soaring into the sky tore through the sky, like an ancient evil magic circle, in which countless grotesque demons roared, and under the magic circle, a sexy witch with only wisps. It is crazily motivating the magic power. And outside the station, a 4-meter-tall demon titan is killing without restraint. Every time he stretches out his arm, the powerful magic power will form a long line of fire. Wherever he passes, tanks, a plane, a military helicopter exploded on the spot. This is undoubtedly a unilateral massacre. According to our estimates, this one person can overwhelm the entire city. Hill's face was full of seriousness, and when that witch's magic circle is completed, the whole world will be enveloped by its magic power, and then Captain America, Hawkeye, Ant-Man, Mr. Fantastic, and the Stone Man are all dumbfounded. No one expected that at such a critical moment, such a powerful witch would appear again, and just 2 people would almost occupy the entire Midway City. Who is she? Ant-Man's voice was uncontrollably hoarse. Joan Munn. Hill quickly replied, a member of the Suicide Squad formed by Amanda Waller, an archaeologist possessed by an ancient witch, was supposed to participate in this operation, but there was an accident in the middle, and the witch escaped and was released from time to time. Brother who was sealed. The latter words no longer make any sense. Amanda Waller? Suicide Squad? Clear Operation Mutant. Shit. The Stone Man roared uncontrollably, and in Nick Fury's ears, he felt irony that he had never felt before. The impact of this action obviously has exceeded everyone's expectations. The whole world is in chaos. Besides this information, I have good news and bad news. Hill continued to operate with his fingers, and another screen appeared on the big screen. The good news is that because of this sudden disaster, many hidden mutants, and superheroes have taken the initiative to stand up, Chien Hoseo, and are resisting Sentry, Righteous Weapon, Hulk 10. This is pretty much the only piece of good news tonight. Captain America and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Nick Fury's tense nerves relaxed a little. He subconsciously asked, "What's the bad news?" As soon as he said this, he knew that he was too happy. The bad news is... Hill projected the last picture on the big screen. Mutant Channel has just issued a manifesto. At the moment, people all over the world already know the truth of this incident. The voice fell, and there was a dead silence. This is almost predictable. The government and the military jointly planned such a big operation, obviously wanting to wipe out all the mutants in the new Xavier's school. It would be inconceivable if the X-Men didn't take any action. Therefore, both Nick Fury and Captain America are very clear that the truth will definitely be made public. In this regard, they are psychologically prepared. Only when things actually happen, they still feel motionless like never before. Raw seedlings in Dog Days. Matthew Ellis and Scudder for Dog Days. Amanda Waller for Dog Days. Doggy's mutant knows the plan. Things have come to this point, there is no way to end it. Chapter 143. Since the Chitauri invasion, billions of people on the planet have lived a period of peace of mind. This kind of peace of mind not only comes from the superpower displayed by the new X-Men, but also from the release of Oasis. Ordinary people also have the opportunity to step into the extraordinary, and from Lynn's performance when he led the crowd to Asgard coming out strong. X-Men are confident to face God's domain. Isn't the safety of Earth obvious? It is precisely because of this mentality that when the news of Sentry, X-weapons, and milligram soldiers ravaging cities appeared on TV and the internet, audiences around the world did not pay much attention to them, and even the people in the ravaged cities were concerned. Thought this would be over soon. It's okay, the X-Men are all out. Everyone thinks so. However, as the incident unfolded, some people soon felt that something was wrong. In the video footage that can be seen everywhere on the news and X daily, there are indeed many people rushing to the target city, including the army, agents, and some researchers. People like. But no X-Men. Not a single one. What's going on? Why didn't any of the X-Men show up? Is it because Mr. Lynn took away most of the elite, and the X-Men left on Earth are not strong enough? But even so, it's not like none of them will come. Professor X and Wolverine are both here. Could it be 590? This time, the X-Men don't plan to take action. The army can't resist those machine monsters at all. If this continues, those cities will be destroyed. What the hell is going on? Everyone go to the Mutant channel to leave a message, or call the system in the Oasis world. We need X-Men to save the world. At the beginning, only a small number of people realized the abnormality. However, in less than a day, the number of cities devastated has reached a terrifying 200, and the number of casualties is also increasing. The overwhelming news is sweeping the world, and it is impossible to even watch it. All of a sudden, more and more people felt a trace of panic in addition to being shocked and puzzled. Unknowingly, people have become accustomed to the X-Men turning out to turn the tide when the world is in crisis, but this time, the situation seems to have changed. Countless people came to the bottom of the Mutant channel, wanting to know first-hand information. Perhaps sensing the urgent expectations of the public, the Mutant channel suddenly updated a video. Hundreds of millions of people clicked on it subconsciously. A few seconds later, everyone's scalp was numb and their eyes widened, as if there was a chill from the tailbone to the sky. This video turned out to be a manifesto for the X-Men to refuse to dispatch. In the past few decades, mutants have appeared on a large scale. Because of the destructive and threatening nature of their super abilities, they have caused panic in human society. Hiding in Tibet, the days of darkness. As a result, many unnecessary fights have arisen. Officials want to study the X gene of mutants, create X weapons to eliminate all mutants, and there are also radical leaders like Magneto and mutants who want to destroy human beings. A place to live. Agak, in this process, whether it is an ordinary person or a mutant, they all suffer heavy losses. Mutant never denies these facts. However, since the appearance of Mr. Lynn, he has integrated various schools within Mutant and unified Mutants' thinking. Mutant has realized his responsibility and is no longer an enemy of the official. Instead, he has formed a brand new X-Men to protect the world and the Earth. Work hard for safety. Under the leadership of Mr. Lynn, we have spent countless efforts to create an oasis with only one purpose, which is to let all human beings enter the palace of evolution and the entire human civilization enter the era of fried rice. Facts have proved that people all over the world are kind and rational. The popularity of Oasis, the establishment of the Mutant Bureau, and the popularity of X-Men. These are all signs of the coming new era. However, what we never dreamed of is that the officials don't think so. They agreed to establish the Mutant Affairs Bureau, acquiesced in the legitimacy of X-Men, and allowed Oasis to be sold worldwide, all of which were nothing more than forced and helpless. Secretly they never gave up their ambition to eliminate all mutants. This time, taking advantage of Mr. Lynn's opportunity to lead most of the X-Men elites to visit God's domain on behalf of the Earth, they actually lead a crowd to attack the headquarters of the Second World. No charge. No trial. No cause. That's how they started the war naked. Mutant has worked so hard and painstakingly for the evolution of human civilization, yet he has received such a shameful backstab. This is absolutely inexcusable. Accompanied by Shadowcat's angry and suppressed voice, one picture after another appeared in the video. Lynn and others bomb the Second World building, Sentinel fights against Magneto, Weapon Squad fights Iceman Bobby, Hulk Soldiers fights Dr. Banner Crazy. Even, on the street outside the Second World building, the other half of the hidden Super Soldier Squad, the FBI agent responsible for the blockade, also appeared. In it, there's even Suicide Squad turning back on the lake that killed Amanda Waller. God only knows how this scene was captured. And these images have not undergone any editing. After seeing all the audience, the first reaction is that the X-Men are 100 times stronger than before. Shadowcat did not deny this in the slightest. We are very clear that the official reason for wanting to eliminate mutants is that mutants possess a powerful super ability that threatens their rule, but to put it bluntly, today's mutants have already powerful beyond their imagination. We really want to rule the world, and we can do it by force. No one doubted this. Although Sentinel, Weapon X, and Hulk soldiers were the attackers in the picture, the actual situation was that they were ruthlessly crushed. The mutant under the leadership of Mr. Lynn never thought of ruling the world, but just lead the evolution of human civilization wholeheartedly. To put it bluntly, in the vast universe, the Earth is just a very low-level civilization. What's the point of ruling such a low-level civilization? From the very beginning, what we wanted to do was to lead the civilization of the Earth out of the starry sky, let human civilization truly stand in the universe, and fight against many powerful alien civilizations. For this reason, Mr. Lynn took away most of the X-Men and went to Asgard, knowing that he might be backstabbed, just to establish diplomatic relations with God's domain and seek more benefits for the people on Earth. However, such a simple truth, the officials and the politicians in the South just don't understand it. They may understand it in their hearts, but they just feel that mutant may threaten their rule, so they are determined to destroy us. For this reason, they even eager for quick success, created this unknown super army. But they didn't think about it, with the current technological level of the Earth, can they master such an extraordinary force? Super Soldier Potion, Hulk Serum, X-Weapon, Sentinel, which one is not defective? If this extraordinary army goes out of control, how much harm will it do to the world? How many innocent people will die inexplicably? How long has it been since the disgusting thing? Has the lesson of the contract been forgotten? They even collected a lot of super ability criminals to deal with us, but they never thought about what if these criminals rebelled? What terrible consequences would it have? So far in the picture, it focuses on Green Goblin, Joker, and others robbing the military airport unscrupulously, killing people like Hemp, and the witch Joan Munn in Midway City, and the magic circle that is becoming more and more perfect. And Shadowcat's voice was coming to an end at this time. Human civilization is on the verge of evolution, and Mutant, as a pioneer, has always been committed to creating a healthy and orderly evolutionary environment. At this time, the government and the military are ignoring the safety of the people and trying to grasp and control forces that do not belong to them. Since this is the case, they must bear the price for this extraordinary army that is out of control. This time, the X-Men won't make a move. Not only because there are too few X-Men stories left on Earth. It's also because we are afraid that when we go out to save the world, there will be a ruthless butcher's knife behind us again. Betrayal, once is enough. The screen came to an abrupt end. Countless viewers in front of the screen were stunned. Almost everyone's mind is ignorant. What happened this time was not an accident, but the government and the military were self-sufficient. The reason turned out to be that they created an uncontrollable superpower to destroy the mutant, but lost control after being hit. And after losing control, they didn't have any countermeasures? Can only watch those Sentinel, Weapon X, Hulk soldiers slaughter the people? Great Crab Special. FK. Damn politicians, don't they really care about our ordinary people's lives? In an instant, countless curses resounded from every corner of the earth, and countless pairs of eyes became red like blood. More than 200 cities were attacked at the same time, and there were casualties. The Chitauri invasion event may well have been surpassed. Even, it is still expanding. And this is not the scariest thing. What really makes everyone feel extremely angry, and the whole person is enveloped by a wave of fear, is when Mutant looks coldly at the disaster of the world. They can't see any other hope. Counting on the official and the military. Those troops who rushed to various places fought for a day, how pitiful they are. Counting on S.H.I.E.L.D? The Avengers have all gone to Midway City, and there is no time to take care of other cities. God, when everything is going well, why do those politicians do such stupid things? Why do we ordinary people have to pay for their stupidity? For a time, while the whole world was in panic, there were also countless people crying out in grief and indignation. Chapter 144. When Mutants' declaration spread around the world, the person who reacted the most was Nick Fury. His weather-beaten heart that could remain rational under any circumstances hit rock bottom at this moment. To a certain extent, no one knows the purpose of this declaration better than he does. This is a naked demonstration. Nick Fury doesn't think the new X-Men will really stand by and watch. The Sentinel. Once her magic circle really threatens the survival of the Earth, the new X-Men will definitely take action to destroy them. This is in their interest. They want to use this method to make the officials and the military suffer the consequences, and then take action at the most critical moments so that people all over the world can understand. Only the X-Men can save the world. Only Mutant can lead the future. This operation gave them an unparalleled opportunity. It is even possible that this operation was not expected by them, so that Lynn took away most of the X-Men elites just to give people an opportunity to take advantage of them. Unexpectedly, both the President and General Scudder were hooked by this bait and lost their minds. One careless move and you lose everything. Since learning about Lynn's existence, Nick Fury has been studying the Eastern art of war. At the moment, this sentence appeared in his mind unconsciously. And he also knew very well that this situation was not completely unsolvable. As long as this sudden disaster is resolved, there is still room for recovery. But he can't do it. Contact Captain Marvel now, it's undoubtedly too late. But apart from Captain Marvel, who else on Earth at this moment has the ability to turn the tide? Do you expect that among those super ability people who emerge from the sky, there will be another being as powerful as Superman? I'm afraid that if this declaration spreads, those with super abilities, it will be affected. Nick Fury had a good idea. The mutant declaration spread to every corner of the world at an incredible speed, and the more than 200 cities that suffered disasters were naturally no exception. Many of these cities already have super ability people, strong or weak, who are all trying to figure out how to deal with sudden crises. However, when they learned that this crisis was purely an official act, everyone's thoughts changed uncontrollably. Neon. Hiss. The purple energy whip locked the neck of an X-weapon, a sexy figure jumped high, and Katana with her left hand slashed down wildly. Weapon X's body was broken into 2 pieces on the spot. That's it. Psylocke put away Katana and the energy whip, his eyes full of disbelief. Compared to those masters in the dungeon, this so-called X-weapon is not good enough. Does the official rely on this little trump card to eliminate all mutants? What do you think? Are those politicians' minds full of shit? Gotham. Along with a piercing sound, the ground suddenly cracked open with dozens of holes. Giant trees sprang out from them, growing at an incredible speed. Hundreds of branches and willows shot out like a violent storm. Out. Chi 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 chi. An out-of-control sentinel was pierced into a sieve in the blink of an eye, raised in the air, and died with its eyes open. In the corner, Poison Ivy walked out with sexy steps. The magic learned in Oasis is so useful. Regarding her achievements, she nodded with satisfaction. I never thought before that I actually have the ability of a plant magician. Before she finished speaking, she turned her eyes and smiled like a flower. What about you, little kitten? What kind of magic inheritance did you get in Oasis? Aren't you going to use it for me to see? She raised her hand and pointed to a block away. The crowd fled in a hurry. It was obvious that another out-of-control monster had appeared. Why use it? From the shadow of the building, a cold and sexy voice came. I am a thief, not one of those superheroes. With power, hiding in the darkness is the right choice. If you are so popular, you are not afraid of being arrested by the authorities for experiments later. Poison Ivy's face changed slightly when she heard this. But he shook his head, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, we live here. If Gotham is really destroyed by these out-of-control monsters, it will not be a good thing for us. This is not suitable for life, can't we go somewhere else? The man in the shadow sneered, and could faintly see a cat mask. Batman is enough to save Gotham. I don't want to endanger my own safety by saving people. As the words fell, a faint light seemed to flicker in the shadow. There is no breath in Poison Ivy's perception anymore. What kind of magic has this little kitten learned? She murmured to herself, then looked at the commotion in the distance, hesitating for a long time. After all, he chose to turn around and leave. Those official idiots are really hopeless. Star City. A golden red light flashed across, and an out-of-control Hulk soldier exploded into pieces on the spot. The next moment, he was on the rooftop of a nearby tall building. Barry Allen suddenly appeared here, looking at the scene condescendingly, with a flash of anger in his eyes. The officials really can't do anything about these out-of-control super weapons. It seems that the Mutant Declaration is half right. Those politicians want to eliminate them. Mutant, who has mastered extraordinary power, has lost his mind. Zero, please give me flowers. Not only have I lost my mind, I have simply gone crazy. In the headset of Lightning Battlesuit, the sigh of his companions came. They don't even want to wait any longer to develop the means to control these super weapons before taking action against Mutant. Barry Allen was silent. The voice in the headset paused and asked, Barry, there is also an out-of-control sentinel in the next city. Do you want to go there? Barry Allen's figure instantly turned into lightning and disappeared. Official stupidity should not be borne by ordinary people. In the lightning, a voice seemed to travel through time and space. After this matter is over, I will go to the White House. An unknown seaside town. In the bar, Aquaman Arthur Curry saw the complete story of the incident on the TV, as well as the Mutant Declaration that had spread all over the world. There was a hint of sarcasm in the corner of his mouth, and he drank the whole bottle of vodka. Human beings are always so self-righteous. Metropolis. Since Superman died in the battle, Lee has lost the superhero's blessing. So when an out-of-control X-weapon, a Sentinel, and a Hulk soldier appeared across the city, the people in the city were desperate. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Although Superman died, a female Superman was born. It's just that this girl named Kal-El obviously can't control her power perfectly like Superman. After successfully destroying an X-weapon and Sentinel, she was beaten by Hulk soldiers. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the female Superman smashed through the wall of a building and landed heavily in a house. She quickly got up and was about to go out to fight again. The owner of this house suddenly spoke, "Is it worth risking your life for a group of people you don't know?" "It's definitely worth it. Protecting the weak is the enlightenment of an extraordinary person." The female Superman subconsciously turned her head and discovered that the owner of the voice was actually a half-human, half-machine man, with a strange red light emitting from one mechanical eye. Consciousness. Cyborg sneered, "The last Superman who had this kind of consciousness has become a corpse, and before he died fighting for mankind, he was publicly tried by those politicians." The female Superman was keenly aware that there was something behind this man's words. "You want to stop me from going out?" "Definitely not." Cyborg shook his head, and then pointed to the TV that was still playing the Mutant Declaration. "I just want to tell you a truth, there is nothing wrong with protecting the weak, but at the same time, you must also learn to protect yourself. Don't forget who caused those out-of-control monsters." When the female Superman heard this, she was a little stunned. Chapter 145. The same thing is happening all over the world. Many hidden mutants and transcendents stepped forward without hesitation when their cities were in disaster. But there are also many people who choose to sit back and watch. In the past few decades, people with extraordinary power have become accustomed to hiding. The price of exposure is too high, and this incident has proved this. Because of this, although this disaster that spread across the world has been contained in some areas, overall, it is an unstoppable situation. Among them, there are naturally many people with ulterior motives who are adding fuel to the flames. For a moment, the whole world seemed to fall. The most powerful force of S.H.I.E.L.D, the many superheroes of the Avengers, in this case, can only choose Midway City, which is the most dangerous place, and temporarily put aside the crises in other places. As soon as they entered Midway City, they were restrained by monsters controlled by the Witch Brothers and Sisters. Everyone could only fight bloody and hard towards the center of the city. Under such a situation, people's anger and hatred towards the official government is increasing little by little. As the number of casualties on the news increases, this anger and hatred accumulates more and more, like a bullet filling the air. A super bomb full of gunpowder may explode at any time. With this explosion, the existing order of the Earth will be in danger of complete collapse. Finally, in the city of Niu, more and more people spontaneously took to the streets, forming a huge crowd and rushing towards the White House. Similar scenes soon occurred in more cities. The faces of the President, General Scudder, and even all officials and military officials turned green. This battle is finally lost. In the office, the two of them looked at each other, with despair and reluctance on their faces, but more importantly, they were confused. Are those mutants really crazy? Even if we attack in front, how dare they really stand by and watch? Woolen cloth. Do you really not care about the popularity and image you have accumulated over such a long time? More and more people are dying, which doesn't do them any good. Even if we are eventually burned to death by the people's anger, how can they be better off? Don't you just care about the life and death of the people? This question had been lingering in their minds for too long, and they suddenly discovered that since Lynn became the leader of Mutant, even superhero organizations like X-Men have become different from before. How easy it was to fool someone before. The current mutant doesn't focus on the overall situation at all. To everyone's surprise, the person who helped the President and General Scudder solve this mystery turned out to be Vice President Rodriguez, who they jointly pushed out to take the blame. In front of everyone, he appeared in such a swaggering manner. General Scudder's expression changed, and just as he was about to order the guards to drive away the people, he saw a high-spirited smile on the face of Rodriguez, who had stepped down in embarrassment before. You must all be wondering, why is Mr. Lynn so uncharacteristically asking the X-Men not to take action? Order. Admiral Scudder keenly captured the key point of these words, and the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank. Could it be that Lynn had already guessed that we would launch an attack while he was leaving the Earth? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was shocked. You don't really think that your little calculations can handle Mr. Lynn, do you? Rodriguez looked at them with a mocking look on his face. If it wasn't to lure you Joker to attack, how could he have taken most of the X-Men to us? How could Mutant be the first? Time to make that declaration. If your prestige is not completely destroyed, how can Mutant truly step onto the stage of power and officially take over this vast and extraordinary world? Fell into a trap. Mutant is going to seize power. Rodriguez actually rebelled. The faces of the President, Admiral Scudder, and everyone present changed drastically. The former stood up angrily and hatefully. This global disaster has caused so many people to die. Although our prestige has been ruined, and the new X-Men stand idly by, their image will also be greatly damaged. I don't believe that the public will still believe it as always. Them. Ha 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 ha. Rodriguez finally couldn't help laughing wildly, and his face flushed with excitement after sweeping away the haze of this period. You know nothing about Mr. Lynn's magic. Yes, until now, these people still know nothing about magic. I don't even know anything about Lynn. In the unknown space, the people on Earth's strong desire for Lynn's return seemed to have turned into threads, breaking through the barriers of space and appearing in the divine realm of Asgard. So, the next moment, boom! With a deafening roar, Bifrost's light finally appeared over the earth, and at the same time, 6 billion people around the world subconsciously looked up. It's weird, the sky is obviously empty in most places. But everyone saw Lynn's return in their eyes. Compared with before leaving the earth, the lineup around Lynn has undergone huge amounts of changes. In addition to the X-Men, Black Widow, Wonder Woman, and others, there are actually hundreds of Asgard spaceships. The spaceship is loaded with the harvest of his visit, including Dwarf Blacksmith, Ur, and more. These are not the most important. What really makes the 6 billion people around the world feel excited is that behind these Asgard spacecraft, there are countless dense troops following. All female warriors, all skeleton Pegasus, all spears. Valkyrie. The Valkyrie army who once followed Odin to conquer the 9 realms and finally fell at the hands of Hela. Lynn actually used undead magic to resurrect the strongest legion of Asgard. And brought it back to Earth. The end of the old era is inevitable, and the extraordinary era will eventually come. At this moment, Lynn's voice was like a divine will, ringing in the minds of 6 billion people around the world at the same time. Before the advent of a new era, please allow me to introduce the core function of Oasis. Anyone who activates the device and enters Oasis. Players all over the world will naturally leave a trace of their souls imprinted on the world of Oasis. Therefore, players can be constantly resurrected after death. What does this mean? Someone must have guessed it. The dull voice of inquiry was like a startling explosion in the ears of the listener. Countless people suddenly widened their eyes with excitement. That's right. Lynn's voice sounded again. Resurrection is not only possible in the world of Oasis. The souls of those who died can be revived in reality. In other words, if Oasis is not popular, players will not die. Now, you haven't come back yet. The sound resounded in every corner of the world like a bell. The next moment, in all the robbed cities, figures that were already dead suddenly shone brightly. Immediately afterwards, in the disbelief eyes of the people nearby, all these decedents actually came back to life. This scene was synchronized in the minds of everyone around the world. The whole world is going crazy. Oasis is immortal and players are immortal. What an incredible miracle this is, and how incredibly powerful Mr. Lynn is. In an instant, the extreme disappointment, anger, and hatred towards the officialdom were like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, completely converging into an irresistible and majestic trend, impacting the existing order in the hearts of everyone around the world, and completely destroying it. 0.9 There is only one voice left in everyone's heart. The old era has come to an end. A new extraordinary era has arrived. Mr. Lynn is the true leader of this new era. Waves of extremely strong emotions washed over every corner of the earth like stormy waves, and turned into waves of unknown power pouring into Lynn's body. Amidst countless people's eyes, he smiled slightly and stretched out his hand, pointing at the abandoned cities one after another, at the Witch Brothers and Sisters in Tutu City, at the Green Goblin Alliance in Gotham City, at the injustice hidden in the shadow corners. Alliance. Then, he spoke again. Not only is he giving an order to the Valkyrie army behind him, but he is also announcing to the whole world. Extraordinary, attack. It's like God's will comes to earth. Almost at the same time, the Valkyrie army as well as Psylocke, Poison Ivy, the Flash, the female Superman and all the extraordinary people around the world rushed out without hesitation regardless of their previous attitudes such as, the extraordinary era has officially begun. Complete the book.